The narrative unfolds the tale of a young man named Xia Feng who adopts the name Lucien Evans after his transference from Earth, who traverses into a parallel world reminiscent of a medieval theocracy, igniting a revolution that challenges the very essence of magical understanding as an arcanist. Upon his arrival in the church-dominated city of Alto, he witnesses the horrific execution of a witch by fire. Utilizing his knowledge of classical music from Earth, including works by Beethoven and Chopin, he masquerades as a musician to infiltrate the noble circles, secretly delving into the realm of magic. He employs his mental library to unravel the enigmas of this new world, employing calculus to dissect spell models and reconstructing alchemy using the periodic table of elements. Chapter 1. The Burning Stake. Thick smoke billowed around him, each inhalation accompanied by a heavy, wheezing sound, as if searing his throat and lungs. Xia Feng's consciousness swiftly began to blur. I cannot succumb to slumber, it would mean death. Stay alert, I must remain awake. The boundless, crimson haze abruptly dimmed, giving way to the most profound and somber darkness. Xia Feng felt as though he were drowning, desperately striving to grasp anything that might assist him in altering this helpless drift, seeking to extricate himself from the unspeakable void. Suddenly, a glimmer of red light appeared before him, reminiscent of the dawn's sun rising. Basking in its glow, Xia Feng sensed a resurgence of strength, compelling him to draw closer to the radiance. As he took that vital step towards the light, it grew increasingly brilliant, transitioning from crimson to a pure white that shattered the darkness and dissipated it in an instant. With a gasp, Xia Feng bolted upright, panting heavily, realizing he had dreamt of a terrifying conflagration. In the dream, he had succumbed to unconsciousness from inhaling too much smoke before the flames encroached, helplessly awaiting their advance. Reminiscent of previous episodes of sleep paralysis, aware, he was dreaming yet unable to escape, powerless to regain control. As his racing heart gradually steadied, Xia Feng concentrated, recalling that he had been in the overnight reading room of his university library, scrambling to finish his thesis. He chided himself, with such erratic sleepless nights recently, it's no wonder I experienced such a vivid nightmare. Before him lay neither the elegant wooden desk of the library nor the disorganized stack of reference books, nor the draft of his thesis awaiting input into the computer. Instead, he found himself beneath a tattered, dark blanket. The surface he occupied was not the cushioned chair of the library, but a narrow wooden bed. Where am I? Though somewhat introverted and slow to react, Xia Feng could not overlook the myriad discrepancies. Even if he had indeed been rescued from a fire, this place bore no resemblance to a hospital. His heart tightened as he anxiously scanned his surroundings, reflexively rising to his feet. The moment his feet touched the ground, a wave of extreme weakness and dizziness overtook him, causing his legs to buckle beneath him. Frantically, he reached out to steady himself against the bed, his complexion pale and his mind unsettled, having already taken in the entirety of his surroundings with a fleeting glance. The room was dilapidated and cramped, containing only the wooden bed beside him, a rickety table that seemed on the verge of collapse, two relatively intact stools, and a battered crate with a hole in it. Opposite the sagging wooden door stood a fireplace, the original color obscured by soot, with a pot hanging above it. The firewood beneath had long extinguished, offering no warmth. Everything felt so alien that Xia Feng could not ascertain his location, and the incessant wave of weakness left his mind in turmoil. What on earth is this place? My body feels as though it has just recovered from a severe illness, reminiscent of the pneumonia I endured in high school. The sole point of gratitude was the absence of any loathsome entities, allowing Xia Feng to instinctively draw several deep breaths, gradually calming his panic. At that moment, distant shouts echoed from outside the small dwelling. They're burning witches. The church has decreed the burning of witches. Everyone hurry. Burn that accursed, evil witch. Fear and excitement clashed in stark contrast within the peculiar accents, interrupting Xia Feng's panic and stirring his curiosity. Witches? What manner of world is this? As an adult with a penchant for novels, an unsettling premonition began to creep into Xia Feng's mind. However, before he could ponder further, the decrepit wooden door was flung open with a crash, and a boy of 12 or 13 burst in. Lucien, brother. The boy, with brown hair cropped short and clad in a knee-length linen tunic, beamed with surprise upon seeing Xia Feng standing by the bed. You're awake? Xia Feng, taken aback by the archaic attire, numbly nodded, his mind swirling with the absurd thought. Lucien, witch, church, Burning, could it be that I have indeed traversed time, landing in the dark age of Europe's witch hunts? Events seemed to spiral in an unfavorable direction, as Murphy's Law cruelly reminded him the boy's appearance, and his tattered linen garment confirmed this grim reality. The language the boy spoke, while instinctively comprehensible to Xia Feng, eluded precise identification, leaving him far from a linguist. Noticing Xia Feng's dazed expression, the boy, with smudges of dirt on his face, remarked nonchalantly, "Mother never believes me. She secretly weeps at night, her eyes swollen, constantly lamenting poor little Evans, as if you, brother Lucien, had been buried in the graveyard." With pride swelling in his chest, the boy raised his chin slightly as he spoke of his elder brother, who was now an apprentice squire. "But now it's all right. They have lost. I was right. How could anything happen to you, brother Lucien?" As he spoke, he tugged at Xia Feng's arm. "Come on, brother Lucien. Let's hurry to the church square to see the witch burn, the very witch who caused you to be captured and interrogated by the church guards all night." In the midst of this upheaval, Xia Feng had intended to reflect quietly on his life and had no desire to follow the boy into the fray. The prospect of witnessing the execution of a living being was something he, who considered himself somewhat benevolent, could not accept. Since he was powerless to intervene, it would be better not to witness it. However, the boy's final words startled him. "This which is linked to me?" With that revelation, Xia Feng's thoughts shifted, suppressing his astonishment as he allowed the boy to pull him along, stumbling toward the church of Alto. Along the way, Xia Feng seized the opportunity to observe the throngs heading towards the church. The weather was relatively warm, with men donned in short, narrow-sleeved linen tunics, matching trousers, and shoeless feet. Women wore monotonous long skirts often adorned with large pockets, a commonality of simplicity and wear. Among them, the hues of brown and hazel eyes were interspersed with gold, red, black, and green, with deep-set features that lent them a striking appearance. Could it truly be the Middle Ages? Xia Feng mused, glancing at his own attire. He too wore a linen tunic, long trousers, and shoeless feet. Not long after emerging from the dilapidated, lowly tenements, they arrived at a modest yet imposing church, its semicircular dome soaring high, crowned by a large white cross, with narrow windows below. The square was already teeming with people. The boy pulled Xia Feng along, weaving through the crowd, provoking irritated glances from many, though they dared not confront the two rascals in such a sacred space. After a short while, Xia Feng found himself at the forefront of the gathering. In the center of the square stood a wooden cross, upon which was bound a pale-faced, strikingly beautiful woman in her 20s, clad in black robes. The surrounding populace hurled stones, pieces of wood, and spittle at the black-robed woman, their maledictions coalescing into a cacophonous uproar. "Burn the witch! Witch, you hide in our district of Adarang, and you want to kill us. My poor little Trissy died of illness a few months ago. You must have done it, evil witch. Woe is me, my poor Trissy." Though occasionally struck, the black-robed woman kept her pale lips sealed, uttering no sound of pain, but stared like a statue at the people standing on the church steps. Behind these white-robed figures stood a row of guards clad in silver-gray chain mail, exuding formidable strength. Abruptly, the enraged, hateful, and vociferous crowd fell silent, in unison. Only the sound of wind rustling through garments filled the square. "Burn her! Burn her!" the surrounding commoners chanted, first sparsely, then in a unified chorus. The chaotic, fanatical scene sent shivers down Lucien's spine. If anyone were to discover that he was a transmigrator, he would be the next to ascend the pyre, his soul deemed tainted by an evil demon. "Before your purification, the Lord of mercy and grace allows me to ask you one last time. Do you wish to repent? Sincere repentance can purify your soul and grant you entrance to the celestial kingdom of the Lord," the middle-aged man inquired with gentle compassion. The black-robed woman erupted in wild laughter, her voice piercing and shrill. "I seek the truth of magic, not the God of truth. Burn me, and I shall watch from the flames as this sinful celestial kingdom is destroyed, as this magnificent cathedral crumbles." Madwoman, truly wicked. The bishop's benevolence is met with curses. These wizards, their hearts blinded by demons, deserve to die. "Burn her." The bishop remained silent, but the surrounding commoners descended into a frenzy of impassioned cries. Lucien, experiencing such an irrational atmosphere for the first time, was shaken. Medieval Europe is truly perilous. However, there's no woodpile. How will they burn her? Despite his pity and reluctance towards the black-robed woman, Lucien dared not make any move. lest he be stoned to death by the crowd. The bishop uttered a few prayers, his voice growing louder, sonorous, and devoid of emotion. Sinner, descend into hell through the purification of the holy light. The bishop held aloft what appeared to be a miniature sun, radiating solemnity, grandeur, and holiness. Everyone, including the boy beside Lucien, bowed their heads in silent prayer and adoration. The light converged and shot towards the azure sky, then arced back down upon reaching the vault, striking the pyre. Crimson flames erupted, engulfing the black-robed woman in a blaze taller than a person. She laughed maniacally, hurling curses. I shall watch from the flames as this sinful celestial kingdom is destroyed. I shall watch from the flames as this magnificent cathedral crumbles. I shall watch from the flames as you are forever damned. The piercing cries echoed as the black-robed woman and the pyre were reduced to ashes. This is not medieval Europe. This is a world with true divine arts and magic. My name is Lucien. Chapter 2. Along with myself as the evening sun pierced through the crimson clouds, it illuminated the serene square of the Adragan Cathedral. The bishop, holding a small sun in his hand, had lost its brilliant glow, now hanging from his chest as he turned to enter the church. The dazzling white light seemed to linger in Lucien's vision, its sacred and immense power still faintly felt. Overwhelmed by this revelation, Lucien had embraced his identity, burying the past deep within his heart, daring not to exhibit any signs of difference. The power of divine magic was formidable. He pondered whether he would ever have the opportunity to learn it. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck Lucien's left shoulder, causing him to sway precariously to the left. Oh, my poor little Evans, you are finally all right. This is all thanks to the Lord's protection. I feared you might end up like your father, never able to rise again after falling ill. Thank the Lord for allowing such a wonderful young man to continue living. The sudden jolt brought Lucien back to reality, revealing a stout woman, nearly twice his width, standing beside him. Tears streamed down her face as she repeatedly patted her shoulder with a hand that could rival a bear's paw. Lucien instinctively stepped aside to avoid being overwhelmed, opening his mouth to speak, but found no words came forth. How should he address this woman? Should he refer to himself as Lucien Evans? His evasive action only deepened the woman's sorrow. Poor little Evans, you must be confused from your illness. Look at that little face, so gaunt one can see the bones. Feeling an immense awkwardness, Lucien realized that, having traversed into this world, he had inherited no memories except for the ability to comprehend and speak the local language. Should he respond incorrectly, he might be mistaken for a demon possessed. Indeed, in a certain sense, Lucien's soul was currently occupied by a devil. A slender middle-aged man stood nearby, slightly hunched, with a head of graying gold hair, the passage of time etched into his once handsome face. To Lucien, this man resembled an angel, a radiant figure who rescued him from his embarrassment and anxiety. Annalisa, I am fully recovered, just a bit dizzy, Lucien managed to articulate, striving to avoid revealing any slip. The boy, On, who had brought Lucien to see the witch, half supported his mother while making a comical face. Brother Lucien isn't the kind of coward who dies from a single illness. Only you still think he needs looking after like a little child. Annalisa wiped her tears. Little Evans, seeing you recover brings me peace. It's all the fault of that wretched, evil witch who has already descended into hell. Supported by On, Annalisa ambled forward, continuing her lament. When she first moved into the house next to yours, she was so calm and beautiful, so refined. I thought if little John could marry such a girl, it would be a blessing from the Lord. But alas, she turned out to be a witch, stealing the remains of the deceased from the cemetery to cast her vile spells. Thankfully, the Lord's glory shines upon all. The night watchman from the court was present at the cemetery and apprehended her. Otherwise, who knows how many lives she would have taken in our Adragan district. Noticing Lucien's silence, the middle-aged man gently patted Lucien's shoulder, offering quiet consolation. Eliza tends to ramble, it's best to ignore her. Lucien, unsure of what to say, simply nodded. The man gazed at Aunt Eliza's retreating figure and sighed. Ah, the Eliza of yesteryears was a pure and passionate beauty, but after giving birth to little John, she seemed cursed by a devil, transforming in just a year into her current self. With a contemplative expression, he paused. I can no longer contend with her. Joel chuckled awkwardly. Alto is a city of song. Countless youths arrive daily in pursuit of musical dreams, yet how many truly succeed? Eliza, besides. Since little John began his training, I have sworn off alcohol. The stern look from Eliza made Joel shrink his shoulders, but she soon noticed Lucien's dazed expression. "Oh, forgive me, little Evans. I did not mean to bring this up. You have great talent. It's just that you haven't had the chance to train from a young age." Realizing she was inadvertently touching on Lucien's inner scars, Aunt Eliza quickly fell silent, signaling Joel to speak. Joel burst into laughter, patting Lucien's shoulder again. "Our little Evans could never be so fragile. He is destined to inherit his Uncle Joel's dream of becoming a musician." Feeling tumultuous, Lucien could only muster a smile. "Indeed, my dream is to become a musician." Noticing no unusual reaction from Lucien, Aunt Eliza resumed her chatter about mundane matters, granting Lucien further insight into the city he inhabited. This grand city, known as Alto, nestled near the dark mountains, bore the title of the City of Song, thriving and brimming with opportunities. Currently, he resided in the impoverished Adragan district of Alto, having seemingly lost his steady job of transporting goods in the market due to his recent illness. Before long, the four arrived at the small house where Lucien resided. Although Aunt Eliza intended to invite Lucien for dinner, he politely declined, needing solitude. As they parted ways, Aunt curiously whispered to Lucien, "Brother Lucien, when did your dream of becoming a musician begin?" "Just now," Lucien replied numbly, moving his lips. Aunt responded with a prolonged "oh." Upon entering the house, Lucien locked the door and sank into a chair, resting his elbows on the wooden table, burying his head in his arms. "I have crossed into another world. Moreover, a realm endowed with extraordinary powers. A single misstep could lead to being bound to a pyre and burned alive." The emotions stirred by witnessing the witch's grim fate erupted within him, leaving Lucien astonished, terrified, and fearful. It must be said that the environment and experiences shape a person profoundly. As time passed, darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings, and Lucien adapted to the fear, calming himself. Since he had already crossed over, any lingering anxiety or trepidation would be futile. He could only tread cautiously, one step at a time. Dying again might not afford him the chance to experience such a crossing again. Once his emotions settled, suppressing the longing and worry for his parents and friends, Lucien attempted to devise a plan for his life, only to be struck by a wave of hunger. His stomach felt ablaze, saliva uncontrollably pooling. Swallowing hard, Lucien recognized that satisfying his hunger was paramount. He interrupted his thoughts and walked to the only storage box in the room. Inside the dilapidated box, aside from some clothing, Lucien discovered 2 black, bread-like items and 7 shiny brass coins. His stomach now dictated his thoughts. He had no energy to contemplate anything else and seized one of the black breads, taking a hearty bite. With a crunch, he quickly covered his mouth. His teeth nearly shattered. Was this bread or a stick? Sniffing it, Lucien reluctantly confirmed it was indeed bread, albeit hard enough to incapacitate an adult. Suppressing his hunger, Lucien rummaged through the box until he found a flint. After several unsuccessful attempts, he finally ignited the wood in the stove, diligently beginning to roast the bread. As he roasted the bread, Lucien couldn't help but murmur about delectable dishes: braised pork, spicy chicken wings, steamed beef, kung pao chicken, his mouth watering uncontrollably. The dark bread was slightly softer, and Lucien couldn't help but take a bite, yet the dreadful taste was akin to chewing on sawdust. Nevertheless, Lucien devoured it ravenously, lamenting as he ate, "If I had to consume such fare every day, it would be better to perish. No, I must earn money. I must escape this life of destitution." As he indulged in his fanciful daydreams of mastering divine arts and becoming a bishop or priest, he recalled the elegantly attired bishops and priests he had seen before the church. Their inhuman strength and the noble status that accompanied it stirred something within him. Yet, he pondered, given his current circumstances, wouldn't he attending the church be akin to courting death? He wondered if there were other avenues to acquire such extraordinary power, perhaps through that divine grace. If he could not attain such strength, would the knowledge he possessed be of any use in this world? Upon closer inspection, Lucien's eyes widened in astonishment. Were these not the very books from the library? Had they transcended with him? Incredibly, his mind housed an entire library's worth of books. Not merely memories, but seemingly projections, each meticulously categorized for Lucien's perusal. As curiosity compelled him to sift through the volumes, he found, to his bewilderment, that the vast majority of them were inexplicably locked away from him. Chapter 3. Deep Night in a World Where Even Time Travel Has Become a Reality. The presence of a library in one's mind should not evoke astonishment. However, Lucien found himself perplexed, as a considerable portion of the tomes within his mental library remained inaccessible. their contents shrouded from view. Striving to maintain his composure and prevent his emotional turmoil from rendering the library intangible, Lucien meticulously turned the pages of each book, noting which volumes could be opened and which could not. Historical texts were readily accessible, as were works in economics and art. However, the mathematical, physical, chemical, and biological tomes presented a mixed bag. Some were open to him, while others were not. The volumes he could access primarily reflected the knowledge of secondary education. Yet the university library was unlikely to include such basic textbooks. Instead, it housed scattered educational research and medieval scholarly articles intended for student reference. Despite the vastness of the library, Lucien had only perused a fraction of its contents before encountering these anomalies, leaving him uncertain and bewildered. Having recently recovered from a severe illness, Lucien's body felt frail, and his mental state was similarly compromised. After flipping through numerous books, his mind grew foggy, and the sensation of the library began to fade. Drifting into a restless slumber, he was abruptly awakened by the sharp, incessant sounds of gnawing and squeaking, which shattered his dreams of delectable feasts and a warm, soft bed. Mice. Drowsily, Lucien turned over, attempting to return to his slumber. But the cacophony of rodents gnawing on wood and stone grew louder and more grating, disrupting the stillness of the night and rendering him unable to sleep. After what felt like an eternity, the gnawing persisted, forcing Lucien to pull the blanket over his ears. Yet, the sound seemed to penetrate every corner of the room, creating an environment that was anything but conducive to rest. What kind of existence was this? Frustrated, Lucien could not suppress a curse, feeling the weight of mental exhaustion. He was subsisting on the most unpalatable fare, akin to bread fermented with sawdust. His garments were threadbare linen that chafed against his skin, and his blanket, of indeterminate material, offered little warmth. Even the solace of sleep eluded him, overshadowed by the relentless chorus of squeaks, as if thousands of mice were at play. With clenched teeth, Lucien strained to discern the source of the noise. Since sleep was no longer an option, he resolved to confront the rodents, intending to slay a few to scare the rest away, vowing silently to escape this wretched life as soon as possible. Listening intently, he attempted to pinpoint the direction of the sounds. The squeaking morphed into a haunting, ethereal wailing that chilled him to the bone. In the stillness of the night, the rodent sounds faded, replaced by a sorrowful, mournful cry. Lucien's heart raced, his mind flooded with blood, and his senses sharpened to the point where he could hear the cold night wind rustling through the cracks of the door, while the weeping seemed to weave a haunting melody, both real and surreal. Suddenly, he sprang from his bed, instinctively opening the wooden chest and grasping the remaining piece of black bread as a makeshift weapon. After all, its density could serve to incapacitate an intruder. Thud, thud, thud. The sound resonated, accompanied by the mournful wails. Lucien puzzled over the source of the thudding, only to realize it was the thunder of his own heartbeat, pounding fiercely in his ears. A chilling breeze swept through the room as he tightly clutched the bread, fear creeping into his heart. This was a world replete with magic and sorcery. Could it be that a vengeful spirit was at play? Fortunately, having experienced time travel and witnessed the terrifying spectacle of sorcery and the burning of a living person, Lucien managed to keep his wits about him, calming his breath as he steeled himself against the oppressive atmosphere. Stepping cautiously toward the door, he endeavored to follow the direction of the weeping. The sorrowful cries were stark against the now quiet night, yet it seemed the neighbors were lost in slumber, oblivious to the disturbance. The cries appeared to emanate from beneath the wall on his right. As Lucien approached the door, the sound grew clearer. Wait. The dwelling to his right was the residence of the witch who had been burned. Lucien froze. Had not the church incinerated her abode? Was it possible there was a hidden cellar or secret chamber harboring her vengeful spirit and other mysteries? With thoughts of concealed chambers flooding his mind, Lucien's imagination ignited with visions of adventures, treasures, and magical tomes, a wave of avarice washing over him. Yet the wailing intensified, sending a shiver down his spine, jarring him back to reality. Even if treasures and magical notes lay hidden within, they would be protected by this grieving spirit. I am but a recently convalescent ordinary person, completely unaware of the potency of spirits in this realm. What could I possibly wield against such forces? I might be deceived, killed, or possessed. As clarity returned, Lucien's fears mounted. If he allowed greed to cloud his judgment and recklessly sought out these treasures, he would likely meet his demise. Yet, he could not simply wait idly. Who knew whether the spirit might come seeking him? Lucien's mind raced as he deliberated his next move. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He recalled a force he could invoke and cautiously made his way toward the door, wary of a spirit appearing behind him or before him. The black bread now slick with perspiration from his palms. With trepidation, he slowly opened the wooden door, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. As the door creaked ajar, the deep night enveloped him, and the cold wind swirled about. Lucien stepped into the darkness and spotted a distant flicker of light. No spirits appeared around him, and upon exiting his dwelling, the ghostly cries had diminished to a faint echo. He felt a modicum of relief, inhaling deeply before calling out, "There are ghosts. Ghosts that harm." His voice boomed, startling even himself with its intensity. A cacophony of barking erupted as wild dogs, frightened by his shout, began to howl. Amidst this commotion, Lucien hurried toward the church, knowing that the purification of spirits was best left to the professionals. Moreover, as the neighbor of a witch, he was likely under the church's scrutiny. In his previous life, this would have mattered little, but now, harboring the secret of his time travel, any lapse in vigilance could unveil his truth. By seeking help from the church regarding the witch, he could clear his name and reassure them of his innocence, alleviating any concerns of being watched. Lucien also pondered the possibility that church officials might covet the witch's treasures and silence him, leading him to shout about the ghost to rouse the townsfolk. In his haste, he could only contemplate these few aspects, unable to account for every detail. The church was not far, and soon Lucien beheld the faint glow of candlelight illuminating the building. 2 guards clad in silver chainmail stood at the entrance, and upon seeing him approach, one raised a hand to halt him, while the other unsheathed his sword, poised for action. Nighttime always held an air of danger. "What brings you to the church?" the guard inquired, extending his hand. Lucien, his voice betraying an unmistakable tension, declared, "There are ghosts. I have heard the lamentations of a spirit emanating from the cottage where the witch was burned today." Upon hearing this, the guard, equally flustered, did not question Lucien's words. Recognizing that such matters lay beyond the discernment of a mere squire, he instructed Dijon to remain in place under the watch of another guard, while he himself turned to enter the church to inform the watchful priest of the evening. The clattering of armor faded into the distance, gradually diminishing. Moments later, a young priest clad in a flowing white robe emerged from the church alongside the guard. Before the esteemed priest Benjamin, the 2 guards stood in silence, refraining from any movement that might disrupt the inquiry. Lucien recounted, with unwavering sincerity and respect, how he had perceived the ghostly weeping, his thoughts of seeking the church, and how he had managed the situation. Upon concluding, Benjamin smiled softly and commended him. "Well done. Your ability to overcome fear and report to the church demonstrates your piety towards the Lord." He praised Lucien further before addressing the guard. "Thompson, summon Gary, Paul, and the other 2. The witch was merely an apprentice. There is no need to alarm the bishop." "Yes, Lord Benjamin," Thompson replied succinctly. He understood well the authority of Benjamin, a formal priest, albeit of the first rank, who could effortlessly handle any magical traps left by an apprentice. A distinction far greater than that between a knight and a high-ranking squire, akin to the disparity between a formal priest and a high-ranking novice. Benjamin inquired a few more details from Lucien, learning his name, until the arrival of 4 guards clad in silver chainmail, exuding a formidable presence far surpassing that of Thompson. Outside the charred remains of the witch's cottage, a crowd had gathered, candle flames flickering like stars, twinkling in the presence of the silvery moon above. At that moment, Lucien realized that in this world, the moon shone with a silvery hue. The murmurs of the crowd, filled with anxiety, dissipated abruptly upon sighting Benjamin, replaced by a sense of reassurance as they gradually drew closer, engaging in hushed discussions. "I have not heard the sound of any ghost," some whispered. "Regardless, it is prudent for the priest to perform a purification." Lucien strained to listen and discerned the faint cries still echoing, pondering why none others seemed to perceive them. Benjamin, exhibiting no signs of perplexity, addressed Lucien calmly. "Indeed, there is a vengeful spirit." It was clear he too had heard the weeping. The 4 guards nodded in agreement, acknowledging that they had heard it as well. Chapter 4. The Red Eyes. Initially, Lucien was somewhat dazed, only to comprehend Benjamin's explanation once he had finished. Benjamin elucidated why he alone could hear the sound of weeping while the nearby residents remained in deep slumber, and even upon waking, they could discern nothing upon attentive listening. Without affording Lucien the opportunity to speak, Benjamin extended his gloved hands, continuing, "As for myself and the 4 guardians of the church, we are favored by the Lord. Thus we are able to hear this malevolent sound." Upon hearing this, the 4 guardians, who had been pacing back and forth, promptly made the sign of the cross over their chests, exclaiming in unison, "Only truth endures." With this proclamation, their spirits appeared somewhat invigorated. The residents of the impoverished district, observing from a distance, likewise murmured prayers, "Only truth endures." They then whispered amongst themselves, "Such is the power of the divine, truly befitting of the esteemed pastor." Amidst a halo of white light, an eerie blood-red hue manifested on a broken wall connecting the ruins to Lucien's dwelling, taking the shape of an opening. Under the influence of this peculiar incantation and magical phenomena, Lucien, along with the surrounding impoverished souls, was equally astounded, their emotions oscillating between rapture and dread. Yet, Lucien's fear was intertwined with a profound yearning. Benjamin withdrew his hands and commanded the guardians before him, "Gary, that is the secret passage. There are no magical traps. Proceed to open it." Gary puffed out his chest, the sound of his chainmail clinking resonating as he replied, "At once, Lord Benjamin." As Gary and another guardian approached the passage, Lucien, with his keen ears, caught Benjamin muttering under his breath, "Those arrogant fools at the court. All they can do is detect magical traps. Can they not learn to detect secret doors? Humph, simply because I am but a mere apprentice of magic, they disregard me?" With the direction of the divine, Gary showcased his formidable strength, demolishing the broken wall in just a few blows. Subsequently, the other guardian drew his long sword, bellowing as he struck down, shattering a mechanism and revealing the dark opening at the corner of the wall. The opening was small, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. A gust of wind wafted through, bringing with it a foul stench. Benjamin wrinkled his brow, covering his nose and mouth with his gloved right hand, while Lucien nearly retched, instinctively stepping back 2 paces. Gary scrutinized the interior of the opening and hurried back. "Lord Benjamin, this secret passage leads to the sewers." Benjamin, with his golden brows furrowed, gazed at Gary, his voice low and muffled as if his nose was somewhat pinched. "Are you certain?" Benjamin remained silent. As a noble and elegant pastor, a member of the illustrious Rafati family, the thought of the filth and stench within the sewers unsettled him. Furthermore, among the divine incantations he had mastered, none possessed a purification spell. To employ one, incantations, gestures, and materials must be perfectly coordinated, and no one knew the location of the secret chamber within the sewers. Traversing it would require several purification spells. After all, he was merely an apprentice of magic, bearing the holy emblem of truth. What could possibly go awry? Benjamin thought nonchalantly, then turned his gaze to Lucien. Loosening his grip on his right hand, his tone returning to a dignified calmness, "You have been in the company of the witch. Your body must be tainted by malevolent forces and requires atonement for cleansing. However, your piety towards the Lord has moved me. I shall lend you my holy emblem. Should you manage to purify the forces left by the wicked witch, you shall regain the Lord's favor. Go forth, Lucien, act in the name of the Lord. His gaze shall be upon you." Having successfully led Benjamin, Gary, and the others to the church, Lucien felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. With the pastor and the guardians present, vanquishing the vengeful spirits should prove manageable. Moreover, even if it were to become arduous, it would not fall upon him, a mere ordinary person whose body had only recently recuperated. Thus, upon hearing Benjamin's words, Lucien's mind immediately buzzed with disbelief. He expects me to purify the vengeful spirits? I am but an ordinary person. Noticing the astonishment and reluctance etched on Lucien's face, Benjamin inquired gently, "Are you unwilling?" Regardless of whether Benjamin genuinely harbored disdain for the sewer's filth or possessed ulterior motives, botching this seemingly simple task would bring him no advantage. Benjamin paid no heed to Lucien's rigidity, removing the holy emblem from around his neck and presenting it to Lucien. "This is the holy emblem of truth. Shortly, I shall cast a blessing spell upon you. With it, you will find it easier to concentrate. And by combining the incantations with your spirit and the friction of your fingers against the emblem, you will be able to channel the divine power contained within." Once Lucien subdued his emotions, curiosity enveloped him regarding the holy emblem capable of invoking divine magic. The emblem, with a golden base, bore a softly glowing white cross. Surrounding the cross were intricate patterns of deep gold, interwoven with various lines and geometric shapes, such as circles, triangles, squares, and rectangles, creating an enigmatic and solemn presence that accentuated the cross. As he held the emblem, Lucien immediately felt a gentle warmth permeating his being, enveloping him with a soothing power. Even amidst the chill of the night breeze, as if basking in sunlight. The emblem contained 2 minor divine spells, light and minor healing, each usable 3 times a day, along with 3 first-tier spells, Holy Shield, Radiant Blade, and Holy Strike, each limited to 1 use per day. Now, pay close attention to their incantations. With no avenue for retreat, Lucien understood he must descend, rendering the power of divine magic crucial to him. Thus, he dedicated himself to mastering the incantations Benjamin imparted. Benjamin subtly nodded, extending his right hand. This time, no incantation was uttered. A pure white light enveloped Lucien, gradually dissipating and leaving him invigorated, imbued with an unprecedented vitality. While his mind sharpened, allowing him to hear distant voices with clarity, the pastor was allowing Lucien to descend and had bestowed the holy emblem upon him. Did he not hear? It was the pastor's benevolence that permitted Lucien to cleanse himself of his sins. Praise the Lord, praise the pastor. Lucien, still lacking much common knowledge of this world, accepted the blessing spell and quietly awaited Benjamin to cast it upon Gary and the other 2 guardians. After every blessing spell, there was an interval of approximately 2 to 3 seconds. Once this was accomplished, Benjamin addressed Lucien and the others. Paul will guard the entrance to the secret passage. Gary, Hassan, and Korea, you 3 shall accompany Lucien down. His expression then turned grave as he traced the sign of the cross upon his chest. May the Lord's glory protect you. Only truth endures. Fortunately, Benjamin seemed unconcerned, watching as the 4 of them slowly entered the passage leading to the sewers. Another guardian, Paul, lowered his voice to voice a lingering doubt. Lord Benjamin, why him? With incantations and the holy emblem, he, along with Gary and the other guardians, could equally invoke the divine magic within, albeit their efforts would be slightly slower than that of the esteemed pastor or those wicked sorcerers. It would still be preferable to entrusting this task to one who possessed no knowledge or training. Benjamin regarded the entrance to the passage. Covering his nose and mouth with his right hand, his voice low and barely audible, his mental acuity surpasses that of an average individual, allowing him to better channel the magic within the emblem. However, he is too old, possessing no further potential for cultivation. Upon entering the passage, a noxious blend of odors assaulted Lucien's senses, causing him to gag involuntarily. You, a lad residing in the Artisan district, find yourself so ill at ease with the odor of the sewers. It appears that your impoverishment is not as dire as I had imagined. Whether in the city of sanctity or in Anti-Flare, the sewers teem with those who are truly destitute, lacking even the most dilapidated of dwellings. Before Lucien, as they ventured into the hidden passage, Korea made a sardonic remark. He bore a visage distinct from Gary and Benjamin, with a black crown of hair, high cheekbones, and sunken cheeks. Korea shrugged, sealed his lips, and advanced a few paces within the narrow passage, then leapt into the labyrinthine sewers. Lucien followed suit, landing upon a slick, damp surface of unknown origin. Such substances were ubiquitous, while the surrounding walls teemed with peculiar moss that emitted a faint luminescence, preventing the sewers from being engulfed in utter darkness. Gary lowered his voice, stating, Hassan, Korea, and I are elevated knights' attendants. Thus, when you invoke the sacred emblem, be mindful of your coordination. The moment danger arises, immediately summon the Sword of Radiance. He sported a golden beard, yet his every movement exuded a calmness that instilled reassurance, subtly guiding the dynamics among the 4 guardians. Upon finishing, Gary gripped his long sword in his right hand and a round shield in his left, beckoning Hassan, Korea, and Lucien to follow as they sought the source of the ghostly wails. Lucien, lacking common sense, found himself bemused. How was he to discern the capabilities of elevated knights' attendants? However, he dared not pose such inquiries to Gary and the others. Yet, the specially trained guardians, alongside Lucien, whose mental acuity was commendable, easily determined their direction under the blessing spell. After navigating several intersections, they halted at an unremarkable corner of the sewer. Gary, observing the moss-laden walls, spoke to Lucien with a calm seriousness, summoned the Sword of Radiance. As Lucien concentrated on the sacred emblem, he felt his spirit suffused with brilliant light, and a glimmering sword of light gradually materialized before him. Is that my voice? The incantation resonated in a low, raspy tone, peculiar and enigmatic, amplified by the divine power. Startling even Lucien himself. Grasping the luminous sword and feeling its celestial force, Lucien's heart surged with fervor, but Gary's words promptly brought him back to reality. Strike the wall. The power of the Sword of Radiance neutralizes all magical traps. You are merely a magic apprentice. Observing Gary's indicated position, Lucien trembled slightly. Fully aware that he was about to confront a mysterious and formidable magical force, with all its perils remaining shrouded in uncertainty. A timid and naive fellow, Korea scoffed. Lucien understood that he had no choice but to press on, inhaling deeply as the horrid stench gradually calmed his nerves, mentally shouting, "It is but death." With resolve, he swung the Sword of Radiance fiercely against the slimy, repugnant wall. A flash of white light erupted, and the stone yielded like soft clay, unable to resist. As Lucien cleaved through, it felt as though he were severing some inexplicable entity, a strange sensation of fragmentation resonating forth. As wisps of black vapor dissipated beneath the blade of the radiant sword, the entire wall collapsed, revealing a profound darkness within. Suddenly, two eerie, cold, and malevolent red points ignited in the void. Those two crimson glimmers multiplied, densely filling the surrounding blackness. Lucien's throat went dry, tension gripped his psyche, and sweat beaded on his palms. It seemed as though he beheld a multitude of eyes staring back at him. Chapter 5. Mutation. Confronted by this bizarre and terrifying scene, Lucien felt an overwhelming sensation of trembling limbs and a pounding head. His thoughts became a chaotic tangle of what to do and what not to do, resulting in him standing frozen in fear, utterly unresponsive. The holy emblem. Wait, I possess the holy emblem of truth. In his panic, Lucien recalled his greatest reliance and instinctively focused his mind, attempting to recite the incantation to summon the divine light shield, for self-protection was paramount. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated in Lucien's ears, causing his spine to tense and his hair to stand on end, abruptly halting his frantic thoughts. Light. Gary's steady voice reached his ears. It was Gary who had roused Lucien, Korea, and Hausen from their disorientation with that powerful shout. A sphere of white light materialized before them, dispelling the suffocating darkness. Before Lucien's eyes appeared a swarm of black rats, their size unremarkable. Yet their eyes glowed a menacing red. They crowded the floors and walls of a dim chamber, clinging to bizarre humanoid plants, their sheer numbers sending a shiver down Lucien's spine. As the white light emerged, the rats, as if sensing a natural enemy, squeaked furiously and surged toward Lucien, Gary, and the others. As the red-eyed rats dispersed, the layout of the chamber revealed itself to Lucien and his companions. A desk in the corner bore 3 tomes flickering with an eerie luminescence, while a peculiar, expansive table occupied the center, adorned with strange patterns in red, blue, and green, strikingly reminiscent of the designs surrounding the holy emblem of truth. Upon this table lay small cauldrons, pots, and glass vials. Neither Lucien nor Gary had the luxury of examining their surroundings in detail, for the foul-smelling horde of frenzied rats was upon them. The silent Hausen and the sharp-tongued Korea, awakened by Gary's shout, skillfully readied their swords and shields, flanking Gary to form a simple battle formation. They faced rats rather than more grotesque monsters, and influenced by Gary's calm demeanor, Lucien's tension began to ease. Though the sheer number of rats still instilled a sense of dread, the foremost red-eyed rat leapt toward Lucien, mouth agape to reveal its long, sharp fangs. Gripping the radiant sword with one hand, Lucien hastily swung the blade toward the rat, channeling light into the strike. The sword conjured by divine magic was far sharper than a typical knight's sword, yet in his frantic haste, Lucien miscalculated the rat's leap and missed entirely. The radiant blade merely grazed the rat, singeing its black fur as it spread the burn into its flesh. However, the rat was already upon Lucien, its cold, red eyes piercingly clear, the stench of decay wafting from its mouth. As the rat lunged for Lucien's chest, he found himself helpless, devoid of any means to defend himself. Suddenly, a glinting sword sliced through the air, severing the red-eyed rat in two. Do not panic. If you cannot defend, avoid the vital points. I have healing magic. Gary's deep voice resonated. Simultaneously, Korea's sharp tone pierced the air. Fall back. Stay close to us. Are you trying to get yourself killed standing out there alone? In this chaotic moment, regardless of any negative impressions they may have held of Lucien, Gary, Korea, and Hausen recognized that he, wielding the holy emblem, was a force not to be underestimated. Moreover, should any further threats arise, he could prove pivotal in turning the tide. No one knew what other monsters or magical traps lay in wait beyond the red-eyed rats. After narrowly escaping the rat's bite, Lucien exhaled a silent sigh of relief, regaining his composure. In contrast to Gary, a seasoned knight squire with training and extensive combat experience, Lucien felt woefully inexperienced, immature, and utterly at a loss when faced with danger and sudden changes. Not everyone is a natural-born fighter, nor does everyone possess the extraordinary gift of remaining calm in perilous situations. In his first authentic battle, Lucien considered it a stroke of fortune to have an expert like Gary at his side to guide and assist him, an invaluable experience for future confrontations with danger. This time, Lucien maintained his composure, striking with the radiant sword while gradually retreating to Gary and the other's side. The red-eyed rats were now not just a few, but dozens, with an endless tide of them surging forth. The brilliance emanating from his sword appeared to form a pale barrier before Lucien as the rats collided with the blade. Splitting apart with a sickening thud, their insides charred and devoid of blood. Those that evaded the sword's arc began to dry and scorch, either falling before Lucien or being struck down by Gary and Korea flanking him. "Hey lad, well done. That strike took out over 10 of those monstrous rats," Korea whistled. Though it was unclear whether he was praising or mocking, Lucien felt no pride. His ability to slay so many red-eyed rats was solely due to the power of the radiant sword and Gary's guidance. At that moment, he sensed the sword's energy beginning to wane. Having dispatched the red-eyed rats, Lucien felt himself acclimating to the chaotic scene. Gary, in tandem with Lucien's strikes, continuously thrust and swung his sword to repel the remaining rats. "Stay calm. We have enough strength left to eliminate these creatures." After fending off a wave, the rats charged again, a dark mass that seemed to number in the hundreds. Lucien's strikes grew more adept, though a flicker of fear lingered in his heart, concerned he might not manage to fend off the throng. Still, he placed his trust in Gary and Korea, confident they would help him combat the encroaching rats. The radiant sword sliced through the air, leaving behind a beautiful trail of light as countless red-eyed rats collided with it, increasing the strain on Lucien's hands. As an untrained commoner, he almost lost his grip on the sword. The sheer volume of rats was overwhelming, even as the sword rained down upon them. Many still broke through Lucien's defenses, slipping past the barrier of light he created. With so many rushing forward, unless Gary and Korea could strike 5 or 6 times in a heartbeat, they would be unable to fend them off. Lucien realized he had no time to swing the radiant sword again. He could only worry that perhaps the higher knight squires trained by the church possessed powers akin to divine magic. As Lucien pondered this, 2 small, round shields wrapped in silvery gray metal emerged from the sides, not the sharp knightly swords he had expected. With fierce momentum, the shield struck out, generating a cacophony of impact sounds as dozens of red-eyed rats were sent flying, falling lifelessly to the ground. Korea chuckled. Good knights wield more than just swords. They must also master the use of shields. As Lucien breathed a sigh of relief, he continued to wield the radiant sword against the onslaught of rats. After repeated failed attempts to bite, the red-eyed rats seemed to sense a shift. Some ceased their leaps and charged from the ground, while others scaled the walls to attack from above. The situation grew perilous. "Leave the overhead to me." The usually taciturn and robust Housen suddenly spoke. Lucien, while wielding the radiant sword from above to intercept the red-eyed mice descending from the air and surging from the ground, inquired, "Shall we employ the holy light shield?" Gary shook his head. "Let us wait a moment." The 4 of them resembled a small vessel amidst tumultuous waves, teetering precariously among the red-eyed mice that fell from the sky, surged from the ground, and leapt through the air, as if they might be overwhelmed at any moment. Suddenly, Housen's defense faltered, and a red-eyed mouse landed upon Korea's shoulder. Korea, with his sword and shield braced before him, was caught unawares and felt the sharp bite on his neck, letting out a pained grunt. With a shake of his shoulder, he cast off the red-eyed mouse. Korea grimaced. "My wound feels numb. They seem to possess some venom." "Very well, I shall invoke the healing divine art," Lucien remarked, as he began to caress the holy emblem with his free left hand. Before he could finish his words, he too emitted a muffled groan, having been bitten between his boot and knee guard by another red-eyed mouse. This encounter prompted Gary, Korea, and Housen to alter their combat styles. Although the mice could bite, their teeth lacked the sharpness to pierce armor. Consequently, they relaxed their defenses slightly in the areas protected by chainmail and greaves, concentrating their efforts on safeguarding other vulnerable spots. And the situation improved considerably. Only Lucien, clad in a linen tunic and matching trousers with no protection whatsoever, was immediately bitten on the ankle by a red-eyed mouse. A tingling, itchy sensation surged from his ankle, quickly spreading upwards, and Lucien nearly lost his balance, parched and desperately craving water. Your constitution is significantly weaker than ours. Utilize the holy light shield first, then the healing divine art. Gary assessed the situation. At this point, nearly half of the red-eyed mice had been vanquished. Without hesitation, Lucien focused his mind and stroked the holy emblem, Smen. A strange and mystical incantation resonated, conjuring a pale white light shield around Lucien. After casting the divine art, he felt his concentration wane, so he stepped forward, using the holy light shield and the radiant sword to fend off all incoming red-eyed mice. The mice that evaded the radiant sword charged at the holy light shield, but as the light flickered, the shield remained steadfast, granting Gary and Korea the opportunity to dispatch and send the mice flying. After a few moments, Lucien regained his focus, stroked the holy emblem once more, and recited the cumbersome incantation, Gul-Ti. A beam of white light emanated from the holy emblem's cross, cascading down to Lucien's feet, instantly alleviating the itching sensation. With Lucien standing firm behind the holy light shield, although Korea and Gary occasionally found themselves bitten, the tide of battle gradually turned. As the number of red-eyed mice dwindled, the danger began to recede. Lucien took the opportunity to heal the wounds of Korea and Gary. Before long, Korea felled a red-eyed mouse with a decisive strike, sending its blood splattering, and sighed in relief. At last, we have cleared them out. The ground was strewn with the corpses of red-eyed mice, pooling with dark red blood. Lucien stared in astonishment at the scene, scarcely able to believe it was his doing. Gary nodded approvingly. Lucien, you have done well. Taking a breath, Gary instructed, Hausen, accompany Lucien into the secret chamber. With Lucien protected by the holy light shield and Hausen having remained at the rear, untouched by the mice, Gary was keen to leverage each person's strengths. Yet, just moments before, the steady Hausen, who had repelled the red-eyed mice overhead and guarded the three from behind, had inexplicably vanished. A chill ran down Lucien's spine once more. Chapter 6. Unexpected. Neither Lucien nor Gary nor Korea heard the sounds of battle, the cries of anguish, or the noise of hurried departures. The tall and robust, yet taciturn and formidable high-ranking knight attendant, Hawthorne, had vanished without a trace. A chilling sensation surged from Lucien's feet, spreading throughout his body, causing his breath to become slightly labored. Gripping the radiant sword tightly, Lucien swiftly turned to look behind him. On the walls of the nearby sewer, green moss shimmered with a faint glow, and the absence of Hawthorne rendered the scene unsettlingly eerie. Suddenly, a scream pierced the silence. As Lucien instinctively glanced in that direction, he saw a rat, as large as a human, pouncing upon Korea, its sharp claws piercing into his shoulder, shredding through the hardened chainmail, blood gushing forth and staining the silvery armor. Its crimson eyes held a semblance of mockery. However, its gaping maw, lined with terrifying teeth, clashed against the long sword that Korea had managed to position just in time. As a high-ranking knight attendant, Korea had saved his life using the most precise swordsmanship in this perilous moment, while his left hand wielded a shield, delivering a powerful blow to the creature's abdomen. The fear that had already surfaced paled in comparison to the unknown, at least for Lucien, a red-eyed giant rat of ordinary human size, moving silently, was far more acceptable than the mysterious disappearance of his comrade. Taking a deep breath, Lucien did not hesitate. He swung the radiant sword toward the red-eyed giant rat to rescue Korea. But then, a low, beastly growl erupted from behind him. Gary was in trouble too. As Lucien recalled Gary standing behind him, a sharp knight's sword struck fiercely into his back. The holy light shield flickered with a pale glow, dimming significantly, while the immense force knocked Lucien off balance, causing him to stagger several steps forward. The knight's sword pursued him relentlessly, and in that frantic moment, Lucien struggled to maintain his balance, finding it difficult to wield the radiant sword, let alone concentrate on reciting the incantation to invoke divine magic. In a state of panic, Lucien evaded, his mind racing. Why did Gary attack me? The assault from the knight's sword came from behind. If it wasn't Gary, then the only possibility was that Gary had met his demise. Yet, after being struck multiple times, Lucien realized he felt no pain. His panic gradually subsided. He possessed the holy light shield, so why was he still trying to regain his balance and engage in hand-to-hand combat? This thought flashed through his mind. When the knight's sword swung at him again, Lucien instinctively fell to the ground, rolling over, his left hand already poised to grasp the holy emblem. At that moment, Lucien finally discerned who was attacking him. Indeed, it was Gary, steady and reserved Gary. Yet his facial muscles were contorted, his eyes glowed with a red hue. And he exuded primal ferocity. Could it be that the toxin from the red-eyed rat had not been entirely neutralized and could induce a loss of rationality, transforming him into a bloodthirsty beast? Upon seeing Gary's condition, Lucien pondered this possibility, yet he found it perplexing that he felt no ill effects himself. Lucien had no time to dwell on these doubts and curiosities. He focused intently, his left hand grasping the cross on the holy emblem, preparing to intone the incantation. The ironclad round shield struck with force against the holy light shield, causing it to tremble violently. Although this shield blow did not shatter the holy light shield, the resulting shockwave left Lucien gasping for air, the incantation lodged in his throat. As a knight attendant with aspirations of becoming a true knight, only someone who had never mastered even the basics of spellcasting concentration could be thwarted by a knight attendant. Any apprentice priest or mage with a Tier 1 holy emblem and an activated holy light shield should have ensured Gary's demise long ago. In face of an equal, the spellcaster always held the absolute advantage. Lucien was distressed by his inability to concentrate and unleash divine magic, while Korea was becoming increasingly endangered, seemingly growing weaker. His right hand clutching the long sword pressed tightly against his chest, a barely perceptible tremor in his wrist. Fortunately, the humanoid giant rat entangled with him also appeared to be losing strength, less ferocious than before. Unable to utter the incantation, Lucien decided to cleave upward with the radiant sword, abandoning his fixation on invoking divine power. Through the skirmish with the red-eyed rat, Lucien had gained an understanding of the sword's sharpness. It far exceeded the knight's sword that Gary wielded. Under the heavy strike of Gary's shield, Lucien's sword swung wildly, lacking stability and unable to target Gary's vital points. Yet, faced with the sunlit blade, Gary did not resemble a mindless beast. Instead, he quickly raised his knight's sword to block. He seemed unwilling to retreat. Should he distance himself from Lucien, he would be perilously exposed to divine magic. Even as a fully fledged knight empowered by bloodline strength, the radiant sword clashed against the knight's sword but produced no clear metallic ring. Deep gashes appeared on the round shield, nearly cleaving it in two. Just as Lucien prepared to counterattack, the radiant sword, now significantly dimmed, suddenly shattered, fragments of light scattering in all directions. Having begun to lose its power when it cleaved through the wall laced with magical traps, the radiant sword finally exhausted its energy, unable to sustain itself. Lucien was momentarily stunned, and Gary seized the opportunity to swing his round shield with force, striking heavily against the now thinned and dimmed holy light shield. Splintering shards of the shield flew through the air, and after a brief flicker, the holy light shield vanished entirely. Lucien's greatest reliance, the holy light shield, had shattered after enduring a relentless barrage of attacks. With no time to reflect on the myriad mistakes he had made due to his lack of combat experience or composure, Lucien caressed the cross on the holy emblem, desperately focusing his mind to recite the incantation. However, Gary interrupted Lucien's incantation, his other hand swiftly clamping around Lucien's neck with a fierce grip. Lucien's right hand struggled against Gary's fingers, but even after such a prolonged battle, Gary, as a high-ranking knight attendant, retained considerable strength compared to Lucien, an ordinary individual. Breathing became increasingly difficult, pain shooting through Lucien's neck, and darkness began to cloud his vision. His left hand, clutching the holy emblem, was pinned against his chest, and Gary's grip held Lucien firmly in place. The heavy, beast-like panting echoed in Lucien's ears, the cold touch of the iron gauntlet sending shivers down his spine, sharpening his fading consciousness. As his spirit drifted, Lucien experienced a peculiar sensation of detachment. As if observing from a distance, his will to survive surged, and his mind broke through some unseen barrier, spreading like the tide. At that moment, the grip of Gary's right hand around Lucien's neck weakened significantly, reminiscent of the exhausted Korea and the humanoid giant rat, granting Lucien a precious opportunity to breathe. It is rather peculiar that Gary suddenly lost his strength, and with each passing moment, his power diminished further. However, Lucien, having learned invaluable lessons from previous encounters, refrained from being dazed, astonished, or overwhelmed with doubt. Instead, he concentrated his spirit towards the sacred emblem of truth. Upon making contact, Lucien's consciousness jolted as if he had plunged into an ocean of divine light. Intricate patterns formed by lines, circles, triangles, squares, and crosses magnified into senses, each imbued with profound mysteries. Upon closer examination, Lucien discerned that the cross emanated a scent reminiscent of Benjamin, an indescribable aroma. Curiously, Lucien reached out to touch the cross, which suddenly erupted in a frenzy as though it had been violated. One of the peculiar patterns around him flared to life, its brilliance coalescing into a formidable and terrifying force. As the beam of light shot forth, drawing strength from its surroundings, it grew increasingly formidable. Gary, sensing an immense danger, hastily attempted to evade it. Yet, at such close proximity, no matter how swift his reaction, he was unable to escape. The pure white beam vaporized his right hand along with a portion of his shoulder, leaving the wound charred and devoid of blood. Is it possible to invoke divine magic without incantations or rituals? This thought flashed through Lucien's mind as he swiftly rolled aside, fearing that Gary might still possess some fighting spirit despite the onslaught. In that roll, Lucien realized that he too felt an unusual weakness in his limbs, devoid of strength. And as he rolled, he glanced towards Gary. "What is this?" Lucien exclaimed in astonishment, for the scene before him was entirely beyond his expectations. Gary lay on the ground, his eyes half open, nearly lifeless, yet the twisted expression on his face and the red glow that once emanated from his eyes had vanished. Surrounding them, the pools of bizarre crimson blood left by the slain red-eyed rats had, unbeknownst to him, evaporated into a faint red mist, enveloping the entire chamber and the adjacent sewer. Within the chamber, the peculiar humanoid plant unfurled its branches in the delicate red mist, appearing exceedingly content. On the other side, the battle had undergone unimaginable transformations. It was not a giant rat that battled with Korea for survival, but rather, it was Hassan, the reticent and taciturn Hassan. Their knightly swords were interlocked within each other's bodies. Chapter 7. Harvest and Temptation Illusion. Upon contemplating this notion, Lucien found himself forming a tentative hypothesis. Focusing his attention, he summoned that sensation of mental expansion, and thus the scene ceased to shift. The crimson mist no longer distorted, everything stabilized. Indeed, it was Korea and Hassan engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Their bodies bore numerous wounds, blood flowing profusely, and their movements appeared exceedingly slow and laborious, as if they had reached their limits. Was the blood of the red-eyed rat inherently hallucinogenic, or did it induce such effects only after being absorbed and transformed by that peculiar plant? What a clever magical trap this was. Lucien finally understood that both Hassan's disappearance and Gary's sudden assault were influenced by illusions, which likely began from the moment the first red-eyed rat was slain. By the time their senses were completely obscured, distinguishing reality had become nearly impossible. Only Lucien, having received the protection of the holy light shield later on, was able to extricate himself from the delusion. The holy light emanating from the emblem of truth not only vaporized Gary's right hand and part of his shoulder, but also penetrated upward, directly striking the stone ceiling above the chamber, creating a deep gash. Debris rained down as if the entire room were on the verge of collapse. Amidst the scattering of rubble and dust, the faint crimson mist dissipated somewhat, allowing Lucien to regain a measure of strength. Uncertain whether other successive magical traps lay ahead, he dared not relax, even momentarily, and began to contemplate strategies. The emblem of truth could no longer activate any divine spells aside from 2 light spells, leaving him devoid of his greatest reliance. Even his bodily strength was severely diminished due to the paralyzing effects of the faint crimson mist. Suddenly, Lucien noticed that peculiar plant swaying amidst the falling rubble. Aside from conjuring illusions, did it possess no other means of self-defense? An epiphany struck him. He mustered his weakened limbs to rise and approached the strange plant. With legs unsteady, he stumbled forward slowly, several times falling into the debris, sustaining numerous cuts and bruises, and experiencing excruciating pain, with blood seeping from several wounds. Gritting his teeth, Lucien inhaled sharply, suppressing the agony. Drawing strength from the pain, he laboriously made his way beside the strange plant. After enduring a series of tribulations, the naivete and bewilderment he once felt had diminished significantly. Without delay, He held his breath, cautiously yet resolutely extending his right hand to grasp the plant's main stem. Beneath his grip, he felt pulsating veins and a stream of blood coursing. Sensing he was not merely holding a plant, but a living entity. With a sudden tug, he pulled sideways. The strange plant's branches and leaves recoiled, emitting a sharp and mournful wail, akin to a dying creature. Not having severed it in one motion, Lucien exerted more force. The plant continued to shriek in despair while simultaneously extending its branches toward him. A damp, slimy sensation enveloped his skin, countless tiny spines burrowing into his flesh. Lucien fought to suppress his fear and dread, tugging once more with all his might. The weeping ceased abruptly as Lucien was splattered with the faint crimson liquid from within the plant. The metallic scent filled the air, causing his limbs to weaken further, and he had to lean against the stone wall to avoid collapsing. As he tore the plant asunder, the faint crimson mist surrounding them thickened, nearly congealing into a liquid. The 3 tomes on the nearby desk, shimmering with a faint light, began to corrode upon contact with this dense mist, disintegrating from the first page to the last within mere seconds, so swiftly that Lucien's nearby companions could not discern their contents. Given Lucien's current state of paralysis, he was unable to intervene. Even taking a single step felt arduous. The desk stood empty, yet curiously, aside from the spot where the 3 tomes had been, no other signs of corrosion were evident. After a moment of puzzlement, Lucien realized the critical nature of the situation. It appeared to be yet another magical trap. Once the concentration of the crimson mist reached a certain threshold, the magical traps inscribed within those tomes activated autonomously, destroying themselves to prevent them from falling into enemy hands. A pity for those tomes, Lucien lamented inwardly. They contained invaluable knowledge of mundane magic. Suddenly, Lucien was struck with surprise, noticing an unusual glimmer emanating from the library within his soul. Curiosity piqued, he delved into it, and his eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a brand-new bookshelf materializing, inscribed with the word magic, arcane, and upon it rested the very 3 tomes he had just witnessed. Could it be that this library possessed the ability to collect books? But how did the content manifest? Lucien was taken aback. Perhaps the contents were recorded in real time. Although those tomes had corroded rapidly, if the process were slowed, they would likely decay page by page. Could it be that this strange library had the capability to document the entirety of their content, thus projecting these 3 tomes? It was improbable that such content could be fabricated from thin air. Currently, Lucien could only speculate, requiring further experiments with other texts to ascertain the truth. Gazing at the 3 magical tomes, he hesitated, having previously felt regret. Would learning magic in this world, where divine powers could openly incinerate sorcerers, prove too perilous? Unable to reach a decision, Lucien set the matter aside for the time being. After all, he and his companions were still within the confines of the chamber and had yet to escape danger entirely. Thus, he began to gather strength. With the peculiar plant vanquished, the faint crimson mist began to dissipate, allowing Korea and Hausen to gradually break free from the illusions. They stared at one another in astonishment. But their clarity had come too late. Both were teetering on the brink of death. Benjamin, lying on the ground, groaned softly as Lucien activated the emblem of truth, unleashing the holy light upon Gary. He lowered his right hand, gazing uncertainly at the secret passage. Lord Benjamin, guard Paul, observing Benjamin's strange demeanor, inquired anxiously. Under the silvery moonlight, Benjamin's expression turned grave. He murmured, "A disturbance has arisen below. My spiritual imprint within the emblem has been triggered. Damn it, just a mere apprentice mage, and yet he has brought us to this point. Utterly useless. Paul, wait here for me. If I have not emerged within 5 minutes, seek aid from the bishop." It was precisely because of the spiritual imprint within the emblem that Benjamin had felt secure in allowing Lucien to wield the emblem of truth. Otherwise, even though the emblem, as a standard magical artifact, was significantly weaker than Benjamin's own abilities and other divine artifacts, he would never have casually entrusted it to another. Little did he anticipate that his spiritual imprint would be activated, failing to prevent the unwarranted surge of divine magic at a critical moment. Negligence and carelessness have always been companions of arrogance and prejudice. In Benjamin's heart, a profound bias against knights, who relied upon their bloodline and physical strength, persisted. He regarded them as crude and ignoble, fundamentally inferior to the noble spellcasters who sought the mysteries of the world, even if those spellcasters were malevolent sorcerers. Thus, he believed they were unworthy of wielding divine artifacts, leading him to unconsciously entrust the emblem of truth to Lucien, whose mental prowess surpassed that of ordinary individuals. This attitude stemmed from Benjamin's lineage and his experiences throughout his life. As one of the most powerful families in the Principality of Valorlet, the Rafati family, while relying on the divine grace of their bloodline, differs from the knights. They wield their bloodline powers to cast spells, truly embodying the role of spellcasters. Benjamin, despite being a member of the Rafati family with a diluted bloodline that hinders his innate powers, distinguished himself during his time at the monastery, eventually becoming a priest and steadfastly pursuing the path of a spellcaster. However, now, as a formal priest, he finds himself in a predicament due to a minor oversight that could adversely affect his standing within the church, prompting his hasty departure. Paul shared a similar astonishment. How could there be unforeseen complications with the holy emblem of truth? Could there be other formal spellcasters involved? As Lucien regained some strength and was about to lean against the stone wall to exit the secret chamber, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. His heart raced, and he braced himself. If it were a magical creature left behind by the witch or one of her allies, escape would be nearly impossible. Upon recognizing Benjamin's white, holy robe, Lucien exhaled a sigh of relief, yet he remained cautious, understanding that the secret chamber was an ideal place for silence and death. The Lapland Bloodvine. Benjamin surveyed the chamber and, drawing from his magical knowledge and understanding of botany, quickly deduced the situation. He comprehended why Lucien, who was moving slowly against the wall, and Gary, who was on the brink of death, had ended up in such dire straits. Thankfully, they were still alive. This young man was fortunate. His mental prowess had increased to the level of a low-tier apprentice priest, likely triggered by the shock of his recent breakthrough that had stirred his mental imprint. Alas, the church was no longer the formidable entity it was over 300 years ago, where innate talent alone could suffice for mastering divine arts. Without a solid foundation built from early years of systematic study in divine knowledge, one could never attain the status of a formal priest. It must be said that it was indeed the arcane emperor who ushered in a golden age of unprecedented advancements in divine arts and magic over the past 4 centuries. As a member of the Rafati family, Benjamin possessed a broader understanding of the world's circumstances compared to most priests, and his faith seemed less fervent. More accurately, Benjamin, as a member of the nobility, found himself at odds with his role within the church. Furthermore, following the great theological conference over 300 years ago, the church had split into 2 factions, each accusing the other of heresy. Despite this division, the acquisition of divine arts remained unaffected, leading many bishops and cardinals to privately question the existence of the divine and whether this was a test for the faithful. Such sentiments had a direct influence on every young individual aspiring to become a priest over the centuries, including Benjamin. Moreover, to adapt to the rapidly evolving times, successive popes had incorporated knowledge obtained from great archmages into the theological foundations, which, while accelerating the advancement of divine arts and producing numerous powerful individuals, allowed the Southern Church to maintain its dominant position amidst threats from heretics, malevolent sorcerers, and dark creatures. Yet, this also caused further fractures in an already unstable internal belief system. Then, without reciting incantations or casting any spell components, Benjamin simply pointed at Gary, and a pale white light enveloped him, causing the charred remnants of his injuries to flake away and his wounds to heal, lifting him from the brink of death to merely severe injury. With intervals of 1 to 2 seconds between each healing spell, Benjamin revived Korea and Hausen, also mending Lucien's injuries. After inquiring about the events from Lucien, Korea, Hausen, and Gary, Benjamin scrutinized the desk to ensure they were not lying, then commanded, "Move all items from this chamber to the church, including the corpses of these rats." Had Lucien succeeded without incident, Benjamin would not have hesitated to reward him financially. And if the opportunity arose, he might have discreetly explored the possibility of nurturing his talents. However, given the perilous circumstances, Benjamin had no inclination to encourage Lucien any further. After confirming that Lucien harbored no hidden secrets, he expedited his departure, especially considering Gary's predicament. Losing a hand would pose significant challenges, as the art of limb regeneration was beyond his mastery. Seeing Benjamin refrain from silencing him, Lucien found no reason to linger and hastily exited the secret chamber. Upon reaching the sewers outside, Lucien, having crossed a certain threshold of mental fortitude, suddenly heard a remark from Korea that weighed heavily on his heart. He whispered to Hausen, "Gary has lost his right hand, He may never become a knight now, and he might be dismissed from the guard. Uncertain of his feelings, Lucien emerged from the hidden passage only to be met with inquiries from the surrounding townsfolk. "Little Ivans, have you purified the ghost?" Annalisa called from a distance. Lucien nodded. "Yes, it has been purified by Lord Benjamin and several guards." The crowd relaxed, eagerly asking and exchanging thoughts. "Lucien, what did the ghost look like? Was it frightening?" Lord Benjamin is indeed a formal priest. It seemed that Lucien had received divine favor, as he could wield the holy emblem of truth. Unfortunately, Lucien was no longer a child who could be sent to the monastery for training. Otherwise, it would be a matter of great honor for our district to produce a figure like Lord Lucien. Hearing such discussions, Lucien felt a momentary daze. I cannot become a priest? Although his identity as a traveler had prevented him from contemplating the path of priesthood. Having just experienced the extraordinary powers of divine arts, being told he could not pursue this path inevitably brought him downcast. I cannot become a priest. And it seems that without early training, my hopes of becoming a knight and awakening my bloodline powers are also dim. To acquire earthly powers, it seems I must resort to learning magic. Yet, choosing magic would pit me against the church and the majority of ordinary people, including Annalisa and others. Perhaps there are other avenues? After all, the notes on magic reside within my mind. It would be prudent to examine them first. Yes, that should pose no issue. Hesitant and conflicted, Lucien resolved to peruse the magic notes, thus immersing himself in the library and opening the tome of spells. After some time, a low, incredulous voice emerged from the room. "What if I cannot read?" Chapter 8. Alto. As Lucien opened the magical notebook, he was confronted with rows of unfamiliar and peculiar letters, none of which belonged to the two scripts he had known prior to his transmigration. The body he now inhabited belonged to a commoner who had never learned to read or write, which was entirely understandable. The fact that he could instinctively comprehend and articulate the language of this world was already a remarkable stroke of luck amidst the myriad challenges he faced. Thus, Lucien found himself, tragically, as a true illiterate, unable to decipher a single word in the magical notebook. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, feeling the weight of illiteracy keenly. Although he had experienced many events since his arrival, which had rendered him considerably more mature and composed than before, even worrying about the threats from the church and hesitating over whether to study magic, the overwhelming disappointment still struck at his soul. As an idealistic, moral, cultured, and disciplined student of the new era, the feeling of being illiterate was profoundly unsettling, especially when the written word held the key to both mortal and arcane powers. Without much hesitation, and after a brief moment of calm, Lucien resolved firmly in his heart. The most pressing matter at hand was to learn the written language of this world, even if he ultimately chose not to pursue magic. Escaping the plight and status of a lowly commoner by mastering reading and acquiring knowledge remained a viable path, particularly since he lacked formidable strength, a robust physique, and any skills in swordsmanship. The chances of transcending his current identity through valorous feats or adventures appeared exceedingly slim. With this determination, Lucien swiftly dispelled his feelings of disappointment, allowing a flicker of passionate resolve to ignite within him as he continued to peruse the magical notebook in search of hidden secrets, perhaps even a treasure map. As he delved deeper, a frown creased his brow. He recognized many familiar elements, such as various standard geometric figures and strange patterns formed by lines. Were these magical arrays or sigils? Lucien speculated based on the holy emblem of truth, quickly flipping to the latter pages of the notebook, where he encountered rows of formulas akin to chemical equations. Yet, instead of symbols, these were composed of words. Magical formulas? Potion recipes? The similarities sparked conjectures within Lucien, though his inability to comprehend the writing left him in a state of skepticism. After perusing through the first magical notebook, Lucien opened another, which bore even more distorted text, resembling ornamental letters. This was not the same script. Intrigued, he opened a third book, adorned with illustrations of plants, minerals, and monsters, seemingly a compendium of sorts. However, the text within mirrored that of the second magical notebook. It was likely that the language he could speak was akin to that found in the first magical notebook. Lucien deduced the universality of the texts based on their complexity. After thoroughly examining all three magical notebooks without further revelations, he lay down on his bed, compelling himself to sleep. For Lucien, the desire to alter his circumstances was so profound that he resolved to strive for survival from the very next day. If he were to succumb to fatigue from poor sleep, he would be ill-prepared to seize the opportunities that awaited him. Although Benjamin's healing magic had fully restored Lucien's wounds, the exhaustion from the fierce battle weighed heavily upon both his mind and body, allowing him to drift into slumber swiftly. Meanwhile, in the sewers, the witch's secret chamber had been entirely obliterated. At that moment, a black rat scurried in from an unknown origin, its eyes blood-red, cold, and eerie. It circled the ruins, squeaked twice, and then darted off into a different tunnel. After some time, it discovered a concealed small hole and disappeared within. As dawn broke, the sounds of bustling voices and the splashing of water in the Odd-Ailing district shattered the night's chill, instantly invigorating Lucien. Unlike his usual routine of lingering in bed, he forced himself to rise, light the stove, boil water, and toast the last of the black bread. As he painfully chewed the wood-like bread, he began to plan his day. If he weren't preoccupied with distracting thoughts, he would find it impossible to swallow that black bread unless driven by the pangs of hunger. His first task was to inquire where he could learn to read and write and the prerequisites involved. Additionally, he needed to find work again, otherwise, he would starve before mastering the written word. Lucien had little understanding of this world, so he could only sketch a rudimentary plan, hoping to keep it concealed from those familiar to him to avoid revealing his intentions. After washing his face with the fresh water from the jug, Lucien retrieved the 7 coins from the crate, placing them on his person. While it was not a substantial amount, it provided a modicum of security. Locking the door behind him, Lucien headed straight towards Aunt Eliza's residence, aware that he had no recollection of the layout of Saintham City and would need to ask for directions. "Hello, Lucien," a young black girl greeted him, her curiosity palpable. Lucien did not recognize her and could only muster a polite smile, nodding in response. "Hi. I have some matters to attend to at Aunt Eliza's." He hurried past her. "Hey, Lucien, what does a ghost look like? What does it feel like to cast magic? I saw a guard who lost his right hand. Was it dangerous last night?" Though only a few steps away from Aunt Eliza's house, Lucien was besieged by inquiries from several neighbors. Overnight, he seemed to have become a well-known figure in the Odd-Ailing district. Not recognizing any of them, he could only offer perfunctory replies as he made his way to Aunt Eliza's. Before he reached the door, a familiar voice called out, "Young Evans. You're up quite early today." Lucien felt a sigh of relief within. "Good morning, Uncle Joel." Joel was dressed more neatly than usual, holding a classically styled harp. "Have you had breakfast, young Evans? You've just recovered. There's no need to rush off looking for work. Aunt Eliza has been calling you over for a meal." Lucien had intended to ask Joel for directions, and seeing him broach the subject made him feel more at ease. "Thank you, Uncle Joel. I've already eaten. Benjamin's divine magic healed me completely. I have no ailments left and don't require any further rest." Joel nodded, walking alongside Lucien. "With the priest's magic, I'm reassured. By the way, when you visit the Copper Crown Tavern, look for the owner, Cohen. He still owes me a bottle of raisin wine and will help you find a good job." Lucien expressed his gratitude and was about to depart when Joel paused, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by seriousness. "Young Evans, you are already 17. It's time to consider your future." "Uncle Joel, what do you mean?" Lucien inquired, beginning to grasp the implication. Joel sighed. "Relying on physical labor becomes increasingly difficult as one ages. By the time you reach 40, your body deteriorates rapidly, making it hard to secure work. Without savings or good children, poverty and illness can take their toll within a few years. I've seen many such individuals. Very few live past 45. You should learn a trade while you're still young. Though an apprenticeship might last a decade, if you excel, you could certainly lead a decent life in a smaller town." As they conversed, the two traversed a road that led them past a guarded city gate. Suddenly, Lucien's eyes sparkled with delight. The expansive thoroughfare, the immaculate streets, the bustling shops on either side, and the throngs of people clad in vibrant and varied attire, including flowing gowns, created a lively scene. Among them, noble individuals adorned in opulent garments and embellished with jewels occasionally graced the surroundings. Even the air seemed to resonate with enchanting melodies, contrasting starkly with the realm of Odd-Ailing. "Thank you, Uncle Joel." Lucien felt the sincerity of Joel's caring nature. Joel paused momentarily before breaking into a playful grin. "Moreover, if your master had only one daughter while you were apprenticing, you might have transitioned directly from apprentice to proprietor. Our little Ivans is rather charming." At Joel's teasing remark, Lucien could only manage an awkward smile. As their conversation continued, Joel suddenly halted and moved to the corner of the street, placing a prepared hat on the ground before sitting beside it. ready to perform on his harp. Is Uncle Joel a street performer? Lucien was familiar with this mode of artistry. Joel pointed towards a distant, lavishly ornate structure, reminiscent of the Baroque style from Lucien's past life, and smiled. From here, one can catch a glimpse of the Hall of Hymns. For me, performing here feels akin to playing within its hallowed halls. Over 3 centuries ago, His Holiness Pope Charles I, then a cardinal, compiled the church's hymns and established the standards for sacred music in Alto. Once he became pope, he promoted the Charlesian method of hymn singing and choirs to every church, earning Alto the title of the City of Hymns. Due to its proximity to the dark mountains, the region frequently welcomed elves, dwarves, and goblins who converted their beliefs to join the principality, fostering a confluence of diverse musical traditions that transformed Alto into the musical capital of the continent. The emergence of polyphonic music, the formal establishment of symphonies, and the refinement of instruments such as the Jisu violin all took root here. Great musicians left their names etched in history, and for every bard, minstrel, and musician, performing their art in the Hall of Hymns represented the pinnacle of honor. Although I cannot enter the Hall of Hymns, I find joy in being able to perform nearby, said Uncle Joel. After bidding farewell to Joel, Lucien continued to inquire about directions while immersing himself in the ambience of Alto. Along the streets and at corners, many bards and minstrels performed and sang, while melodies and harmonies occasionally floated from the shops and homes, enveloping the entire city in a musical embrace. Outside taverns, young maidens and women would occasionally approach, peering inside with curiosity, only to leave in disappointment. Chapter 9. A difficult beginning. Lucien chuckled at the peculiar scene before the tavern and approached the entrance with a sense of curiosity, for the morning was typically the quietest time for such an establishment. At the door, a slender young lady was peering inside, her light golden hair swaying gently as she turned her head. When she sighed and glanced back, she was startled to see Lucien. "Lucien?" she exclaimed, surprised to recognize him while he remained unfamiliar to her. Lucien had grown accustomed to such situations and smiled. "You're here at the tavern so early?" The young woman's wheat-colored skin flushed with embarrassment. "I merely heard that a new bard had arrived at the Copper Crown Tavern. Out of curiosity, I thought I would take a look before helping my mother with her tasks. But I must be off now." Watching her hurried departure, Lucien softly murmured, "Oh," realizing that the bard must possess an extraordinary charm or voice. However, this was of little consequence to Lucien, so he gently pushed open the half-closed door and stepped inside. After a moment of acclimatization, Lucien discerned the location of the bar. The tavern was occupied by several men nursing hangovers, who stirred at the sound of Lucien's footsteps, muttering curses before returning to their slumber on the tables. Only one man, in his 30s with a hawk-like nose and clad in a fitted black coat, sat quietly at the bar, sipping from a glass of amber liquid, exuding a rather somber aura. Upon Lucien's arrival, the brooding man merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before resuming his drink. As Lucien surveyed the room, he soon spotted a dwarf slumbering soundly behind the bar, his head resting on the counter, the loud snores and drool dampening his golden mustache tied in a bow. Realizing that the dwarf would likely remain in his stupor without external disturbance, Lucien resorted to tapping his fingers on the bar in a rhythmic fashion. Amidst the incoherent grumbles of the other drunken patrons, the elderly dwarf sluggishly lifted his head, his eyes still hazy. "Ah, Lucien, you've finally grown up and come to understand the significance of fine wine in life. Come, let us raise a glass in honor of our new guest, Uncle Cohen." "It is daylight," Lucien carefully addressed him. Cohen rubbed his eyes and squinted at the dim light surrounding them. "I am not inebriated. Do not attempt to deceive me. This is clearly nighttime, a splendid evening." Lucien nodded, pondering that the Musicians' Guild was indeed an ideal opportunity, while inwardly reflecting that the 7 coins he possessed were likely copper pieces. "Uncle Cohen, is there any other work that offers higher rewards?" Lucien inquired out of curiosity. Cohen burst into laughter. "Of course there are, but they are not suitable for you. Such endeavors require a true man to fight with life and strength. You, Lucien, are still a child who dares not drink ale." Then, pointing to the empty space in the tavern, he grew a tad serious. "The dark mountains hold the greatest treasures. Each year, countless mercenaries and adventurers venture there. Yet only a minuscule fraction ever returns." Cohen burped. "Of course, those who do return are quite wealthy." At that moment, a young man, holding a harp akin to Joel's, approached slowly. Lucien speculated whether he was the new bard and curiously asked if the knights are genuine nobility. Why would they risk their lives in the dark mountains in search of wealth? Cohen greeted the newcomer. Ah, Rhine. Care for a drink? I only drink at night. Rhine replied with a smile, settling down beside the bar. In many Eastern nations, there has been no war for 200 or 300 years. Hence the need for knights is not pressing. After all, to bestow knighthood, one must grant lands and estates. Thus, in such places, even if commoners awaken their bloodline powers, they can only achieve the status of knight without becoming true nobility. Some have ventured to other countries to become knights there, while others have come to the Duchy of Valorith, the closest place to heretics, dark beings, and monsters, to earn merits and seek fortune. Furthermore, there are many impoverished knights who have fallen into bankruptcy, knights fleeing from crimes, noble knights adhering to family traditions, and dark knights who, despite awakening their bloodline powers, are not recognized by the church and are even hunted. Cohen grumbled a few words, somewhat displeased that Rhine did not join him for a drink. Lucien. This is the new bard, Rhine. Rhine, meet Lucien. He is a wanderer with great knowledge, just escaped the fervor of the noble ladies in Trelia. Having arrived from the kingdom of Syracusa. The kingdom of Syracusa? Lucien smiled and nodded at Rhine. The dark mountains were perilous, with many true knights perishing within. Thus Lucien momentarily dismissed the idea of adventuring for wealth. A clear understanding of one's own abilities was of utmost importance, irrespective of the circumstances. Cohen erupted into laughter, his long golden beard shaking vigorously, while the wrinkled face of the dwarf spoke with a knowing tone. Indeed, it is the passionate, exuberant, love above all kingdom of Syracusa. Just as Rhine arrived, a drunken man awakened, staggering toward the bar, hiccuping with longing and envy. Rhine, are the ladies of Trelia truly as beautiful as the legends say? So what was it like? His breathing quickened with anticipation. Lucien was not unfamiliar with such scenes. When a group of men gathered, discussions about women were inevitable. He listened with keen interest while contemplating how to inquire about learning to read and write from Cohen. Uft, Rhine, you truly have a way with words. Would the noble ladies accept such an insult? Huh. If you truly spoke to the courtly ladies in such a manner, you would surely find yourself imprisoned in that infamous jail of Trelia. Rhine seemed indifferent to Cohen's laughter, casually shrugging. Thus, I escaped from the kingdom of Syracusa to Alto. Cohen laughed heartily, slamming his hand on the bar, awakening all the drunken patrons, and amidst their curses, he cheerfully proclaimed, "Let us thank Rhine for the delightful tale that allows us to greet the new day with joy." A toast. The drunken men, ever so sensitive to a toast, stumbled over, laughing and cheering, as they took mugs of ale from Cohen's hands, raising them high. To the boastful Rhine, a toast. After the ruckus subsided, Cohen noticed Lucien still lingering and asked in surprise, "Lucien, do you have something else on your mind?" Lucien gathered his thoughts and cautiously replied, "Uncle Cohen, after reflecting on the events of these past few days, I have developed a new desire. I wish to learn to read and write." Ah, learning to read and write? Has our little Lucien been influenced by Rhine and taken to boasting? Cohen laughed. Reading and writing. Oh, that is a lofty and magnificent aspiration. Lucien, do not mind them. A man without dreams, well, he might as well be dead. After a bout of laughter, Cohen turned serious, gazing at Lucien. Do you truly wish to learn? You have no foundation. To begin to grasp reading and writing, it is said to take at least 2 years. Do you possess sufficient funds and time for such an endeavor? Instinctively, Lucien dismissed the notion of becoming anyone's apprentice. This was not merely a 10-year contract. Once he chose to pursue magic, the contract would become irrelevant. However, becoming an apprentice, learning daily under a master, and living in their household would easily expose his secrets and hinder his pursuit of magic. Thus, Lucien mused aloud, 5 silver naus. Cohen nodded and said, "Indeed, 5 silver coins. Unless you toil from dawn until dusk, subsisting solely on the most inferior black bread, it would take you over half a year to save enough. And how much can you truly learn in a month? Is it really worth pursuing literacy? This is indeed a daunting beginning." Chapter 10. The Musicians' Association, reflecting on the myriad schemes for acquiring great wealth found in countless fantasy novels, Lucien lamented his lack of understanding of this world. He was entirely unaware if these methods would prove effective, and he recognized that the initial capital was of utmost importance, yet he possessed merely 7 copper coins. Thus, as the sun's rays illuminated the marketplace at 9 o'clock, Lucien trudged towards the city gate, laden with a heavy sack of goods. For survival often took precedence over all else. Sweat streamed down his face, trickling into his neck and soaking his linen shirt. The sun, though not particularly fierce, weighed heavily upon him, amplifying his burdensome steps. Simultaneously, he endured the incessant nagging of the rotund Gucci beside him. "Damn it, who hired such a child? Walk carefully. Don't damage my goods." Observing Gucci, who was dabbing at his perspiring brow with a handkerchief, Lucien could not suppress his inner thoughts. It's all your fault for being so miserly and hiring just one person. Nevertheless, this arrangement had resulted in Lucien's payment being raised from 3 to 4 copper coins. After a strenuous journey to the city gate area, Lucien safely deposited the goods onto the waiting cargo cart. Gucci, with a reluctant expression, retrieved his coin pouch and handed Lucien 4 copper coins. "Here's your payment, lad. I hadn't anticipated your strength. If I have more goods to transport in the future, I shall seek you out directly." In truth, Lucien's strength paled in comparison to that of his more seasoned peers, but his affordability made him an appealing choice, one who could accomplish the work of 2. Gucci, being a miser, felt compelled to extol his virtues, conveniently forgetting his earlier curses. Just as Lucien received the coins, he noticed 2 men approaching, clad in linen coats, exuding a menacing demeanor. "We are subordinates of Boss Aaron. You may call me Andre," spoke the brown-haired man, revealing a faint scar upon his face. Lucien understood their intent and was mentally prepared. He did not wish to act defiantly, and thus offered 1 copper coin to the man named Andre. The other burly man shot Lucien a glare. 2 copper coins. Was it not agreed upon that you would pay just 1? Lucien, now impoverished, could not resist a rebuttal, even knowing he lacked the means to confront the gangsters. Had you not boasted, Gucci would have employed 2 men, and each would have demanded a copper coin. Naturally, we cannot bear this loss. Andre smiled, resembling a legitimate businessman, though 1 copper coin did not encroach upon Lucien's survival or principles. He hesitated only a moment before surrendering another coin, handing it to the burly man who was pacing about, seemingly showcasing his physique. "Well done, lad. You understand the way of things. There were always brash youngsters who fancied challenging us, yet as you can see, we remain here. While some have already sunk to the depths of the Belen River." Andre's threats were typical, and he and the burly man, Mag, turned to depart. Lucien watched their retreating figures, feeling a pang of frustration. Although he had anticipated being exploited by the gangsters, the reality still stirred his emotions. Chastising himself for lacking zeal, Lucien recognized the necessity of escaping this predicament, either by acquiring formidable personal strength or by attaining a certain social standing. In this world, great personal strength often translated into elevated social status. He pondered whether the magical tome contained potions for enhancing strength and constitution, a thought that he could not suppress, despite realizing it was a perilous inclination, one that hinted at an inability to resist temptation. The Musicians' Association, renowned for its distinctive architectural style, was located near the St. M Hall in the administrative district of Alto. Consequently, as Lucien pushed the rented 4-wheeled cart, he needed only to inquire once for directions to locate the building known as the Dancing Flame. The structure, adorned with vertical lines, spires, flying buttresses, stained glass, and windows resembling flames, exuded an asymmetric, exaggerated beauty, appearing both light and intricate. Upon Lucien's arrival, a wiry, middle-aged man with a goatee hastily descended the steps. "Why are you so late? Look at the clock on the Golden Cathedral. It's nearly 1. After accepting the commission, Lucien had previously met this man, named George, through the arrangements of the dwarf Cohen, and he knew George held some sway within the Musicians' Association. "George, there are still 10 minutes left." Lucien pointed towards the imposing Golden Cathedral in the noble district, its hour hand still a significant distance from the apex. George grumbled. "The hired help finished cleaning ahead of schedule. Come along and help me with the handover, or else we'll have a mountain of rubbish piled behind the association, which will surely affect the musicians' morale." Curious about Uncle Joel's dreams of becoming a musician, Lucien refrained from contesting George's complaints. He set aside the cart for the guards to watch and ascended the steps towards the entrance. As he pushed open the grand door embedded with colorful shards of glass, he was greeted by a bright, magnificent, and spacious hall. The floor was covered with a thick, soft carpet that muffled his footsteps, and with few people present, the entire hall felt serene and cool. Under George's guidance, Lucien approached a half-height wooden platform at the center of the hall. Behind the platform sat a beautiful young woman with brown-green eyes, her smile sweet and voice clear. "Uncle George, Has the person you were looking for arrived? As she spoke, she produced a jingling pouch and handed it to George. Lucien estimated that it contained at least 40 copper coins and could not help but curse inwardly. After deducting the cost of the cart rental, he would only earn 8 copper coins. George accepted the pouch, revealing a broad grin that showcased his yellowed teeth. Elena, have someone take Lucien to the garden at the back. Don't be fooled by his youth and slight build. He possesses considerable strength. Lucien nodded, assured that George would not renege on the payment. Although the Aaron gang was ruthless in collecting debts, they were notably reputable in this regard. Cohen had recounted instances where individuals who attempted to evade payment ultimately ended up paying double. As Elena was about to summon a servant to guide Lucien to the back garden for hauling rubbish, a middle-aged man in a loose red coat entered. She quickly stood and bowed slightly. Good afternoon, Mr. Victor. This man dressed simply yet elegantly, sporting a faint mustache and dark curls. His ocean blue eyes held a melancholic hue. Good afternoon, Elena. Please bring me a copy of the music review. His voice was rich and resonant. Upon seeing Elena retrieve a fresh newspaper from beneath the platform, Lucien could not help but marvel. Alto has already begun publishing newspapers, and a specialized one at that. Victor casually flipped through the music review before handing Elena 10 copper coins. He nodded politely to Lucien and George before ascending the staircase adjacent to the hall. Clutching the newspaper, Mr. Victor carries himself with great poise, Lucien silently appraised. Once Victor had departed upstairs, Lucien curiously inquired of Elena, is the music review truly only 10 copper coins? Understanding individuals like Lucien, who had no opportunity to engage with the upper echelons of society as she once did, Elena could not help but boast about her experiences over the past year working at the Musicians Association. Although it was the year 426 of the sacred calendar, and after Cardinal Adelaide had elucidated a simpler and more universal method of paper production, the cost of paper had significantly decreased. One could now acquire a stack for just a few copper fails. However, only members of the Musicians Association could procure the music review for 10 copper fails. Others, even nobles, were required to pay a silver naul. It must be acknowledged that Elena's incessant prattle, aside from her desire to show off, was greatly influenced by Lucien's strikingly handsome visage, characterized by his dark eyes. A silver naul? Lucien suddenly harbored a fleeting desire to abscond with those newspapers. Securing just 5 copies would effortlessly resolve his dilemma. However, considering that even if he succeeded, he would have no means to find a buyer, he begrudgingly extinguished that notion. Elena's boastfulness, complemented by Lucien's attentive listening, only heightened her joy. Do not deem a silver naul excessive. In Tree, in Anti-Fleur, in Ife, in Dillies, and in Anhater, these 2 newspapers are indeed coveted items, fetching prices as high as a gold thaler. The nobility of these realms prided themselves on their pursuit of the musical trends of Alto, even if they were perusing newspapers that had long since become outdated. Lucien cast another glance at the remaining newspapers in Elena's cabinet, suppressing the urge to seize them, while simultaneously deducing certain insights. The currency across the entire continent was likely standardized, and the Church, wielding divine magic, must possess considerable power. The existence of spatial teleportation circles seemed improbable. Even if they did exist, the conditions for their use would undoubtedly be stringent. Otherwise, in light of the numerous nobles in need, how could they be limited to viewing outdated publications? Like a sponge absorbing water, Lucien soaked in the knowledge he so desperately lacked from Elena's discourse until, after a quarter of an hour, she realized the time and beckoned a servant to escort Lucien to the rear garden. Lucien gratefully nodded to her, and then cautiously followed the servant towards the garden. Chapter 11. Discovery. Every morning, laborers hired by the church collect the city's refuse, transporting it beyond the city limits to prevent filth and disease. However, the Musicians Association could not bear to wait until the following morning. The unsightly heap of garbage was a blight on the aesthetic of the hall. Lucien, clutching the final load of refuse, cautiously entered the hall, making no sound as he navigated the circular space toward the exit. A clattering noise erupted as something fell from his grasp onto the plush carpet, which, despite its thickness, could not entirely muffle the dull thud. The figure in the red coat swayed momentarily before regaining balance. It was Victor, the musician who had ascended earlier. Victor took a deep breath, bent down, and retrieved the broken oil lamp, handing it to Lucien, who was still preoccupied with stabilizing the other items he carried. Apologies, he muttered under his breath. Damn it, you could at least hold your concert in the Hall of Canticles. With that, Victor turned and exited the hall. With the argument ceased, Lucien continued toward the grand entrance. But a fleeting glance revealed an oil lamp devoid of glass atop the pile, coupled with the weathered lamp base adorned with intricate designs. A flicker of intrigue sparked within him. Could this be metal? As he placed the last of the refuse onto the wheeled cart, Lucien reached out to touch the lamp base, confirming it was indeed metallic, likely copper, yet harder and more malleable than any copper he had encountered in his previous life. Perhaps an element akin to copper? Though the base contained little metal, it could fetch a few copper farthings from a blacksmith. Money? As a true pauper, Lucien could not help but associate every object he encountered with its potential monetary value. Perhaps within this refuse, there lay hidden treasures? Items like the scrap paper and the broken quills he had just seen. Lucien felt as if he had stumbled upon a trove, his heart swelling with excitement. While inconsequential to the wealthy, this discovery represented the first glimmer of hope on his arduous journey to transform his life. If he could amass 5 silver naus, he would be able to grasp the fundamentals of literacy within a month. Regardless of whether he pursued magic, understanding the written word would enable him to comprehend the state of the world. And armed with the knowledge of his own experiences and a wealth of literature from another realm, he could surely uncover a more prosperous path ahead. Energized by anticipation, Lucien pushed the cart toward the outskirts of the city, yet he felt a twinge of anxiety. Sifting through refuse to find usable or sellable items required no particular skill, and the only barriers lay in the aversion normal folk held for dirty objects, not to mention the potential for confrontation. As long as the gangsters remained uninvolved, he could manage the scattered beggars. After battling the red-eyed rats in the sewers alongside Gary and Korea, Lucien had gained a measure of confidence in his capabilities. Though he might lack the strength of an adult forged by years of labor, his calm demeanor, precision, and decisiveness in combat were crucial advantages. Not far from the Musicians' Association, Lucien suddenly spotted a young man with silver hair casually approaching the hall. Rhine. What business did he have with the Musicians' Association? After deducing that Rhine, as a bard, likely held aspirations of joining the esteemed organization, Lucien quickly dismissed the thought. Upon reaching the city gate, and recognized Lucien to a degree, and upon seeing the cart full of refuse, he immediately understood the nature of his task. With a smile, he refrained from engaging Lucien further, allowing him to pass through the indifferent scrutiny of the gate guards and exit the city. No one followed me. Could it be that the gangsters truly have not intervened? Lucien pondered, both puzzled and invigorated. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. After walking for over 20 minutes downstream along the Belen River, the surroundings grew quiet. Lucien pushed the cart into a thicket and began rummaging through the refuse for potentially valuable items. He unearthed a broken oil lamp, several rusted metal scraps, 8 damaged quills, and a bundle of crumpled paper, among other things. Delving deeper, he pulled out a square piece of sheer black fabric, faintly fragrant, but marred by a distinct hole as if snagged on something. It appeared to be a veil, perhaps belonging to a female musician. As he examined the veil, running his fingers over its texture, Lucien felt no lascivious thoughts, only a pragmatic assessment of its potential worth. It must be fine black fabric. But what use could it serve? It could be sold to a seamstress, transformed into skirts, coats, or decorative trimmings. After wrapping his findings in a few sheets of scrap paper and concealing them nearby, Lucien continued pushing the cart toward the refuse disposal site downstream. The area was eerily quiet. Lucien encountered no other souls, only the stench of decay wafting through the air. Were there truly no others scavenging for valuables among the refuse? Perhaps they feared the plague, or simply lacked the habit. Regardless of the reason, the sight of the foul heap struck Lucien as a mound of gold. After managing his refuse, he found himself unable to resist wandering among the piles, entirely oblivious to the stench. Compared to the looming threat of the plague, an empty purse was a far greater peril, and besides, this world had divine and magical means for healing. Of course, Lucien harbored a fear of contracting disease, and thus he handled the refuse with care, using scrap paper to shield his hands. As an organization of the upper class, the Musicians' Association's refuse naturally contained more valuable items than others, and Lucien discovered a fair number of sellable objects amidst the mess. He discreetly stowed the veil and other concealable treasures into his pockets. Upon passing through the city gate, the guards merely cast a cursory glance before gesturing for Lucien to proceed. Approaching Ender and Mag, Lucien noted their hurried attempts to shield their noses and stifled a chuckle. "I am Lucien," Here to collect my reward for the task from the Musicians' Association. Mag stepped aside, grumbling as he handed over the copper farthings. Damn it, take your money and scram with that filthy, stinking cart. Lucien refrained from asking whether the church had eradicated all the water spirits, a question that would only sow suspicion. With a mix of relief and curiosity over Ander and Mag's apparent lack of doubt, he hastened away from the city gate, returning the cart to its owner. In total, Lucien earned 5 copper farthings from this endeavor, but for him, the items in his possession were the key to quickly accumulating 5 silver naus. Upon returning home to the Adjan district, he carefully stashed his findings before eagerly setting off for the market district, veil in hand. Uncertain whether the fabric could withstand washing, Lucien opted not to treat it at all, having kept it from becoming too soiled. As he approached a tailor's shop, however, hesitation gripped him. He feared being scolded or chased away, reminiscent of his earlier days selling goods, where he would flush with embarrassment, faltering in his words. Such fears were ultimately rooted in a concern for dignity. Yet what dignity remained for him now? Could pride transform stale bread into fresh loaves? Allow him to dine on steak and cod, or sip fine wine? Could it enable him to learn to read? After Lucien traversed into this realm, he encountered numerous experiences, even flirting with the precipice of life and death. At this juncture, he hesitated only momentarily before resolutely deciding to remove his facade and stow it away in his pocket. Without any further doubt, he stepped into the quaint tailoring shop. Inside, an elderly gentleman with spectacles and graying hair observed Lucien's entrance with a puzzled expression and inquired, "What brings you here?" Lucien's attire unmistakably suggested that he was not the sort to frequent such a relatively upscale establishment. With a warm smile, Lucien replied, "Good sir, might you be in need of some black fabric? I happen to possess a fine piece." Before he could finish his sentence, the old man interrupted. "What could you possibly have that is of value? Begone, you wretched fraud." As he muttered curses under his breath, he emerged from behind the counter, forcefully shoving Lucien towards the exit, offering no opportunity for him to present the black fabric. "Even if you did possess it, it would surely be stolen. I, Old Huao, am a legitimate tailor who sources all my materials exclusively from the Laochi Trading Company." Cast out from the small shop, Lucien, in a state of resignation, began to seek out the next establishment, resolving to alter his approach. Chapter 12. The first profits. After being turned away by 3 seemingly upscale tailor shops, Lucien felt a wave of frustration. Even with the black fabric in hand, the tailors remained skeptical, unwilling to discern the material's origins, and were filled with deep suspicion towards this unfamiliar stranger. The market area was vast, comprising over 10 streets bustling with people, including dwarves and elves, making it quite lively. Thus, Lucien soon discovered a tidy and elegant tailor shop nestled at the end of one street. Behind the counter stood a boy of about 15 or 16, his golden hair framing a shy and youthful smile. "My master is at the back making clothes. I am Banster. How may I assist you?" Banster assumed Lucien sought to select a similar black fabric, accepting it without question. His fingers grazed the material, examining it in the sunlight, his expression shifting to astonishment. "Sir, this is the black nightingale from the kingdom of home, a fabric only the true nobility can afford. Where did you acquire it?" Like the other tailors, he exhibited wariness and concern. For Lucien, clad in a tattered linen tunic, could not possibly afford such an exquisite fabric, which even many wealthy individuals could not procure. Thus, its origins became highly suspect. Lucien, noting the uniformity of their reactions, lowered his voice. "Do not worry, I will not cause you any trouble." "Is that so?" A tall, gaunt man in his 30s emerged from the back, the owner of the shop, Madol. Banster's surprise had drawn his attention, and he overheard Lucien's reassurance. "Not dismissing me outright." Lucien felt a flicker of hope and excitement at this positive interaction. "I swear by my master, and look, it is already torn. No noble lady would care for it. Simply transform it into a skirt's lace or ribbon, and no one will ever know what it once was." Madol took the fabric from Banster, scrutinizing it closely. After a moment of silence, he spoke calmly, "And how much do you desire for it?" Lucien's heart raced with excitement as he clenched his fists, nearly unable to contain himself. However, the experience with the red-eyed rat kept him composed. He looked at Madol with a smile. "I trust you will not disappoint me, sir." Madol gazed into Lucien's eyes for several seconds. Noticing his calm demeanor, he spoke softly, 40 copper fells. "It is only this large, and with the tear, there is little that can be done with it." "A silver NAR," Lucien countered. "A splendid long skirt adorned with the deep, beautiful black nightingale would be perfect for esteemed ladies. He suppressed his excitement, adhering to his principle of doubling the price in negotiations. Madole shook his head, returning the fabric to Lucien. At most, 50 copper fells. If not, you may take it with you. What a pity, Lucien responded, feigning calm as he accepted the fabric, turning to leave. Inside, he was rife with tension and conflict. Would they stop him? Would they raise the price? Missing this shop might mean he would not find another willing to purchase such dubious goods. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Just as Lucien was about to exit the tailor shop, Madole's voice rang out behind him. 80 copper fells. If it weren't for the fact that I have a long skirt that would suit the black nightingale perfectly, I would never offer such a high price. Well done. Lucien's heart soared with excitement as he turned around, maintaining a calm smile. As you wish. 80 clinking copper coins filled Lucien's pocket, making it bulge and cumbersome. Yet he found them inexplicably endearing. Before Lucien could leave, Madole called out once more. I do not know you, nor do I wish to learn your name. However, if you come across such precious fabric again, without causing trouble, consider bringing it to me. It would be my honor, Lucien replied, feeling elated, and bowed slightly. Stepping out of Madole's tailor shop, Lucien noticed the sky as brilliant blue, the sun's warm brightness, and the crisp, fresh air. Everything felt splendid. 80 copper fells, neither too much nor too little, not only brought him closer to 5 silver nars, but also validated his method of earning from collecting scraps, which was the most crucial aspect for him. As Lucien approached his home, he spotted Evans standing at the door, who, upon noticing Lucien, waved joyfully. At last, we can enjoy potato stew. Since my brother was taken by Sir Wayne to train at the manor, I've hardly had it more than 20 times in the last 2 years. His dirty face was alight with longing and hunger. Among street performers, Joel was considered quite talented. Though his income fluctuated, it was far superior to mere laboring as a common worker. Moreover, Alyssa had been assisting the weaving guild with laundry, so their family's income was nearing that of an average citizen. Yet, they had been frugal with food for John's training, which made their lives quite challenging, even relying on old Evans for help at times. Once John was successfully selected by Sir Wayne, and with the burden off their shoulders, Alyssa began planning for Evans' future, only to find their situation worsened. Lucien, still unfamiliar with this world, did not find it strange. Rather, he considered it quite fortunate for a poor family to enjoy beef once a month. Hiding the copper fell securely and wiping the sweat from his brow, Lucien followed Evans to Aunt Alyssa's house. Outside, a group of familiar neighbors gathered, animatedly discussing, I hear young John has officially become Sir Wayne's night attendant? Alyssa herself said so, and she wouldn't lie. An official night attendant before 19. Young John might truly awaken his bloodline powers, receiving divine favor and becoming a true knight. Soon, we won't call him young John anymore, but Lord John instead. One mustn't call him casually now. An official knight attendant qualifies for a city guard officer. Joel and Alyssa are truly fortunate. They will have good days ahead. Lucien exchanged puzzled glances with Evans, who nodded gravely, a look of pride on his face. Upon entering the house, Lucien saw a golden brown-eyed young man rise from a chair. John, inheriting Joel's youthful looks, was tall and handsome, yet Lucien's immediate impression was of his composed and reserved demeanor. I heard you encountered trouble. I was quite worried. But it seems there is no significant issue now. Good, that puts my mind at ease. John smiled, patting Lucien's shoulder. Do not dwell on it. Such matters are merely accidents, tests from the master. Dressed in a gray knight's tunic, he appeared remarkably tall, exuding the aura of an older brother towards Lucien, despite only being a year or two his senior. Evans chimed in, Indeed, indeed. Mother completely disbelieves me. John chuckled, ruffling Evans' hair. Go wash your face. Dinner is almost ready. Once Evans left, John smiled gently and motioned for Lucien to sit. What's this? It's been a while since we last met, and you seem distant. Indeed, I find it somewhat difficult to adjust. I did not expect such a transformation in you. Lucien replied, searching for words. John nodded earnestly, stating that knight training encompasses not only physical conditioning, but also behavioral and spiritual development, which is exceedingly rigorous yet immensely rewarding. After exchanging a few casual remarks about John's training at the Wayne Knight Manor, Eliza invited Lucien to dinner. The dining table was set with only beef stew and roasted fish. However, after a day of consuming dark bread, Lucien found the meal to be extraordinarily delightful, nearly savoring every morsel. Joel, celebrating John's elevation to a formal knight squire, relished the beef and drank ale, having received a rare concession from Eliza. With a resounding belch from Aiden, dinner concluded. John, smiling, shook his head and remarked, Aiden, excessive indulgence is detrimental to one's health. Refrain from such behavior in the future. He then turned to Lucien, inquiring, Lucien, have you contemplated what you wish to pursue in the future? At this question, both Joel and Eliza regarded Lucien with solemn attention. With John now empowered to alter the lives of his family and friends, albeit in a modest way, the world continued to echo the myth of creation in 7 days, thus mandating a weekly observance. Very well, John. Lucien had just earned his first substantial income and envisioned a brighter, more expansive future, hardly entertaining the notion of servitude for a decade. However, outright refusal seemed too peculiar, misaligned with his current life circumstances, prompting him to contemplate a polite decline in the following week. I am eager to learn how to read and write. Lucien seized the opportunity to express. John paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. Our Lucien is quite ambitious. I shall endeavor to think of ways to assist you in finding opportunities. Though the prospects may be slim and it could require significant time, be prepared for that. Thank you, John. Lucien did not place his hopes solely on John's assistance, as he felt capable of forging his own path. For 3 consecutive days, although Lucien did not encounter another valuable item like the Black Nightingale, his savings had accumulated to a substantial sum of 1 silver NAL and 64 copper fel. Thus, he exited the city gates with renewed vigor. Andre watched Lucien's retreating figure, curiously remarking to Mag, why does that lad venture outside the city every morning? What are you talking about, Andre? Came a kind voice from behind him. Leodos. Jackson. The leader of the errand gang bore an unremarkable visage that appeared friendly and humble. However, those deceived by his exterior would face dire consequences. Whether cunningly treacherous or astutely ruthless, he ranked among the foremost within the errand gang. Chapter 13. The sudden assault on Monday. Jackson casually remarked, Andre, you've been performing admirably of late. By the way, what were you just saying? Andre, with a disingenuous smile, replied, Brother Jackson, it's merely a trivial matter. I noticed a familiar young man who has been venturing outside the city daily for the past few days, which struck me as peculiar. Does mushroom picking require a robust young lad? The edges of the Black Forest aren't particularly perilous. A girl or a boy would suffice. Jackson shook his head. Andre, summoning his courage, inquired, But, Brother Jackson, what could possibly be amiss with a dirty, impoverished fellow like him? Alto, with 3 city gates facing the Burren River and the Melzer Black Forest, buzzed with activity, frequented by merchants, common folk, mercenaries, and adventurers. Andre and Mag had little time to spare on someone as inconsequential as Lucien. Jackson chuckled softly. The blacksmith Reg sought me out the day before yesterday. He acquired a fine piece of metal scrap from a young man, a type of bronze only the affluent and highborn can afford, albeit of the lowest quality. Nevertheless, it could aid in crafting a sharper dagger. Reg is curious about the origins of this bronze and wishes to ascertain whether we can trace its source. Are you suggesting that Lucien sold the bronze to Reg? Mag, with his muscular build, linked the two without a shred of evidence. Jackson nodded slightly. He is quite cautious. Reg failed to track him down. The bronze scrap has been altered, and its origin remains undetectable. Consequently, I spent over a day uncovering a hint in the marketplace. He has made too many transactions recently, inevitably drawing attention. Someone has noted that he frequently visits the city gate during this time. I never imagined you were acquainted with him. That is splendid. What should we do, Brother Jackson? Andre eagerly sought Jackson's guidance. Jackson pointed towards the city gate. First, ascertain his identity, then discreetly follow him. Discover where he acquires those items. If he notices you, subdue him and interrogate him directly. All the copper fees he possesses shall belong to you. Having not had the chance to teach someone a lesson with his fists for over 10 days, he felt invigorated at the prospect of a good fight. Lucien, clutching a linen bag, ambled along the path to the Burren River. Suddenly struck by a newfound method of making money, he initially experienced a rush of excitement, but soon settled into contemplation, pondering how to conceal his unusual activities, at least until he amassed 5 silver coins. Despite his vigilance, he lacked experience in such undertakings, especially in an unfamiliar world, leaving him anxious about potential oversights. Following the plan, he decided to spend another day traversing the city gate area, then exit through the Nolan District Gate the day after, and switch to the Purple Lily District Gate 3 days hence. While lost in thought, Lucien was abruptly struck by a vague sensation of being followed. Who could be trailing me? Lucien's heart raced with apprehension. Ever since nearly being choked to death by Gary in the sewers, he had honed his senses, developing an almost supernatural intuition that had allowed him to evade the greedy onlookers while selling his goods in recent days. Reluctant to show any signs of alarm, Lucien feigned nonchalance and, just after rounding a smooth road's bend, seized the opportunity provided by the foliage and trees to sprint away. He then darted into a sparse thicket and concealed himself behind a large tree, waiting for his pursuers to reveal themselves. At that moment, Lucien remained remarkably composed, determined to ascertain the identity of his stalker to devise an appropriate response. After a minute or two, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed, halting momentarily at the corner before peering to locate Lucien. Damn it, the little brat got away. Andre, you should have listened to me. No matter where he goes, seize him and give him a good thrashing. He'll reveal everything. Their frantic curses reached Lucien's ears, and as he recognized the familiar voice, he realized, the errand gang suspects me? So soon? Andre and Mag bickered for a minute, growing increasingly disheartened upon confirming Lucien's disappearance. Jackson was notoriously ruthless. Failure to execute his orders would lead to dire consequences. Mag, haven't you boasted about your barbarian lineage, claiming you can discern scents on the wind? Andre suddenly recalled one of Mag's earlier boasts. Mag scratched his bald head, responding in a deep, gravelly voice. I momentarily forgot. Sometimes I can, sometimes I cannot. He lifted his head slightly, inhaling deeply. Suddenly, he exclaimed, I smell that damn brat's stench. Shouting, he took large strides towards the tree where Lucien hid, with Andre closely behind. At the moment Mag called out, Lucien had already turned to flee, hoping to escape by speed. However, despite his towering frame and muscular build, Mag was surprisingly swift, rapidly closing the distance. Had it not been for a few near collisions with trees, he would have already grasped the fabric of Lucien's clothing. The thicket by the Burin River was quite sparse. As Lucien ran, the landscape opened up, leaving him vulnerable without the cover of trees to evade Mag. Yet, Lucien remained unperturbed. Compared to Gary, the high-ranking knight-s squire, the pressure Mag exerted felt significantly lesser, not to mention the terrifying swarms of blood-red-eyed rats. As Lucien stayed on high alert, poised for action, Mag's furious shouts reverberated in his ears. Lucien abruptly halted, crouched down, buried his head, and propelled himself towards Mag, aiming to collide with him. Caught off guard by Lucien's sudden stop, Mag stumbled forward, instinctively throwing a punch with his right hand. But Lucien, having anticipated this, ducked just in time, evading the blow. Lucien crashed into Mag, delivering a powerful strike with his tightly clenched fist to Mag's soft abdomen, causing him to double over in pain and cry out in distress. However, for Mag, who possessed a 16th of barbarian blood, the blow was insufficient to incapacitate him. After a brief moment of adjustment, he retaliated with an elbow strike aimed downward. Yet, before he could execute his elbow attack, Lucien had already bent his right knee, delivering a precise and forceful knee strike to Mag's groin. Aya! The mixed-blooded Mag, whose heritage was so diluted that it was nearly indiscernible, emitted a piercing, prolonged scream, clutching his groin and rolling on the ground in agony. Andre, who had just arrived on the scene, felt an involuntary chill run down his spine upon witnessing the spectacle and slowed his pace. After pursuing for several steps and observing the widening gap between him and Lucien, with Mag still writhing in pain behind him, Andre hesitated before finally coming to a stop. In this world, lacking strength truly breeds insecurity, even over a trifling sum of money. Lucien couldn't help but reflect on his previous experiences, as something within him began to stir. Lucien concealed himself behind the exterior wall of a modest dwelling, furtively observing his own abode. Noticing the absence of any nearby individuals, he was about to discreetly inquire with a familiar neighborhood child when, to his astonishment, he beheld a group of over a dozen men approaching his residence with an intimidating demeanor. As a neatly attired and unremarkable-looking man pointed with his hand, a burly young man stepped forward and delivered a fierce kick to Lucien's door, sending the already dilapidated wooden barrier flying. Chapter 14. Determination. The gang enforcer kicked open the door to Lucien's home. Noticing the silence within, he stepped inside for a moment before retreating to report to the unremarkable leader with an ordinary face. Brother Jackson, there's no one inside, and everything is quite tidy. Jackson, wearing an amiable smile, replied, It took us a considerable amount of time to extract the details about this lad from Old Cohen. I thought we would be late. Hee hee. Although Mag and Andre are fools and wastrels, they are still of some use. Upon hearing the mention of Mag and Andre, the enforcers recalled Mag's pitiful state, clutching his groin and howling in agony, evoking an involuntary sensation akin to a breeze through their trousers. Meanwhile, Andre silently rejoiced, relieved that the boy had not escaped with their money, for his fate would have been dire, though certainly better than Mag's, who had been pronounced by the doctor as needing to lie in bed for a week. "Andrew, go inside and see if you can find anything unusual," Jackson instructed. Eager to prove himself, Andre stepped inside without hesitation. A few minutes later, he emerged with a peculiar expression, holding a collection of miscellaneous items. "Brother Jackson, this lad's box is filled with trash." Lucien inwardly lamented that these were items he had not yet had the chance to dispose of. At first glance, they would undoubtedly be associated with refuse, if it were revealed that he had sold goods in the market over the past few days. A person of ordinary intelligence would surely deduce the origin of his wealth. Jackson glanced at the assortment of junk Andre held, shaking his head in disdain. "I believe I now understand where he obtained the copper. Alas, the church disposes of waste every 3 days. Yet we never considered that the refuse by the Burin River might conceal treasures. The garbage from the palace, the noble district, the mansions outside the city, the musicians' association, the blacksmiths' guild, and the mercenary guild all converges by the Burin River. What the nobles deem trash may not truly be so." Jackson had speculated about this after learning from Andre and Mag that Lucien had previously transported refuse for the musicians' association to the outskirts of the city. This was merely confirmation of his theory. After sharing his thoughts, Jackson smiled warmly. "Thank you, Lucien, for providing us with another path shimmering with the allure of gold. Let us express our gratitude with fervor. Go and smash everything in his house. Any copper and silver found shall belong to us. Anyone who encounters him and offers a hearty thank you can come to me for a generous reward." In Jackson's eyes, Lucien was far from deserving of surveillance. As an organized, disciplined, and genuine gang, they had countless matters to attend to each day and would not squander time and manpower on such a minor figure. The gangsters cheered, and had Lucien's home not been so small, they would have all rushed inside. The sound of shattering glass resonated nearby, hidden not far away. Lucien could discern from the noise that a pot had shattered and furniture had been destroyed in their search for his hidden money. Lucien clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in silent fury. Yet he understood that with over a dozen gang enforcers present, any attempt to intervene would only result in a brutal beating, perhaps even death. Thus, regardless of his anger, frustration, and seething rage, he had to suppress it. Without status, strength, or power, there was no recourse against these thugs and scoundrels. As for the law, their brazen actions suggested that if he were to step forward, it would be of no consequence. That which would not have been burned had she not resorted to stealing bones from the graveyard. As long as magic existed, along with dark creatures and heretics, there likely remained places where magic was not so discriminated against. If he approached the study of magic cautiously, he could eventually gain the power to protect himself and seek a true sanctuary. The risks were considerable, but the rewards could be equally great. To aspire for wealth and enjoyment, how could one expect a smooth journey without embracing some danger? Even in commerce, one had to endure the exploitation of nobles and gangs, as well as competition from rivals. A single misstep could lead to bankruptcy or even death. Countless thoughts and desires collided within Lucien. But before he could make a definitive decision, he suddenly heard Aunt Eliza's voice. "You wretched thugs, what are you doing?" The garments from the textile guild needed to be collected by 10 o'clock, and after arranging for Anne to go mushroom picking outside the city, Aunt Eliza had not yet left when she heard the commotion of destruction. Grasping a long wooden ladle, she brandished it and approached the gangsters, attempting to halt their vandalism of Lucien's humble abode. "Get her out of the way," Jackson commanded, pointing at Eliza. Two enforcers who had failed to seize anything from inside rushed out, rolling up their sleeves and approaching Aunt Eliza menacingly, intending to shove her aside. However, they underestimated Aunt Eliza's strength. Her ladle, capable of matching the force of a bear's paw, struck the foremost enforcer, causing him to stagger back with a pained cry. Jackson glanced around and signaled for two more enforcers to join in. Although Aunt Eliza was formidable and imposing, the gangsters were seasoned fighters who relied on their fists. After a few exchanges of blows that avoided vital areas, they managed to knock the ladle from her grasp. A heavy punch landed on Aunt Eliza's shoulder, and despite her considerable girth, the impact elicited a pained cry. Yet she did not falter, continuing to advance while shouting, "Stop this immediately. The sheriff will be here soon." From behind the wall, Lucien, witnessing Aunt Eliza's beating, could no longer contain his self-reproach. Am I not a man? Though he had known Aunt Eliza and Uncle Joel for only a few days, the sight of Aunt Eliza risking herself to defend his home while he cowered was unbearable. Thus, Lucien clenched his fists, glanced towards the front of the house, and vehemently cursed, "Damn it." He then charged out, aiming directly for Jackson, who was left standing alone. In mere moments, Lucien closed the distance to Jackson, leaping upon him with fervor. It was then that Jackson, surprised, turned his head in astonishment. But there was no time for any further action. Lucien collided with him forcefully, sending Jackson sprawling to the ground as they grappled. Lucien exerted all his strength, pinning Jackson's hands down to prevent him from drawing a possible dagger while desperately reaching for his throat. If he could seize Jackson's throat, he could momentarily gain control of the situation. Yet, Jackson had risen to his position as a leader of the Aaron gang through not only cunning but also his experience as a former enforcer. As he rolled to leverage his weight, he denied Lucien the chance to grasp his throat, while his pinned arm struck Lucien's ribs with elbow jabs. With no room to maneuver, the blows lacked power, but the ribs were sensitive and fragile. Under Jackson's relentless strikes, Lucien winced in pain. However, having endured Gary's assaults, Lucien understood he could not panic but must endure. Thus, he gritted his teeth against the pain until finally, his hand brushed against Jackson's throat. Just as Lucien was about to tighten his grip, a sharp pain shot through his right rib, sending him flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Leveraging his extensive experience, Jackson managed to support the arrival of the nearby gang enforcers, who swiftly kicked Lucien aside. Meanwhile, the enforcers in the room also prevented Eliza's associates from intervening, as several of them rushed to the scene. Just as Lucien attempted to rise, a flurry of kicks and punches descended upon him like a torrential storm, leaving him utterly defenseless. He could only remain calm, curling into a protective ball, safeguarding his vital areas while enduring the relentless blows from the gangsters. Rolling on the ground, he was besieged by excruciating pain that pierced his mind. Yet, he maintained a semblance of composure, adopting a position to absorb the punishment, lest he suffer a fate as dire as Magus, who had been ruthlessly targeted in his vulnerable regions. At that moment, Lucien felt as though his soul were adrift, nausea threatening to overwhelm him. The world around him grew hazy, the cacophony of sounds rendering everything surreal, while Aunt Eliza's cries echoed from a distant realm. Let him go. In this chaotic environment, Lucien finally resolved to harness a power beyond the mundane, even if it meant resorting to sorcery. He vowed that, even through usury, he would gather sufficient funds to learn the arcane arts within a short span. Observing the battered Lucien, Jackson shifted his arm, which had been pressed painfully, and delivered a couple of harsh kicks. He then addressed his henchman, saying, "All right, that's enough. This lesson has been sufficient. This lad has a friend who is a squire to Sir Wayne. There is no need to escalate to murder. If we were to kill over such trivial matters, especially a knight's close companion, the Aaron gang would have long since painted the streets with Altier's blood. Yet, the Aaron gang has maintained control over the city gate and parts of the market by exercising restraint. Otherwise, the true masters of Altier, the formidable nobles, bishops, and priests, would have swiftly eradicated them. Even the rumors of Aaron's entanglements with powerful figures do not exempt them from this reality. The enforcers ceased their assault, their malevolent gazes fixed upon Lucien. Jackson, observing the blood streaming from Lucien's nose and the corners of his mouth, chuckled, "In truth, I admire your intellect. However, young one, you remain too naive. As for matters beyond the city, I hope you curb your ambition. Otherwise, you may find yourself in more dire straits than mere beatings. I believe Mag would relish a philosophical discussion with you about life." The situation concerning the refuse by the riverbank was not something Jackson intended to conceal, which imparted a peculiar sensation within him, though he dismissed it quickly. He beckoned his gangsters to gather the possessions Lucien had yet to address, along with the 45 copper fields found on his person, and they departed with a sense of triumph. Chapter 15. For justice, Lucien lay on the ground, dazed and in pain, gazing at the sun, which was not too fierce that morning, in the exceptionally clear blue sky. He breathed in the fresh air, the agony in his flesh unable to overshadow the tumult within his heart, as well as the steadfastness and resilience that came with having a true goal to strive for. After making the decision to learn magic, Lucien, though more cautious and careful about the future, felt as if he had released a heavy stone that had long burdened his soul, experiencing a delightful sense of ease. It was indeed a strange, complex, and twisted psychological state. In just a few days, Lucien seemed to have matured beyond the 20-plus years of his previous existence, burying the anger and helplessness deep within, and chuckling at himself. Perhaps, from the very beginning, he had yearned to learn magic, to master the powers of the mundane, to attain a better life and a higher status. The events of these past few days had merely served to solidify his resolve. Elisa rushed to Lucien's side, helping him to his feet. "Young Evans, are you all right?" Lucien attempted to move his limbs and body, wincing in pain. "I'm fine, Aunt Elisa. They did not intend to kill me, just some minor injuries." Elisa breathed a sigh of relief, cursing, "Those damned rascals, the lawless rogues who disregard the Duke's laws, will surely be hanged. They will definitely descend into hell." While cursing the errand gang, Elisa assisted Lucien into her home, washing the blood from his face with clean water and using a fresh linen cloth to staunch the bleeding. As a commoner, Elisa was accustomed to placing herself in a position of vulnerability. With tears in her eyes, Aunt Elisa nodded. "Young Evans, you truly are commendable. What are you planning to conceal from me?" Suddenly, John's magnetic voice rang out. He stood at the door in his gray knight's attire, having arrived unnoticed. After addressing Elisa, John smiled at Lucien, clapping his hands together, and in a calm and gentle manner remarked, "You look far worse than when we used to take beatings together. Now, tell me what happened." "I suspect many neighbors witnessed the events outside." Lucien glanced at Aunt Elisa, who nodded glumly, and then recounted the entire story. At that moment, Lucien felt an oppressive force emanating from John, reminiscent of that which he had felt from Gary, Korea, and others. Upon hearing the details, John's expression darkened with anger. But he quickly regained his composure and chuckled. "It seems you truly wish to learn the art of writing, Lucien. Your mind is indeed the sharpest among us. Being able to think of seeking valuable trash." Seeing John's lack of fury and his knightly spirit in confronting the errand gang, Aunt Elisa sighed with relief. "Young Evans, having your own thoughts and ambitions is the best course." John shifted his body, loosening his shoulders, then walked a few steps into the kitchen, retrieving a sturdy wooden stick resembling a sword. He turned to Lucien, saying, "I didn't expect to be using the wooden stick from our training days." He then called out, "Mother, I'm stepping outside." "Little John," Aunt Elisa cried out in distress, "you will be expelled by Sir Wayne if you do this." Lucien quickly interjected, "John, it's nothing, just a minor injury." John shook his head. After becoming Sir Wayne's official squire, he often instructs us to uphold the chivalric code, to embody the spirit of knighthood, to fear not violence, protect the weak, guard our homes, and raise the banners of justice and truth. While other companions may not care much, I feel this is a path I wish to follow for a lifetime. Lucien is my dear friend, a weak commoner, and the errand gang is comprised of villains and rogues. If I do not stand up, I would betray the principles in my heart. Even if I am not expelled by Sir Wayne, such remorse would haunt my soul, preventing me from awakening the blood power within me. Moreover, I believe Sir Wayne would approve of my actions. Yet, Aunt Elisa still wished for John to remain, her face painted with sorrow. John smiled gently, embracing Elisa. Lucien was merely beaten and had some belongings taken. I won't do anything extreme or escalate the situation. Mother, trust me. Look, I'm only taking a wooden stick. Such reassurance, along with the credible strength derived from John's status as a squire, finally convinced Elisa, who reluctantly nodded. Little John, you must be cautious. It is they who should be cautious. Lucien, await good news. John, holding the wooden stick, smiled confidently and headed towards the door. Wait. Lucien's voice suddenly called out. He stood up, feeling moved by John's actions, a surge of warmth boiling within him. I'll join you. Though Lucien's smile appeared somewhat comical due to the cut at the corner of his mouth, John recognized Lucien's determination and did not refuse, laughing heartily. No problem. Just like when we were children. Indeed, there's another stick in the kitchen. Lucien retrieved a stick and held it in hand, softly reassuring Aunt Elisa as he passed her. I will keep an eye on John. I won't let him act recklessly. Not long after Jackson and the others had departed, John and Lucien easily learned of the gang's whereabouts through the neighbors. As they pursued, John suddenly spoke. Lucien, do you believe in justice? His voice seemed somewhat uncertain. As they continued their journey, John added, I do believe in justice. Yet I understand that I am not as noble and fearless as I claimed. If you were not my good friend, I might not adhere to the chivalric spirit and raise the banner of justice against the errand gang. I would habitually gauge my own strength. And should I sense a significant threat to my life and future, I would likely shrink back, unless it involved my family and friends. Perhaps, to me, justice is merely a slogan. I do not concur, Lucien replied. Every knight has something they prioritize protecting. Some value fairness, others loyalty, some fearlessness, and some compassion. You have chosen your home. Only by selecting what to safeguard can one truly discuss justice. Otherwise, justice becomes an elusive, intangible symbol devoid of substance. At that moment, Lucien realized that John was still somewhat inexperienced, much like himself, as they both rifled through the pages of a tome on chivalric ideals in their minds, organizing their thoughts to comfort and persuade each other. Through several days of practice, Lucien had grown increasingly adept at accessing the library, finding it easy to locate the necessary information as his thoughts flowed. John, still somewhat perplexed, asked, "Is that so?" "Certainly. Given your strength, if there were a reasonable chance. Would you not fear violence, protect the weak, and uphold justice?" Lucien countered. John nodded resolutely. "I would." "Thus, John, you remain a steadfast knight of justice. After all, attempting the impossible is not upholding justice. It is courting death or recklessness. In such moments, one must think of alternative methods and paths to achieve their goals, unless there is no way out." Lucien found himself quite suited to the role of a psychological mentor. After contemplating, John seemed to relinquish some burdens, chuckling softly. "Whenever I pose this question to Sir Wayne, he always tells me that I have encountered too few situations. Relying solely on imagination will never unveil the crux of the matter. It seems that these recent events have matured you considerably. Lucien, your words hold much truth. However, I still yearn for that true sense of justice. Sir Wayne once regaled us with the tale of a legendary knight's sword, a blade that, despite being infused with the powers of divine magic, appeared utterly unremarkable. It lacked the dazzling radiance, the vibrant hues of sorcery, and was devoid of any gems or pearls. Even the guard was crafted from plain wood, indistinguishable from the swords wielded by common soldiers, and thus received nary a glance from the haughty nobles and knights who considered themselves superior. Yet, its true strength was astonishingly formidable, particularly in the face of malevolence. What resonated with me most profoundly were the words inscribed upon the blade. Justice, when compared to vanity and superficial power, may seem feeble and pale. Yet it is universal in its application to all, regardless of wealth or status, regardless of knowledge or ignorance. Whether in a farmer's field or on a fierce battlefield, justice is omnipresent. This sword was known as Pale Justice, but alas, it vanished alongside a mighty celestial night within the shadows of the dark mountains. John's expression transformed into one of longing and subtle excitement, retreating into a realm of unseen thoughts. Observing this, Lucien jested, "Then let our motto today be, for justice." "Ha ha, for justice." John waved his wooden stick, and the two erupted into laughter, though internally, Lucien silently affirmed that he had certainly not intended to imply the absence of dental decay. Moments later, they spotted Jackson striding through the expansive marketplace, flanked by a dozen or so thugs, including Andre. Chapter 16. The streets. Upon spotting Jackson, John regained his composure and advised Lucien, "You lack formal training. So remember not to panic. Strike steadily and accurately. They may only carry daggers, and as long as you wield your club to its full length, they cannot close in on you. Furthermore, do not stop. Keep moving while attacking. They outnumber us, and if they surround you from different angles, you will find it impossible to defend yourself." He endeavored to simplify his counsel, ensuring Lucien would not succumb to panic or reckless aggression. John fell silent, concealing the wooden clubs behind them to avoid drawing attention from passers-by, and hurried towards Jackson and his crew. This thoroughfare was situated in a bustling market district, a mere 10 minutes from a stronghold of the errand gang, teeming with merchants, adventurers, and mercenaries. Thus, John's and Lucien's approach went unnoticed by Jackson and his associates. As they closed in, Lucien and John exchanged a knowing glance, extending their clubs in unison towards the two gang members lagging behind. Lucien recognized one as the brute who had previously sent him sprawling, thwarting his efforts. As he approached, he swung his club ferociously at the man's head. Lacking strength and training, Lucien had learned from his recent encounters that maintaining composure was vital, but he also understood the necessity of ferocity. Once you strike, you must not hold back, lest you find yourself at a loss. The swish of the club alerted the gang member, yet in the short distance. He merely turned his head slightly and was met with a resounding thud as Lucien's strike landed beneath his ear, plunging him into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, John, though less brutal than Lucien, targeted the gang member's right arm instead of his head. Gripping the club as if it were a mighty sword, he struck with considerable force, sending the thug airborne before crashing to the ground, his arm swollen and momentarily incapacitated. Lucien, having felled one foe, did not halt. He circled around, aiming for another gang member who turned upon hearing the commotion. With a powerful swing, he struck the thug squarely in the face. The man fell back, blood spraying in arcs as he collapsed, writhing on the ground in agony. At this juncture, the remaining gang members had fully grasped the situation. Upon realizing only Lucien and John were present, Jackson's eyes darkened with malice. He signaled for the remaining 12 thugs to converge. Their daggers glinted in the morning sun, exuding a cold light. In such circumstances, the critical factors were to remain calm and avoid greed. Even if the enemy was divided, they could converge from multiple directions. The street was broad and lengthy, and bystanders had already scattered, as long as they did not corner themselves or engage with a single adversary. John's diversion of the 4 or 5 gang members pursuing Lucien rendered any attempt to trap him futile. Of course, this demanded considerable stamina, as the average person could only endure for a few minutes. Soon, another gang member lay defeated, yet Lucien noticed that John had become encircled, despite being stronger than Lucien. John's earlier restraint allowed the gang members to recover, and after dispatching 5 or 6 of them, he found himself overwhelmed as they drew upon their daggers, aiming for vulnerable spots. Realizing John's precarious situation, Lucien hesitated briefly, then steeled himself and charged forward, swinging his club at the back of one of the thugs surrounding John. "Watch out, Johnny!" The gang members yelled in pursuit of Lucien, alerting their companion. The thug named Johnny reacted swiftly, diving forward and avoiding Lucien's strike. However, this opened a path for John, who swung his club wide, forcing the others back and creating an escape route. Johnny leaped up, aiming to stab John in the back, while the 3 pursuing gang members closed in. Yet, Lucien, having pressured Johnny into a dive, did not rush off as before. Instead, he remained in place, delivering a precise blow to Johnny's back. With a dull thud, Johnny fell to the ground, his dagger slipping from his grasp, unable to prevent John's escape. But this left Lucien trapped by the remaining gang members, forced to dart within a constricted space. With a sudden sting, Lucien felt a sharp pain in his back. He realized he had been grazed by a dagger, but he did not yield to despair. His encounters with Gary and others had afforded him insight into the strength of a true knight squire, especially one who would not hold back in combat. The gang members lacked such prowess. Had they possessed it, they would have risen to leadership long ago. As John evaded and struck, each blow was precise and forceful. Unlike Lucien, who might miss an opportunity, John's strikes consistently felled gang members with anguished cries. Within mere seconds, the ground was strewn with the defeated. Having dispatched several foes, John hastened to assist Lucien. Realizing John's formidable strength, Jackson understood that the remaining 4 thugs would hardly be able to impede their escape. Without hesitation, he turned to flee towards a nearby Aaron gang stronghold, where he could gather reinforcements to exact vengeance. With a swift motion, John knocked out the thug named Andre, who had encircled Lucien. As Jackson fled, some of the remaining gang members lost their resolve and sought to escape, while others, emboldened, lunged fiercely with their daggers, inflicting another wound on Lucien's hand, blood oozing forth. Stifling the pain, Lucien placed his trust in John, stepping forward to use the length of his club to topple an assailant. Meanwhile, John dispatched the remaining aggressive thug with a seamless strike, sending him crashing to the ground in pain. "Are you all right?" John inquired with concern. Lucien shook his head. "I'm fine. Let's pursue that scoundrel." Thus, armed with their clubs, the 2 sprinted after Jackson. In that moment, Lucien found himself amusingly reminiscent of a bygone era of street brawls. They were so close. So very close to the end of the long street, Lucien urged himself onward. Unfortunately, John, lacking the instinct to outpace him, seized the moment and hurled his club. It struck Jackson squarely in the back, causing him to stumble and fall, momentarily incapacitated. John quickly approached, placing his armored boot upon Jackson's back. Lucien, having endured a previous beating and now bearing 2 wounds, was exhausted. After several seconds, he finally arrived, gasping for breath. "Ah, at last!" Lucien steadied his breath, raising the wooden stick high, while John nudged Jackson's body with his foot, forcing him to roll over. "How dare you?" Jackson's words, laced with shock and fury, had yet to escape his lips when he saw Lucien's stick swing down violently, striking him on the side of his face. Several teeth flew out, and droplets of blood splattered forth. Jackson's pained cry was choked in his throat. A buzzing filled his ears, rendering him nearly deaf, while golden stars danced before his eyes. This blow shattered Jackson's illusion of safety. These audacious ruffians were indeed willing to resort to violence. "What do you want?" he mumbled through blood-filled lips, the sound of his own voice seeming to originate from another realm, distant and ethereal. "You must be John, correct? Aren't you afraid of the constable? Of being expelled by Sir Wayne? If you lose your status as a knight's squire, think of your father, your mother, your brothers." Jackson's ringing ears began to clear, and his mind regained a semblance of calm as he deduced John's identity, issuing a veiled threat. "Care for another round?" Lucien waved the battered stick, which seemed on the verge of breaking after the skirmish. The pent-up frustration and rage within Jackson boiled like water in a cauldron. Yet he understood all too well that Lucien was more than capable of striking again. He could only close his mouth and gaze at John. Chapter 17. Astringent John smiled and remarked, "The Knight's Code includes the principles of protecting one's homeland and safeguarding the vulnerable. I believe I have not transgressed these tenets. Sir Wayne will surely comprehend this. In contrast, your gang seems rather untrustworthy. You have no evidence." Jackson retorted menacingly. "It is well known that dissuading witnesses from testifying is a specialty of gangs, and the church typically refrains from intervening in such matters. Moreover, the influential figure behind the Aaron gang holds considerable sway within the church." From the Copper Crown Tavern, Lucien learned that in the Duchy of Valorit, knights are the true aristocracy. Their official attendants, while not of high rank, certainly command respect. Thus, the notion that Jackson, a mere petty gang leader, could slander a knight's attendant is implausible, especially since neither he nor John possesses any substantial allure that would entice the Aaron gang. Conversely, John, steeped in the chivalric spirit and code, along with Aunt Eliza's similar beliefs, found himself somewhat intimidated by Jackson's bravado. Jackson fell silent, thwarted by Lucien's words. Slandering a knight's attendant is indeed within the Aaron gang's capabilities, but it would require extensive connections and resources, which the gang's leader would hardly expend on a minor thug like Jackson, particularly given the recent unsettling atmosphere in Alto. Beneath the calm lies a tumultuous undercurrent. And even the gang leader has been acting mysteriously, leaving one to wonder what schemes he is concocting. Thus, Jackson had merely attempted to intimidate John. Furthermore, this was not a matter of deep-seated enmity, and there was no need to gamble one's future and life over it. After assuming leadership, Jackson had naturally lost his former ruthlessness. Eventually, he reluctantly inquired, "How much compensation do you require?" "I possess only 2 silver nails." Seeing his words had successfully intimidated Jackson, Lucien turned to John to let him decide. He then glanced towards the street's end and whispered, "It seems the constable is approaching. We should leave quickly to avoid escalating the situation." Engaging with the constable was a common affair for the Aaron gang, and it was not difficult to concoct an excuse to extricate themselves. Although Lucien harbored concerns about potential retaliation from the gang, he occasionally pondered the possibility of thoroughly subduing them or severing future threats. However, at that moment, neither he nor John's strength sufficed for such endeavors, and committing murder in broad daylight would certainly lead to John's expulsion. Adhering strictly to the Knight's Code, John had no intention of extorting Jackson. He nodded, "Very well. I accept 2 silver nails as compensation." Lucien had lost over 40 copper ferals and some unprocessed refuse. The rest of his money was carefully hidden in a corner of the witch's ruins, where the scoundrels dared not venture for fear of curses. Thus, the damaged furniture amounted to slightly more than a silver nail. Accepting 2 silver nails was, in fact, a good deal. With great effort, Jackson produced his money pouch and tossed it to John, who found it nearly empty, containing only 2 silver nails. The copper ferals were given to them as a reward. Receiving the silver nails, Lucien pointed towards the advancing constable and his subordinates, urging, "We must move swiftly." Although being caught by the constable might not result in severe consequences, Lucien could not gamble with John's future. Thus he relinquished the beloved copper ferals without much regret. All right. John picked up a wooden stick, leaving no evidence behind. Then, Lucien and John fled down another street, darting into an alley, swiftly disappearing from the marketplace. Breathless, John observed that Lucien's 2 wounds were shallow and had stopped bleeding. So he too sat down beside Lucien, saying, "I am quite exhausted. Being surrounded for those brief seconds was more tiring than running for half a day. Yet, it has been a long time since I had such a satisfying fight. It truly felt invigorating." The two leaned against each other, catching their breath and regaining their strength, laughter echoing freely and joyously. John, puzzled, asked, "Lucien, what makes you smile?" "I was contemplating the future. Once I have mastered writing and earned some money, I shall travel across the continent, experiencing diverse landscapes, cuisines, countries, and enchanting legends. Regardless of success, this is the path I aspire to pursue. For my parents and friends like you, John, I have already saved over 3 silver nails, even if I must borrow at high interest. I shall gather the remaining funds swiftly to commence my magical studies. The Aaron gang may not dare to retaliate openly, but they excel in covert actions. If previously Lucien's decision to learn magic stemmed from external pressures and aspirations for power, status, and a splendid life, now it was a resolute choice from within. John chuckled. Traveling the continent? Huh. Although the Eastern nations have seen the eradication of dark creatures and magical beasts by the church, the wilderness remains perilous. Those kobolds, goblins, and gnolls breed like vermin. Even if exterminated, they reappear in droves. With your current strength, solitary travel may be unwise. Kobolds, goblins, gnolls, are they edible? Lucien instinctively inquired, his first thought regarding these rapidly reproducing creatures being their potential as food. John, bemused, couldn't fathom Lucien's line of reasoning, replied, "I don't believe so." "Very well," Lucien said, slightly disappointed. Without further inquiry, John gazed at the sapphire sky, filled with anticipation. "If I become a formal knight, I too shall roam the continent, wondering what lies beyond Alto, and whether it is as splendid as the tales spun by wandering bards. By the way, Lucien, you must be cautious in the coming days. Avoid venturing outside the city or into secluded areas. Those ruffians are truly despicable. Indeed, John, when you meet Sir Wayne, be sure to bring up today's incident and request punishment," Lucien advised. John, initially perplexed, then nodded earnestly, "Very well. Alas, I can only study a portion of military-related texts once I become a higher-ranked knight's attendant. Otherwise, I could teach you myself." The two, in high spirits, exchanged light banter until they regained their strength, then rose and made their way to Aunt Eliza's home. Aunt Eliza, meanwhile, was preparing to bandage Lucien's wounds with a clean, old cloth. After a while, seeing that everything was fine, Lucien stood to take his leave, intending to borrow money from the usurer at the Copper Crown Tavern before lunch, aiming to gather 5 silver nails to begin his studies. Mastering magic was of utmost importance at present. If I can successfully learn magic, repaying the loan should pose no issue. Failure, however, would be perilous. Yet, no endeavor yields rewards without risk. Lucien had already steeled himself for the consequences of borrowing at high interest. "Little Ivans, wait," Joel suddenly called out to Lucien. Lucien turned, puzzled. "Uncle Joel, is there something else?" Joel produced a very old, simple money pouch and handed it to Lucien. "Here are 8 silver nails. Take them." "Uncle Joel, Aunt Eliza you." Lucien stammered, feeling somewhat bewildered. He had always perceived Uncle Joel's family to be as impoverished as his own, and with Evan still too young, he had never contemplated borrowing money from them. Aunt Eliza smiled gently. "Little Ivans, your Uncle Joel may not have much, but these have been saved over the past 2 years. While not a fortune, they should suffice to help you commence your studies. However, this is all your savings." Lucien felt a slight sting in his eyes. Joel burst into laughter, patting Lucien on the shoulder. "In the past, we struggled greatly because of young John, and your father often assisted us. Once you master literacy, you will be able to secure a respectable and lucrative job. Surely, you would repay us, wouldn't you? Or are you concerned that you might not learn to read and write?" "I have great confidence, Uncle Joel," Lucien replied, nodding emphatically. "Although the money, combined with your own, would only allow for 2 months of study, if we all strive together, we can at least ensure that you can study for a month every 3 or 4 months. Therefore, Lucien, your progress depends entirely on your own efforts." Joel's words transformed Lucien's pursuit of literacy into a shared endeavor of their family. Lucien's vision blurred with gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Joel, Aunt Eliza, John." He silently resolved to ensure that Uncle Joel's family would lead a better life, and after mastering a certain level of magic, to leave Alto as soon as possible, so as not to entangle them in such perilous affairs. When leaving Andaliza's house, although Lucien's destination remained the Copper Crown Tavern, it was no longer to borrow money, but rather to seek out scholars and learn to read and write. Chapter 18. Familiar faces as noon approached. The Copper Crown Tavern radiated a slight brightness, piercing through the dimness with a warm glow. Compared to the last time Lucien visited in the morning, the establishment was considerably more crowded. The melodies of the minstrel mingled with the sounds of conversation and boisterous discussions, creating a cacophony of noise. Lucien noticed a number of unfamiliar faces adorned in leather armor, exuding an air of ferocity, along with elegantly dressed women, likely mercenaries and adventurers. Navigating through the bustling crowd with difficulty, Lucien finally squeezed his way to the bar. "Ah, customer. Care for a drink?" Cohen, engrossed in his mug of ale, greeted without lifting his gaze. Amused, Lucien replied, "Uncle Cohen, it's me." "Ah, Lucien, what happened to you?" Cohen exclaimed, his beard shaking in surprise as he noticed Lucien's bruised face. "Wait, this morning, Jackson from the Aaron gang came asking about you. You haven't gotten into trouble with those ruffians, have you?" Reluctant to elaborate, Lucien simply stated, "The matter has been resolved, Uncle Cohen. I wish to inquire about scholars who teach writing. Have you gathered 5 silver gnarls?" Cohen asked, astonished. "You didn't rob those scoundrels, did you?" His gaze scrutinized Lucien as if he were an enigma. Lucien pondered the truth of his statement. Indeed, it could be considered a heist, but he refrained from admitting so. He offered a brief explanation, mentioning that it was Joel's family who lent him the necessary funds. Cohen took a hearty swig of ale and praised, "Lucien, you and John have finally matured into men who understand passion and honor. However, be cautious around Joel's family. As long as John remains the squire to Sir Wayne, they won't dare retaliate openly, but there are always those who relish in reckless gambling." Lucien nodded solemnly. "We will be careful." Cohen then produced a sheet of white paper, adorned with childlike scribbles of peculiar shapes. "I cannot read, but I can always draw some symbols." He proceeded to read aloud the names of scholars willing to teach writing, along with their addresses and schedules for Lucien to choose from. As Lucien listened attentively, comparing options, a familiar name caught his ear. "Victor? The musician, Mr. Victor?" Cohen looked at him quizzically. "Yes, do you know Mr. Victor? I encountered him at the Musicians Guild last time. But doesn't Mr. Victor have a concert at the Hall of Cantations in over 3 months? Does he have time to teach writing?" Lucien questioned, suspecting Cohen might be mistaken. Cohen burst into laughter. "Precisely because of that, Mr. Victor is willing to teach writing. Securing a concert at the Hall of Cantations is no trivial matter. It requires an invitation from the Musicians Guild Council, or from His Grace the Duke, or Her Highness Princess Natasha. Moreover, as there is only one concert per week at the hall, unless one is among the renowned few, others must wait a considerable time. Mr. Victor received an invitation 6 months ago, and to prepare for this concert, he has declined all performances, including an invitation from the Syracuse court, resulting in a significant reduction in his income. It is said he is relying solely on his savings." Lucien began to comprehend the situation. However, if Mr. Victor valued the concert at the hall so highly, why would he squander time teaching writing? Surely he could borrow money to tide him over. "I'm not quite sure," Cohen replied, taking another sip of ale. "I've heard that the closer he gets to the concert, the greater the pressure on him. You know how sensitive musicians can be. If he doesn't find something else to occupy his mind, he might just go mad from the stress of it all." After a moment's reflection, Lucien concluded that, having met Victor and found him amiable and graceful, he would choose to learn from him. The Jisu district, named after the great violinist Jisu, housed the majority of musicians and performers of Alto. It was picturesque, quiet, and tidy, with tall, dense trees resembling sycamores lining the streets. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting patches of bright golden light upon the ground, creating a beautiful interplay of light and shadow. Following the address Cohen provided, Lucien walked beneath the trees, eventually arriving at 12 Sneva Street in the Jisu district after a few misdirections. Behind a dark green wall stood a quaint 2-story building, adorned with climbing vines that exuded an ancient and tranquil aura. If all went well, over the next 2 months, he would attend transformative lessons here every weekday afternoon from 2 to 4. Lucien gently knocked on the grand door, and shortly after, a servant approached. Peering through the wrought iron gate, he scrutinized Lucien's attire, slightly furrowing his brow. "May I ask whom you are seeking?" Once Lucien clarified his purpose, the servant remained skeptical. "The fee for a month of writing lessons is 5 silver gnarls, payable in advance." Are you prepared? Having grown accustomed to such discrimination, Lucien brushed it aside. Nothing was more vital than his pursuit of literacy. He retrieved his coin pouch and poured a few silver gnarls into his palm. Of course, the middle-aged servant looked at the silver in Lucien's hand with disbelief, unable to fathom how someone so poorly dressed could produce 5 silver gnarls so casually. A servant of a musician typically earned 10 silver gnarls a month, and after household expenses, saving even one was a considerable feat. As he opened the door, he maintained a wary eye on Lucien. Mr. Victor is a renowned musician in Alto and well acquainted with the municipal officials. It seemed he suspected Lucien of obtaining wealth through dubious means. After a few minutes, the servant returned, quietly instructing, "Follow me inside, and you will hand the silver gnarls directly to butler Ace in the hall." The hall was spacious, adorned with a modest dark yellow carpet, featuring an amber coffee table, brown sofas, and small round tables. At the far end stood a long table, presumably for dining. Perhaps due to the influx of students, Victor chose not to conduct the writing lessons in his study, but rather in the hall itself. Seated on the sofas and red wooden chairs were 5 young men and 3 women, all appearing to be in the bloom of youth, ranging from 13 or 14 to just over 20. Feather quills, sheets of paper, and other materials lay scattered on their tables, as they diligently copied texts or softly recited words and melodies. From their attire, Lucien discerned that among them were 2 young men and 1 young woman who, although their clothes were impeccably clean and appeared to be worn with effort, were fundamentally quite ordinary. In contrast, the other 3 young men and 2 women donned garments that, regardless of their age, radiated a certain value. Lucien speculated that they were members of noble families who could not inherit titles or most of their wealth and were unable to awaken their ancestral powers. Lacking sufficient funds to hire a private tutor, they sought out scholars for education, and in Alto, becoming a refined musician was an excellent choice. In this private setting, it was clear that not everyone would progress at the same pace. Victor, clad in a red coat, would intermittently engage with one student, then lean toward another to whisper instructions. Scanning the hall, Lucien spotted butler Ace, who wore a neatly tailored black suit and exuded an air of solemnity. His hair was streaked with gray, and his face bore numerous wrinkles, indicating his age. Yet, he stood with impeccable posture, exuding a sense of diligence. "Good day. Are you Mr. Ace?" Lucien approached softly and inquired. The butler nodded. "Yes, I am Ace. May I know your name and your current level of study?" The butler Ace accepted the silver coin, casting a slightly bewildered glance at Lucien. Dressed in such shabby attire and evidently lacking any formal education, Lucien clearly hailed from the impoverished districts. Typically, youths from such backgrounds tended to be rather rude, yet to Ace's surprise, Lucien, despite his ignorance of etiquette, exhibited a remarkable politeness and maturity. He tread lightly to the center of the hall, whispering a few words to Victor, who turned to glance at Lucien before graciously nodding at him and gesturing towards an empty single chair, inviting him to take a seat. Meanwhile, Ace ascended the stairs. At that moment, the 5 young men and 3 young women engrossed in their studies noticed the arrival of a new learner, lifting their heads in curiosity towards Lucien, who stood by the entrance. With dark eyes and well-defined, handsome features, he bore an appealing countenance, yet his linen short tunic, matching trousers, and plain flat shoes, though clean and tidy, could not conceal the marks of poverty and a humble living environment. The initial thought that arose in their minds was one of disbelief. Could this impoverished youth truly aspire to learn the written word? Their faces betrayed a mix of confusion and astonishment, as they had not anticipated that their new companion would be a boy from the lower class. However, the 5 youths, likely from noble families, quickly masked their expressions with indifference, bowing their heads to continue their studies. In contrast, the 2 young men and 1 young woman, seemingly of common origin, continued to scrutinize Lucien with a blend of curiosity and skepticism until he settled into the solitary chair. Among them, a 17 or 18-year-old boy with similar dark eyes instinctively shifted away from Lucien, as if he were emanating an invisible odor. Lucien, possessing a maturity forged through experience rather than fragility, found the situation amusing. He simply shook his head and placed a stack of white paper and a quill pen, which he had purchased with copper coins, upon the small round table before him, patiently awaiting Victor's approach. Chapter 19. Forced memorization. This was merely encouragement for Lucien. As a novice, it was improbable for him to memorize the sounds of 32 letters so swiftly, unless he were among those gifted with remarkable memory. Such individuals, with diligence, could achieve significant accomplishments in their respective endeavors. Lucien diligently recited the sounds of the 32 letters, then compared his phonetic annotations, which he had meticulously crafted by combining Chinese and English, with the written characters on the paper to ensure accuracy. Once he was certain there were no mistakes, he calmed his mind, focused his spirit, and opened the library within his soul. In this library, a new shelf labeled Universal Language emerged, adorned with a sheet of peculiar symbols and a black hardcover book, precisely the two objects before him. Upon opening the black hardcover book, Lucien predictably discovered that only the first page contained text, while the remainder was blank. Consequently, Lucien swiftly perused the entire sounds and basic grammar of universal language on the small round table, and with satisfaction, he observed that the black hardcover book in his soul's library had become complete. Exactly as I surmised, Lucien mused with a smile. With the aid of the soul library, Lucien felt an invigorating confidence in mastering the universal language within a short span of time, prompting him to commence memorizing the sounds of the 32 letters. In his first attempt, he made numerous errors. The second attempt yielded a similar outcome. By the third attempt, the mistakes began to diminish. Yet he had forgotten some of what he previously memorized. After a full 15 attempts, Lucien resolutely committed the sounds to memory. After stammering through 2 more recitations, Victor, having completed his round of instruction, approached Lucien once again. "Lucien, recite it for me," Victor said with a warm smile. Lucien hesitated not and began to recite. However, midway through, he suddenly forgot the sound of one letter. In a moment of confusion, he intuitively sought the phonetic annotation from the soul library and smoothly completed the recitation. It was not that Lucien intended to cheat. Rather, his financial constraints compelled him to seize every opportunity to learn, even if he had not fully grasped the material. With the library at his disposal, he could always revisit the knowledge later for deeper understanding. Victor, who had been prepared to correct Lucien's mispronunciations and uncertainties, was taken aback upon hearing him finish. After a brief moment, he curiously inquired, "Have you studied phonetics before?" His voice rose slightly, drawing the attention of the other diligent students who were engrossed in their work. "No," Lucien shook his head in denial. Victor, undeterred, nodded slightly and offered praise. "Your memory is commendable, such a rarity." "Very well, let us begin learning the spelling rules." The other students cast astonished glances at Lucien, surprised by his exceptional memory. Of course, some wore expressions of scorn and disdain, believing that Lucien must have previously studied phonetics. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that he could memorize everything in such a short time. They suspected he was merely putting on a facade to gain Victor's favor, hoping to be recognized as a genuine student capable of studying music. Yet, this trivial matter did not provoke much of a stir, especially since 3 noble students were already learning music under Victor's guidance. They quickly returned to their scores and music theory, engrossed in their studies. For nearly an hour thereafter, Lucien immersed himself in the spelling rules, and in this environment, he finally comprehended the profound truth. Time is indeed money. For every additional day of study incurs significant expenses. All right, gentlemen and ladies, let us take a moment to relax, enjoy some fruit, and sip tea before we continue our studies, Victor announced, seemingly in good spirits as he ascended the stairs while servants brought forth tea and platters of sliced fruit. The tea was served in delicate, pale porcelain cups adorned with simple patterns, infused with jasmine, orange slices, and other delights, casting a vibrant orange hue. The fruits included both familiar and exotic varieties that Lucien had never encountered. A young man, dressed in modest noble attire with deep blue hair reminiscent of the sea, smiled at his companions, saying, "It seems Mr. Victor has found some inspiration. If it flows abundantly, our studies might conclude early today. Roth, if Mr. Victor ends early, he will undoubtedly make up for it over the weekend. Moreover, if he can compose new pieces, we may soon practice with the orchestra," replied a girl, around 17 or 18, with striking features and fiery long hair. Unlike her slender cousins, her waist was not excessively constricted, as such tightness could hinder breathing, which is essential for playing the flute well. Roth chuckled at the red-haired girl. "We recently had a stunning first violinist, Silas, join the orchestra. Phyllis, you and I accompanied Mr. Victor when he came. Are you so eager to practice with the orchestra because you have taken a liking to him?" The first violinist of the symphony orchestra also assumed the role of conductor in the absence of one. "Do not insult me with your frivolous notions. I merely appreciate his violin skills, which far surpass those of the former first violinist," Phyllis retorted, though a peculiar blush crept onto her cheeks. Did you not think his performance of the unaccompanied G minor sonata for violin was exceptional? Do you believe your violin skill surpasses? Upon the mention of music, Roth instantly became serious and excited, engaging Phyllis in a discussion about various musical theories and compositions. The other noble students occasionally interjected, clearly fascinated by the topic. Even the brown-haired girl among the common students, who had often been met with indifference, could not restrain herself from offering a thoughtful remark, earning nods of agreement from the others. In Alto, music serves as another universal language. Naturally, the noble students continued to deliberately overlook the common students and Lucien, while the common students, in turn, sought to ingratiate themselves with their noble peers. There were no harsh words, no ridicule or mockery, only a profound chasm of indifference and coldness. Perhaps in the hearts of noble students, the common folk and the impoverished were simply unworthy of their contempt, as they lacked even a shared language. It was a habitual exclusion, a subtle form of disdain, hardly worth their concern. Lucien, however, paid no mind to this. He seized every moment to study, akin to a parched sponge cast into the ocean of knowledge, greedily absorbing its essence. Yet, from their discussions, Lucien occasionally caught snippets of phrases and melodies. Realizing that the music of this world, be it scales or melodies, bore a striking resemblance to that of Earth, differing only in the specific musical notations. What a dedicated group of students, Lucien thought, glancing at the fervently engaged discussions, sipping from a cup of peculiar jasmine-infused red tea and tasting a slice of what he presumed was snow pear, before returning to his focused studies. Mr. Victor's inspiration did not endure long. Within 10 minutes, he descended, weariness and agitation etched on his face. Nevertheless, after diligently instructing his students, his frustration had dissipated considerably. Following an hour of earnest effort, Lucien had successfully learned most of the spelling rules and had committed them to memory with the aid of the Soul Library. At 4:10, the lesson concluded, except for Roth, Phyllis, and a noble youth named Herodotus, who remained for instrument practice. The others rose and departed the hall. Upon exiting the grand gates, 2 carriages appeared as if summoned from some distant realm, drawn by robust brown steeds that snorted loudly. 2 noble students effortlessly ascended into the carriages dispatched by their families, departing slowly amidst the envious gazes of their peers from humble backgrounds, regardless of their familial circumstances. As long as starvation was not an imminent threat, most nobles opted to maintain a semblance of dignity. 3 common students observed in silence as the carriages vanished behind the towering trees at the corner before they ventured together towards the lilac district. Meanwhile, Lucien, resembling a bookish scholar, recited the day's lessons quietly while strolling along the tree-lined avenue. Indeed, you are studying under Mr. Victor? He is an exceptional musician, remarked Joel during dinner, a teasing lilt in his voice. Oh, little Evans, are you truly intent on inheriting Uncle Joel's dreams of a musical career? Of course. Due to the inevitable challenges posed by his accent, limited vocabulary, and yet-to-be mastered grammar, Lucien had never harbored the illusion that a single day's study would enable him to comprehend his notes or embark on the journey of learning magic. Rather, he viewed it as an opportunity to review and solidify the knowledge acquired throughout the day. Chapter 20. Attempting interpretation as anticipated by Lucien, there were no unexpected surprises. During the 4 hours from dinner until he unknowingly drifted into slumber, he managed to decipher merely the initial 10 pages of the magical notes. His understanding consisted primarily of disjointed words, unable to form coherent sentences, as many terms related to magic were exceedingly rare and obscure. Of course, with Lucien's years of study, he could indeed reconstruct and infer parts of the sentences from these words, yet the precision was lacking. Under such circumstances, Lucien dared not recklessly embark on learning magic, lest he find himself oblivious to the peril that awaited him. Fortunately, as a magical journal, the which occasionally recorded her thoughts and experiences alongside her magical learnings, akin to a diary, this portion contained more accessible vocabulary, with grammatical structures mirroring Lucien's everyday speech, enabling him to successfully interpret sentences within the initial pages. He gleaned insights into the origins of the other 2 tomes, which might better be termed magical books, the which hailed from a lineage of sorcerers that survived the downfall of the ancient Sylvana's magical empire. Although this family had retreated to a remote ancient castle in the mountains following the occupation of Altair, their whereabouts remained concealed. Despite enduring centuries of oppression and persecution from the church, their numbers dwindled. had it not been for the significantly reduced severity of such actions over the past century. This family might have faced extinction. Even so, by the time of the witch, only she and her parents remained. Following an incident during a summoning of an unfamiliar creature represented by a word Lucien could not decipher, the witch became an orphan and formally inherited the two magical tomes, the Book of Astrology and Elements and the Compendium of Common Magical Entities. The diary-like entries from the initial pages provided limited information. Thus, upon awakening the next morning, Lucien's foremost thought was a fervent hope that the witch's magical notes were complete and well-crafted. Otherwise, where might he learn the ancient Sylvanas script? Given that most of the employment opportunities Lucien could find at the Copper Crown Tavern were linked to the Aaron gang, he found himself unemployed once more, relying solely on his savings for sustenance. Consequently, after rising, washing his face, and consuming the soft black bread boiled in water, he experienced an illusion of leisure with nothing to occupy his time. However, this was merely a fleeting mirage, and Lucien quickly dispelled his laziness. He ventured out to the Otherworld district to locate an open space and, following John's guidance, commenced his physical training, practicing the fundamentals of swordsmanship with a wooden stick. For Lucien, the most prudent way to brace for potential dangers before mastering magic was to diligently enhance his strength, even though John had remarked that without early training, beginning at 16 would render it nearly impossible to awaken one's bloodline power or obtain divine favor, unless blessed with the church's holy water. Moreover, Lucien possessed Jackson's dagger, which could prove vital in a critical moment. Inside the hall at 12, Geneva Street, Gisder District, Victor gazed incredulously at Lucien. You truly have never studied script before. Neither in phonetics, spelling rules, nor grammar? This marked the second instance of Victor's astonishment at Lucien's capabilities, prompting other students to glance at him once more, pondering whether this impoverished lad was a linguistic prodigy or merely fabricating tales, harboring some foundational knowledge. Mr. Victor, I genuinely have never learned script. I merely thought to connect the sounds I use in conversation with my learning process, allowing me to learn swiftly through comparison and reference. In Alto, Lucien desired to be perceived as a genius but did not wish to be regarded as an enigma. Attracting the church's attention would be troublesome, so he calmly described his learning methods. This indeed was Lucien's approach, although without the aid of a library or reference books. Others would struggle to achieve his level of comprehension. Though Victor hailed from humble beginnings, his father was a commendable violinist, admired by many nobles. He began learning the common tongue at an early age. Listening to Lucien, he nodded repeatedly, commending, "Excellent, excellent. Your ability to leverage your fluency in the common tongue to devise a method proves your intelligence and talent in this area." His satisfaction with Lucien was unmistakable. Hippocrates, Colin, and René regarded Lucien with a tinge of envy and jealousy. After 5 years of studying under Victor, Lot, and Phyllis, who had no issues with the common tongue and were equally proficient in music, exchanged glances at Victor's rare praise for a student. His method sounds quite effective, Phyllis remarked, her hands clasped demurely in her lap, exuding an air of dignified poise. Lot contemplated shrugging, but quickly realized such an action lacked noble grace. While it might be acceptable among familiar companions or common girls, he was seated opposite Phyllis, who was both competitive in music and known for her sharp wit. Instead, he simply smiled and softly said, "After years of conversing in the common tongue, it is only natural to develop such insights. Moreover, this method is not applicable to music studies, is it, Phyllis? You think I would be so naive and childish? Besides, I have my own methods of studying music. Unlike some who rely solely on a modicum of talent, neglecting to apply themselves, flitting about among women. Lot, I believe you understand that talent cannot be squandered indefinitely." Phyllis flashed a perfectly poised smile, her 8 pearly teeth aligned beautifully. If this fellow, what was it, Lucien, were to embark on music studies, he might surpass you. She subtly derided Lot with her comment. In truth, aside from Lucien, who was woefully ignorant, and a few like Joel and John, who understood his intentions to learn script and improve his circumstances, the others, including Cohen, Victor, Lot, Phyllis, and René, assumed Lucien aspired to a musical career. After all, choosing to study script often signified a predetermined path. For instance, those wishing to become clerks in rural courts or administrative officials in town halls would likely pursue scholars in law or history, rather than musicians like Victor. Furthermore, aspiring scholars from non-noble backgrounds or without close connections to the aristocracy rarely gained recognition. Even in the music field, one must have received acknowledgement, praise, or adoration from the nobility to be deemed a musician. Lot scoffed. If he surpasses me, then he certainly surpasses you as well, Phyllis. Phyllis was about to retort when she suddenly caught Victor's gaze, prompting her to smooth her fiery locks and lower her head, returning her attention to the sheet music. Once Victor affirmed Lucien's talent, he accelerated the pace of Lucien's instruction, swiftly covering spelling rules in conjunction with vocabulary and delving into certain grammatical concepts, which aligned perfectly with Lucien's desires. Friday marked the final day of Lucien's studies for the week. After several days of learning, Lucien had mastered most grammatical structures, and were it not for his limited vocabulary, he could have commenced his magical studies. Nonetheless, he had deciphered the witch's magical notes to the point of nearing the final pages, uncovering her reasons for coming to Altair. As his mental acuity expanded, the efficacy of his meditation noticeably diminished. Could there be room for improvement? Should one dare to venture into the meditation techniques reserved for formal magicians? The peril was nearly fatal. It is far too dangerous. Perhaps I ought to contemplate utilizing this meditation method to enhance the apprentice's practice. Aimlessly drifting, devoid of direction. It is no wonder that after centuries of heritage, my ancestral lineage has failed to refine the apprentice meditation technique. I have been excessively arrogant and superficial. The structure of first-level magic is exceedingly intricate, rendering the establishment of a mark model nearly impossible. I am on the brink of madness. Without the ability to establish this model, I cannot advance through the existing magical potions to become a formal magician. Perhaps I should attempt to concoct the elixir of the arcane gateway, which inherently contains a first-level spell model, offering a glimmer of hope for my ascension. However, the ice-like broomflower I require remains elusive. Altair, the largest and most prosperous city in the western part of the continent, is also a haven for numerous concealed magicians. Perhaps fortune may smile upon me if I venture there. This is the diary-like account interpreted by Lucien, who, intrigued by the experiences of witches upon their arrival in Alto, has resolved to continue this evening, aiming to unveil the final pages. Today, Lucien has come to Victor's to learn, harboring a subtle intention, to master the fundamentals of grammar while seeking an opportunity to borrow a dictionary of the common tongue, hoping to commit it to memory through the library's resources. If successful, perhaps by the weekend, Lucien will embark on his journey into the world of magic. Lucien's heart is brimming with anticipation. Chapter 21. The harpsichord. Victor was quite pleased. Lucien's pace of learning remained as swift as it had been in previous days. In less than 50 minutes, he had completely memorized the remaining grammatical rules. It seemed that in addition to being exceptionally intelligent and possessing a natural aptitude for languages, his memory was equally remarkable. Holding an elegant, pale porcelain cup, Lucien gently sipped his red tea, realizing with a twinge of sadness that he had become accustomed to its peculiar flavor. He rubbed his temples, seeking relief from the pressure that had built in his head from days of intensive study. Phyllis, when will you invite us to your estate for a hunt? I miss the delightful fresh air there, as well as the playful rabbits and graceful deer, interjected another noble girl, who, despite her beautiful golden hair and emerald green eyes, had rather ordinary features and a less than favorable family situation. Her father was merely one of the less prominent sons among a baron's many children, with little hope of inheriting a title or estate and seemingly unable to claim even a modest manor. They barely maintained a semblance of dignity, relying on the meager income of a city court clerk and the baroness pension. In contrast, Phyllis, as a member of one of the prominent families of the Duchy of Bayreuth, had a father who, although he ultimately did not inherit the title of count or any hereditary lands, was bequeathed a grand estate outside the city of Alto, complete with forests, orchards, vineyards, and even a quarry of patterned stone, as well as a property within the city. Thus, Phyllis enjoyed the most favorable circumstances among the noble youth present. In the sweltering summer, the prospect of hunting and escaping the heat at their countryside estate, relishing the exquisite wine crafted by their family, was a coveted dream for common noble youths like Lot, who lacked such estates. Consequently, and subtly endeavored to ingratiate herself with Phyllis. Is it true, Miss Phyllis, that your estate is charming rabbits and beautiful deer? Inquired Ren-E, a common girl, her face alight with curiosity and longing. From the first day of her studies, Ren-E had attempted to engage Phyllis, Lot, and in conversation about music, yielding positive results. Encouraged, she had recently sought out knowledge of music theory and, feigning confusion, had asked Phyllis and for their insights. After much effort, she had finally become familiar enough with them to join their circle of discourse. Inspired by her example, common youths Colin and David also sought topics to bridge the gap with their noble peers, achieving similar success, while Lucien remained focused on his studies, scarcely uttering a word. Since Lucien did not take the initiative to engage, neither the noble students like Lot and Phyllis nor the commoners like Rin E and Colin would lower themselves to converse with him, maintaining their aloof demeanor. Phyllis felt a sense of satisfaction and joy at N's flattery and Rin E's admiration, who would not relish such sentiments. Meanwhile, Lucien listened to their dialogue, harboring his own aspirations of owning a manor, though his foremost concern was how to approach Mr. Victor to borrow the Common Tongue Dictionary and how to thoroughly read that thick tome in the hall, to store it in the Soul Library. Just as Victor was about to resume his teaching, the butler Ace entered, whispering to Victor, "Sir, your scheduled guest has arrived." "Oh, I completely forgot. Damn it. I became so engrossed in music this morning," Victor exclaimed, a flick of his hand betraying his annoyance. "Please, show them in." After Ace exited with a courteous and graceful demeanor, Victor turned to Lucien and the others, spreading his hands in an apologetic gesture. "I apologize, dear gentlemen and ladies. I forgot I had guests today. You may complete the remaining assignments tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon, if that is agreeable." Victor's politeness prompted Lot, Phyllis, and Lucien to respond with understanding. Yet Lucien resolved to take advantage of Victor's moment of contrition to directly request the Common Tongue Dictionary for a few days. Just as Lucien was about to speak, Ace ushered the guests into the room. One was a striking silver-haired gentleman clad in a red shirt and black coat, and the other, an elderly man carrying a wooden box. "Mr. Rhine," Lucien and Phyllis exclaimed in unison. Phyllis's cheeks flushed lightly, while Lucien was utterly astonished to find that the wandering bard Rhine had become a valued guest of the esteemed musician, Mr. Victor. "Hello, Phyllis." "Hello, Lucien," Rhine greeted, smiling and exuding charm. Phyllis shyly smiled back before realizing, along with Lot and the others, that Lucien knew Mr. Rhine. "Lucien, do you know Mr. Rhine?" Victor asked with a smile. Lucien nodded. "I have met Mr. Rhine once. I did not expect to encounter him again in your home, Mr. Victor." Rhine's smile held a hint of allure as he chimed in. "Though we have only met once, Lucien left a lasting impression on me." "Oh, I see you have indeed begun your studies in writing. I have great admiration for ambitious young people with dreams." The thought that Rhine seemed to charm both genders sent a shiver through Lucien, who felt a strange thrill at being acknowledged. Victor then introduced Rhine, saying, "Mr. Rhine is the principal violinist of my symphony orchestra, possessing an extraordinary understanding of music. It is through my collaboration with him that I have been inspired to compose a satisfying piano concerto. He has already secured a position in the orchestra." Lucien nearly gasped, recalling that just days prior, Rhine had been residing in the Copper Crown Tavern in the slums. During the past few days, Lucien had gleaned knowledge regarding the composition of symphony orchestras from conversations among Phyllis, Lot, and others, as well as from various books in the library. He had learned that the principal violinist held a crucial role, responsible for conducting in the absence of a conductor. How could such an important position be filled by a stranger who had only recently arrived in Alto and had no prior experience with the orchestra? Seemingly aware of Lucien's astonishment, Rhine humorously remarked, "The previous principal fell in love with a noble lady and eloped to the kingdom of Syracuse a few days ago. There was no choice but to let me take his place." Phyllis interjected, "Even if the former principal were still here, Mr. Rhine's talent is more than sufficient to earn the position. With a few more rehearsals, he would seamlessly integrate with the orchestra." Lucien glanced at Rhine, who smiled enigmatically, feeling a sense of unease. It seemed too coincidental that a bard from the kingdom of Syracuse could transition into the principal violinist of a symphony orchestra within mere days. It was indeed hard to believe and carried an air of the uncanny. Rhine placed his right hand over his left chest and slightly bowed, thanking Victor for the praise before introducing the elderly gentleman beside him. "This is Mr. Xavier, one of Alto's finest harpsichord makers. He should be able to assist you in modifying the harpsichord, Mr. Victor." "Harpsichord, also known as a clavecin," Victor added. "Welcome, Mr. Xavier. We sought you out because the current harpsichord does not meet the demands of my newly composed piano concerto. I hope you can make some adjustments." Victor warmly greeted them as he led Rhine and Xavier upstairs, leaving no opportunity for Lucien to request the dictionary. However, it seemed he had also forgotten to allow Lucien, Annie, Colin, and the others to depart. Meanwhile, The butler Ace, uncertain about the relationship between Lucien and Ryan, found it inappropriate to directly ask them to leave. Consequently, the curious Annie, Colin, and others quietly followed behind Phyllis and the others to the staircase. Lucien had yet to acquire a dictionary and was reluctant to leave empty-handed. Thus he too trailed behind. Upon ascending to the second floor, Victor led Ryan and Xavier into his music room. Mr. Xavier, I wish for the harpsichord to be capable of freely and accurately controlling the volume through the pressure of my fingers, possessing a broader range that allows for a more resonant and rich sound, as well as a more delicate and clear tone. As Victor observed Xavier opening the harpsichord, revealing its intricate mechanical components, strings, and plucking mechanisms, he articulated his aspirations. Since the advent of the harpsichord, its limitations had been glaringly evident. It struggled to modulate volume through variations in key pressure, thus hindering the dynamic contrast in music. However, numerous musicians and craftsmen had attempted modifications, incorporating additional mechanisms such as levers, sound pins, and keyboard switches to achieve a semblance of control over volume fluctuations. It was this precedent that inspired Victor to contemplate alterations to the harpsichord in pursuit of his desires. Xavier furrowed his brow, stating, "Such a request is unattainable. After over 300 years of development, the modifications to the harpsichord have reached their zenith. At best, we can rely on experience for marginal improvements." An oppressive silence lingered for quite some time, creating a suffocating atmosphere for Phyllis and the others. Why not replace the plucking mechanism with a hammer striking the strings? Lucien pondered for a considerable while, weighing the pros and cons and considering the risk of revealing his insights. Finally, breaking the silence, he spoke. From the moment Victor presented his request, Lucien had opened the books Piano Construction and Tuning and Principles of Modern Piano Mechanics, hastily skimming through the initial pages to garner a general understanding. Xavier glared at Lucien sternly. How would that differ from a striking piano? While it may allow for control over volume through finger strength, the sound produced would be too weak, too soft, and too delicate, suitable only for intimate settings rather than the grand halls of choral performances. As a denizen of the musical capital, the city of Alto, neither Xavier, Ryan, nor Victor found it surprising or suspicious that Lucien possessed a rudimentary knowledge of the distinctions between the two types of pianos. Chapter 22. A gesture of gratitude. At this moment, Victor was in a state of profound discontent. If he could not find a way to satisfy his requirements with the harpsichord, his newly composed piano concerto would barely meet the standards for performance in the Hall of Hymns, failing to impress the noble patrons, musicians, and critics attending his concert. Perhaps he would be subjected to scathing reviews from Wolf in the Music Review, and there might never be another opportunity to receive invitations from the Musicians Association or the Duke to perform again in that esteemed venue. Victor had witnessed many such musicians. Each year, several gifted artists found themselves unable to transition from excellence to fame after their initial concerts in the Hall of Hymns did not yield the anticipated success. Some, disheartened, gradually faded into mediocrity, while others, those unfortunate souls who succumbed to despair and took their own lives following a failed performance, were not uncommon, occurring once every few years. The psyche of a musician can often be sensitive, delicate, and fragile. Thus, when Lucien interjected blindly and faced Xavier's stern judgment, Victor could not suppress his irritation. Yet, he understood that Lucien meant well and sought to assist him. Suppressing his rich voice, he responded, "Thank you for your suggestion, Lucien. But if merging the harpsichord with the clavichord could resolve all issues, it would have been done long ago." Lucien's vague comments indicated that he had positioned himself as a mere commoner who had picked up snippets of information about the shortcomings of two ancient keyboard instruments from the Musicians Association and been influenced by the musical atmosphere of Alto in his daily life. Without utilizing more precise terminology, such as amplitude of vibration, enlarge, how might one enlarge it? Xavier's gaze grew more severe, his white brows furrowing deeply. Such notions had been considered before during the 3-century-long instrument exhibition, yet after several prior failures, no one had dared to attempt them again. Amidst the puzzled expressions of Victor, Ryan, and others, Lucien removed a flute from the instrument rack, walked to a nearby desk, and picked up an ink bottle as a fulcrum to demonstrate the principle of leverage. I once witnessed a farmer using a wooden stick and small stones to pry open a large rock. Such phenomena abound in life. Does this not effectively amplify the distance between the upper and lower parts? Xavier did not refute this, but began to ponder, yet the striking speed would slow down. As a harpsichord maker, He quickly recognized that this change would introduce further complications. Initially intrigued merely for amusement, Rhine became serious during Lucien's demonstration. He stepped forward with a smile and remarked, "Excellent. Lucien, you have indeed observed the principle of leverage in your daily life. Such keen observation and summarization." Lucien appeared utterly bewildered, seeming not to grasp what Rhine was articulating. Yet internally he was astounded that Rhine not only recognized it, but also referred to it as the principle of leverage. It seemed that Victor, Phyllis, Lot, and even Xavier were either unaware or, if they had noticed such phenomena, had failed to articulate or name them. The principle of leverage had been established on Earth quite some time ago, and given the general conditions in Alto, it was not unusual for such knowledge to emerge. It might have already appeared in other countries of Alto, though the pursuit of mystical arts and bloodline power had hindered its dissemination. Lucien speculated that the summarization of such life phenomena had not yet reached the Church's taboos. After all, the churches with genuine mystical arts were far more confident than those on Earth, having never suppressed the exhibition of music. Otherwise, he would not have dared to demonstrate. Noticing the curious expressions of the crowd, Rhine gently smiled and explained, "This is a phenomenon of life. I heard about it during my travels and home. It has been observed and summarized by local scholars for centuries, referred to as the principle of leverage. However, Lucien, did you notice that the distance moved and the magnitude of force are inversely related?" "Of course," Lucien silently replied, though his face bore a perplexed expression. "Is that so? Could one not connect several of these levers together?" Lucien intended to stop there. The concept of a three-level lever system was not something a commoner could fully comprehend, and whether he could enlighten them to any significant degree was beyond his control. Rhine's silver-like eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. "Interconnected? Multi-level transmission? It bears consideration." He then approached the harpsichord and whispered with Xavier, extracting a quill and paper to sketch out ideas. Observing this scene quietly, Lucien found himself as curious as Lot and Phyllis, yet he remained composed, keenly watching Rhine's actions, internally reflecting. He is indeed peculiar, not merely a violinist or minstrel as he appears. Victor, filled with tension and anticipation, watched as Rhine and Xavier busily collaborated. Eventually, he joined the discussion, offering his professional insights as a musician. Thus, Lucien, Lot, Phyllis, and others were left by the door. Lot, intrigued by the changes instigated by Lucien, finally spoke to him. "In fact, I have seen such phenomena before, but never contemplated them deeply. Lucien, you possess a rare quality. How did you come to think of it?" While Phyllis also harbored curiosity about Lucien, she pointed toward the busy Rhine and Victor in the music room. "Quiet. If you wish to converse, please step downstairs." She then turned her attention back to the three men engrossed in their work, seemingly captivated by their efforts. Lot had yet to reach the stage of wanting to become acquainted with Lucien and was more interested in the modification of the harpsichord. He nodded, choosing silence as he stepped into the music room to observe from a suitable distance. Meanwhile, Heliodorus, Colin, and Ren harbored displeasure towards Lucien, feeling resentment and disdain. Naturally refraining from speaking to him as they continued to watch Victor and the others, harboring a quiet hope for the modification to fail, resulting in Lucien receiving harsh criticism. Lucien was equally curious about the potential effects of the harpsichord's modification, which also bore significance for the forthcoming endeavor of borrowing the dictionary. Thus, he calmly began reading piano construction and tuning and principles of modern piano mechanics, recognizing that the three-level lever system was merely one distinguishing factor between modern and ancient pianos, not the entirety. The rich and resonant sound filled the music room, gradually softening into a delicate whisper akin to the night's murmurs. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Victor's complexion flushed with excitement, his spirits lifted. Although many challenges remained regarding the harpsichord's modification, they had undeniably taken a significant step forward. "Thank you, Rhine. Thank you, Mr. Xavier." Rhine's smile was warm. "It would be my honor to create a splendid instrument." Meanwhile, Lucien became increasingly convinced of Rhine's peculiarity. Not only had he devised a three-level lever system, but he had also integrated a lever system, enabling the harpsichord to perform rapid, successive notes. Fortunately, he has not introduced any other devices. Otherwise, I might suspect he has encountered a modern piano. Victor embraced Rhine and Xavier warmly, then approached Lucien with outstretched arms, enveloping him in a hug. "I am equally grateful to you, Lucien. Without your input, we would have struggled to conceive this direction. Thank the heavens for your timely guidance." It was nothing, Mr. Victor. I merely voiced my impulsive thoughts, never anticipating they would bear fruit. Lucien felt somewhat awkward being embraced by a man. Victor released Lucien, chuckling heartily. Regardless, I thank you, Lucien. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. I shall fulfill them to the best of my ability. The statement evoked a hint of jealousy in Lot, Phyllis, and Herodotus as they gazed at Lucien, who had received such commendation from Mr. Victor. It was indeed a remarkable honor. Meanwhile, Colin, and others who had yet to gain Mr. Victor's permission to study music under him felt an even deeper sense of envy and admiration. They were acutely aware of the implications embedded in those words, signifying Mr. Victor's willingness to accept Lucien as a genuine student of music, an opportunity each of them yearned for deeply. Lucien, however, was preoccupied with other thoughts and blurted out, "Could you lend me the Universal Dictionary?" A chuckle escaped Rhine, unable to contain himself. The request was rather trivial, prompting even the emotionally conflicted Lot and Phyllis to smile. Did Lucien not grasp Mr. Victor's intent? Mr. Victor laughed heartily, viewing Lucien as a simple and earnest young man. "You may borrow that Universal Dictionary anytime. Is there nothing else you wish to request?" Lucien was taken aback by the reactions of Rhine and Phyllis, hesitating and feeling somewhat sheepish, as he deemed his request too audacious, especially since the primary ideas and modifications had been achieved by Rhine. Mr. Victor, with a warm laugh, reassured him, "It's fine, Lucien. Do not be shy, feel free to ask." Lucien nodded and earnestly inquired, "Mr. Victor, is there a possibility of studying literature without tuition fees?" Suddenly, Rhine burst into laughter, struggling to maintain his elegant demeanor. Chapter 23. The witch's notes. Lucien's innocence and sincerity elicited an uncontrollable laughter from Victor, to the point that tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Others, including Rhine, Lotte, and Phyllis, also found themselves laughing uproariously, unable to maintain their composure. Even the elderly Xavier shook his head with a smile. However, Colin, and the other students who had yet to join Victor in his musical studies bore expressions tinged with bittersweetness and envy. Perplexed by the reactions surrounding him, Lucien began to grasp that his lack of knowledge had inadvertently created a jest. Yet, seeing no signs of confusion or astonishment among them, he deduced it was not of grave consequence, prompting him to inquire, "Mr. Victor?" Victor cleared his throat several times, suppressing his mirth, and regarded Lucien earnestly. "What I mean, Lucien, is that would you like to study music under my guidance? Though you may be a bit older, the path of music relies more on talent than age. Even if your aptitude is modest, a few years of study with me could render you a competent musician, alleviating any concerns about your future. The musicians from Alto are often the most sought after by the nobility of other lands." He paused momentarily, adding humorously, "Of course, tuition is entirely waived." This remark induced another round of quiet laughter from Lotte, Rhine, and the others. For Victor, his students fell into three categories. The first, those studying literature at a monthly fee of 5 silver nails. The second, those studying music under him for 10 silver nails a month, who could ascend to the third category only through exceptional talent or skill, allowing them to perform alongside him and leverage his connections and reputation. Presently, he had only one student of the third category, who had become an accomplished musician. Lotte, Phyllis, and Hillerod belonged to the second category, and should Lucien accept, he would too, albeit without the monthly fee. While Victor's annual earnings from teaching amounted to approximately 7 gold thalers, comparable to that of a well-off commoner. Most of his income derived from performances requested by the nobility and music associations from other nations, typically reaching around 100 gold thalers a year. This constituted a high standard for those in high society without their own estates or commercial ventures. Thus, even after declining all invitations for the past year, Victor could comfortably waive Lucien's tuition. Lucien was taken aback by Victor's offer to enroll him as a student of music, hesitating momentarily. Yet, recalling the contents of the witch's notes and his desire to repay Uncle Joel's family, he reflected internally, "As I intend to begin studying magic in Alto, I prefer not to exploit the library's various resources for profit, as it might attract the church's attention. It would be prudent to wait until I find a safe place and country to study magic before proceeding." Clarifying his thoughts, Lucien displayed a sincere smile. "Thank you, Mr. Victor. I hope you will teach me the exquisite and refined art of music." Victor nodded in satisfaction. "Lucien, your purity, diligence, seriousness, and intelligence are qualities I seldom encounter. I hope you can achieve a degree of success on your musical journey. With that statement, he officially permitted Lucien to study music under his tutelage, causing Colin and the others to feel a pang of disappointment. I am not simple-minded, Lucien internally retorted, having merely lacked knowledge, while sensing the complex expressions of Colin, René, and others directed at him. Victor summoned Ace, refunded Lucien's 5 silver nails, and then invited Ryan and Xavier to his study for a private discussion, asking Lotte, Phyllis, and Hillerod to remain in the music room to practice and continue modifying the harpsichord. Hello, Lucien. René, with her chestnut brown eyes and delicate features, hurried up from behind, radiating a sunny smile. I am René WIS. You truly have a remarkable talent for studying literature and languages. How unfortunate. You go about your business, Lucien. Farewell. René's smile faltered for a moment, but quickly regained its warmth, filled with understanding and compassion. At that moment, and in the noble student, Simark, passed by Lucien from the other side, letting out a faint huff before walking away with graceful strides, not sparing them a glance. Behind them, René's smile froze, realizing that her intention to forge a normal friendship with Lucien had unwittingly incited Anne's displeasure, rendering her recent efforts futile. Colin and David exchanged knowing glances at René, then turned their gazes back to Lucien, shaking their heads in envy of his apparent fortune. Upon returning to his modest abode in the Artisan district, it was just past 5 in the afternoon. The bright summer sun still bathed Alto in light. Lucien concocted an excuse about being engrossed in his studies to inform Aunt Elisa that he would not be dining at her home that evening. He then baked a piece of black bread to satiate his hunger, postponing the good news about waiving the tuition fee until the following day. At this moment, nothing held greater significance for Lucien than deciphering the witch's notes and studying magic. After consuming the black bread, he locked the repaired wooden door, spread out his paper and quill, feigning a studious demeanor, and then activated the soul library to swiftly incorporate the dictionary. Having completed these tasks, Lucien opened the witch's magical notebook, diligently cross-referencing it with the dictionary, drawing from the experiences and knowledge he had accumulated over the past few days. By around 10 o'clock in the evening, Lucien had successfully interpreted all but the last few pages of the magical notes. Exhaling a long sigh of relief, it seems the witch's knowledge of the ancient Gilvana's script was not particularly profound, as her notes were meticulously detailed, with some even directly transcribed from her ancestral records. I am entirely capable of learning magic according to her documentation. However, her notes conclude with the path to becoming a formal magician, necessitating my own means to progress further or to reverse engineer the ancient Gilvana's script from her notes to decipher the book of astrology and elements. Regardless of what lies ahead after becoming a formal magician, Lucien could now commence his magical studies. According to the witch's records, in the ancient magical empire, magic was understood as the mysterious transformations of the 4 fundamental elements, earth, fire, wind, and water, under the influence of spiritual energy. Subsequently, light, darkness, and soul were added, enabling the summoning of creatures from hell, the abyss, or other dimensions. Thus, magic was categorized into 8 schools: elemental, astrological, necromantic, illusionary, summoning, force field, transformation, and alchemical. The Book of Astrology and Elements primarily focused on elemental and astrological magic, with a smattering of other magical disciplines. Before becoming a formal magician, one could not learn first-tier magic, only informal magic, known as being a magic apprentice. The structure of informal magic spells was exceedingly simple, in Lucien's view, consisting of clear runes formed by standard geometric patterns at a middle school level, even simpler than a hexagram. By reciting their incantations and channeling spiritual energy to activate the corresponding magical materials, one could cast the spells. Based on the standards of spiritual energy, which ranged from full to depleted, the number of informal spells one could use in a single instance classified magic apprentices into 3 tiers: novice, formal, and advanced, corresponding to 5, 10, and 20 spells, respectively. After refining one's mental fortitude and soul through the practice of meditation to a certain extent, one can, in conjunction with potions, construct a magical sigil model within one's own soul. Those who successfully create such a model ascend to the status of a formal magician, and the casting of this spell will no longer require incantations, materials, or gestures. It will solely depend on whether one's mental energy is depleted or still recuperating from a prior spell. Upon reflecting on this, Lucien subdued his eager anticipation and continued to peruse the final pages, intending to read them in their entirety. Today, he encountered another magician in Alto, an extraordinary occurrence indeed. This individual appeared vastly different from the reclusive magicians, possessing an eccentricity that intrigued Lucien. After deciphering a page, Lucien suddenly unearthed a significant revelation. There truly existed other magicians in Alto. Instantly invigorated, he pressed on with his reading. A peculiar species of red-eyed rat had been discovered in the sewers, exuding a magical aura, origin unknown, and despite extensive searching, it had not yet been found. Through experimentation, it became evident that these red-eyed rats reproduce at an astonishing rate, their blood being toxic and mildly hallucinogenic and paralyzing. When combined with the Lapland bloodvine, the results were unexpectedly favorable. The magical trap I envisioned could finally be set. Who could have cultivated them? Upon reaching this point, Lucien couldn't help but glance at the ground. If the red-eyed rats were not magical creatures bred by witches, then whose were they? Were there other dangers lurking in the sewers? Thus, Lucien hurriedly continued his reading. He encountered that magician once more, whose insights into magic were refreshingly unique, possessing profound knowledge and an enchanting charisma. However, he asserted that ancient magic, while containing many powerful and peculiar spells worthy of reference, had become utterly outdated, merely primitive exploration. How could that be? He showed me a cherished tome, not thick but categorized as a journal, entitled Arcana. According to his explanation, arcane signifies the knowledge of the world's essence and operational principles. Thus, Arcana embodies the essence and principles of magic. Fascinating indeed. From his demeanor, it was clear he held the great arcanist in profound respect, bordering on reverence. The glorious victories of legendary ancient magicians propelled their relentless pursuit of power, delving into the abyss, into hell, and various other dimensions, until the truth cult flourished, leading to the swift downfall of the three great magical empires within mere centuries, transforming past glory into present bitterness, confusion, and despair. Dear gentlemen and ladies, it is time to pause. Do not be beguiled by power. We must take a moment to contemplate some pressing questions. What is the true essence of magic? Why do living beings possess mental energy? What is the nature of this mental energy? In what form does it exist? Are earth, fire, wind, and water indeed the fundamental elements? If so, in what form and according to what laws do they constitute this marvelous world? If not, then what are they? What elements should magic encompass? What is the essence of the soul? Are the soul and consciousness distinct? If so, in what form does consciousness exist? Do we require tools to elucidate and assist in establishing magical models? Does a deity exist? And if so, what is the nature and form of its existence? What is the existence of the progenitor of vampires, Edina, and how does she achieve immortality? Why does this world possess a sun and a silver moon, rising and setting daily, and what force sustains their motion? When we ponder these seemingly mundane aspects of the material world further, we may uncover truths we have yet to grasp. Are these truths, laws, and knowledge connected to magic, capable of intertwining with it? And can they aid us in exploring the essence of the magical realm? Yours sincerely, Douglas. Chapter 24. The Apprentice of Magic within the pages of the Arcane Journal. Encounters with peculiar sorcerers by witches suggest that there indeed exists a relatively safe haven for the study of magic in this world, albeit with an air of oddity, as evidenced by the journal's very existence. In the realm of wizards, what prowess and status does a grand arcanist truly signify? Among the myriad of questions swirling in Lucien's mind, two captivated him the most. Are earth, fire, wind, and water indeed the fundamental elements? If so, in what forms and according to what laws do they shape this magnificent world? Conversely, if they are not, then what are they? What should the magical elements comprise? Furthermore, why does this world possess a sun and a silvery moon, rising and setting each day? What force sustains their celestial dance? When we probe into these seemingly mundane phenomena of the material world, we uncover truths that elude our comprehension. Might these truths, laws, and knowledge be intertwined with magic, potentially aiding us in exploring the very essence of the magical realm? To Lucien, should the first question reveal that earth, fire, wind, and water are not the fundamental elements, yet the response to the second question indicates that the principles of the material world can be harnessed and integrated into magic. It would imply that much of the knowledge he had absorbed over the past decade, as well as a significant portion of the library's resources, could prove invaluable in his pursuit of magical mastery. However, Once the elements of mental energy, the soul, and the bizarrely powerful magical beings are introduced, the world begins to evoke a sense of ambiguity, akin to but distinct from Earth. A fleeting thought crossed Lucien's mind. Perhaps the reason behind the inaccessible tomes in the library is not as I previously conjectured, casting doubt on his earlier assumptions. Filled with exhilaration and a torrent of thoughts, Lucien eventually calmed himself. Having matured significantly, he recognized that the most pressing task at hand was to diligently study magic and refrain from indulging in impractical fantasies or chasing after that which remains unproven. Grounding his thoughts, Lucien turned to the final page of the witch's notes. After completing my meditation and experiments, I often think of him. An erudite gentleman with elegant discourse. He is perpetually captivating. He informed me that he came to Alto on a significant, clandestine mission, and if all goes well, perhaps in a few months he could whisk me away to the headquarters of the Great Six Magic Council, the paradise for sorcerers. This evening, he has arranged to meet me in the cemetery of the Ardean district. With that, the witch's magical journal abruptly concluded, leaving behind a blank parchment, suggesting that she and her sorceress companion fell victim to the ambush of the church's sentinels. Lucien pondered, with a tinge of worry, whether the sorcerer had escaped. He was, after all, the only lead he had discovered regarding the Great Six Magic Council. The whereabouts of other legendary wizards hidden within Alto remained an enigma. Taking a deep breath, Lucien cleared his mind of the myriad of thoughts swirling like stars in the night sky, restoring clarity and tranquility as he prepared to attempt meditation, hoping to discern whether he could learn magic. According to the witch's account, she, having been identified as possessing magical talent since childhood and blessed with commendable mental energy, took 2 years to attain the ethereal state of meditation, and an additional year to cultivate her mental prowess to the level of an apprentice capable of sensing surrounding magical elements. However, once she became an apprentice, her path to advancing to a formal sorcerer was largely unobstructed, allowing her to gradually refine her mental energy and soul to the requisite strength for constructing spell imprint models. The only challenge being the time it would take. The witch began her meditation journey at the age of 10, became an apprentice at 13, and crossed the threshold into a higher tier of apprenticeship by 14, expressing great satisfaction with her mental faculties. Upon reviewing the witch's records, Lucien felt a slight disappointment, believing that he could not swiftly counter any potential retaliation from the gang through magic. Nevertheless, with Victor being a renowned figure in Alto, frequently invited by nobility and mingling within elite circles, once he became Victor's formal student, it seemed unlikely that most gang members would continue to trouble him, barring the more reckless individuals. Yet, Lucien also harbored a vague sense of hope, for he had sensed a significant breakthrough in his mental energy following the incident in the sewers, even perceiving a vague awareness of being followed. This might significantly shorten his timeline to becoming an apprentice, possibly to a matter of months or even weeks. However, the reality turned out to be entirely unexpected. Maintaining his meditative state, Lucien endeavored to extend his mental energy outward. Everything around him transformed, diverging from mere visual perception, suffused with a profound and substantial power. An unruly vigor, a delicate effervescence, and a gentle continuity. Could these be the earth, fire, wind, and water, the 4 fundamental elements? To his astonishment, his mental energy had reached the level of an apprentice sorcerer. Lucien marveled at his progress, nearly losing his meditative focus. No wonder he succeeded in his initial meditation. Such gains were born from the precipice of life and death. Could it be that he was now an apprentice magician? Realizing this, Lucien found joy in his newfound calmness, pondering that perhaps it would not be long before he could master his first informal spell. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that these fundamental elements seemed more akin to forces of nature. As Lucien prepared to employ the apprentice-level elemental meditation technique from the Book of Astrology and Elements, he found himself pondering this question, recalling Douglas's earlier inquiry. Might these be the 4 fundamental forces of the universe? Gravity, weak nuclear force, electromagnetic force, and strong nuclear force? However, were not the latter 3 merely different manifestations of a single force? Though not a student of physics, Lucien had vaguely heard someone explain that the weak nuclear force, electromagnetic force, and strong nuclear force appeared to be unified under a certain theory, all representing various expressions of the same force. As this thought dawned upon him, Lucien immediately perceived a shift in how he sensed the surrounding world with his mental energy. The sky above him transformed into a vast expanse of stars, dark yet brilliant. with each twinkling star resembling a small point of light, pulsating incessantly, each emanating an invisible force directed toward the ground. The Earth, in turn, radiated a heavy, steady gravitational pull. Aside from this, fire, wind, and water appeared unchanged, yet the once clear boundaries between them seemed to blur slightly. In his meditative state, Lucien's emotions remained subdued, yet such transformations compelled him to consider, could it be that the magical elements I perceive through my mental energy are evolving according to my understanding, gradually becoming more refined and clear? However, this alteration did not seem to exert any direct influence on his current mental training or magical education. Wait a moment. Wasn't the starry sky a meditation technique reserved for higher-tier apprentices? Lucien suddenly recalled another apprentice-level meditation method documented in the witch's notes. The Book of Astrology and Elements, as its name suggests, focused on astrology and elemental themes. There must be meditation methods belonging to both schools. Yet the apprentice-level techniques of the astrology school did not offer significant advantages over those of the elemental school in enhancing mental energy and soul, proving of minimal utility to the witch. However, as an introductory meditation practice within the realm of astrology, it possesses a significant capability. During one's initial meditation, one can discern and select a personal guiding star from the celestial expanse, endeavoring to establish a connection with it, gradually solidifying this bond. Consequently, this connection proves immensely beneficial when later delving into the myriad magical arts of astrology. More importantly, without this guiding star, the practices of astrology and other prophetic magics within the astrological domain cannot be learned or employed. According to astrological beliefs, each soul is intrinsically linked to a specific star amidst the vast cosmos, with their destinies reflected in the movements of celestial bodies. Without connecting to one's guiding star, one is unable to perceive the threads of fate woven within the night sky, thus rendering the use of astrology unattainable. It is precisely for this reason that the introductory meditative practices in astrology necessitate a mental acuity equivalent to that of a high-level magic apprentice or sufficient knowledge to effectively engage with the cosmos. Prior to achieving this, practitioners will utilize the meditative techniques of other, non-conflicting schools to cultivate their abilities until they attain the status of a high-level magic apprentice. Lucien mused to himself, when did gravity become intertwined with destiny? It appears that many matters do not necessarily conform to previous knowledge or concepts. Indeed, it may simply be beyond my comprehension. Chapter 25. The first spell. The vastness of the starry sky stretched endlessly, a myriad of twinkling stars, infinite in number. However, as Lucien intertwined his soul with his mental energy and extended it outward, he swiftly discerned a familiar essence among the countless stars, an essence that belonged to him. With this realization, Lucien began to vibrate his mental energy, gradually drawing closer to a particularly faint star. Time seemed to lose its meaning as he approached this ethereal star. Eventually, his soul-infused mental energy brushed against the star, and Lucien, adhering to his meditative practice, began to merge his mental energy with the star, establishing a connection. Suddenly, Lucien's mental energy resonated like a plucked string, oscillating violently and causing his soul to shudder. Aware that this was a necessary process and a pivotal moment, Lucien extended the remainder of his mental energy to stabilize the nearly severed connection. Gradually, this thread of mental energy became suffused with a radiant starlight, solidifying in its form. As Lucien's soul quivered, an image of a star was reflected within it. Greedily, he siphoned the stellar energy from the delicate thread of starlight, refining both his soul and mental energy. Immersed in the astral meditation, he continued until a sense of fullness enveloped his soul, prompting him to transition to elemental meditation. This time, Lucien did not wield the powers of earth, fire, wind, and water to refine his soul and mental energy. Instead, he focused solely on enhancing his sensitivity to the elements through meditation. The stronger this sensitivity became, the quicker he could unleash elemental magic in the future, even reducing the casting time of spells with established sigil models. Only when Lucien felt a profound fatigue emerging from the depths of his soul did he conclude his first meditation, opening his eyes to reveal an excitement and joy that radiated from his deep black pupils. Even in his ordinary state, he could sense the reflection of his fate's guiding star within his soul. By concentrating, he could even faintly perceive a distant star in the sky that held an inexplicable and mysterious connection to him, from which he could draw a minuscule amount of its power. Yet, that thread of mental energy seemed to exist in another dimension, as if it were non-existent. Lucien pondered this with delight, but soon he noticed something peculiar. Wait, I have traversed to this world. Why does it possess my fate's guiding star? According to astrological theory, had the former Lucien perished, his guiding star would have dimmed, fallen, or vanished altogether. Moreover, the familiar essence he sensed indeed belonged to the scent of summer winds. Why was this so? What could be the reason? Unable to fathom an explanation, Lucien temporarily set aside his doubts. Through this meditation and a thorough study of the witch's magical notes, Lucien comprehended that to perceive the mental energy states of others, one must employ the appropriate spells. Only shortly after a breakthrough, when mental energy remains unstable, could it be directly sensed. Benjamin had likely deduced his slightly superior mental energy by hearing the weeping sounds, rather than from the witch's purported magical traps targeting a select few individuals. Of course, there were also spells designed to conceal or suppress mental energy. After a brief respite, the elated Lucien opened the witch's magical notes, eager to explore which apprentice-level informal spells he could currently learn. With his guiding star, Lucien was now able to study the 3 apprentice-level spells available in astrology, spells that the witch had only mastered after becoming a high-level magical apprentice. Within the realm of apprentice-level magic, these were considered quite powerful. Yet due to his insufficient mental energy, Lucien's effectiveness would be somewhat diminished, and after 2 or 3 uses, his mental energy would be depleted. The classification of magical apprentices is determined by the number of apprentice-level informal spells one can utilize, ranging from a perfect state of mental energy to a state of depletion. An initiate can employ 5 spells, a formal apprentice 10, and a high-level apprentice 20. Thus, Lucien could currently use up to 5 apprentice-level spells in succession. But to cast more, he would need to rest or consume magical potions to restore his mental energy. When it came to astrology spells, he might only manage to use 3 in a row. The 3 astrology apprentice spells included Basic Astrology, Eye of the Stars, and Ring of Chaos. The Basic Astrology spell was the hallmark of astrological magic. According to the witch, even at a basic level, it required extensive knowledge, such as understanding the movements of certain stars, how to properly select accompanying stars during divination, and so forth, an intricate process that she had taken years to master. But her limited comprehension rendered her results largely inaccurate. However, what troubled Lucien the most about basic astrology was the necessity of a pure, flawless, and rare morning-light crystal to create the magical crystal ball, an item he had no idea where to procure. After all, the witch's family had only ever possessed one, and unfortunately, she had carried it with her, only for it to be taken by the church. Moreover, in selecting the guiding star to accompany the other stars, Lucien would need to learn gradually, as this was a part of knowledge he could not yet grasp, much like his inability to understand why stars represented fate. Nonetheless, the thought of one day wielding a magical crystal ball to perform astrology filled Lucien with a peculiar sense of anticipation. Donning a hooded black robe would only amplify the feeling of embodying an evil sorcerer. The Eye of the Stars was akin to a hypnotic spell, inducing a sense of daze in others, requiring them to gaze into his eyes. Its classification as astrological magic puzzled him. The Ring of Chaos, in Lucien's view, utilized the gravitational pull of the stars to form a 3-dimensional ring approximately 20 centimeters thick, allowing for slight manipulation of gravity, primarily for defensive purposes. After a brief rest, Lucien resolved to learn his very first spell, setting his sights on the Ring of Chaos. This choice stemmed from the fact that the Eye of the Stars required nightshade grass powder as a spell component, while other elemental apprentice-level informal spells demanded similar materials, such as froststone powder for frost ray or sulfur for acid splash. Currently, very few spells existed that required no components, primarily limited to other magic schools, such as the Mage's Hand from the Transmutation School. Although Lucien could also learn spells from other schools, the apprentice meditation methods he practiced in astrology and elemental magic made it relatively easier for him to study these 2 disciplines. Following the witch's notes on spellcasting concentration training, Lucien focused his mind, attuning to the almost imperceptible power emanating from the star in the night sky through the guiding star within his soul. He then softly recited the incantation, which was both convoluted and peculiar. Upon uttering the incantation, Lucien distinctly sensed the vibrations of his voice, triggering fluctuations in his mental energy that initiated a wondrous transformation, merging with the gravitational pull of the star. In haste, Lucien began to shape his mental energy according to the simple runic diagram of the Ring of Chaos. Unfortunately, Due to his lack of familiarity, the connection between his mental energy and the star's gravity severed before he could fully shape the rune, resulting in a failed attempt. After 2 brief rests to restore his mental energy, Lucien persevered through 5 failures before finally succeeding in crafting the rune design. A faint, nearly invisible light, under Lucien's will, manifested successfully upon the repaired wooden table, enveloping the candlestick within the sphere of magical influence. As Lucien manipulated it, the flame atop the candlestick flickered low before surging high, casting eerie shadows that danced across the room, creating an atmosphere both foreboding and terrifying, until, 2 minutes later, the flame returned to its normal state. With his hands clasped, Lucien pondered. The range of gravitational alteration was too limited. It merely disoriented an assailant's weapon, leaving it uncertain in weight. But it could not cause a weapon to plummet to the ground or soar into the air. Indeed, it was merely an apprentice-level spell, requiring him to employ evasive maneuvers for effective defense. Moreover, the casting time was excessively lengthy, taking a full 5 seconds. However, with practice, it should be reducible to approximately 3 seconds. Regardless, this marks the first spell I have mastered. Lucien was astonished at how swiftly he had been able to learn the uncontrolled ring. The witch, during her study of this spell, had taken an entire month, which filled him with joy. According to the witch's own records, her difficulty stemmed from her inability to comprehend why stellar force could disrupt the elemental earth, rendering her incapable of deciphering the structure of the spell in a short time. Thus, she relied on relentless practice to forcibly unravel its intricacies, accepting the effects as they were. In contrast, it seemed that, in this world, knowledge equated to power. With this realization, Lucien resumed his practice of the uncontrolled ring, engaging in a cycle of rest and repetition. After an indeterminate number of iterations, when Lucien felt that brief respite could no longer restore his mental energy, the casting time of the uncontrolled ring had diminished to just over 3 seconds, and he had roughly recorded the specific frequency generated by the incantation. Tomorrow morning, he planned to experiment with casting the spell without a verbal incantation, followed by procuring some common, inconspicuous spellcasting materials and magical potion ingredients. As the exhausted Lucien drifted into slumber, he vaguely pondered the necessity of magical experimentation for a sorcerer, as it aids in deciphering the structure of spells and mastering magic, making it indispensable, even if his future path did not lead him to become an alchemist. Chapter 26. The dawn of a new life. Within the witch's arcane journal lay recorded numerous magical potions, each possessing remarkable properties, such as the brown owl potion for restoring mental fortitude. However, the 3 most precious elixirs were those that could forcibly elevate a magic apprentice's understanding of spell structures. The potion of the magical gateway, the silver moon potion, which assists in the apprentice's ascension to a full-fledged mage, and the weeping soul potion, which allowed ordinary adults to directly awaken their latent bloodline powers. At present, Lucien found himself particularly drawn to the weeping soul potion. The requirements for the potion of the magical gateway and the silver moon potion were not only exceedingly rare, but also demanded that one's mental and spiritual faculties be nearly on par with a formal mage. In contrast, the weeping soul potion could be utilized by any physically fit adult after a period of training. This potion was a creation of ancient mages, devised to swiftly cultivate low-level servants under specific conditions, at the expense of exhausting one's bodily potential to ignite their bloodline power. Consequently, its side effects were severe. Once a knight utilized the weeping soul potion to ascend, they could no longer enhance their bloodline strength through training, resulting in a diminished capability compared to a standard knight. However, for Lucien, who harbored little hope of becoming a knight and had chosen the path of magic, this posed no significant dilemma. It was merely a method to rapidly enhance his abilities. The challenge lay in the potion's ingredients, which were either prohibitively expensive or remarkably peculiar. As a novice magic apprentice, gathering these materials proved daunting. Additionally, should his physical constitution fail to meet the standard of a normal adult, consuming the potion would carry a high risk of failure and could endanger his life. Conversely, a physically fit adult would face a certain probability of failure. Though the stronger their constitution, the greater their chances of success. The Weeping Soul Potion was an exceptional achievement within necromancy, encapsulated in a simplified magical equation: black corpse mushroom, water ghost brain tissue, vengeful spirit dust, moonlight rose petals, and the weeping soul itself. The black corpse mushroom, a peculiar fungus that thrives on decaying corpses, is milky white before maturity but turns entirely black within a day, maintaining its form for a month. Its mildly hallucinogenic odor can induce the toxic effects of decaying flesh if consumed raw, and the darker the mushroom when harvested, the more potent the resulting weeping soul potion. The water ghost brain tissue, derived from the undead entity known as the water ghost, also enhances the potion's efficacy in accordance with the strength of the creature. The vengeful spirit dust follows suit. The moonlight rose, as chronicled by the witch, is a rare plant that emits a silvery hue reminiscent of moonlight at night and serves an auxiliary role in the bloodline awakening of high-ranking knightly servants, making it exceedingly expensive, costing 1 gold thaler or 100 silver gnarl per gram. Moreover, a successful potion requires at least 10 grams. While the entire process of awakening a high-ranking knight's bloodline could necessitate anywhere from 5 to 50 grams, depending on their capabilities, the witch had contemplated concocting the Weeping Soul Potion to quickly enhance her own strength, facilitating her future search for the ice-like Golden Sparrow. As the prowess of a first-tier knight was considered formidable throughout the Duchy of Valorette, a true aristocrat. From the observations of recent days, Lucien learned that the total number of knights officially recognized by the duchy amounted to just over 400. Nevertheless, many powerful individuals existed in Alto who surpassed the strength of ordinary knights. Regrettably, the witch could not afford the moonlight rose at the moment. As for the other 3 ingredients, she had discovered that water ghosts had been causing disturbances along the Biren River at night and learned that vengeful spirit dust could be obtained by summoning low-tier undead creatures through a novice-level spell combined with the blood of malevolent beings. Thus, she was compelled to temporarily set her ambitions aside. In light of this, Lucien continued his magical studies, focusing on meditation, spellcasting practice, and magical experimentation, all the while discreetly seeking information regarding these materials. Approaching the month of fiery flames, July, the sky brightened early, with clouds resembling brilliant orange rubies shifting gracefully. Lucien arose even earlier, having conducted a successful experiment using mental resonance in place of incantations for casting spells. The magical trial yielded favorable results. Indeed, it was possible to utilize controlled mental vibrations to replace the verbal incantation for the uncontrolled ring spell. However, the outcome was less than satisfactory, as Lucien discovered that this method demanded a high level of control, leading to significant mental fatigue. While employing incantations would exhaust his mental energy after 3 castings of uncontrolled ring, utilizing mental vibrations would drain him completely after a single casting, rendering it less practical unless under extraordinary circumstances. Lucien reflected on this with a sense of disappointment. After a session of meditative refinement, Lucien restored his mental vigor, tidied his disheveled room from the casting of uncontrolled ring, and set off towards Aunt Eliza's home. "Good morning, Brother Lucien. Let us have breakfast together." Avon greeted him as he opened the wooden door. Recently, he had been assisting Aunt Eliza at the Weaving Guild in Alto. Appearing much more composed, Lucien smiled. "Of course, I chose this time deliberately. How could I miss breakfast?" "Ha ha, little Evans, you are growing increasingly humorous. It seems this week of study has bolstered your confidence. Shall we attend service together tomorrow morning?" Joel, sipping on a vegetable soup with soft black bread, observed Lucien's maturity and self-assuredness with satisfaction. Every Sunday morning, the faithful of the Church of Truth congregated for worship, and most who had the time would attend. However, Lucien had consistently declined since his arrival, fearing exposure. Aunt Eliza ladled a bowl of the vegetable soup for Lucien. "Little Evans, sit down and enjoy your meal slowly while we converse." Having expended considerable energy from meditation and spellcasting the previous night, Lucien accepted the soup gratefully, savoring a sip and chewing on the coarse black bread. Although the bread was equally rough and unpalatable, filled with bran and other impurities, it was far superior to the flavor of the low-quality bread he had endured, leading him to silently curse the unscrupulous merchants. "Uncle Joel, I want to be available tomorrow." "I'm afraid I cannot join you for service," Lucien stated, aware that attending service posed a risk and the time could be better spent on his studies. Aunt Eliza expressed curiosity. "Little Evans, do you have something planned for tomorrow? Have you found a job that doesn't require you to go to the market district?" Joel and Avon exchanged puzzled glances, prompting Lucien to produce an old, simple purse and hand it to Joel, smiling brightly. "Uncle Joel, I am now a formal student of Mr. Victor, who is exceedingly kind and has waived my tuition fees. I'm returning this 8 silver gnarl to you." Cough, cough. You've become Mr. Victor's formal student. Joel nearly choked on his black bread, coughing repeatedly, his face flushed with astonishment. How could this happen in just a few days? Annalisa was astonished for a different reason. Waive tuition fees. You can study without paying silver gnarl. Avon, still unclear of the implications of Lucien's statement, cast a furtive glance at the purse. Wow, they are indeed silver gnarl, glimmering with a beautiful sheen. Brother Lucien, how did you manage that? Lucien recounted his experiences from that day, feeling no need to conceal any details, and concluded, so, that is how it is. Mr. Victor has allowed me to study literature and music under his guidance and waive my tuition. Tomorrow morning, I plan to visit Mr. Victor to borrow some introductory books on the common tongue and music. This afternoon, Lucien is set to visit Victor's home to complete the final hour of study that was left unfinished yesterday. However, he finds it difficult to concoct a valid excuse to forego attending the worship service. Moreover, Lucien genuinely intends to go to Victor's house tomorrow morning. Having chosen to disguise his identity as a magician beneath the facade of a musician, he must swiftly acquire fundamental musical knowledge, including music theory and sheet music, to present himself as a humble child of the underprivileged who has been nurtured by the melodies of Alto, rather than as a traveler from another realm. In the art of deception, Lucien maintains a commendable level of dedication. Mr. Victor is truly a benevolent soul. As Lucien strives to obscure his true role, Eliza enthusiastically extols Mr. Victor's virtues, proclaiming, "Young Evans, you must thank the Lord. After enduring such hardships, you can finally embark on a new and beautiful life." Joel gazes at Lucien with a complex expression for a considerable time before finally, speaking with warmth and nostalgia, "I never imagined that you, young Evans, would genuinely pursue a path in music. Your intelligence, wit, and diligence have surpassed my expectations. With the Lord's blessings, you have encountered such a kind-hearted musician in Mr. Victor. I hope you seize this opportunity and maintain your diligence in your musical studies. If, on the day you hold a concert in the Hall of Canticles, you must invite your Uncle Joel to attend, that would fulfill my life's aspirations in music." Evan nodded in agreement. How wonderful it would be to introduce my brother Lucien as a renowned musician performing in the Hall of Canticles. Yes, it would be as splendid as my brother becoming a knight. I shall strive for it. Uncle Joel, Lucien replied with a serious expression, though internally he sighed, "I apologize. Uncle Joel, my commitment to music may be minimal. After last night's studies, the vast and enchanting world of magic has captivated me profoundly. Music merely serves as a guise for my identity and a means to earn the funds necessary for my magical education. I cannot possess the same fervor and devotion to music as you do. As an ordinary individual with limited understanding of music, Lucien is aware that, with the support of divine magic, the Church has not significantly suppressed music in Alto over the past 3 centuries. The melodies echoing through the city are not stayed. Many are exceptionally beautiful and resonate with the renowned classical works he has listened to on Earth, sharing a similar essence and trend." Joel tucked away his coin pouch, saying, "Young Evans, when you decide on which instrument to learn, do not hesitate to borrow money. There's no need to feel shy." "Very well, Uncle Joel, Annalisa. I intend to seek employment unrelated to the market district. With my identity as Mr. Victor's student, it should be considerably easier." Having finished his breakfast, Lucien stood to bid farewell. After reviewing the magical notes, Lucien has come to realize that the pursuit of magic is indeed a costly endeavor. Chapter 27. A new job on Monday. Lucien had not visited the market district for 5 days, and upon his return, he found it as bustling and vibrant as ever, filled with a cacophony of accents, a plethora of appearances, and a diverse array of humanoid beings, all pulsating with the vigorous rhythm of life. Due to concerns regarding potential retribution from the errand gang, Lucien moved with great caution, employing a faint sense of mental awareness to ensure he remained undetectable. Should any gang members venture within 5 meters of him, they would be immediately sensed. In reality, as Lucien completed his purchase of spellcasting materials and exited the market district, he found that the errand gang had not caused him any trouble. On the contrary, he noted that their presence seemed significantly diminished previously. They typically operated in groups of 2 or 3, but now they appeared to be working alone. This led Lucien to ponder whether the recent events had prompted the gang to adopt a more discreet approach. Despite his doubts about this hypothesis, Lucien resolved to exercise caution and expedite his learning of various apprentice-level spells. While these spells lacked substantial destructive or defensive power, Their peculiar and ingenious attributes could be advantageous when used appropriately. Lucien contemplated that even if he were to confront 10 gang members without ranged weapons, he could manage the situation with composure. Lucien spent a full 3 hours in the market, acquiring merely 3 types of spellcasting materials. His previous encounter with the Aaron gang had instilled in him a heightened sense of vigilance, even though some materials were commonplace. He refrained from purchasing those that were not immediately useful, many of which could be foraged in the wild, such as the fruit of the borky vine and the powder of red-patterned stones. Thus, he resolved to find time to gather these resources outside the city. The 3 spellcasting materials Lucien procured were sulfur, frequently used for repelling insects and mosquitoes, the nightstar herb, which promotes tranquility and aids in sleep, an entirely reasonable purchase for a musician student, and the ice-dissolved stone, known for its preservative and invigorating properties. For each of these materials, Lucien bought enough for 100 uses, with the nightstar herb being the most expensive, followed by the ice-dissolved stone, while sulfur was the least costly. In total, he spent 1 silver NAR and 20 copper furls, nearly half of his financial resources, leading him to lament the exorbitant cost of magic, due to the potential for corrosive splashes and the visible traces left by frost rays, which were far less discreet than the ring of out-of-control. Lucien refrained from practicing spells in his modest dwelling. Instead, he planned to wait until nightfall, seeking a sewer entrance to practice in the depths below. At 2 in the afternoon, Lucien arrived punctually at Victor's residence to continue his studies, which had been interrupted the previous day. After an hour of learning, as Renee, Colin, and Annie departed, Victor unexpectedly inquired softly, "Lucien, do you currently have a job?" With only Lot, Phyllis, Herodotus, and Lucien remaining in the hall, Lucien shook his head and replied, "Mr. Victor, I lost my previous job and have yet to find a new one." Having experienced the financial strain of learning magic, Lucien had already resolved to inquire at the Copper Crown Tavern before evening fell. If that yielded no results, he intended to explore the administrative district the following day. Victor's sudden inquiry sparked a flicker of hope within Lucien. "Considering your family's circumstances, even if I were to waive your tuition, the afternoon study sessions from 2 to 6 may still impact your livelihood," Victor reflected thoughtfully. He had previously consulted Colin and Renee and understood that for someone of Lucien's impoverished background, sustaining oneself typically required at least 10 hours of labor each day. Although he was unaware of how Lucien had previously managed to pay for his studies, his attire suggested little improvement in his living conditions. "I happen to know of a relatively easy job that requires only 4 hours of work each morning, yielding an income of 10 silver NAR per month. Lucien, would you be interested?" The prospect of securing a less strenuous job was indeed a boon. Victor not only welcomed Lucien as a genuine student and waived his tuition, but also expressed care for his well-being. Overwhelmed by gratitude, Lucien reflected on the kindness he had encountered since his arrival, despite the presence of rogues like Jackson. He had also met good-hearted individuals such as Uncle Joel, Annalisa, John, and Mr. Victor. "I would be delighted, Mr. Victor." "You're agreeing without even inquiring about the job?" Victor teased lightly. "It's at the Association's music library. Originally, there was one person managing it each morning and afternoon, but I suggested that having only one person could lead to errors, so I proposed adding 2 more positions. And to my surprise, the association agreed. While you manage the library, you can peruse the introductory music books, which will facilitate your understanding when I teach you. After a week of foundational study, you may begin learning an instrument." Victor's intention was clear. He wished for Lucien to start learning an instrument as soon as possible, allowing him to become a musician and establish a stable source of income. If Lucien proved to have talent, he could delve deeper into advanced studies later. Lucien momentarily pondered the serendipity of becoming so intertwined with the library, having traversed through it and now destined to serve as its steward. Quickly, however, he expressed his heartfelt thanks. "Thank you, Mr. Victor." This position was evidently granted by the Musicians Association in recognition of Victor's standing. Working merely 4 hours a day for 10 silver NAR per month was indeed a remarkable opportunity. Previously, Lucien had labored from dawn until dusk, utterly exhausted, earning at most 3 silver NAR a month. Now, he had leaped from the depths of poverty to a respectable income, underscoring the significance of connections. Victor clapped his hands together. "Just in time. I plan to take Lot, Phyllis, and Herodotus to the association's concert hall this afternoon to practice with the ensemble. Lucien, come with me to sign the contract, and you can commence work tomorrow morning." As Mr. Victor busied himself organizing his cluttered papers filled with melodic inspirations, Lot smiled at Lucien and introduced himself. I am Lot Griffith. Mr. Victor is an excellent teacher and a kind man. I hope you do not disappoint his expectations. Initially, Lot felt a surge of anger and discontent at the notion of sharing his musical studies with someone from a lower class, someone entirely uneducated and unrefined, aspiring to tread the noble and sacred path of a musician. It was a humiliation to the dignity of the noble class. However, upon discerning Victor's intention to help Lucien become a musician, that anger transformed into a sense of aristocratic superiority, allowing him to regard Lucien with a condescending kindness. Mr. Victor would likely appreciate seeing his students interact harmoniously, Lot mused. I am Phyllis Hayne, the red-haired girl remarked with a reserved and cool nod towards Lucien. She harbored little belief in Lucien's potential for musical achievement, considering his late start. Thus, she viewed his acceptance as Victor's student merely as a benevolent gesture, indifferent to the implications of his new status. Moreover, there are numerous benevolent acts that Lot can perform, which are unattainable for Phyllis. Should rumors of her befriending a commoner circulate, it would gravely tarnish her reputation, possibly affecting her matrimonial prospects. The youth Herodotus, who has consistently harbored disdain for Lucien, greeted him with a polite yet frosty salutation, emulating Phyllis. In the grand hall of the Musicians' Association, Lucien followed Victor towards the reception desk, while Lot, Phyllis, and Herodotus were escorted by Victor to the fifth floor's concert hall for practice. The enchanting Elena, with her chestnut eyes and sweet voice, bowed gracefully. Good afternoon, Mr. Victor. Good afternoon, Elena. This is my student Lucien, who will begin managing the library in the mornings starting tomorrow. Please have him sign the contract and then pass it on to Mr. Hank. Victor introduced Lucien. Elena nodded, producing a pre-prepared sheet of paper with simple text, and handed it to Lucien. Greetings, Mr. Lucien. Is it truly you? Hello, Elena. It's a pleasure to see you. Lucien responded warmly. He took the contract, struggling with the unfamiliar words, needing to spell them out and consult a dictionary. He scrutinized the few lines for several minutes, which gradually calmed Elena, who regarded him with curiosity and enthusiasm. Once you verify that everything is in order, please sign or imprint your mark on the back and return it to me. I never expected to see such a transformation in you upon our reunion. Victor, observing the exchange, chuckled and inquired, Elena, do you know Lucien? Elena quickly recounted the events of their last encounter, to which Lucien, satisfied with the contract, took up a quill and awkwardly inscribed his name. After hearing her narrative, Victor turned to Lucien, remarking, no wonder you seemed so familiar. Indeed, your determination and actions are commendable. The Lord shall surely bless your endeavors. Success? What success? Lucien queried. Victor, have you prepared all the pieces? Suddenly, a voice, tinged with a subtle sharpness, interjected. Chapter 28. The quiet sewer Victor was not solely preoccupied with music. He was acutely aware of Wolf's hostility towards him. His heart swelled with a mix of anger and amusement, for he had not usurped Wolf's opportunity to perform at the Hall of Hymns. It was merely a coincidence that during the council's selection of musicians, both he and Wolf had reached the final discussion. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon Wolf himself, who had excelled more in writing critiques than in composing melodies, having lost sight of his musical aspirations. Wolf had not anticipated Victor's sudden resurgence from a prolonged period of despondency, and his face turned a shade of iron gray as he stammered, Victor, I shall maintain a modicum of curiosity. I hope you do not disappoint me 3 months hence at the Hall of Hymns. Victor's confidence instilled fear in Wolf, who worried that after listening to his piano concerto, he might find himself devoid of the cutting remarks he usually wielded, leading to restless nights and lackluster days. Victor shrugged with a smile, expressing, what a pity, I had hoped for your insights. Wolf, unwilling to linger on the subject, shifted his gaze to Lucien, who stood beside Victor in his worn and inexpensive linen attire. With a disdainful lift of his chin, he remarked, Victor, when did you become acquainted with this lowly, uncouth peasant? Though Wolf's family lineage had not held nobility since his great-grandfather's time, he still boasted distant relatives of noble rank, including a viscount and several lords. This lineage permitted him to consider himself part of the aristocracy, looking down upon musicians of common birth like Victor while maintaining an air of icy nobility, particularly towards Lucien. His animosity towards Victor only intensified upon witnessing Lucien's presence, akin to discovering a repugnant rat at his dining table. Lucien received Wolf's near-abusive tone with a mix of slight indignation and profound amusement. Wherever there existed disparities in wealth and status, there would always be those who artificially distinguished between the noble and the base. In this strange fusion of the Renaissance and the dark medieval era, such distinctions were starkly displayed and even celebrated. The only remedy for such discrimination lay in one's own prowess. Victor, hailing from humble origins, shared an unspoken aversion to Wolf's attitude. Furrowing his brow, he spoke gravely. "Mind your words, Wolf. This is Lucien, a student who has recently begun studying music with me, a remarkably talented young man." Although Victor himself held no prejudice against the lower classes, the prevailing attitudes and educational environment of the world had deeply influenced him. Thus, in introducing Lucien, he felt compelled to embellish his talent to shield him from disdain, even as he questioned whether Lucien might lack a natural musical sensibility. He has musical talent? A lowly peasant who has never been exposed to music or education. Wolf laughed uproariously, losing his composure, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. His previous frustration evaporated, and he derisively mocked both Victor and Lucien. Victor was taken aback by the intensity of Wolf's reaction to his well-intentioned boast. As he struggled to comprehend Wolf's character, he stubbornly pressed on. "Alto is the city of hymns, the capital of music. Everyone here is favored by the divine and steeped in musical influence. Even the poor possess many exceptional minstrels, and some are endowed with innate musical talent as a gift from the divine. The subsequent education merely dusts off the gems, revealing their original brilliance, does it not?" Wolf shook his head with a smile, pointing at Lucien. "Such musical prodigies do exist, but since they are bestowed by the divine, one would expect their bloodline to easily manifest their gifts. Thus, Princess Natasha is, and Count Verdi is, but your student, what is his name? Lucien. Surely he cannot be one. If he becomes an exceptional musician, I shall publicly apologize to you both in the music review and vow never to hold another concert." In his overconfidence, Wolf hastily made this definitive assertion, though he prudently added exceptional before musician, knowing that if the time came, he could easily evade responsibility if Lucien did not achieve universal acclaim. From what Lucien had gathered, Princess Natasha was the sole heir of the Duke of Valois, belonging to the Violet family, a title that every duke must inherit before ascending. Her musical talents were remarkable. She excelled in the violin, flute, and harpsichord. Had it not been for her noble status, she would likely have already become an outstanding musician. Moreover, as a knight, Natasha was an exceptional fifth-level knight, and at merely 25, she was not far from the rank of celestial knight. Count Verdi was likewise of the Violet family, a nephew to the Duke, who had composed several notable pieces but was currently serving as the chief of the city guards in Alto, having just attained the rank of fifth-level knight. After concluding his remarks, Wolf did not spare Victor a glance as he smiled and proceeded toward the stairs. Victor shook his head in distaste and said to Lucien, "Pay no heed to that narrow-minded, acerbic, and vulgar fellow. Focus on your studies. This afternoon, take care of your other matters. Tomorrow morning, formally seek out Elena, and she will guide you to the library. You may take one day off each week, whether Saturday or Sunday, depending on your discussions with your fellow library steward. Now, I must head to the concert hall." As Victor departed, Lucien turned to hand the contract to Elena. "I will trouble you tomorrow, Elena." Elena smiled, a faint dimple appearing on her left cheek. "It is my duty, Lucien. By the way, pay no mind to Mr. Wolf. Most people in the association do not favor him, aside from a few board members, those with titles." Well, Mr. Wolf, who always looks down at us with his chin held high, humble himself before the chins of the board members." Lucien jested, eliciting a fit of laughter from Elena. Elena clenched her right fist and waved it playfully. "Lucien, I believe in you. Even if you do not become a musician, strive to be an exceptional performer. We shall witness Mr. Wolf's expression then." Before joining the Musicians' Association, Elena's life straddled the line between the impoverished and the common folk, which made her deeply sympathetic to the displeasure at Wolf's earlier tone. Lucien mimicked her fist wave, responding nonchalantly, "Absolutely." By 9 o'clock in the evening, the district of Ardlet was devoid of human presence except for a few drunken souls. In the stillness of the night, the distant howls of wild dogs echoed. For the impoverished of this world, early to bed and early to rise was a way of life, devoid of vibrant nightlife. They rose early to toil for their daily sustenance. Quietly slipping out of the small abode, Lucien gently closed the wooden door behind him. He tread lightly towards a secluded entrance of a previously explored sewer, intent on deciphering the 4 magical arrays. Once accomplished, he could utilize magical materials to arrange and employ a diminished, auxiliary version of some formal spells. For instance, the minor effect of transforming stone into mud would allow him to carve a secret passage from his dwelling to the sewer, facilitating the establishment of a magical laboratory within its depths, thereby eliminating any suspicion from his frequent comings and goings. After patiently observing his surroundings to ensure no one was present, Lucien cautiously entered the sewer entrance. The foul stench and the slimy, filthy environment still unsettled him, yet they could not extinguish his ardor for learning magic. He navigated through the sewer, seeking out its obscure corners, meticulously sketching a rudimentary map of the sewer in his soul library. During this process, he also scraped off a considerable amount of softly glowing moss from the walls, storing it in the left pocket of his trousers. This moss, known as phosphorescent moss, served as a crafting material for an apprentice-level informal spell known as the light-dimming spell. As he searched, Lucien found it peculiar that he had yet to encounter the beggars residing in the sewers, as mentioned by Coria. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the faint sound of his own footsteps, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Soon, he discovered an ideal location for magical experimentation, a 3-way intersection, with a massive rock blocking the path ahead a few paces away. The left passage led deeper into the sewer, and with the right positioning, he could easily detect any approaching presence from the left or behind. From the right pocket of his linen short coat, Lucien pinched a small amount of sulfur powder. Reflecting on the inconvenience of being unable to become a formal mage, merely carrying spell materials could be cumbersome. He possessed only 4 types, which he could distribute across 4 pockets, whereas those with dozens or even hundreds would require specialized robes with rows of small pockets. Recalling the deciphered spell structures and the magical construction process he had come to understand, Lucien extended his right hand, allowing a fine dusting of sulfur powder to slowly cascade from his fingers. He uttered a peculiar and convoluted incantation, his expression grave and foreboding under the glow of the phosphorescent moss. Chapter 29. The familiar corpse. As midnight approached, Lucien, after multiple magical experiments, finally mastered and became quite proficient in 5 informal spells: the Eye of the Stars, Frost Ray, Light Banishment, Mage Hand, and Acid Splash. Regarding the uncontrolled ring, which he had learned just the previous day and attempted to cast without incantation, Lucien managed to stabilize the casting time to approximately 3 seconds. In comparison to the witch's own records, Lucien realized that his speed in deciphering, learning, and mastering magic was somewhat astonishing. Excluding the witch's lack of understanding and forcibly grasping the uncontrolled ring, her specialties in elemental magic, Acid Splash and Frost Ray, typically required 3 to 4 days, 20 hours, and hundreds of magical experiments and practice sessions to decipher and master. In contrast, Lucien required only 5 attempts for Acid Splash, 7 for Frost Ray, and 10 for the Eye of the Stars. However, he needed a full 30 attempts to master Light Banishment due to insufficient prior analysis and understanding. To Lucien, this remarkable speed largely stemmed from the fact that the structure of spells seemed to be based on mathematical models, which he could integrate with his understanding of the magical construction process. The models of informal magic were merely simple runic diagrams, akin to elementary geometric shapes, such as the hexagram. After reviewing literature in the library, most informal magic analyses became exceedingly simple for him. His understanding of the magical construction process also relied on past knowledge, such as conceptualizing Acid Splash as the creation of sulfuric acid from sulfur. However, when it came to Light Banishment, Lucien could not apply his previous knowledge and could only vaguely hypothesize that reversing the structure of glow grass could allow it to actively absorb light instead of reflecting it. The result was neither poor nor exceptional. It required much practice to master. This experience prompted Lucien to reflect. He should not overly rely on past knowledge, for magic in this world must possess its own unique qualities. While some aspects could be connected to knowledge of physics and chemistry, others would require gradual analysis. After all, the elements and rules in this world might differ significantly from those on Earth, exhibiting a semblance of similarity. For instance, the precious materials such as mithril and aurum, as documented by the witch, or the efficacy of astrology in divining fortune and fate. As for the uncontrolled ring, Lucien's complete understanding of it as a gravitational magic allowed him to swiftly reduce the casting time to its current limit. After a 10-minute quiet rest to restore his mental energy, Lucien began to methodically address the traces left behind, such as the eroded surfaces of stones. Indeed, the power of informal magic was not particularly strong. The frost ray could only kill an adult if it struck vital areas like the heart or throat, causing cardiac arrest or asphyxiation. Otherwise, 3 successful hits were required, and a single hit would merely result in severe frostbite, rendering movement and thought sluggish. Acid splash, due to issues with concentration and strength, similarly required targeting vital areas. Lucien calmly analyzed the apprentice-level magic he had learned, feeling no significant disappointment, although many spells appeared weak. If employed skillfully at the right moment and in the right context, their effects could be astonishing. He had considered that in order to find the black corpse mushroom, he must first locate decomposed bodies. Given the likelihood of being secretly monitored by the church in the graveyard, the only promising locations to find corpses, apart from the beasts and humans that had perished in the Black Forest, were the sewers. After all, many of the impoverished residents and beggars lacked even burial shrouds. Without friends or relatives nearby, it was entirely plausible for someone to quietly die deep within the sewers, unnoticed. As for deceased animals, the decaying meat discarded in the sewers was hardly uncommon. Moreover, the witch had previously explored the sewers, initially searching for the black corpse mushroom and later for the origins of the red-eyed rat, yet she had encountered no dangers. This encouraged Lucien to venture into this segment of the sewers. As he expanded his mental perception, he cautiously navigated through the dark passageways. In the span of over 20 minutes, Lucien had explored several locations and discovered 3 corpses, 2 rats, and a peculiar jelly-like creature, but regrettably, none bore the black corpse mushroom. Turning a corner, Lucien found himself in a more spacious area, where he finally came across the beggars residing in the sewers. "Young man, this is no place for you. What brings you here?" A frail old man, appearing to be in his 60s with protruding ribs and an emaciated form, stepped forward from the group of beggars. Yet, his voice betrayed a youthfulness, sounding no older than 40. Regardless of how tattered and inexpensive Lucien's linen shirt was, it still exuded an air of nobility compared to the beggars, as it was not so ragged as to expose much of his skin, and at least it was clean. Thus, the old man instantly recognized that Lucien was not a native of the sewers. Behind the thin old man, several other beggars stood up, their gazes fierce and greedy as they fixated on Lucien. Undeterred, Lucien returned their stares, revealing his well-built physique and the glint of a hidden dagger, causing them to instinctively avert their eyes. As Lucien advanced, the emaciated old man suddenly laughed. "Young man, your attire may not be grand, yet you wield a dagger," suggesting you are engaged in rather dubious activities. Regardless, it is evident you lead a difficult life. If a hard-working and striving youth such as yourself cannot enjoy daily bread and meat, it must not be your fault. The Church of Truth teaches us that everyone is a lamb of the Lord. Yet why can the nobles live in luxury, while the devout poor remain unable to change their fates? We are all sinners by birth. I have no interest in what you have to say. Please refrain from speaking to me further," Lucien replied coldly, although the old man spoke in veiled terms. Leaving no incriminating evidence, Lucien detected a familiar scent in his words, the scent of proselytizing. From his tone, it was clear that the doctrine he espoused was not that of the Church of Truth. As for which other deity or demon it might pertain to, Lucien felt no inclination to delve deeper at present. Engaging with such matters without sufficient strength was tantamount to courting death. He knew that the more he learned, the less likely he would be able to escape. Under the control of the Church of Truth, spreading teachings of other sects would undoubtedly lead to execution. These beggars would not risk leaking information. The thin old man and his companions were taken aback by Lucien's forthright rejection, their anger surging as they glared at him, as if he had desecrated something precious. "Would you care to test my dagger?" Lucien inquired, shaking the weapon in his hand before calmly and steadily continuing on his path. As he crossed the dark river separating them, Lucien keenly noticed a clean black cloth laid out where they had previously gathered, adorned with a curved, silver-glimmering horn. Having left the beggars behind, Lucien continued to navigate the sewers for over 10 more minutes, when the sound of rushing water suddenly grew louder in his ears. It seemed he had reached an outlet. Beyond lay the banks of the Belen River. Lucien observed the dark river becoming slightly turbulent, flowing towards a large hole covered by a rusty wire mesh. He approached the side passage cautiously, searching for any signs of decomposed bodies amidst the refuse. Curiosity piqued. Lucien moved closer to the wire mesh, shaking and tugging at it, examining closely the sizable hole that had appeared beneath. Before Lucien had the opportunity to ascertain whether the body had succumbed to natural decay or human malice, he beheld a large, dark object gradually rising before him. This phenomenon seemed to be a result of the recent violent disturbance of the wire mesh. As it slowly emerged to the water's surface, colliding with the wire under the force of the dark river's current, Lucien was finally able to discern its true nature, a bloated corpse. Its facial features and musculature largely decomposed, leaving only a vague outline. The clothing was mired in refuse, with some portions exhibiting considerable buoyancy. Suppressing the nausea that the sight of the decaying body elicited, Lucien meticulously searched for any signs of black corpse fungi upon it. Though he acknowledged the slim likelihood of finding any, given its immersion in water, yet he remained hopeful for an unexpected discovery. As he continued his examination, a furrow of concern creased his brow. The cause of death appeared exceedingly peculiar, with the chest cavity violently breached. A moment earlier, he had prodded it with his dagger, only to find that the heart was conspicuously absent, as if it had been cruelly excised. Who could possess such cruelty? Lucien scrutinized the cadaver, and suddenly, his gaze fell upon a familiar object ensnared at the waist, a pouch of coins. It struck a chord of recognition. He prodded it with his dagger, and, upon closer inspection, realized with astonishment that it was indeed his own money pouch. Overwhelmed by disbelief and momentarily disregarding his revulsion, Lucien examined the face of the corpse more closely, and, as a thought crystallized in his mind, Lucien's conviction grew. How could Indra of the Aaron gang possibly meet his demise here? Chapter 30. The malice behind Andre's visage had decayed significantly, a coarse and putrid stench permeating the air, faintly revealing the terror and struggle he had experienced before his demise. Beyond this, Lucien could find no further clues or traces linked to his bizarre death. What connection did this bear to the recent low profile of the Aaron gang? After a few moments of silent contemplation, Lucien procured a tattered cloth to wrap his hand, then forcefully pressed Andre's corpse into the water. Although he was unaware of how he had previously become ensnared in the barbed wire, he knew that luck would not favor him this time. Andre's body was swept along by the dark river's current, passing through the barbed wire and into the Belen River. And who discovered it afterward was beyond Lucien's control. As he turned at a fork in the path and walked a few meters, Lucien suddenly heard the sound of heavy footsteps. The steps were chaotic and uneven, echoing throughout the quiet, enclosed sewer, as if a large group was approaching from afar. With several individuals possessing considerable weight, hence the heavy sound. Lucien straightened his back and scanned the corridor he was traversing. Soon, he spotted a depression not far ahead, which, while insufficient to conceal his entire form, would suffice if the approaching individuals did not enter to inspect closely. Pressing his back against the wall, Lucien waited a few minutes until the group passed. Perhaps due to their previous, untroubled experiences, they merely cast a cursory glance at the corridor where Lucien was concealed before continuing onward. Then, familiar voices reached his ears. "Why are you taking so long to gather? Don't let this matter drag on." It was the old man who sought to preach. The second voice, which Lucien had only recently heard, was unmistakable. "Aaron, Longsan. Aaron." The old man chuckled ominously. "Please convey to Mr. Aaron and that individual that as long as you cooperate wholeheartedly, we shall not disappoint you. Do not underestimate my modest power. Under the radiance of the divine, I am but the smallest of insects. The priests are formidable enough to rival the leaders of the truth cult. Were it not necessary to maintain that entity, we would not require your assistance at all." After a few splashes, another voice trembled. "But, Brother Jackson, it's quite difficult to find those who have gone missing without drawing attention. Gathering 50 within 10 days seems nearly impossible, and who knows where all the beggars in this sewer have gone. We can't find a single one aside from your lot." The latter remark was directed at the preaching old man. The old man chuckled. "Of course, they have been swept into the Belen River, becoming food for the sharp-nosed catfish." Jackson inhaled deeply. "Scar, do not worry. Did not Boss Aaron already state that we should spare no effort? As long as we do not provoke the nobility, the priests, or those of high society. Even if we abduct others, he will utilize all his connections and resources to resolve it." "Boss Jackson, do you have a target in mind?" Scar inquired hesitantly. Jackson sneered. "Scar, you've seen it all. After all we've done, do you still wish to withdraw? Do not forget Andre. As for the target, humph. My cheek still aches. Those two scoundrels and their family shall not escape." Upon hearing this, Lucien struggled to contain his fury. Jackson, driven by a relatively minor grudge, sought the lives of both himself and Aunt Elisa's family. How utterly ruthless. However, he soon regained his composure, for he knew of many such peculiar individuals who would kill entire families over a few coins or a mere quarrel. It is fortunate that I overheard this. Otherwise, while I could handle John, Uncle Joel, and Aunt Elisa, I fear for Evan's safety. This matter must be resolved swiftly. Lucien pondered quietly, his resolve hardening. Should Jackson and his accomplices leave the sewer, how could he track them down? He would be unable to divide himself to protect Joel's family. Who could tell when and where Jackson would launch his attack? If he eliminated them all, the remaining members of the Aaron gang would not pursue them without cause. With this buffer of time, he could concoct an excuse to relay to John, prompting him to address the cult issue through Sir Wang. When the moment arrived, Lucien would simply inform John that he had overheard a beggar espousing blasphemous rhetoric. Having lived in the sewer for so long, if the church or knights were to investigate thoroughly, they would surely uncover some clues. As for the excuse he devised, there would be no witnesses to contradict him. Should Lucien refrain from acting now and instead report through John, if the preaching old man and those cult beggars were captured, he would be unable to explain his presence in the sewer. The colder Lucien became, the more he checked his pockets, ensuring the ease of access to his spellcasting materials. Utilizing the cover of their conversation, he stealthily approached the corner, peering cautiously around. There were 9 of them in total. With so many, Lucien lacked complete confidence in eliminating them all, and there was a distinct possibility of being overpowered. However, retreat was no longer an option. He could only remain calm and engage in this gamble. Scar and his 2 companions disposed of the final corpse wrapped in a sack into the dark river, then cautiously prodded with a long pole to ensure passage through the hole they had deliberately made in the barbed wire. Overwhelmed by fear, terror, and regret, the 3 gangsters involuntarily prayed to the God of truth, not daring to spare a glance at the body, avoiding it as if it were the plague. Though they were all hardened criminals, the thought of ripping a living heart from a chest was beyond their acceptance. Casting a furtive glance at the enigmatic old man, Scar suppressed his trembling and spoke. "Brother Jackson, we have completed the task. Let us depart swiftly. I have heard there are many water ghosts in the Belen River. If they should swim in." Jackson looked at the preaching old man. "The appearance of water ghosts in the Belen River, is that not related to you? After all, you have discarded so many corpses, and the timing aligns." The old man shook his head. "We do not wish to stir up any disturbances before our plan succeeds. Alto is the western core of the ancient magical empire. Perhaps there are places in the Belen River rich in deathly energy. In any case, the truth cult has yet to notice us." Just as Jackson was about to instruct his men to leave, he suddenly noticed Scar's expression turn to one of terror, while a peculiar, stammering, brief, and hurried voice echoed from behind. Scar beheld a shadow standing quietly at the corner, approximately 20 meters behind Jackson and the old man. Only half of its body and face were visible, obscured by the glow of moss, exuding an aura of chilling dread and eeriness. There are ghosts in the sewer. This was the fear that had haunted Scar since his involvement in the cult's heart extraction, the dread of retribution from vengeful spirits. Yet he dared not seek purification from the God of truth. Now, under the dim light and in the enclosed environment, having just disposed of the bodies, all his fears erupted, leaving him paralyzed, trembling. Upon hearing that voice, Jackson and the old man turned to see the mysterious, terrifying shadow. Yet they had scarcely taken 2 steps before the surrounding light extinguished entirely, plunging them into darkness. In this pitch blackness, where one could not see their own hand, Jackson, Scar, and the others were gripped by profound terror, wildly waving their daggers to keep anyone at bay. However, the corridor was inherently narrow, and with them standing so closely together, a flurry of movements led to someone being struck, letting out a pained cry. This anguished sound only served to amplify the fears of Jackson and his companions, who were already enveloped in an unsettling darkness. Hearing one of their own cry out in pain heightened their anxiety for personal safety, prompting them to wield their daggers with even greater fervor. "Stay calm, stay calm." Although the old preacher lacked even the proficiency of a novice pastor, he was not oblivious to the mentions of magic and divine arts by the priests. The eerie darkness must have been conjured by that enigmatic figure. He knew he must not succumb to panic. He instructed those around him to charge in all 4 directions, convinced that the darkness could not extend too far. Yet, As soon as his composed voice broke through the chaos, he was accidentally struck by Jackson's dagger, eliciting his own cry of pain. In a mere span of seconds, within the suffocating darkness, two individuals had already been fatally wounded and fallen to the ground, while several others bore varying degrees of injuries. Driven by terror, Scar and his three companions began to retreat towards the entrance, unaware that the path from their current location to the barbed wire was entirely shrouded in darkness. Meanwhile, Jackson, the old preacher, and another thug rushed forward, aiming to confront the mysterious figure. However, due to the obscured visibility, they had only taken a few steps before another member, a beggar, along with one of the gangsters, plummeted into the dark river with a resounding splash. At that moment, the unsettling and peculiar sound echoed once more, sending a chill down their spines. Chapter 31. Unfortunate changes. The old preacher sprinted a few paces, finally breaking free from the confines of the light-absorbing spell. However, as he abruptly transitioned from the pitch-black darkness into the illuminated corridor, even the faint glow compelled him to momentarily shut his eyes. The action was swift. Yet when the preacher opened his eyes to discern his surroundings, a noxious, dark green liquid surged towards him, leaving no room for evasion. Jackson and the thug, jolted by the harrowing scream, trembled involuntarily. Yet, having partaken in numerous gruesome acts of vivisection, their inherent savagery eclipsed their fear, driving them to charge fiercely towards Lucien. Retreat was a path to doom. Only by advancing could they hope for salvation. Run. They must reach that man. It was the only way to evade the malevolent magic. At that moment, Jackson and the thug were singularly focused on this thought, completely oblivious to the possibility of hurling their daggers at the sorcerer. Even if they missed, such an act might disrupt a magician's concentration, causing him to falter in his incantations. As they dashed forward, their pace faltered when they finally recognized the mysterious figure before them. It was Lucien. The shroud of mystery dissipated, and malice surged within them. Gritting their teeth, Jackson and the thug prepared to close the final few meters, intent on piercing the wretched man with their blades. But at that moment, Jackson noticed Lucien extending his right hand, unleashing a radiant beam of icy energy that struck the thug squarely in the face. A thin layer of ice formed instantly, encasing his eyes, nose, and mouth. The chill penetrated deep into his mind, dulling his senses. By the time he perceived the suffocating sensation and attempted to shatter the ice, his strength had waned significantly. As the feeling of asphyxiation intensified, the thug succumbed, collapsing to the ground as he futilely attempted to bash his head against the floor. It was only then that Jackson comprehended that the Lucien before him was no longer the meek, impoverished boy he once bullied. He had transformed into a sorcerer wielding an arcane and terrifying power, an evil sorcerer. Yet, he was no fool. Rather, he was astute and perceptive. Beneath his seemingly benign exterior lay a heart filled with malevolence. Aware that Lucien would not spare him, he stifled the urge to plead for mercy and, taking a few steps back, raised his dagger to strike at Lucien. Just as Jackson approached within mere centimeters of Lucien, he suddenly lost his balance, his body tipping forward as he fell. Disaster. At the crucial moment, losing his equilibrium filled Jackson with dread, realizing the peril he faced. He flailed his arms in a desperate attempt to regain stability, but as an ordinary man, he found himself utterly incapable of executing any effective maneuver, enveloped by despair. Had he foreseen his fall, he might have at least attempted to throw his dagger before tumbling down, rolling to evade danger. The ring of containment spell Lucien had cast before the acidic liquid splashed was a defensive magic he had set up around himself, capable of lasting 2 minutes. Familiar with this incantation, he had executed it with a mere whisper, taking advantage of the chaos that enveloped his enemies in darkness after casting the light-absorbing spell. Lucien sidestepped Jackson's fall, his gaze icy as he observed the man flailing in a futile attempt to maintain his balance. With precision and calm, he plunged his own dagger into Jackson's neck and twisted it. The blood that spilled was minimal and light, falling like petals under the influence of gravity. And due to Lucien's careful control, he remained unsullied. Jackson's desperate, dying wail became lodged in his throat, leaving him to writhe in agony on the ground until he ultimately succumbed to his nefarious existence. At that moment, the thug had just shattered the icy prison encasing his face, yet the damage to his eyes, nostrils, and mouth rendered him painfully slow to react, allowing Lucien to dispatch him with ease. The old preacher struggled in the dark river for some time, but eventually fell silent, his body swept away. colliding with the barbed wire. Witnessing his demise, Lucien finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Among the 9, the preacher had been his greatest concern, as his connection to the eldritch god might have unleashed some bizarre power. Only 20 seconds had passed, yet the darkness wrought by the light-absorbing spell still lingered, enveloping the corridor, the dark river, and the barbed wire. The 2 beggars, grievously wounded by their companions, writhed in pain on the ground, clinging to life for the moment. In the dark river, the beggars and the thug were driven to madness by the enigmatic sorcerer, desperately seeking the barbed wire to escape into the Burin River. However, having fallen into darkness, they lost their sense of direction, flailing about in confusion, unable to locate the entry point to the water. When Lucien took action, he had anticipated the overwhelming number of adversaries, realizing he might not be able to eliminate them all. Instead, he sought to drive the remaining ones toward the water's edge, where the water wraiths awaited. Of course, relying on the water wraiths was a last resort for Lucien, as his capacity for casting spells was limited, and he had yet to learn the only area attack spell among the informal magics, the Cough of Horments. As the 2 individuals in the dark river struggled to find the entry point, Lucien began to sense that events were unfolding favorably. However, a pressing concern remained. He could not clearly discern the positions of the 4 individuals within the darkness created by the light-absorbing spell. Relying solely on his mental acuity to sense their presence, unable to employ magical attacks. While awaiting the dissipating darkness, Lucien seized the opportunity to restore his mental energy, as the ring of containment consumed a disproportionate amount compared to other informal spells. Given the exertion from the light-absorbing spell, the acidic splash, and the frost ray, he could barely muster the least taxing spells, either the acidic splash or the frost ray. Time passed slowly, and as Scar collided with the wall, he anxiously altered his course, only to be abruptly blinded by a sudden brilliance that forced him to shut his eyes. Upon reopening them, he was met with terror, collapsing to his knees as he fervently prayed, "Lord, forgive my sins. Spare me." The cause of his dread? 20 meters away, illuminated by the eerie glow, stood the sinister and malevolent sorcerer, whose visage seemed to possess a youthful, delicate allure. In the face of peril, some choose to fight valiantly, risking everything for a final strike, while others opt to kneel in supplication, relinquishing their resistance. Observing Scar's mental state teetering on the brink of collapse, Lucien felt a surge of inspiration and prepared to cast the Eye of the Stars, an informal spell primarily designed for hypnosis and inducing stupor. It could be executed rapidly, yet the duration for each effect varied. The latter required mere eye contact to take effect, proving advantageous in battle, while the former demanded nearly 10 seconds of sustained eye contact for successful hypnosis. If compelled to undertake actions they vehemently resisted, individuals might easily awaken from the trance, rendering it less effective than the formal spell of enchantment. However, given Scar's imminent mental breakdown, should he fall under the influence of the Eye of the Stars, their combined effects would be potent enough to rival the enchantment spell. In that scenario, Scar could ensnare those attempting to flee, allowing Lucien to execute his kills with ease. Just as Lucien was about to recite the incantation, a piercing scream erupted from the vanishing darkness, filled with an inexplicable terror. The shriek was brief and abrupt, ceasing almost immediately, eliciting an unsettling feeling within Lucien. Soon after, amidst the darkness, a renewed scream echoed, brimming with unparalleled fear and agony, yet similar to the first. It too ceased abruptly. Lucien halted the preparation of the Eye of the Stars, stepping back to fully embrace the defense of the uncontrollable ring, then poised himself to unleash the frost ray, gathering momentum. The situation, however, did not unfold favorably. Instead, it took a bizarre and perilous turn. Scar, paralyzed with fear, gazed back in horror. As the duration of the light-banishing spell lapsed, darkness vanished without warning, revealing a gruesome and terrifying scene in the dark river. A gang enforcer was grasped by a pallid hand around his throat, his skull shattered, exposing a ghastly mass of gray matter, while a black tongue languidly licked at it. The owner of that tongue belonged to a humanoid monstrosity, equal in stature to an ordinary person, its skin grotesquely swollen and marred by decaying flesh. Its facial muscles hung loosely, threatening to fall away, revealing glimpses of white bone beneath. The algae-like hair cascaded to its shoulders, while its eye sockets were void of eyeballs, dark hollows flickering with tiny, imperceptible flames of pale light. The grip of its pale hand on the gang enforcer starkly indicated that its strength far surpassed that of an ordinary human. The beggar in the river had been drained of his brain matter, now drifting aimlessly, heading towards the barbed wire. Another beggar, cowering against the wall in a nearby corridor, witnessed this horrifying spectacle and succumbed to fear, collapsing to his knees, murmuring, "Great Lord of Silver, eternal silence, your servant beseeches your protection." Upon seeing the monster, Scar collapsed, as if it emanated an innate terror. Even Lucien, standing a distance of over 20 meters away, felt a chill run down his spine. Recognizing the creature instantly, as he had been haunted by thoughts of it, Lucien exclaimed, "The water wraith." An undead creature, the water wraith of the Burn River. The witch had long sought to capture it, meticulously translating its characteristics into her notes. As an undead being, the water wraith was immune to hypnosis, charm, mental illusions, and morale suppression, resistant to toxins, sleep, paralysis, tremors, and diseases. It never experienced fatigue, exhaustion, or the need for breath, and was impervious to cold. It possessed a formidable resistance to ice and acid, while harboring an extreme aversion to fire and positive energy. What perplexed and unnerved Lucien, however, was that the water wraith described in the witch's accounts did not possess the flickering pale flames in its eyes, even though the flames it bore were no larger than the tip of a needle. Chapter 32. The terrifying water ghost according to the witch's records. The strength of a water ghost is comparable to that of an ordinary person, yet its speed and agility are remarkable, distinguishing it from typical undead creatures. Due to the inherent characteristics of the undead, they possess formidable resistance to slashing, stabbing, and striking. Thus, a normal individual stands little chance against a water ghost unless sheer luck is on their side. Even warriors of knightly stature, when faced with a water ghost in a one-on-one confrontation, often meet with failure and death. However, water ghosts harbor a profound fear of flames and positive energy, rendering them vulnerable to such forces. With proper preparation, one can vanquish them using torches. This, of course, applies to encounters on land, particularly by the riverside. Should one encounter a water ghost in the water, its strength, speed, and agility would be significantly enhanced, allowing it to resist flames by utilizing the surrounding environment. Only divine light or other forms of positive energy remain effective against it without diminishing in power. I was not prepared to seek it out, yet it came to me unbidden. Unfortunately, within the realm of informal magic, there exist no spells for flame or positive energy attacks. Moreover, this water ghost appeared to be unlike any ordinary specter, its power far exceeding that of the norm. The moment I beheld the ghost's eyes, flickering with pale flames, a bitter thought crossed my mind. In the study of positive energy, wizards have always lagged behind priests. The first-level spell, Holy Light Ray, is merely a rudimentary divine art. And in the realm of informal magic, only supportive spells like light can be found. Among elemental magic, fire is the most volatile and challenging to control, demanding a high level of skill from the practitioner. Consequently, before mastering formal magic, fire spells are virtually non-existent. The sole fire spell available is merest little flame, intended to assist apprentices who forget their flint and find themselves unable to ignite a fire for warmth or cooking in the wild. I had only just begun my magical studies a day prior, aiming to swiftly master spells and gradually gather materials. I had intended to seek an opportunity to venture to the banks of the Burn River once I successfully brewed the fire resin. Yet now, I found myself face to face with a mutated water ghost, entirely unprepared. As I had once heard, the best laid plans often yield to unforeseen changes. Flee. This thought surged into my mind, but at that moment, the mutated water ghost, having devoured the brains of a thug, cast aside the corpse and leapt with such speed that it nearly left an afterimage, lunging at the cultist. Though the cultist had once been a beggar and lacked physical prowess, having joined the cult only recently without yet receiving the blessings of the deity he worshipped, he had no time to raise a hand in defense before the water ghost seized him, crushing his skull and snapping his neck. What astonishing speed! What terrifying strength! Upon witnessing this scene, the notion of fleeing evaporated from my mind. If I did not take action, mere escape would likely result in being overtaken by the mutated water ghost before I could get far. The anguished scream of the cultist echoed and abruptly ceased. The water ghost feared flames and positive energy, yet it was still early morning, with daylight hours yet to come, attacking with a torch lit by flint. Given the water ghost's speed and agility, I knew I stood little chance of landing a hit. Among informal spells, only merest little flame existed, but it merely produced a 5-centimeter flame from my fingertip, necessitating close combat to strike the water ghost. and I had yet to begin deciphering that spell. I observed like a detached spectator as the water ghost licked the remnants of the brains and lunged towards Scar, calmly contemplating various strategies, only to dismiss each one coldly. This is a quality inherent to an exceptional wizard. Scar, upon witnessing the beggar's skull being crushed, seemed to awaken from a nightmare. An overwhelming fear surged within him, quickening his heartbeat as he instinctively broke free from the paralyzing aura of fear emitted by the water ghost. He scrambled forward, attempting to escape. Alas, the water ghost's speed was too great. Scar had scarcely taken 2 steps before the creature pounced, seizing his feet. The only spells at my disposal were Uncontrolled Ring, Starry Eye, Mage's Hand, Light Banishment, Acid Splash, and Frost Ray. The effect of Uncontrolled Ring remained, yet it offered little assistance against a water ghost whose speed and strength far surpassed that of a normal human. The water ghost was immune to hypnosis and possessed dark vision, rendering Starry Eye and Light Banishment useless. I swiftly analyzed my capabilities. Mage's Hand combined with Uncontrolled Ring might prove useful against a common water ghost. But this one was far too powerful. Acid Splash and Frost Ray employed acid and ice magic, respectively, yet the water ghost exhibited formidable resistance. After a brief recovery, I could cast only 2 more informal spells. Wait, the casting material for Acid Splash is sulfur, a substance that ignites easily and is a component of black powder. Furthermore, Acid Splash creates acid by igniting sulfur and compressing nearby water elements. My mind raced as I observed the water ghost lift the half of Scar's body where his head had been, having discarded the other half, and with a vicious claw, it gouged out Scar's skull, extending its tongue to lick up the quivering, white brains. At nearly 20 meters away, I felt the water ghost's aura of fear encroaching upon me, my heartbeat quickening, and a sense of dread rising within. Nevertheless, I forced myself to maintain focus on the spell casting, continuing to analyze the acid splash magic I had mastered, while my right hand grasped a handful of sulfur. Could I interrupt the spell at the moment of ignition and directly project it with my mental energy? Direct interruption, as described by the witch, would subject me to backlash from the failed magic. The mildest consequence would deplete my mental energy entirely, while the severest could injure my soul. Furthermore, maintaining stability while projecting the magic would exacerbate the damage to my spirit, potentially resulting in my becoming an imbecile. I hurriedly analyzed the structure of the magic, seeking to bypass the intermediary steps and connect the final projection directly to the initial phase, my mind racing. Analysis, reconstruction, integration, analysis again, reconstruction again, and integration once more. Even though this was a fundamentally simple apprentice-level spell, it proved exceedingly challenging to force a connection within such a brief time frame. It was barely feasible, yet untested, and likely fraught with significant flaws. The water ghost, having finished devouring Scar's brains, cast aside the corpse and charged toward me, its grotesque, decaying visage and foul stench evoking a primal fear that felt as though it were unfolding in slow motion before me. I continued to observe the approaching water ghost with the calmness of an onlooker, suppressing the panic and dread within. The sulfur powder, as fine as sand, trickled through my fingers, glimmering faintly in the glow of the light. In merely a second, the time it took to recite the incantation, the water ghost had traversed the distance from stillness to a mere meter away from me. At that moment, I had just transformed the initial runes of acid splash into flames. Thus, I abruptly interrupted the casting, feeling as though my brain and soul had been struck by a hammer, leaving me dazed and disoriented, blood rushing from my nostrils. I could no longer proceed with projecting the flames. Yet, the claws of the water ghost were already closing in on my head. Lucien comprehended that this was a pivotal moment. Realizing he could not concentrate his mental energy to project the flames, he relinquished his control with a sudden determination, allowing the flames to swell on their own. In a serene slow motion, Lucien beheld a pale blue wall of fire erupting before him, engulfing the water ghost that lunged towards him, as well as searing his own hand. The agonizing burn jolted Lucien from his daze, enabling him to manipulate the still effective uncontrolled ring and force the ghostly pale hand to falter. With a newfound lightness in his body, he instinctively rolled sideways. A tearing sound echoed as his garment was slashed, narrowly evading the ghost's grasp. As Lucien tumbled on the ground, he hastily rose upon nearing the dark river, casting a glance back at the water ghost. The pale blue firewall, no longer sustained by his mental energy, vanished, Yet the ghost ignited like a corpse saturated in oil and cadaverine, transforming into a human-shaped torch ablaze with pale green flames. At this juncture, Lucien's mental energy had been depleted, rendering him incapable of casting further spells. However, he felt no hesitation, driven by a spirit of adventure and desperation. He grasped his dagger and charged at the water ghost. To let this opportunity slip away would mean waiting for its recovery. True to its nature, fire proved to be the water ghost's nemesis, seemingly consuming its very strength, which slowed its movements considerably. Lucien swiftly closed the distance and thrust his dagger towards its eye socket. The haunting image of those 2 points of pale fire lingered vividly in his mind. As he struck, the ghost's arm swung towards him, but Lucien had anticipated this, and with its movements hindered, he barely evaded it and thrust again. Again and again. He struck 5 times in total. Just as the ghost neared the edge of the corridor, a mere 50 centimeters from the dark river, the pale flames in its eyes finally extinguished, and its body collapsed, reduced to ashes without a trace of motion. It was only then that Lucien felt a wave of relief wash over him, breathing heavily as he used his dagger to extract the ghost's bony head, extending it toward the dark river to prevent its brain from being consumed by the flames. Soon, the fire along the corridor extinguished, leaving the water ghost nothing more than a pile of ash. Yet amidst the ashes lay a glimmering object, reflecting a phosphorescent glow. Chapter 33. The Harvest. Under the luminescent glow, a glistening object flickered with a faint azure light amidst the ghostly gray of the water spirit's realm. Lucien approached cautiously, delicately prying it free with a dagger, revealing it to be a silver-white ring. The band was adorned with a simple filigree pattern, exuding a metallic sheen, while the front was set with a gem the size of a small pinky, radiating a pale blue hue. Is this the ring that adorned the finger of the water spirit? Lucien pondered as he bent down to retrieve the ring, his fingers tracing the inner band. The frigid touch of the metal confirmed his suspicions. Inscribed within was a circle of words in the common tongue. The human heart is often colder than ice and snow. At first glance, the ring appeared ordinary, yet upon closer inspection, the shifting azure light seemed to hint at a mysterious depth. With a sense of cautious curiosity, Lucien steadied his soul, still reeling from the backlash of magic, and slowly extended the sliver of mental energy he had just regained. As he made contact with the pale blue gem, his already injured soul experienced a sudden jolt, sensing within the gem a swirling tempest of snow and wind, concealing a complex structure of spells far beyond mere informal magic. Lucien sighed softly, a mix of joy and relief washing over him. Indeed, it was a magical ring. He speculated on its rank, feeling it perhaps more intricate than Benjamin's truth emblem. This complexity might explain the mutation of the water spirit. Had Lucien attained the status of a formal mage and mastered the first tier of magical appraisal, he could have easily identified all first-tier magical items. With further knowledge, he might even discern second- and third-tier artifacts, allowing him to effortlessly comprehend their magical structures without prolonged analysis, directly imprinting his own mental signature without prior traces. Most magical items often contained information left by their creators, aiding users in understanding their purpose and the reasons behind their creation. Naturally, as Lucien's prowess grew, so too would his ability to appraise. According to witchcraft records, mages exhibited a certain laziness in classifying items, categorizing magical artifacts simply by their tier, from apprentice items to levels 1 through 9, and finally, legendary artifacts. The classification standard was based on the effects produced, equivalent to a specific tier of magic or the capabilities of a knight of a certain rank. Within the same tier, distinctions of low, medium, high, and perfect were made. For instance, if a ring sealed a third-tier spell of lightning, it would be deemed a low-tier magical item, while 3 uses a day would elevate it to medium tier. Additional attributes, such as reducing lightning damage by 5 to 10%, would classify it as a high-tier magical item. If a magical effect were constant, its rank would be elevated by 1 tier. For example, an item that consistently provided immunity equivalent to an 8th-tier magical mind shield would be classified as a perfect 9th-tier magical item. The same grading applied to magical swords and armor, correlating to the attack or defense power of a knight of the same level. As Lucien had yet to decipher the ring's structure and properties, he refrained from recklessly donning it, opting instead to tuck it safely into his pocket. Should it be one of those items that activate upon wearing, it could lead to troublesome magical effects, often of a cursed nature. Delighted with his first magical acquisition, Lucien lifted his gaze, only to be met with the grim sight of a corridor littered with corpses and blood, his expression instantly darkening. He had the aftermath to manage. Most critically, the extraction of the mutated water spirit's brain. Though the informal spell bore the name organ preservation, it could maintain the freshness of most items for 24 hours without the need for casting materials. With his dagger, Lucien pried open the water spirit's charred skull, revealing its dark, gelatinous brain, writhing as if it harbored countless insects. Ignoring the eerie, chilling scene, Lucien retrieved a pouch of ice crystals, carefully placing the brain within, certain of their efficacy in preserving it for the frost ray spell. Then, aware of the substantial costs associated with magic, Lucien's avarice surged as he looted the pouches of coins from the corpses, including 2 particularly grotesque bodies that had been drained of their brains in the dark river. In total, he amassed 33 silver naus and 52 copper files, with the most significant contribution coming from the preaching elder, who alone provided 25 silver naus and several copper files, while the gang leader Jackson yielded 4 silver naus and 6 copper files. The sight of the shimmering coins filled Lucien with glee as he stuffed his pouch to the brim. After collecting the coins, he switched to a cleaner dagger and began the laborious task of disposing of the bodies, one by one, into the dark river, using a long pole to push them through the wire mesh into the Belen River, much like Jackson and Scar had done with previous corpses. As for Scar's scattered organs, hearts, intestines, livers, Lucien fought back nausea, wrapping them in tattered cloth and casting them into the river as well, confident that their scent would soon attract the sharp-toothed fish that resembled piranhas. In time, Lucien grew accustomed to the grim task, even playfully handling one of Scar's kidneys, momentarily relishing his newfound semblance of a dark sorcerer. He cleaned the blood from the corridor with a damp rag, then found a cracked jar to rinse away the remnants. After ensuring no conspicuous traces remained, he washed his hands and fashioned a bandage from a torn strip of fabric to tend to the burn on his right hand. With that, he made his way toward the corridor's corner. Lingering in the sewers was no longer an option. The emergence of the water spirit did not appear to stem from a cult, even though they had provided the bodies. What could be the underlying cause? Lucien pondered as he tread carefully, the water spirit's brain still weighing in his pocket. Were the appearances of the red-eyed rodents connected to the cult, or perhaps related to the water spirit's origin? Upon rising early the next day, before heading to the music association, he resolved to visit Sir Wayne's estate to inform John about the preaching he had encountered. After a considerable time of contemplation regarding his plans, Lucien cautiously navigated his way out of the sewer. He then took sulfur powder into his hands, sprinkling it over himself and the surrounding area. This would not only mask his scent with a pungent aroma, but also hinder any potential cultists or gang investigators from tracking him through the sulfur stench. Given his status as a magical apprentice and the presence of water spirits in the Belen River, he could not directly report to the church, nor could he leave the city towards Sir Wayne's estate. Instead, he sought to obscure any traces, adopting the guise of an innocent passerby while he restored his mental energy, all the while remaining vigilant in anticipation of dawn. Within the sewers, the dark river flowed beneath the wire mesh, carrying debris into a bend of the Belen River. Every 3 days, a few church apprentices, wielding divine artifacts, would come here to perform their rituals, burying refuse and cleansing the waters. After Lucien's departure, the atmosphere grew quiet and profound, illuminated solely by the soft glow of moss, when suddenly, a shadow emerged from the depths of an unseen corner, without any forewarning. He covered his mouth, lowly chuckling with a blend of disdain and amusement. "Ha ha, Lord of Silver and White, the ever-constant silence. Do not presume that a mere change of title renders you unrecognizable. It appears that individual has fallen under his spell, a skill he has mastered. This situation is becoming quite intriguing. However, should he wish to project himself here, the commotion would be substantial. Cardinal Alto is no stranger to him, and his capabilities are unlikely to be inferior to those of his projection. Alternatively, could there still be remnants of the ancient magical empire lurking deep beneath Alto that he could utilize? Yet, should such destruction occur, once the church begins a meticulous search of the sewers, his plans may very well falter. Perhaps he has other contingencies prepared. My strategy must be adjusted. There is no need to draw hatred upon myself. It suffices that the task is accomplished. Ha ha, the little fellow has indeed mastered ancient magic, managing to conjure the wall of sulphurous fire, a spell crafted over 3 centuries ago, demonstrating considerable magical aptitude. What an intriguing little creature. Amidst his low laughter, the shadow twisted, splitting into countless tiny figures that vanished into the depths of the sewer. Chapter 34. The analysis of the ring. At least half an hour after the shadow departed, a fleeting silhouette darted from the far end of the corridor, emanating a faint black glow that rippled like water. A calm yet profound essence laced with a sense of violence and destruction. The apparition halted before the barbed wire, its expression grave as it surveyed the surroundings. This was a gentleman in his 30s, clad in a black shirt, black suit, black trousers, and black shoes, adorned with a black bow tie. His neatly trimmed beard and slicked-back hair glistened, reflecting a recent trend among the upper echelons of the aristocracy in Alto. It was evident that he took great care in his appearance and held his status in high regard. Regrettably, he was not a noble. He was Lucien Evans, a figure well known among the leaders of the Evans gang. Those frequently interacting with Lucien Evans were acutely aware of the smoldering fury concealed beneath his elegant facade. A relentless blaze of bitterness, resentment, and rage that instilled deep fear in others. Lucien Evans was, in fact, a knight who had awakened his bloodline power, on the verge of transcending the limitations of a mortal body to become a grand knight. Tragically, the nature of his awakened bloodline was dark, precluding him from attaining true nobility, inheriting an estate, or enjoying a life of privilege and splendor, thereby leaving an illustrious title for his descendants. Instead, he was forced to evade the church, akin to a rat scurrying through the sewers, fearful of the sunlight. During the era of the ancient magical empire, which dominated the skies, lands, and seas while conquering numerous alternate dimensions, professions such as knights and priests, wielders of mortal power, unconsciously measured their strength against that of wizards. The 3-ring flying spell, the 6-ring spell touch, and the immensely powerful 9-ring spells resulted in a fundamental leap in the capabilities of wizards. Furthermore, wizards experienced mutations in their souls and mental energies at these 3 levels, leading to an extension of their lifespans. Consequently, in the ancient magical empire, 1st and 2nd ring wizards were classified as novice wizards, 2nd to 5th ring wizards as intermediate wizards, 6th to 8th ring wizards as advanced wizards, and the 9th ring as archmages. Following this classification, knights correlated their significantly enhanced bloodline powers with the 3, 6, 9, and legendary levels of wizards, subsequently comparing them to the less formidable levels of strength. Thus, after awakening their bloodline powers, knights were categorized as 1st and 2nd tier knights, while 3rd to 5th tier knights were termed grand knights, 6th to 8th tier knights as celestial knights, and the 9th tier as golden knights, with those beyond classified as epic knights. The classification for priests was similarly structured, though most intermediate priests ascended to the rank of bishop. Therefore, 3rd to 5th tier priests were commonly referred to as bishop level, while advanced priests often assumed the role of cardinals. As for 9th tier priests, they lacked a specific title. Those who entered the College of Cardinals were distinguished as cardinals alongside the spirit priests, while those who did not remained as cardinals. Within the Principality of Valette, excluding hidden and clandestine powers, there were over 400 knights, with only around 50 grand knights and fewer than 10 celestial knights. More than half of these knights were members of the Violet Knight Order, stationed at various strategic locations. As a 2nd tier knight on the brink of ascending to grand knight status, Lucien Evans could hardly suppress his anger and resentment regarding his circumstances. Thus, he willingly became the dark hand of a certain powerful figure, tasked with managing unsavory affairs. A faint scent of sulfur, blood, and other odors lingered in the air. Evans' nostrils flared, detecting the residual aromas, and astonishingly discerned the most prominent scents of sulfur and blood amid the foul, rancid stench of the sewer. After awakening his bloodline power, not only had he gained divine favor, but his physical abilities, in harmony with his bloodline power, had also experienced significant enhancement. Furrowing his brow, Evans pondered, brain matter, could it be a water ghost? Humph, would a water ghost know how to cover its tracks? Acidic fluid, sulfur, clearly the work of an impulsive magical apprentice. Alas, I have arrived too late. He has long since departed, and many scents have likely dissipated. If he were cautious, I would find it impossible to trace him, and he may have already alerted the church or certain nobles. If he were a formal wizard, Evans surmised that Jackson and the ordinary followers of the Silver-White Horn would lack the prowess to leave behind any traces. The choices in such matters posed no challenge. Lucien Evans would not jeopardize his life on a venture deemed unworthy. He turned on his heel, his black-shod foot propelling him forward like a shadow racing toward a certain location in the sewer. Lucien lay upon his bed, feigning slumber, ever vigilant as he listened for any inexplicable sounds in the stillness of the night. After 2 or 3 hours, convinced that the cultists and gangsters would not pursue him further, he allowed himself to drift into a light slumber. Prior to succumbing to sleep, Lucien had been diligently attempting to decipher the magical ring, hoping to arm himself with sufficient power should his enemies locate him. The trauma to his soul rendered Lucien's efforts to extend his mental energy agonizing, inducing a splitting headache that hindered his concentration. He nearly failed to imprint the necessary markings. But fortuitously, leaving a mental energy imprint proved considerably simpler than casting a spell. He managed to complete the task, albeit with the realization that casting magic would likely become exceedingly difficult within the next 2 days due to the soul's injury, a true inconvenience. Upon leaving the mental energy imprint, Lucien gained access to the information left by the creator sealed within the magical ring, the Avenger of Ice and Snow ring, crafted by a magical apprentice betrayed by friends, who had used all his amassed wealth to commission a powerful alchemist to forge this instrument of revenge. Its frigid touch could render one perpetually alert and ruthless, akin to most formal knights. The ring also bestowed a daily casting of the second-tier spell Palmera's Ice Blade, inflicting upon betrayers both the agony of flowing blood and the chilling embrace of ice and snow. The alchemist had left no name, merely providing the rationale for its creation and the capabilities of the Avenger of Ice and Snow ring. Its magical effects were likely to elevate one's will to the level of a first-tier knight, along with the daily usage of the second-tier spell Palmera's Ice Blade, categorizing it within the mid-level magical items. The transformation of water ghosts seemed primarily influenced by the effects of the first magical ability. Lucien placed the Avenger of Ice and Snow ring in his pocket, ensuring it was always within reach. This was due to Lucien's status. He could not afford to don such a valuable item without attracting suspicion. Additionally, as he was still recovering from the injury to his soul and finding it difficult to extend his mental energy, he could only rely on tactile contact to enhance his will, the magical effect requiring direct skin contact to activate. At dawn, Lucien forced himself to awaken amidst throbbing headaches, his head still spinning, and his forehead felt hot, as if he were burning with fever. The injury to his soul also left him physically weak and chilled. Lucien lamented, struggling to rally his spirits, changing into a different linen shirt, and skipping breakfast as he set forth toward the outskirts of the city. The sun hovered near the horizon, and the sky remained dim. The crisp, fresh air invigorated Lucien, slightly alleviating his discomfort. After walking for approximately 40 minutes, he finally beheld the estate of Sir Wayne. Sir Wayne, a second-tier knight from the Violet Knight Order, had retired from active duty in the nearby fortress due to old age. However, during the time when Duke Violet was also the Count of Violet, a bond of friendship had formed between them, leading to frequent invitations to the court, where he served as an advisor on military matters concerning the Dark Mountains. The estate is enclosed by an imposing high wall, complemented by watchtowers and other structures, reflecting Sir Wayne's formidable and resolute character. Outside, several farmers toil in the golden fields of wheat. The grand entrance stands ajar, where 2 young men clad in gray knightly attire lead a contingent of 7 or 8 soldiers in vigilant guard. One possesses dark yellow hair and eyes, while the other bears the common hazel gaze of Alto. Who goes there? What business do you have at Sir Wayne's estate? The young man with the dark yellow hair inquires sternly upon noticing Lucien's approach. Chapter 35. Inquiry with a cold snort. Ian, with his dark yellow hair, said, John and the other knightly attendants are training under Sir Wayne. I cannot be certain of your friendship with him, so I will not interrupt their session. You must either prove your identity or patiently wait for their completion. Ian held John, who was rapidly progressing and highly regarded by Sir Wayne, in utter disdain. He loathed John, thinking him merely a commoner, uneducated, and relying on cunning to ingratiate himself with Sir Wayne by adhering to the archaic code of chivalry, believing he could never compare to Ian's cultivated strength. Thus, upon hearing John's name, Ian couldn't help but torment Lucien. Another attendant, Dolak, shared Ian's disdain for John, standing by with a broad grin as he observed Ian reprimanding Lucien. Of course, they would never admit that their dislike stemmed from jealousy. After speaking, Ian cast a stern gaze at Lucien, convinced that this unsophisticated commoner would be intimidated by his knightly presence, anxious and reluctant to retort, only able to plead with him. He imagined that once Lucien had sufficiently begged, he would seek John out for a confrontation, believing it would not lead to any significant consequences. From John, Lucien had learned that Sir Wayne was a noble who strictly adhered to the chivalric code. If Lucien's description were accurate, Ian and Dolag would surely be dismissed, and a dismissed attendant's reputation would be irreparably tarnished, making it nearly impossible for them to be accepted by another knight unless an extraordinary opportunity arose. As for John's urgent matter, it was, of course, Lucien himself. For one who had not followed the path of knighthood, a small white lie held little weight. And strictly speaking, it was not a lie at all, merely an imprecise description. "How dare you threaten me?" Ian thundered, incredulous that a lowly commoner could so calmly and coldly admonish him, nearly drawing his knightly sword to strike Lucien down. As a senior knightly attendant, Ian stepped forward, emanating a dangerous aura. This oppressive force was reminiscent of the pressure Lucien had once felt from Gary, causing the soldiers behind him to shudder and take a half-step back. Dolag, initially poised to advance, remained rooted in place, contemplating Ian's strength. Both the soldiers and Dolag, even Ian himself, could envision Lucien trembling before the full force of a senior knightly attendant's pressure, begging incoherently, perhaps even so frightened as to wet his pants. Yet, to their astonishment, Lucien remained serious and composed, countering, "Do you truly wish to violate the chivalric code and harm the innocent and the weak?" He appeared unaffected by Ian's intimidation, and both Ian and Dolag sensed a steadfast will within this young commoner, as unyielding as a mountain. "Shall I repeat myself? Do you genuinely desire to be expelled by Sir Wayne?" Lucien stepped forward defiantly, speaking sternly once more. Ian wished he could be the kind of villain who disregarded his life and future, drawing his sword to slay Lucien, but he aspired to be a knight, to become a noble, to own a manor. To abandon these dreams over a few sharp words was far from his true intention. As for the option of murdering Lucien and framing him, with John present and numerous farmers in the fields, Ian found such a course of action impossible. Had it not been for the issue of pride, he would have retreated. Seeing Ian's force diminish, Dolag understood his thoughts and shot Lucien a resentful glare, pulling Ian aside. "John is our companion. Since his friend is in danger, we need not waste time quarreling with a rude commoner. We should inform John at once." "Very well. Were it not for John's involvement, I would certainly teach you some manners," Ian said, descending from his lofty demeanor as he addressed Lucien, disregarding the fact that John was the very knightly attendant he detested most. Subsequently, not wishing to behold Lucien's insufferable face any longer, Ian entered the manor to report to Sir Wayne. Dolag stood there, his expression cold, refusing to exchange another word with Lucien. Lucien remained unfazed, patiently awaiting the situation's resolution. Ian's earlier pressure had little effect on Lucien before his spirit had been wounded. However, once that spirit was compromised, it could indeed shake his resolve. Fortunately, Lucien had the icebound avenger. Merely touching his fingers to his pocket elevated his will to the level of a knight, considerably stronger than before. Ian's pressure felt like a mere whispering breeze, utterly ineffective. In less than 5 minutes, John came rushing out, leaving Ian far behind. Upon spotting Lucien, he couldn't suppress his surprise. "Lucien, is it you? What has happened?" Lucien gestured towards the road. "It is urgent. Let us speak as we walk. I initially intended to report him to the church directly, but then I inadvertently witnessed him in a clandestine meeting with Jackson from the Aaron gang. I feared there might be a plot that could endanger Uncle Joel and Aunt Eliza, so I came to find you. If you report this to Sir Wayne, the church will likely take it more seriously." As a youth who upheld the principles of knighthood, John had no doubts regarding his close friend and trusted him completely. "Those ruffians from the Aaron gang are connected to the devil's acolytes? That is despicable. I shall report this to Sir Wayne at once." "Wait, John. I believe the matter may be more serious than you realize. There are only a handful of beggars left in Alto City. Where have the others gone?" Lucien conveyed his knowledge in a different light. Upon hearing of so many missing individuals, John's expression grew graver. However, the discipline instilled by the chivalric spirit and code prevented him from panicking, allowing him to maintain a commendable calm. "The devil's acolytes must be using those poor souls for blood sacrifices. Yes, this is very serious. We must inform Sir Wayne immediately." Lucien nodded, adding a cautionary note, "John, you must not reveal that I discovered this information to Sir Wayne. I fear that if the devil's acolytes have not been entirely eradicated, they might retaliate against me once they learn the truth. As a commoner, I lack the protection a knight provides." "Understood. Unfortunately, if we could indeed eliminate the devil's acolytes, the rewards would be considerable. John comprehended Lucien's concerns, recognizing that among the knights and attendants sent to combat the devil's acolytes, there might even be those seduced by the devil themselves. He felt a tinge of regret for Lucien. Lucien smiled and patted John's shoulder. You must also ensure that Sir Wayne keeps this confidential. Uncle Joel, Aunt Eliza, and Avon are all ordinary people. In any case, you can secure your reward from Sir Wayne. Were it not for this necessity, Lucien would have been reluctant to trust even Sir Wayne. Reporting to the church alone, as someone with only a few apprentice-level spells, might have resulted in his own capture. Although he could have sought a substitute, like an innocent child, such an approach would likely fail to garner the necessary attention. Moreover, leaving an impression of a mysterious figure in the minds of the church's clergy and bishops could lead to greater troubles in the future. If even a knight like Sir Wayne, robust and around 60, with a happy family, staunchly adhering to the chivalric spirit and serving as an advisor to the Duke, could be seduced by the evil god or devil, then Alto would surely have transformed into a paradise for malevolent beings. Yes, I will. You think ahead, Lucien. If there are rewards from Sir Wayne, I will ensure to share a portion with you. John nodded solemnly. He was unafraid of sacrificing for justice. But the thought of endangering his family and friends weighed heavily on his mind. Lucien chuckled, saying, if Sir Wayne is willing to keep your secret, the rewards offered to you would certainly be justified by reasons other than mere monetary gain. John, you might as well keep it to yourself. We are good friends, after all, and there is no need to quibble over such matters. Besides, I am still indulging in your hospitality. Meanwhile, Lucien concealed himself behind the trees by the roadside, patiently awaiting the arrival of the unusual sight. 6 minutes later, 8 peculiar black horses, adorned with scales, galloped past. Leading them was a stern, elderly figure clad in gleaming silver armor. Among the 7 riders following him was John, now donned in a silver-gray chainmail, armed with a long sword and shield. The remaining 5 were also attendants, and one was a young man in a white robe, likely the priest from Sir Wayne's manor chapel. As they entered Alto and proceeded towards the administrative district, Lucien sensed a subtle tremor beneath his feet, as if the church and the knights had uncovered something within the sewers. Moments before 8:30, Lucien finally arrived at the entrance of the Musicians' Association. Chapter 36. Pierre. As the traffic finally came to a halt, Elena anxiously glanced towards the entrance of the Musicians' Association hall. Time was slipping away, and Lucien had yet to arrive. Today marked his first day overseeing the library, and she was supposed to introduce him to Mr. Hank, who managed the daily affairs of the association. Although his tardiness wouldn't jeopardize his position due to Mr. Victor's influence, it would undoubtedly leave a negative impression on Mr. Hank, leading to potential criticism and harassment in the future. If Mr. Wolf were to find out, he might seize the opportunity to make things difficult for Lucien. Standing alongside Elena was the golden-haired Casey, who was also responsible for reception. With her lake green eyes, she curiously inquired, Elena, who are you waiting for? You seem quite unlike yourself today. The reception staff typically worked in pairs, but during Lucien's previous visit, Elena had allowed her partner to take a break due to George's involvement. On his second visit, Casey had taken another guest to visit a board member on the 3rd floor. I'm waiting for a friend who is starting to work here, Elena replied. Just then, Lucien arrived. Dressed in a pale white gown, Elena appeared as pure and beautiful as an angel. She breathed a sigh of relief as she emerged from behind the wooden cabinet and approached Lucien. Oh, you look rather pale. Are you unwell? She asked. Well, it's fine. The library work is quite relaxed, especially today being a day of worship. She signaled to Casey and led Lucien to the 3rd floor. Mr. Hank, a tall and serious middle-aged man dressed formally, did not make things difficult for Lucien. After asking a few basic questions regarding his name, age, and health, he permitted Elena to guide Lucien to the library. Your morning duties in the library will be shared with Pierre Sandre, a peculiar individual who has a deep passion for music, Elena explained as they made their way to the music library on the 2nd floor. She refrained from disparaging Pierre, simply describing him as eccentric. Despite his often incomprehensible speech, he was not reclusive, and she reassured Lucien that he would manage just fine. Those who took on such low-paying positions must have some connections within the Musicians' Association. Lucien, hoping to avoid troublesome individuals, felt a sense of relief after Elena's introduction. Thank you, Elena. Soon, they arrived at the music library, a vast and tranquil space occupying half of the 2nd floor. It was said to house thousands of books on music theory, a comprehensive collection of scores, and various publications like Music Reviews and Symphony Herald. Additionally, there were a few religious texts and travelogues for the musicians' reference. At 8:30, as no musicians had yet arrived, the library was enveloped in silence. A slender, delicate youth with dark brown eyes sat quietly behind a wooden cabinet, engrossed in a score, as still and focused as a marble statue. Lucien's first impression of Pierre confirmed his obsession with music. He appeared to be a fragile youth lost in his passion. Pierre Sandre, Elena called softly. This is your colleague Lucien, who will be managing the library with you. After several attempts, Pierre emerged from his musical reverie, looked up, and with a hint of confusion in his brown eyes, greeted, "Good morning, Elena. Is it Sunday today?" "Hello, Pierre. I am Lucien Evans," Lucien replied, suppressing a headache as he smiled and introduced himself. Pierre finally registered Lucien's presence and stepped forward. "Hello, Lucien. I am Pierre Sandre." As soon as he finished his introduction, his gaze fixated on Lucien's face. Just as Lucien anticipated a polite inquiry about his health, Pierre abruptly stated, "Lucien, take care of your health." The statement itself was unremarkable, even appropriate, yet the knowing smile on Pierre's face suggested a deeper understanding, as if implying a shared secret among men. Lucien was taken aback, pondering what thoughts had led Pierre to such a conclusion. It became clear why Elena had described him as someone whose words were often hard to interpret. Elena discreetly smiled at Lucien, as if to say, "See, I told you so. I must be going now. Lucien, work diligently. This is the treasure of the entire association, and you must learn to utilize it," Elena instructed, gesturing towards the shelves filled with books, scores, and newspapers. After Elena departed, Pierre led Lucien to the back of the cabinet while casually explaining, "Lucien, my thoughts are like inspiration. They spring forth from various places, and sometimes you might not understand. Don't mind it." "Understood," Lucien acknowledged, already having a profound understanding of Pierre's thought process. Unable to resist, he asked, "What thoughts led you to tell me to take care of my health earlier?" Pierre pondered briefly before responding, "I noticed your pale complexion and unsteady gait. So, Lucien, take care of your health." He wore that same enigmatic smile again, leaving the specifics of his thought process entirely unexplained. Lucien felt a sense of defeat as his initial impression of Pierre as a music-obsessed, delicate youth transformed into that of a rather peculiar individual. After briefly outlining the responsibilities of a library administrator, Pierre nonchalantly added, "This library is accessible only to association members, so there aren't many visitors, especially in the morning. Just be polite when the musicians arrive, and you'll have no issues. Feel free to familiarize yourself with the space. I'll continue reading the 12-tone piano collection, which is the Bible of piano music." Upon mentioning music, Pierre's demeanor shifted entirely, revealing a different brilliance. The term Bible referred to a religious classic, underscoring the esteemed status of the 12-tone piano collection. Even on Earth, Bach's 48 Preludes and Fugues is revered as the Old Testament of piano music, while Beethoven's 32 piano sonatas, including Moonlight, Tempest, and Pathétique, are regarded as the New Testament. Lucien, sharing this sentiment, nodded enthusiastically, feeling an irresistible urge to absorb the knowledge contained within the extensive collection before him. Akin to a squirrel that delights in gathering pine cones. Approaching a bookshelf, Lucien pulled out a book and flipped through its pages, finishing in mere minutes as the corresponding text found its place in his soul's library. He then reached for another. Pierre, still yet to immerse himself in the world of music, soon noticed Lucien's peculiar behavior, curiosity and confusion evident in his expression as he approached. "Lucien, what are you doing?" With a playful grin, Lucien replied, "I've heard that brilliant musicians enjoy jotting down spontaneous melodic inspirations found in the margins of the books and scores they read. I thought I'd see if I could discover any. If they remain unexpressed, wouldn't I quickly become a musician myself? Is that so?" Pierre gazed at Lucien with a blend of skepticism and curiosity. Just moments ago, Lucien seemed to be in search of the sheet music nestled within the crevices of the books. However, Pierre believed that the essence of music lies fundamentally in its foundation. Otherwise, even if one were to achieve fame through such melodies, what would follow? "Ah, Pierre, I jest," Lucien replied. "I am merely inspecting these books for any damage and documenting my findings to prevent future complications." This was indeed one of his intentions, as he perceived Wolf to be rather petty. Although it was unlikely he would make an effort to trouble someone of Lucien's insignificance, it was wise to exercise caution nonetheless. Pierre, upon realization, nodded in understanding. "You truly possess a feminine touch. His thoughts seemed to wander off elsewhere. Lucien could not decipher Piero's train of thought this time, and chose not to ponder it further, continuing instead with the task of transferring the library's musical resources into his own metaphysical repository. As it was Sunday, most musicians and composers were engaged in worship, leaving only a few unfortunate souls in pursuit of inspiration to visit the library, borrowing some scores. Thus, Lucien found himself rather unoccupied. And after 4 hours of labor that left his arms aching, he managed to catalog over 100 volumes and several hundred pieces of sheet music. The collection included numerous texts on religion and travel, as Lucien intended to acquire a broad and fundamental understanding of this world through these works. The return journey was uneventful, devoid of any discernible tension or eerie atmosphere. However, Lucien's pallid complexion caused Aunt Eliza considerable distress. Following a brief afternoon slumber, Lucien felt a slight restoration of both body and spirit, prompting him to head to Mr. Victor's residence to commence his studies on scales, notes, and other fundamental aspects of music. Chapter 37. The selection of instruments in the narrow and crowded abode of Aunt Eliza. Furnished only with wooden tables and chairs that made entry and exit cumbersome, Lucien and John sat closely together on adjacent chairs, quietly discussing the recent endeavor to eradicate the cult. Meanwhile, Joel was performing on the streets of the administrative district. Avon was playing nearby with friends of his age, and Aunt Eliza was busily preparing dinner. Sir Wayne informed me that it was likely a knight of considerable standing had leaked information. Thus, upon entering the sewers, we discovered only a large hidden chamber left behind by the devil worshippers, who had constructed a demonic temple therein. John spoke gravely, noting that all the devil worshippers had vanished. The Aaron gang, including the prominent figure Longson Aaron, had also disappeared, and the ordinary thugs captured knew nothing of the devil worshippers. The inquisitors of the heresy tribunal, employing a blend of divine interrogation techniques, seldom erred. John's golden eyebrows furrowed. But these ordinary fellows, I fear, have already been secretly executed. When it comes to cults and demons, the church has always been unwavering and merciless. As for the mages, Lucien sensed a somewhat softer stance from the church. For instance, he himself had not been secretly executed, perhaps because the witch was merely an apprentice and thus deemed inconsequential. In the absence of definitive evidence while using divine arts for covert investigation, how can one discern a mage? If a suspect leads a reclusive and solitary life, it is certainly indicative of their status as a mage. Conversely, if they frequently attend banquets and exhibit a cheerful demeanor, they are clearly in disguise to deflect suspicion. Should they reveal fear upon learning of your identity as a mage hunter or night watchman, they are undoubtedly a mage. If they remain composed, it is equally indicative, as mages are known to be shameless liars and concealers. When apprehending a suspect and interrogating them, if one finds that their divine arts cannot unveil their true nature, the following methods may be employed. Should their eyes dart about during torture, it signifies they are searching for the source of their power, namely the demons. Conversely, if their gaze becomes vacant and they remain motionless, they have seen the demons. If they possess the fortitude to endure torture, it indicates that the demons empower their resilience, thus necessitating harsher torment. If they succumb and expire under punishment, it suggests the demons have allowed their demise to prevent confession and the revelation of secrets. When all means of verification fail, let us entrust the final judgment to our stern, just God, the keeper of truth, and bind the accused mage to the pyre. If the Lord deems him not an evil mage, he shall emerge unscathed from the flames. If he is reduced to ashes, there is no doubt he is a malevolent mage, and this is the will of the Lord. Reflecting upon this religious classic from over 4 centuries ago, Lucien felt profoundly fortunate to be alive. Perhaps after so many years of the church's dominance, they have relaxed their vigilance against mages. It seems their primary focus now lies with the heretics of the north. What did you discover within that temple? Lucien inquired curiously of John. Although I stood guard outside the demonic temple, I witnessed the ground covered in blood and several red hearts placed near the entrance, still pulsating, reportedly extracted directly from living chests. Previously, Lucien had only known of the brutality and terror of demons and evil deities through the tales of bards and Sir Wayne's descriptions. He bore no intrinsic hatred toward them. Yet, after witnessing the horrific scene they had wrought, he comprehended their profound evil, bloodshed, cruelty, and tyranny, which ignited a visceral loathing within him, a desire to eliminate them entirely. Observing John's serious yet powerful and purposeful demeanor, Lucien smiled. John, have you found your sense of justice? John nodded and then shook his head. To ascertain whether one's sense of justice belongs to oneself requires years, perhaps decades of practice. However, compared to my previous convictions of safeguarding home and friends, I now harbor a compelling desire to eradicate demons, evil creatures, and their followers. I recall there exists a unique profession among knights known as demon hunters, who traverse the darkness, risking their lives to eliminate evil beings. Do you aspire to pursue such a path? John. Lucien jested. By the way, what reward does Sir Wayne prepare for you? John softened his expression and chuckled. The awakening of bloodline powers is not easily attained. One need only look at the number of knights in the entire duchy to understand. As for whether I will join a knightly order or become a demon hunter, that is still a distant prospect. At the mention of the long sword he had long yearned for, John broke into a foolish grin. It was yet another Sunday. Lucien spent the morning resting, organizing his recent learning insights at home. Although he had merely practiced the ring of unruliness, Mage's Hand, and preservation of organs, magic that required no materials, he had consistently been engaged in the analysis and construction of other apprentice-level spells. Moreover, the trauma to his soul had fully healed days prior, and with meditation, his mental strength and soul had notably intensified. At present, Lucien could cast 6 informal elemental spells in succession. Within the Library of Souls, Lucien diligently reviewed knowledge he had previously acquired, as long as he could locate relevant texts. The mutated water ghost's brain tissue remained perfectly preserved under the spell of organ preservation. With daily casting, it could endure for at least 3 years, providing Lucien ample time to seek additional materials. Thanks to his exploration of religious texts and travelogues, Lucien gained a general understanding of the countries under the glory of the God of Truth. However, regarding the heretical nations of the north, pagan territories, and the dark creatures of the Shadow Mountains, he remained utterly oblivious, as were the vast majority of Altonians. In summary, Lucien's studies kept him exceedingly busy, leaving little time for extraneous thoughts, save for occasional conversations with Uncle Joel, Aunt Elisa, Pierre, and Elena. Lucien, your diligence in your studies pleases me greatly. Since you have memorized the rudimentary concepts of musical notation and scales, the next step is to integrate sight reading and performance to master them, gradually extending your knowledge into deeper music theory. In the afternoon, after and the others departed, Victor assessed Lucien's musical learning over the past week and offered high praise for his attitude and results. If previously his appreciation stemmed from gratitude for Lucien's assistance in inspiring the transformation of the piano for Rhine and Xavier, now Victor regarded Lucien with the admiration and fondness of a teacher for a promising student. Thus, Victor prepared to prompt Lucien to begin his studies of an instrument. Lucien, have you decided which instrument you wish to learn? I personally excel in the violin, harpsichord, organ, and flute. I can also provide guidance on other instruments. Since becoming a magical apprentice, Lucien's life had been filled with the demands of rigorous study and unexpected events, leaving him uncertain about which specific instrument to pursue. Deep down, he wished to learn the piano, influenced by his past fondness for piano compositions and regrets over missed opportunities to study it. However, considering practicality for future travels across various nations in search of the headquarters of the Magical Council, the violin seemed the more suitable option, as a bard could hardly carry a piano with him. In the curious yet somewhat aloof gazes of Lot, Phyllis, and Herodotus, Lucien hesitated to make a choice. Observing the situation, Victor smiled gently and encouraged. It's all right, Lucien, it's perfectly fine. Feel free to share your thoughts. Through experience, Lucien had developed a thick skin and earnestly inquired, Mr. Victor, may I learn the piano you've restored? Additionally, could I also study the violin? How brazen, thought Lot, Phyllis, and Herodotus. Did he wish to take advantage of the opportunity for free, long-term learning? Victor gestured with his hands and replied with a smile, of course. But it would be best to master one instrument before embarking on another. Focus is the key to success. Indeed, since the effects of the harpsichord restoration exceeded my expectations, Lucien, let us begin your studies with it. This will assist me in identifying certain issues and exploring ways to better utilize its characteristics. Thank you, Mr. Victor. Lucien expressed his sincere gratitude. Chapter 38. Modern Piano Technique with a Hint of Amusement. Victor rose from the sand and clapped his hands, declaring, now that we have determined the instrument Lucien will study, I am pleased to inform you that Mr. Rhine and Mr. Xavier have recently completed the transformation of the harpsichord. Lucien, today you shall accompany me to test its capabilities. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he continued, "The timbre, volume, and range of this instrument exceed my wildest expectations, surpassing all other instruments. Although its sound quality is slightly lacking, I believe it has transcended the harpsichord and emerged as a wholly new, revolutionary instrument. Lucien, let this remarkable creation mark the beginning of your musical journey." It was evident that Victor was immensely satisfied with the results of the harpsichord's transformation, usually composed and reserved. He beamed with radiant joy. "Since this is a groundbreaking instrument, perhaps it is fitting for you, Mr. Victor, to bestow upon it a formal name," Lotta suggested with a smile as they made their way to the second-floor music room. Victor glanced at Lucien, smiling kindly, and inquired, "Lucien, what do you think it should be called? Your contribution to this new instrument has been significant. Why not share your thoughts?" Mr. Rhine believes that the mechanical structure of this instrument is the most complex among all instruments, beautifully embodying the art of mechanics. Thus it should be named the mechanical harpsichord. Victor, however, did not complete his thought, yet Lucien, Lotta, Phyllis, and Herodotus clearly understood that he considered Rhine's naming ability lacking. "And what of you, Mr. Victor and Mr. Xavier?" Lucien inquired curiously, refraining from directly stating the name of the piano. Mr. Xavier suggested it be called the stringed keyboard, as it is a fusion of the string piano and the harpsichord. Victor shook his head with a smile, clearly unimpressed by the name. "I believe it ought to be called the universal keyboard, for the string piano is also known as the small keyboard, and the harpsichord as the large keyboard. This new instrument's range is so expansive that it encompasses nearly everything." In truth, they all silently acknowledged that their naming abilities were rather poor. Lucien pondered for a moment and, unable to accept any of the three proposed names, stated candidly, "The harpsichord is also referred to as the plucked string piano, which coincidentally shares the term piano with the string piano. It is often abbreviated simply as piano, a term rich with mechanical connotations that aligns well with Mr. Rhine's vision, while also suggesting dynamic contrasts, a principal characteristic of this new instrument's timbre and volume. Therefore, Mr. Victor, I propose we simply call it the piano." As the term piano diverged from the conventional, Lucien was compelled to weave his original thoughts into a somewhat strained justification. Phyllis, finally hearing a commendable name, was about to express her agreement but hesitated, recalling that Victor had yet to voice his opinion. Concerned that her enthusiasm might betray the noble decorum expected of her and potentially contradict Victor's preferences, she abruptly silenced herself. In that moment, the usually sarcastic Phyllis felt a blush bloom across her beautiful face, complementing her fiery hair and enhancing her allure. Lotta and Herodotus merely nodded, exchanging amused glances at Phyllis. Victor pursed his lips thoughtfully. "Piano, yes, splendid. It encapsulates both my and Mr. Rhine's ideas, thus we need not continue this debate." Lucien felt a rush of embarrassment, nearly laughing as he realized that Victor had invited him to name the instrument due to a disagreement with Mr. Rhine over nomenclature. Soon, they arrived at the second-floor music room, where the strikingly handsome Rhine, adorned in his favored red and black attire, sat before the piano. His long fingers extended gracefully as he played a soft and enchanting melody, his shoulders and arms remaining almost motionless. The delicate notes flowed like whispers in the night, reminiscent of a lover's tender murmur, enveloping the listeners in a tranquil embrace of music. The charm of Rhine's piano performance rendered Lucien, Victor, and the others silent, captivated until the last note had faded. They applauded gently, as if any louder sound might shatter the serene beauty woven by the music. "Mr. Rhine, I did not expect your performance on the small keyboard to be so exceptional, rivaling that of Lady Sylvia," Phyllis exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement and admiration. Rhine had just been experimenting with a piece for the string piano to assess the piano's range and volume, producing a flawless sound. Lady Sylvia was renowned as the finest musician in the realm of the alto string piano. Given that the small keyboard is well suited for indoor performances in parlors and bedrooms and is favored by noble women and young ladies, it was no surprise that Sylvia was frequently invited to the grand soirees hosted by earls and viscounts. Rumors suggested she shared a close friendship with Princess Natasha, granting her a prominent status within the Musicians' Guild. Rising from his seat, Rhine placed his hand over his heart and bowed slightly, akin to a musician offering his final gratitude. Then, with a smile, he shook his head. "I merely possess a degree of technical proficiency. In terms of artistry, I am still far from Lady Sylvia's level. I could never compose such a beautiful piece as the one I just played." Lucien, observing the titles within the sole library, such as Haydn's piano technique, Chopin's innovations in piano technique, and explorations of Chopin's fingerings, nodded inwardly as he compared Rhine's movements during the performance. It was evident that fingering, melody, and composition are inherently limited by the instrument. With each advancement in instrument design, fingering evolves gradually, culminating in distinct styles. This new piano, with its rich timbre, volume, and expansive range, closely resembles the modern piano, featuring 88 keys along with pedals for dynamics and sustain, making it most compatible with contemporary piano techniques. Only with the true emergence of the piano did significant changes in its repertoire and technique begin to unfold, including Chopin's second liberation of the thumb and little finger, which allowed them access to the black keys, as well as his innovative finger techniques such as glissando and fingered legato. As Lucien quietly stood by, contemplating modern piano techniques, Victor had already conferred with Rhine and agreed to designate this new instrument simply as the piano. "Lucien, come here and take a seat at the piano. I'll teach you the basic fingering," Victor suddenly called out to him. Lucien felt a mix of excitement and apprehension as he quickly approached and settled onto the piano bench. However, as soon as he sat down, he sensed something amiss. According to the descriptions in the fingering guide, he felt the height of the bench was inadequate. He turned to Victor and asked, "Mr. Victor, could we adjust the bench height? Perhaps switch it for one that is 10 centimeters taller?" Victor looked puzzled. "Lucien, you are hardly shorter than Mr. Rhine. This bench should suit you perfectly." Lucien extended his hand to demonstrate. "This height is only suitable for using my fingers and wrists. When I need to engage my forearms, upper arms, and shoulders to play, it becomes quite rigid, and the distance is somewhat far. My hands are too straight, lacking sensitivity." Enough of this nonsense. Lucien, forget the informal and erroneous playing techniques you learned at the tavern or on the street. Victor admonished him, determined to steer him clear of the wrong path. "Did you not observe earlier? Mr. Rhine played solely with his wrists and fingers. When would he ever need to utilize his forearms, upper arms, and shoulders?" Lucien anticipated Victor's reaction. For certain modifications in modern piano technique have proven challenging for some renowned pianists of the era. For instance, when Liszt and others employed the oscillation of their forearms, upper arms, and shoulders, along with the force of gravity, to evoke a grandiose piano sound and a richer timbre. They were criticized for not playing the piano, but rather for striking it. Lucien, do not delude yourself into thinking that the so-called unrestrained tavern or rustic style can surpass formal and comprehensive musical education. Should you fail to rectify these shortcomings, you shall remain merely a minstrel, unfit to become a competent musician. Herodotus, who had always harbored disdain for Lucien, finally seized an opportunity to mock him. Although Lot and Phyllis felt a twinge of delight at Lucien's reprimand by Mr. Victor, they understood that beginners are prone to mistakes and found nothing surprising in it. "Did you not ask me earlier, Mr. Victor, to assist you in identifying the existing issues with the piano? Is not the discord between technique and instrument one of those issues?" Listening to Lucien's coherent and logical explanation, Victor found it absurd, yet struggled to counter it. Meanwhile, Rhine stepped forward, smiling as he remarked, "Mr. Victor, have you forgotten the liberation of the 1 finger and 5 fingers technique decades ago? Techniques themselves are in a state of evolution, especially in light of significant changes in instruments. I stand with Lucien. Given Mr. Rhine's endorsement, we shall explore the evolution of technique. However, tread carefully. If you misstep, Lucien, you will squander considerable time unlearning ingrained habits and subsequently rediscovering and relearning. This will prove exceedingly arduous for you. Are you willing to embark on this path?" After a long moment of contemplation, Victor slowly spoke. Lucien nodded resolutely. "I am willing, Mr. Victor." The jesters, Herodotus, Lot, and Phyllis, could not suppress their disdain for his naivety regarding his capabilities and the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 39. The night visitor having momentarily forgotten that it was Monday, Victor, after accepting the suggestions of Lucien and Rhine, presented a remarkably simple piece for Lucien to sight read. This was a piano introductory piece he had composed specifically for his music students. Its simplicity meant it lacked elaborate embellishments. When played on the harpsichord, it barely reached a level of listenability due to its inherent limitations. However, when performed on the current piano, it exuded a melodious quality, a pure and delightful essence that, while not yet a masterpiece, was certainly worthy of circulation. With his soul and mental acuity strengthened through meditation, Lucien's memory had significantly improved. Even with just a few days of musical foundation, He managed to complete the preliminary sight reading in under 10 attempts, nearly matching the noble students like Lot and Phyllis, who were steeped in music from a young age. This brought a smile of satisfaction to Victor's face once more. Of course, the piece was quite simple. Such direct practice combined with the initial sections of piano tutorials might prove challenging for young children with straightforward thinking and logic. Yet, for an adult like Lucien, extensive practice would lead to adaptability. Thus, after a lengthy pause following one note, another finally emerged, creating a fragmented sound reminiscent of a final confession. Lot, Phyllis, and Herodotus listened with broad smiles, devoid of mockery, for they too had once struggled in a similar fashion during their initial performances, some even worse than Lucien. To deride Lucien would be akin to ridiculing themselves. The piece, though brief, lasted over 3 minutes in Lucien's rendition. Once he concluded, he felt a layer of cold sweat on his back, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, almost reminiscent of the sensation one would experience while casting a spell in a sewer. Victor was the first to applaud, offering comfort and praise. Though your playing is slow and lacking, you are the only novice I have encountered who managed to maintain the correct notes on their first attempt. This calm demeanor will aid you in quickly mastering the piano techniques. However, remember that playing music requires emotional investment. Excessive calmness may prove detrimental. Ryan, Lot, and others joined in the applause, having witnessed Lucien's inaugural performance. However, for Lot, Phyllis, and the others to openly commend Lucien was unlikely, as their noble pride and self-importance rendered them incapable of perceiving it as noteworthy, especially given Herodotus's evident disdain for Lucien. Once Victor finished speaking, Ryan, an accomplished performer on the harpsichord and clavichord, offered his observations, highlighting Lucien's current challenges. Your memory is exceptional. After a few more practice sessions, you should be able to remember the positions of the keys, perhaps even reaching a level where you instinctively respond upon seeing sheet music or hearing music within a month. However, I noticed your hand coordination is lacking, meaning your thoughts about the notes do not translate swiftly into hand movements. This piece remains simple. Yet when you encounter more technically demanding works filled with ornate embellishments, and when your left and right hand coordination becomes more intricate, you will face greater challenges. Moreover, this piano features a sustain pedal and a forte pedal. In addition to mastering hand coordination, you must also hone your foot coordination. This is merely a matter of practice. With diligent effort, you could become a competent musician in as little as 2 to 3 years, or at most a decade, depending on your natural aptitude for music. Lucien understood that no matter how skilled the instructor, mastering an instrument required extensive dedication. Nevertheless, contemplating his aspiration to become a musician to cover his living expenses, magical materials, and experimental equipment costs, he could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Mr. Victor, Mr. Ryan, is there no faster way to become a qualified musician? Unless you are a true prodigy in music with an unparalleled understanding, mastering an instrument in a few months is unlikely. Regrettably, that does not apply to you. Thus, a solid foundation and prolonged practice are your only paths to becoming a competent musician. I have no desire to hear that Victor's music student is incapable of playing the piano. Phyllis, known for her sharp wit, could no longer contain her rebuke in response to Lucien's presumptions. Herodotus chuckled softly before feigning benevolence. Lucien, one must firmly plant their feet on solid ground to journey further and faster. Indeed, Lucien, you are merely beginning your musical journey. Do not underestimate the challenges of learning an instrument, Lot added, his disdain for Lucien not as pronounced as the others. Ryan smiled. It is commendable for a young person to possess ideals and enthusiasm. However, practicing an instrument requires countless repetitions. Though I excel in playing the violin, harpsichord, clavichord, and harp, that proficiency is the result of years of dedication. However, there is a method to master an instrument in the shortest time possible. Awaken your bloodline powers and become a knight. This would enhance your bodily control, as well as the coordination of your hands and feet, and with your commendable memory, you might become a competent pianist in just a week or 2. Of course, I cannot ascertain how long it would take you to awaken your bloodline powers. Whether it would take years or even longer, I cannot say. Ryan's humorous conclusion elicited laughter from Victor, Lot, and others. The difficulty of awakening one's bloodline powers was evident in the limited number of knights in the duchy. Whether it was Lot, Phyllis, or Herodotus, they all viewed themselves as failures on the path of knighthood, having turned to the pursuit of music due to a lack of hope for success. For Lucien, at his age, Seeking to awaken such powers seemed less likely than hoping for a musical genius. Victor's smile faded. If you merely wish to play a complex piece well, practicing 4 hours daily without interruption for 3 to 4 weeks might barely suffice. But what good is that? Now, Lucien, focus on learning the piano diligently. Lucien nodded, inwardly calculating his income and expenditures. With a monthly salary of 10 silver naus, he had to allocate 3 silver naus to Alias's household for his meals. Though he longed for the delicious dishes of his previous life, including Western cuisine, and wished to indulge in culinary experiments, he found it challenging to divert his attention from the pivotal moment of learning magic and music. Additionally, the vessels required for his magical experiments, particularly glass items, were highly sensitive. Given his circumstances, any purchases could easily raise suspicions regarding his magical endeavors, which troubled Lucien greatly as he pondered potential solutions. Moreover, Lucien planned to acquire 2 black linen garments and some worn fabrics, along with sewing needles and thread, to craft a hooded robe for discreet activities. He also intended to sew small pockets into the fabric belt to store various spell-casting materials, preventing confusion and difficulty in carrying them as his collection grew. In light of these matters, Lucien could only alleviate his frustration through self-deprecation. The pressures of life have compelled even this mage to take up needlework. What a world this is. A few nights later, Lucien was once again immersed in the soul library, diligently analyzing the nuances of Hormon's cough, striving to familiarize himself with it in the absence of the ability to cast spells. In addition, Lucien primarily focused on the application of mental power, diligently working on aspects such as fluctuating frequencies, drawing upon his previous knowledge. To his delight, he discovered that he could now leave faint, imperceptible mental imprints on his target. When it came to playing the piano, he indeed found, as Rhine had suggested, that after the initial rapid progress brought on by his memory, the greatest challenge now lay in the coordination of his hands, as he continued to practice that introductory piece. Suddenly, Lucien sensed a presence approaching, a faint whisper of mental energy alerting him. Instinctively, he halted all activities, scanning his surroundings. Finding everything concealed securely, he cautiously descended from his bed, preparing to cast a spell. Almost immediately, a rhythmic knocking resounded against the closed wooden window. After 3 knocks, the locked window inexplicably swung open. The spell of opening. The familiar magical aura heightened Lucien's vigilance, while simultaneously igniting a spark of anticipation within him. Was he finally about to encounter another magician, or perhaps a magical apprentice? A shadow darted through the open window and landed upon the wooden table, emitting a raspy and unpleasant sound. Young one, why did you not open the door for the esteemed Lord Doro, forcing me to take such measures myself? To Lucien's astonishment, it was a tawny owl, seemingly ordinary yet lifting its sharp beak in a display of arrogance. A magical pet, or perhaps a result of transmutation. In response, Lucien feigned extreme fear, retreating to his bed and trembling. I ask you, after the witch beside your cottage was burned, did any other magicians come seeking her? Chapter 40. The midnight knocker. Lucien discerned from the syntax of the talking owl that it was not a transformed wizard, but rather a magical pet. Every apprentice, upon embarking on their journey into the arcane arts, could summon such creatures, provided they had the requisite materials for casting spells. The nature of these materials determined the type of magical pet summoned, ranging from ordinary beings like owls, cats, and crows to fantastical creatures such as fairy dragons. Once a magical contract was established, a profound and mysterious bond formed between the pet and its master, enabling the master to inherit a fraction of the pet's capabilities while the pet could borrow certain spells from its master that suited its nature. For instance, summoning a cat would elevate the apprentice's agility to that of a high-ranking knight's squire and grant them night vision, while the cat could utilize spells akin to light banishment and preservation techniques, along with some necromantic abilities, and even acquire rudimentary speech and thought. However, the number of spells a pet could borrow and the frequency of their use depended on the master's mental strength to cast spells consecutively. When the master's mental energy waned, the pet would be unable to borrow further. Moreover, the abilities gained from the pet would not scale with the pet's level. Should the pet perish or the magical contract be dissolved, those abilities would vanish, potentially leading to a temporary decline in the master's capabilities. Thus, Lucien had hesitated to summon a magical pet. While it could serve as a doppelganger in the long run and bolster his strength in the short term, the establishment of such a mystical bond could very well expose his greatest secret. The owl flapped its wings. Excellent, you have not lied. According to Lord Doro's observations, no other wizards have sought the witch. It continued, now, for the second question, during your descent with the church guards to locate the witch's laboratory, what did you witness? What transpired? Lucien inwardly cursed as the owl, displaying a cunning intellect, attempted to extract information from him. He recounted the events he encountered during that descent, omitting the details of his soul transcending its limits due to Gary's inadvertent activation of the holy emblem of truth. The matter of the soul library recording the destruction of the magical tomes and notes was something he did not mention. No one would conceive of it. The owl swiftly took flight through the open wooden window. As he watched the owl depart, Lucien's fear and anxiety dissipated, and he extinguished the candle before donning his recently crafted black linen robe with a hood. Stealthily, he opened the door and slipped outside into the inky darkness. The impoverished district of Ader had succumbed to the night, devoid of illumination. Lucien extended his mental energy, quickly sensing a faint, nearly imperceptible mental imprint he had discreetly left on the owl, Doro. This technique was a novel application of his radar knowledge, combining frequency and wave fluctuations, which would certainly be ineffective against a seasoned wizard but could easily deceive a careless magical apprentice or pet. Fortunately, the owl did not fly too swiftly and remained within his mental reach. Given its level, its master was likely still an apprentice. Lucien let out a slight sigh of relief, sprinting through the darkness. Once he exceeded 500 meters, he would lose the ability to track that distinct mental imprint. Although the owl's master was merely a magical apprentice, following it posed a certain risk for Lucien, as he was unaware of the circumstances or whether other apprentices or even wizards lurked nearby. Nevertheless, this risk was worthwhile for Lucien, who yearned to infiltrate the magical community and discover a legitimate path to study magic. He resolved to proceed cautiously, observing before taking action, bolstered by the presence of his second-tier magical ring, the Frost Vengeance. Oblivious to the mental imprint Lucien had left, the owl Doro flew with caution, deliberately avoiding drawing attention from the church-controlled Altair, maintaining a guise of secrecy. Yet despite this, its flight speed surpassed Lucien's cautious pace. After 10 minutes of pursuit, Lucien found himself nearly 400 meters behind the owl, which occasionally paused to hide or feign the flight of an ordinary owl. Just then, Doro suddenly folded its wings and glided silently into a nearby window. Lucien slowed as he approached, stealthily circling the building, and was taken aback to observe the sign, the Copper Crown Tavern. Could it be that mercenaries and adventurers mingled with magical apprentices? Lucien pondered, noting that the window belonged to the leftmost room on the second floor, a prime position for escape. Silence enchantment, an apprentice-level illusion spell, could obscure the sounds of opening and closing doors for up to an hour, but could be dispelled at will. After a brief pause, Lucien cast a silent opening spell, releasing an invisible beam of light that silently pried the sturdy wooden door ajar, allowing him to slip inside undetected. He closed the door behind him and promptly dispelled the enchantment to avoid revealing any magical fluctuations. Even at this late hour, the tavern was surprisingly quiet, particularly near the back door, permitting Lucien to evade the occasional passerby as he made his way upstairs. He lingered quietly near the room, straining to catch snippets of conversation through the faint mental imprint. After a while, Lucien smiled, pulling his hood lower as he approached the door. Inside the cool room, Smire reclined in a rocking chair, attentively listening to the report of his magical pet owl, Doro, while cradling a glass of amber-hued liquor. The Doran sweet wine, with its low alcohol content, was known for its remarkable sleep-inducing properties. Smire had grown accustomed to the owl's peculiar syntax and soon grasped the situation entirely. He closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before inquiring about Lucien's reaction at the time. After listening to Doro's account, he rubbed his temple. It appears he indeed has no ties to the witch. However, this complicates my search for the gentleman claiming to hail from the Great Six's magical council. Must I continue to hide? Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Smire sprang to his feet, his expression grave, and asked, his voice carefully controlled, "Who is it?" Meanwhile, Doro had darted onto the bed, burrowing beneath the blanket, murmuring, "Who could it be? Are they here to roast Lord Doro?" A strange low and raspy voice resonated from outside. "I seek Mr. Smire and the owl Doro." "What?" Doro exclaimed from under the blanket, nearly taking the blanket with him as he prepared to fly. Smire, his magic already charged, hesitated, unnerved by the mysterious presence outside. "I am Smire. I am unfamiliar with any owl named Doro. Who exactly are you? I am a wizard who has made the witch's acquaintance by chance. The hoarse and deep voice recounted monotonously that I had been quietly observing the witch's ruins, seeking the whereabouts of the gentleman from the Grand Council of Magic in the Sixth Continent. Unfortunately, today I encountered your magical companion, Doro, and overheard its inquiries, prompting me to follow. What? Is it truly because of Lord Doro? The owl Doro squawked in disbelief, then, overwhelmed by emotion, lamented, "This is indeed a tragedy." Noticing that the other party had not forcefully entered, Smile felt a slight relaxation. If it were members of the church, they would not be so courteous. Upon learning of the other's identity as a mage, a sense of familiarity naturally arose within him. Yet he did not let down his guard. Then you may perform the opening spell yourself. Although successive popes had reformed the fundamental aspects of divine magic, its essence remained unchanged, still deriving from divine grace. The modifications to the foundational elements had lowered the requirements for certain divine spells that previously necessitated higher levels to obtain, while a plethora of new divine spells had been bestowed. Those spells that once required extensive mastery became more accessible, thus allowing for a clear distinction between a mage and a cleric in their spellcasting. A surge of magical energy swept through, and the door creaked open. Seizing the opportunity while the other party was still in the aftermath of casting their spell, Smile prepared to ensnare them with his own magic. Even if their intentions were benevolent, he must first assert his dominance. However, as the door swung open, an extreme chill and a terrifying aura of magic seeped forth, as if an exceptionally potent spell was gathering strength and deliberately emanating from within. Formal magic? Smile discerned that this magical presence vastly exceeded any apprentice-level spells he had encountered. Are you a formal mage? The door fully opened, revealing a figure clad in a black robe, their hood shrouding their features in shadow. The chilling and terrifying aura of magic emanated distinctly from this mysterious individual. Lucien, too, recognized this mage apprentice. It was the somber man with a hooked nose, clad in a tight-fitting black long coat, whom he had previously encountered at the Copper Crown Tavern. Chapter 41. The Circle of Magic Apprentices. Smile gazed at the enigmatic sorcerer, shrouded in a long black robe, the hood casting shadows over the lower half of his face, instilling an indescribable chill, an eerie, profound terror akin to an unfathomable abyss that weighed heavily upon him. Had it not been for the knowledge that this was a necessary guise sanctioned by the church, he might have suspected the individual to be a dark sorcerer, one who delved into forbidden magics of ancient times. Upon donning the Ice and Snow Avenger, Lucien felt a relentless stream of icy energy coursing through his being, awakening his soul with a frigid clarity, rendering his will as solid as a mountain, immovable. Ordinary apprentice-level spells that affected the soul, will, or spirit bore no effect on him. Moreover, this resolute will could mimic the imposing aura of a knight, subtly emanating a presence to intimidate others. When Smile inquired whether he was a formal sorcerer, Lucien neither confirmed nor denied, as if he had not heard the question at all. For the witch, the clandestine gathering of magic apprentices seemed entirely ordinary, lacking the desired information and materials. She refrained from documenting it in her magical notes, which primarily served to record her insights into the study of magic. He carefully considered his words and spoke hurriedly. "Esteemed sorcerer, as you can see, I have known the witch for several months and invited her to our secret gatherings of magic apprentices in Alto. Nearly a month ago, she suddenly informed us that she had encountered an eccentric, formal sorcerer and wished to deepen her connection. If he could be trusted, she would introduce him to us. Soon after, she joyfully relayed that he was a formal sorcerer from the headquarters of the Great Six Magic Council, where one could study magic freely and openly. This news invigorated us apprentices, prompting the witch to invite him to our gathering. Esteemed sorcerer, we too abhor the life of concealment, ever fearful of the church's discovery, and yearn to reach the headquarters of the Great Six Magic Council through this sorcerer. However, due to prior commitments, he could not attend the first gathering, merely entrusting the witch with a copy of the Journal Arcana, an issue from 25 years ago. Upon reading it, we became convinced of the existence of the Great Six Magic Council, as its contents were beyond our imagination, filled with concepts many of us could not comprehend. Yet, before the time for our second gathering arrived, we received the tragic news of the witch's demise by fire. As I was the only one acquainted with her, I quickly confirmed that the church had not suspected me, and hastily relocated from the Lilac district to the Copper Crown Tavern to closely observe and search for any clues she might have left behind, as well as the whereabouts of the formal sorcerer. Furthermore, concerned about the church's potential surveillance, I delayed my actions for many days. Calming himself, Lucien spoke slowly. It is indeed regrettable. Perhaps the witch was captured by the church during her meeting with that sorcerer. A mere magic apprentice could hardly attract the church's attention compared to a formal sorcerer from the headquarters of the Magic Council. Smile nodded in agreement, his disappointment evident. The owl, Doro, squawked loudly. What a tragedy. By the way, where is that journal arcana you mentioned? May I see it? Upon revealing this matter, Smile felt reassured by the formal sorcerer's demeanor, which, despite his formidable power, exhibited no threatening behavior. He sensed he could trust Lucien, who did not appear to be a malevolent sorcerer with ill intentions. Thus, he boldly extended an invitation for Lucien to join their secret gathering, believing that consulting with this esteemed sorcerer might provide solutions to his magical dilemmas and enhance his own abilities. After careful consideration, Lucien felt emboldened by the protective power of the Ice and Snow Avenger. Engaging with other sorcerers and apprentices would greatly benefit his magical studies. Given the church's control, a natural camaraderie existed between magic apprentices and sorcerers, leading Lucien to deem it worthwhile to take a measured risk to attend. He inquired, "What activities does your secret gathering entail?" Upon sensing the shift in the mysterious sorcerer's tone, Smile became invigorated and hurriedly explained. Alto was once the heart of the ancient Sylvana's magic empire, and many sorcerers reside here in seclusion, secretly teaching apprentices and preserving their magical traditions. Due to this reputation, apprentices occasionally arrive from various regions of the Vorite Duchy, seeking magical materials and guidance. However, under the church's control, it was initially challenging for sorcerers and apprentices to meet. Over time, they began to encounter one another while purchasing materials or adventuring in nearby ruins, establishing secret means of communication. In Alto, various magical circles have formed due to these serendipitous connections, each frequently holding secret gatherings to exchange magical materials and discuss magical challenges. Our circle of magic apprentices was established 7 or 8 years ago when several apprentices fortuitously met during an adventure in the depths of the Melt's Black Forest. We convene every 2 weeks for secret assemblies, and the initial apprentices continued to introduce other trustworthy apprentices to our circle. As our numbers grew, it became easier to find the necessary materials, spells, arrays, and potions, and to engage in fruitful discussions. During gatherings, all participants, including yourself, esteemed sorcerer, don similar attire, remaining unaware of each other's identities, nor do we know if they belong to other magical circles. Should you choose to join our circle, I believe your prowess would position you as a core member, and I would gladly vouch for you. Having witnessed apprentice-level magical items, and even formal magical artifacts obtained during others' inheritances, Smile's initial excitement gave way to some skepticism regarding the true strength of the cloaked sorcerer. Nevertheless, Lucien's ability to effortlessly track his familiar, Doro, without drawing attention, convinced Smile to regard him as a formal sorcerer, allowing him to assess his capabilities further through magical inquiries during the gathering. Knowledge, after all, remains the ultimate standard for evaluating a sorcerer's strength. In need of magical materials, potions, and that coveted journal arcana, Lucien's determination to attend this secret gathering solidified. When do you hold your meetings, and where? My magical laboratory was recently damaged, and I require a complete set of laboratory equipment. If I can prepare in advance, I would be more than willing to participate. Smile smiled. This Saturday evening, we shall gather, though the precise location in the sewers has yet to be determined. Please leave your contact information, and I will reach out to you once we finalize the details on Friday night. He endeavored to project a friendly and sincere smile, though his hooked nose and somber aura slightly tarnished the atmosphere. Do not go to the sewers. There has been a significant incident recently, and the church is closely monitoring that area. Lucien warned in a hoarse voice. Do not inquire further about the incident or how I know. Once you confirm the location and time, draw a simple symbol on the wall of the 8th building opposite the witch's ruins. I will see it. There lies the abode of Aunt Eliza, right next door, where Lucien can easily glimpse during his meals, without the concern of being discovered in his true identity. What? The sewers are under strict surveillance by the church. Smile was taken aback, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Had it not been for this enigmatic sorcerer, he and his companions would have found themselves in grave peril. Thus, his trust in Lucien deepened, and his guard lessened considerably. Very well, esteemed sorcerer. Let us establish the meanings of each symbolic sign, and may I inquire how you prefer to be addressed? A code name will suffice. After agreeing on the significance of the symbols and inquiring about Smile's name and code, Lucien rose, dusting off his black robe. You may refer to me as Professor. By the way, I have recently embarked on an experiment involving necromancy, which requires black corpse mushrooms and wraith dust. You may prepare these in advance. Professor? What does that mean? Smile observed as Lucien gracefully approached the door, opening it with ease before gently closing it behind him, akin to one departing after a casual visit with a friend. The two words, teach and bestow, simply intertwined, seemed to form a newly coined term, leaving one utterly unable to deduce his true identity from such an appellation. Chapter 42. The Secret Gathering. After closing the door to Smile's room, Lucien concentrated his mental energy, altering the structure and frequency of the faint psychic imprint on the owl, Doro, causing it to vanish completely. He was aware that once he departed, Smile would undoubtedly scrutinize Doro closely to uncover the reason for its surveillance. Lucien had no desire for his unique mental techniques to be discovered and deciphered so swiftly. Lying in bed, Lucien felt a subtle sense of relief. In the face of the powerful church forces embodied by Alto, encountering fellow magic apprentices was akin to finding companionship amidst a tempest, alleviating his solitude. It left him pondering how many reclusive wizards Alto still had in his circle. In the following days, Lucien maintained an exceptionally regimented routine. He would rise at dawn, engage in an hour of physical exercise followed by sword training, and then proceed to the library to work. At times, he would delve into religious texts and travelogues, while other times he would study music theory, memorizing finger placements and musical notation. He would also analyze spells and the structures of magical circles within the Soul Library. The only minor regret was not encountering the enchanting Miss Sylvia, a 24-year-old unmarried musician known as the Music Lily. Pierrot held her beauty in high regard, describing her as a paragon of grace and elegance. Lucien harbored no desire for her, merely feeling a sense of curiosity sparked by Pierrot's fervent admiration. Unfortunately, Sylvia excelled at the harpsichord and frequented the salons of noblewomen, rarely appearing at the Musicians' Association. By afternoon, due to his effective study habits, Lucien had compressed his learning time to just an hour. He then joined Lot and Phyllis in sight reading and studying music theory. At 4 o'clock, he embarked on a 2-hour piano practice session, repeating the pieces tirelessly. His tenacity and determination shone through as he refused to cease until he was satisfied. Once practice concluded, Lucien would lament how physically demanding playing the piano was, leaving him drenched in sweat with sore arms and fingers. Evenings were dedicated to studying and researching magic, free from distractions. On Friday evening, while dining at Aunt Elisa's, Lucien noticed in an inconspicuous corner of the adjacent wall several simplistic drawings resembling a child's haphazard scrawl. At 10 o'clock on Saturday night, a message read, "Wait for me in front of the 6th abandoned house at the easternmost edge of the Adrian district." The owl, a code name for Smile, caught Lucien's attention. With a fleeting glance, he deciphered its contents without changing his expression, maintaining a steady pace as he entered Aunt Elisa's home. On the following evening at 9:30, the soft silver moon and the brilliant stars were shrouded by ominous clouds, casting a heavy and oppressive darkness. Lucien donned his hooded black robe, meticulously checking the placement and quantity of his magical materials. He adorned his left index finger with the ring of the Ice and Snow Avenger. Then, after carefully sensing his surroundings, he cautiously stepped outside, blending into the inky blackness of the night. With the damp, oppressive warmth swirling around him, Lucien traversed the easternmost edge of the Arden district, reaching an abandoned house after a 20-minute walk. The mournful hooting of an owl drew his attention to a tall willow tree beside the house, where he spotted Smile. Similarly clad in a black robe, standing in the shadow of the tree, Smile had lowered his hood, allowing Lucien to recognize him, while the owl, Doro, perched leisurely on a branch, surveying the surroundings as a guardian for the gathering within. "Professor, it is our honor that you could join our gathering," Smile exclaimed, pulling his hood back over his face, his tone brimming with delight. "I have shared your story with the others, and they are eager to seek your guidance on various magical conundrums. Rest assured, we shall offer compensation for your insights." Magical conundrums? Lucien chuckled inwardly, amused by their skepticism regarding his status as a formal wizard. Although he was uncertain of the extent of his knowledge compared to that of a true wizard, having only translated one formal spell from the witch, He was confident that he surpassed the majority of magical apprentices in this regard. His proficiency in deciphering the ring of the ice and snow avenger attested to that. Very well, I specialize in astrology and elemental magic. Should your inquiries pertain to these areas, I believe I can assist you. Encouraged by Lucien's confidence, Smile's conviction in his status as a formal wizard deepened. Professor, please follow me. The black robes were nearly indistinguishable in the night, but the dilapidated house lay just a few steps ahead. Lucien followed Smile to the door with ease. After a brief pause, the wooden door creaked open, revealing another figure in a black robe standing within the shabby interior. Is this the professor? The hoarse voice questioned. Clearly a deliberate alteration. Lucien, nodding gently beneath his hood, replied, Greetings. His left hand concealed within his sleeve, the ring of the ice and snow avenger poised for action. Upon entering the modest living room, they passed through another door into a storage room, which featured a staircase leading downward. The basement. Lucien suddenly realized why he had fixated on constructing a magical laboratory in the sewers when he could easily create a small basement of his own. The space beneath the ground was not solely limited to sewers. In the basement, he could conduct relatively quiet magical experiments and practice spellcasting, while for the louder endeavors, he could seek a secluded location within the Melzer Black Forest to build a complete underground laboratory, visiting once a week to conduct experiments. The basement was modest in size, furnished with 11 low stools arranged around a long table, upon which 2 candles flickered, casting a ghostly glow that illuminated the 8 cloaked apprentices in an eerie light. As Lucien cautiously descended, Firewolf and Smile followed, closing the entrance behind them and taking their seats on the empty stools. Smile stood and surveyed the assembly of apprentices. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the professor, a formal wizard endowed with vast knowledge and formidable power. He then introduced Lucien to the apprentices. This is White Honey, Morning Star, Reindeer, White Glove, Oak, Sage, Mercury, and the Hanged Man. Lucien nodded in acknowledgement. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Before we commence, may I take a look at the tome titled Arcana? As he spoke, one of the apprentices handed him a book with a deep black hardcover. Upon receiving it, Lucien did not open it immediately. Instead, he scrutinized the cover. The deep black surface seemed to absorb light, revealing myriad brilliant silver lines that formed the words Arcana in the common tongue, along with the inscription Holy Calendar, Year 790, Issue 11. A blend of simplicity and profound mystery, with the text printed on parchment. The gravitational theory established by Mr. Douglas perfectly elucidates many force field spells and even the structural principles of most astrological magic. Through this theory, we have created numerous new and powerful spells, making it one of the foundational pillars of the classical magical system's force field framework. However, a significant issue within Mr. Douglas's gravitational theory remains unverified. From this theory, we can derive formulas that indicate our continent, known as the Great Sixth, is indeed a planet in motion, revolving around the sun, while the celestial bodies also engage in similar motions. Based on the gravitational and planetary motion formulas, we can accurately compute the positions of these celestial bodies. Yet, when I precisely locate a position using a space-jumping spell I have prepared for a long time, I see neither a single star nor the Great Sixth. Why is that? There should be celestial bodies exerting gravity at that location, yet they appear as if they have never existed. In that spot, I can sense gravity as if I were on the surface of the sixth, yet it is an anomalous gravity that defies calculation. Where, then, are those celestial bodies? Upon realizing that the stars above represented fate, Lucien understood the peculiarities of the celestial bodies in this world, though he never anticipated them to be so profoundly strange. Chapter 43. The Truly Distinguished Professor, a Grand Archmage and a Legendary Sorcerer. Lucien was once again enveloped in astonishment. The placement of the Grand Archmage within the magical realm suggested that its esteemed status surpassed that of a legendary sorcerer. It appeared that both titles coexisted within distinct evaluative frameworks, one reflecting a tiered assessment of power, while the other likely acknowledged contributions to the study of magical principles. Among the research topics noted were the study of string vibrations in certain magics, a brief overview of differential methods and infinite series, a resolution of the Seven Bridges problem. Key considerations in the transformation of electricity and magnetism within magic, a newly identified element determined by innovative methods. And the perpetual enigma, the nature of mental energy, is it manifested as waves or particles? An experimental inquiry via the Mindstorm spell. Lucien's diligent perusal of the journal elicited nods of approval from his fellow apprentices, including Smale, the Sage, and Morning Star. They speculated that he might truly be a formal sorcerer. Upon initially acquiring the journal, they had felt, as Smale had previously articulated, that while they recognized each word, they struggled to comprehend the text as a cohesive whole. However, the Hanged Man and Mercury remained skeptical, caught in a state of confusion as they grappled with understanding. After spending half an hour skimming through the content, Lucien began to grasp the wealth of knowledge contained within. From the formulas presented, it became apparent that the arcane sophistication of this world had reached a level akin to that of Earth in the mid-18th century. Within a mere 300 to 400 years, calculus had begun to take form, and research on geometric phenomena such as curves and spheres had advanced remarkably. Mechanics and electromagnetism were nearing refinement, and due to the peculiar nature of this world, many concepts were applied before they were thoroughly studied, resulting in certain magical practices surpassing Earth's technological advancements, such as spatial leaps. In terms of elemental magic, or the study of chemistry, the findings had already attained an early 19th century standard, having established that earth, fire, wind, and water were not elemental substances, and initiated preliminary assessments of atomic weights. These were the results of research conducted over 2 decades ago. Even today, despite the multitude of complex issues akin to planetary existence that hindered progress, the overall understanding should correspond to that of the early 19th century, with chemistry potentially reaching a mid-century level. As it was the arcane journal, Lucien found it relatively accessible. Had it been a publication that intertwined theoretical arcane studies with practical magical applications, he would have needed to engage in a more gradual learning process. Nevertheless, Lucien preferred the former type of journal, as it would provide the utmost guidance for his current magical studies. Unlike others, his practical application abilities lagged significantly behind his foundational and theoretical knowledge. Closing the arcane journal, Lucien smiled at the suddenly attentive apprentices gazing at him. I have perused it briefly, and many aspects are quite fascinating. May I keep this journal for the next fortnight? This inquiry seemed to have been a topic of discussion within the apprentice circle for quite some time, drawing the collective focus of all present into a silent stillness. Lucien picked up a quill from the table and pointed to a particular symbol within the formulas. This represents the gravitational constant, which is the fundamental principle underlying these equations. What is gravity? It is the force that pulls you down after you leap, the same force that causes an apple to fall when it ripens. These phenomena are not dictated by divine will. The concepts of up and down, left and right, are never independent, but rather relative. Only when a force acts upon an object does it move in a particular direction. When you observe these phenomena, you should ponder the reasons behind them. In truth, Lucien himself found many concepts to be at a level where he grasped the conclusions, but remained unclear about the derivation and proof processes. Even knowledge from middle and high school required him to gradually study the literature and theses within the library to fill the gaps. Thus, while articulating these thoughts, Lucien silently acknowledged, "The reality is, I do not fully understand either." His words prompted the sage to reflect. The realm of magic is indeed vast and profound, encompassing the truths of existence and operation within this world. I once believed I had a considerable understanding of magic. However, after hearing your guidance and explanations, Professor, I realize I have barely scratched the surface. White Honey, the Hanged Man, Smale, and others nodded in agreement. Although the mysterious professor had merely touched upon practical applications and the principles and theorems involved, the conclusions he presented, along with the meanings carried by the formulas and the laws governing planetary motion, were immensely enlightening. They felt that the process of analyzing and constructing certain spells and magical circles would become considerably easier in retrospect. Morning Star, Reindeer, White Glove, Mercury, and the Hanged Man, who had some knowledge in astrological magic, also appeared entranced, taking out quills and scribbling dense formulas and data on blank pages, beginning their calculations. Only White Honey, Smale, and Oak were slightly better off. They could scarcely decipher a few astrological charts, yet they sensed that Lucien's discourse on formula application hinted at a profound and boundless world, where every phenomenon adhered to the laws of cause and effect, a world belonging to the arcane. Professor, White Honey began, her voice tinged with a newfound sincerity. I previously harbored doubts about your status as a formal sorcerer. I now apologize and hope you will accept my contrition. You are the most knowledgeable, affable, and graceful sorcerer I have ever encountered. I even feel that, Given your grasp of arcane and magical knowledge, you are not merely a novice sorcerer. White Honey, a female apprentice who had spoken little previously and had intentionally altered her voice to sound hoarse like an elderly woman, now revealed a hint of her true tone, slightly deep, raspy, yet imbued with a captivating femininity driven by her excitement. Moreover, her statement conveyed an important implication to Lucien, Smale, and Oak, that White Honey belonged to a magical circle which included formal sorcerers, albeit apprentices like her often lacked guidance from them. Lucien refrained from inquiring about this circle of formal sorcerers. It was evident from White Honey's demeanor that they were likely unaware of the overarching affairs of the Magic Council of the Great Six. Nor did they possess access to other arcane journals. As a mere apprentice himself, he saw no reason to take risks in pursuit of what he most desired, especially when he could obtain magical materials through White Honey as a mediator. As the others remained absorbed in their studies, White Honey, Smale, and Oak began exchanging certain magical materials. Noticing some items he needed, Lucien seized the opportunity to purchase them using silver nars, citing experimentation as his excuse. After nearly 20 minutes, the other apprentices gradually returned to awareness. The sage, most animated among them, stood and, adopting the ancient customs of sorcerers, placed his right hand to his forehead and bowed deeply to Lucien. You are a mentor of vast knowledge, a guiding light in the world of magic. I extend my sincerest gratitude to you. Professor, your elucidation of the formulas has resolved a problem that has long plagued me regarding the trajectories of astrological charts, illuminating the prospects of deciphering a ring of astrological magic. Please accept this set of magical vessels as a token of my appreciation. You may choose any other item I have brought. Others, including the Hangman and Morningstar, echoed their gratitude for Lucien's guidance. Then, another female apprentice, Mercury, rose, performed a slight bow, and with a subtly altered sweet tone, inquired, Professor, may I pose a question regarding elemental magic? I have brought the black corpse mushroom you requested. Her voice resonated with palpable anticipation, tinged with a nervousness that hinted at the possibility of rejection. White Honey, Oak, and others gazed at Lucien with equal respect. Professor, we humbly seek your guidance. If Mercury permits, we wish to audit your class. Their demeanor was as reverent as that of elementary students before a stern teacher, prompting Lucien to reflect inwardly. I suppose I truly am a professor now. Chapter 44, Knowledge equals Wealth-Seeking Votes from Sanjiang. The pursuit is upon us. Mercury has taken out the black corpse mushroom she brought, housed in a simply designed decorative box, comprising 3 in total, 1 deep black and 2 light black, exuding an intense stench of decay. Professor, these are the black corpse mushrooms you requested. As long as you guide me on this elemental issue, you may take them all. The black corpse mushroom is a crucial ingredient for many necromantic spells and potions. According to the witch's records, she had attended several magical gatherings at her family's secluded estate, where the black corpse mushroom was valued at approximately 10 silver nails each, a sum that Lucien could save over a month without food or drink. The darker the hue, the more precious it is. At times, the price is merely symbolic, as such items are not easily found unless cultivated personally. In urgent need, one could demand exorbitant prices. Lucien examined the decorative box, assessing the color, scent, and shape, confirming the authenticity of the black corpse mushrooms, and nodded slightly. You may proceed. Thus, I previously shared the application of formulas without delving into the fundamental principles of magic. Not only would it take years, even decades, for you to comprehend and master them, but I too am only beginning to grasp these concepts and have yet to fully explore them. As Lucien transitioned from the excitement of discovering the arcane journal and engaging with the magical community, he came to realize that he had overly immersed himself in the role of a mysterious official wizard, leading to a significant oversight. As a mage seeking the headquarters of the Magic Council of the Great Six, he should not have understood and navigated the current magical system so effortlessly, knowing that gravity, earth, fire, and water are not elements. These notions are inherently contradictory. With a sweet voice devoid of anxiety, Mercury displayed focus and calmness comparable to Lucien's. Very well, Professor. Since that is the case, let us allow the others to listen in. Yes, you too, please make your assessments. Having rectified his earlier misstep, Lucien refrained from further trivialities and began discussing the elements. In truth, since the ancient wizards failed to discover the 4 elemental planes within their hypothesized material realm, while the majority believed it to be a matter of spatial folding, a small faction began to question the correctness of classifying earth, fire, and water as elements. Influenced by this perspective, I have long held that these are not elements, but rather four abstract concepts of a higher order. Upon hearing Lucien casually cite several apprentice-level elemental spells and everyday materials as examples, a brief silence enveloped Mercury and the other magical apprentices after he concluded his discourse on the elemental issue. Professor, I believe you are correct. Many problems I have encountered while studying elemental magic would be easily resolved with this explanation. Thank you immensely. After a moment, Mercury's voice was tinged with evident excitement as she expressed her gratitude, nearly spilling her words in her eagerness. The hanged man interjected with a cold, eerie tone, Professor, could you elaborate further on the elements? Is it possible that the soul is composed of some peculiar element as well? While I do not possess any vengeful spirit dust among the magical materials I brought, I can offer you another selection. Upon Lucien's completion of the element discussion, the apprentices, including Smale, the sage, and White Honey, cast aside any lingering doubts about his identity. Instead, they firmly regarded him as the most knowledgeable and profoundly understanding wizard they had ever encountered. Although their studies of elemental magic did not match Mercury's, Lucien's analyses of apprentice-level elemental spells offered them a refreshing perspective, igniting a spark of inspiration within them. Upon hearing the hanged man's inquiry, their eyes gleamed with anticipation. Fixed upon Lucien, Lucien shook his head. I must admit, I am not well versed in matters of the soul and cannot provide you with an explanation. As he spoke, he collected the 3 black corpse mushrooms into a small pouch he had specially brought and drew closer the small wooden box containing a set of magical experimental apparatuses provided by the sage. Does anyone else possess black corpse mushrooms or vengeful spirit dust? You may ask questions or offer to sell them to me in exchange for magical materials. The brain tissue of the water ghost could facilitate 7 or 8 experiments, each requiring 1 mushroom, and Lucien was keen to gather as many as possible. Under the church's control, black corpse mushrooms cannot be cultivated and can only be found within the Melzer Black Forest, making them exceedingly rare. Aside from Mercury, the others had none at the moment. With a slightly aged voice, the sage, a leader within this magical circle, respectfully explained to Lucien, I have also participated in 2 other magical circles, yet those formal wizards are exceedingly arrogant. Unless one possesses items that genuinely impress them or has their magical apprentices, gaining their guidance is virtually impossible. Therefore, encountering a mysterious professor whose knowledge surpasses those haughty wizards and who is willing to guide us apprentices fills me with deep gratitude and admiration. Echoing the sage's sentiment, the White Honey from another magical circle nodded in agreement. Professor, if you require black corpse mushrooms for an extended period, I shall reserve them for you once I acquire some. However, vengeful spirit dust is far more elusive. Its formation necessitates either a unique environment or the presence of tragic encounters or unresolved emotions surrounding a ghost, making it susceptible to purification by the church. As for summoning vengeful spirits using the blood of evil creatures, acquiring such blood may prove even more challenging than obtaining vengeful spirit dust, especially here in Alto. I will need black corpse mushrooms continuously until my magical experiments succeed, as well as vengeful spirit dust. Lucien felt a tinge of disappointment. Having hoped to gather materials beyond the Moonlight Rose, which is monopolized by the church and nobility. However, he quickly dispelled this emotion, recognizing that this was merely the realm of magical apprentices. Now, please present the magical materials you have brought. If I find something I require, it will grant you an opportunity to pose a question, though the value of your inquiry will correspond to the worth of the magical materials. Concerning the arcane journal, there were very few aspects that these apprentices could comprehend. After Mercury substituted for herself and posed inquiries regarding the elements, the other apprentices could only offer their accumulated analyses and minor challenges encountered while constructing spells, primarily focusing on the areas in which Lucien excelled in elemental and astrological magic. As Lucien addressed each of these queries, their respect for him grew increasingly profound, particularly among those with magical mentors or who had been guided by formal wizards on 2 or 3 occasions. His explanations appeared clearer and more thorough, indicative of a deeper and broader grasp of knowledge, a feat achievable only through such mastery, and in their minds, knowledge equated to power. Lucien felt immensely satisfied. Having acquired a set of magical apparatus, 3 black corpse mushrooms, and the majority of spellcasting materials without delving into his unique techniques, He had perfectly demonstrated the principle that knowledge is tantamount to wealth. Chapter 45. Lucien's magical laboratory prior to the events in Sanjiang. I had never anticipated attaining the top position. However, your unwavering support has granted me the joy of remaining for several days. Although I never harbored the ambition to surpass the great masters, given the reader base, I am nonetheless content to linger a while longer. I kindly request your continued support for Sanjiang votes. Once Lucien had acquired all the necessary magical materials and items, he seized his guidance of the apprentices, Wise Sage, Smile, White Honey, Mercury, and others. Lowering his voice, he spoke with a sinister smile. Well, we shall conclude here for today. When I next attend a gathering, I will provide further explanations. The apprentices were immensely satisfied to receive instruction from such a seasoned and erudite sorcerer, feeling that their contributions paled in comparison to the knowledge they gained. Thus, they all rose, placing their right hands to their foreheads, bowing deeply in the ancient manner of wizards paying homage to their mentors, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, esteemed professor. We shall now commence our exchange of knowledge and magical discussions. You are most welcome to listen, the wise sage joyfully addressed Lucien. The so-called magical discussion differed from guidance. It was a platform for open dialogue regarding various magical inquiries. Should any participant refrain from expressing their views on a single issue, they were free to depart after the exchange of items. The wise sage's invitation for Lucien to listen implied that he could remain silent. Naturally, in the eyes of the apprentices, Wise Sage, White Honey, Mercury, and others, this powerful and mysterious professor would hardly concern himself with their rudimentary discussions. If they could entice him to listen, there was a possibility he might engage and share insights on certain topics, which they eagerly anticipated. Thank you, Professor, White Honey interjected with her raspy yet alluring voice, expressing her gratitude. After the 10 magical apprentices completed their exchange of items and knowledge, their discussions formally commenced. With most of the pressing magical conundrums resolved by Lucien, and many others addressed during the recent exchange, they soon transitioned to analyzing specific spells and practical applications, such as spell casting and combinations. Though each apprentice retained their unique techniques and insights, even the general discussions on magical applications yielded significant benefits for Lucien, greatly compensating for his shortcomings in apprentice-level magic. The chasm between magical knowledge and its application began to close, leading him to listen intently and with great focus. However, concealed beneath their hoods, the apprentices, White Honey, Oak, Wise Sage, and others could not shake the feeling of disappointment, as the formidable and enigmatic professor seemed to regard their superficial discussions with disdain, quietly pondering profound questions of his own. By 2 in the morning, the magical apprentices concluded their discussions. After exchanging information about the Melt's Black Forest and several nearby renowned relics, this secretive gathering officially came to an end. As they bid farewell to the professor while escorting him from the basement, the wise sage sincerely remarked, Esteemed professor, should any news regarding the Wraith dust arise, I will inform you directly during our next gathering. Of course, if you prefer not to waste time, you may provide me with a means of contact. Lucien shook his head. If there is news, you may inform the owl. It knows how to reach me. Although Smile might not be entirely reliable, this intermediary provided ample room for discretion, and Lucien was well aware of Smile's true identity, ensuring he would observe discreetly. Mercury sighed softly, appearing somewhat disappointed. Professor, will you attend the gathering in 2 weeks? The gazes of the other apprentices, concealed beneath their hoods, seemed to converge upon Lucien. Considering the circumstances, he might venture deep into the Melt's Black Forest, or perhaps it would coincide with a crucial moment in his magical experiments. The events of 2 weeks hence were uncertain. Lucien intended to render his attendance at the clandestine gathering a matter of randomness, leaving others baffled. At the very least, he had not outright declined. Mercury and the other apprentices reassured themselves, relieved that their previous concerns about the absence of the arcane journal's allure would not dissuade the mysterious professor from attending. Upon departing the basement, Smile, at close range, communicated telepathically with his magical pet owl, Doro. Once it assured him of no unusual occurrences, he signaled to Lucien and the following apprentices that they could leave. The night was profound, resembling a piece of fabric dyed jet black. Lucien casually chose a path entirely different from the others, walking briskly and unhurriedly through the familiar impoverished district, winding and turning. Arriving at a relatively spacious area, Lucien suddenly halted, coldly declaring, My lord, reveal yourself. cease your pursuit of me. Silence, an oppressive, pitch-black silence. I have already detected your presence. There is no need for subterfuge. If you have matters to discuss, approach me directly. A chilling aura emanated from Lucien, as if a powerful spell were about to be unleashed. In truth, Lucien had not discerned anything. He merely employed the tactics of a nefarious sorcerer, feigning menace to deter any potential followers. After all, individuals like Mercury and White Honey had formal sorcerers watching over them, uncertain whether he was being trailed by another's familiar or summoned creature. Or if he had merely startled a raven, Lucien was nonetheless pleased with the outcome. He feigned profundity. Shaking his head, the aura of the Ice and Snow Avenger is receding. Lucien swiftly navigated into a labyrinthine alley within the impoverished district, a place where unfamiliar individuals would surely lose their way. Having reached this juncture, Lucien had pushed his limits. Upon returning to his modest dwelling, he found no untoward events had transpired, allowing him to finally exhale in relief. 1 week later, in the dead of night, within Lucien's cottage, a large dark hole appeared in a small kitchen-like area containing a hearth and a pot. In the basement, Lucien stood atop a stool, wielding a silver dagger inscribed with magical runes, channeling concentrated mental energy to etch straight lines upon the wall above. This dagger, a pure silver tool designated for inscribing magical arrays, was obtained from the secret gathering. As more lines emerged, the outline of the magical array began to take shape, forming a complex, small array capable of concealing magical fluctuations. Upon completing the array, Lucien retrieved a pouch of odorless black powder, meticulously applying it within the lines of the magical array with the silver dagger. This peculiar powder possessed an uncanny ability to adhere to anything it encountered. It was ground from a magical plant known as black tuo vine. After coating the magical array, Lucien poured mercury onto it with care, drop by drop. As the silvery gray liquid was absorbed by the black tuo vine powder, firmly adhering to the lines. Instantly, the entire magical array shimmered with silver-gray lines, radiating an eerie glow. Once he had positioned various other materials appropriately, Lucien pressed his hand upon the core of the magical array and extended his mental energy, activating it. The silver-gray lines gradually illuminated, and the entire magical array sparkled brilliantly before merging into the stone wall, rendering all traces of lines and light invisible. Lucien descended from the stool, somewhat fatigued. Crafting a magical array was an endeavor that demanded considerable mental fortitude, equivalent to casting 4 or 5 informal spells. In 10 days, once the energy of the materials comprising the magical array had been thoroughly expended, a replacement would be necessary. To prolong its efficacy, one could either continually exert their own mental energy to sustain it, or opt for a formally structured magical array with intricate designs that could gradually restore its power autonomously, akin to those found in the Ice and Snow Avenger. Alternatively, one might seek objects imbued with greater magical potency, such as the cores of magical creatures, which could include fur, horns, eyes, or even blood. At last, Lucien had completed the arrangement of his magical laboratory. He sat upon the stool, recuperating, as the array designed to neutralize fluctuations was the final element to be set in place. The other magical arrays and traps had been finished the previous night. After a brief respite, Lucien meticulously arranged his magical experimental vessels upon the elongated stone table, crafted through the reverse application of the minor fossilization technique, thus concluding the final step in establishing the laboratory. From an external perspective, everything appeared entirely ordinary, allowing for the performance of less intense magical experiments and spellcasting practices moving forward. "Lucien, do take care of yourself," Pierre remarked, observing the slight pallor of Lucien's face, a consequence of his late-night endeavors, his tone imbued with deep concern and empathy. Lucien chuckled softly, shaking his head. "It's merely insomnia. By the way, I haven't asked yet, what instrument are you learning under Mr. Victor?" Pierre inquired, his thoughts leaping forth. Chapter 46. Sylvia today. The most exhilarating event was my ranking on the weekly recommendation list. Though I found myself in the last position, to me, being among the top 15 of such a list is akin to being in the top 15 of the monthly ticket rankings, a feat reserved for the most distinguished authors. I am truly, profoundly grateful for this recognition and hope for continued support from everyone. Furthermore, I am thrilled to have secured the first position on the new book list and the Sanjiang list. Although this is partly due to the withdrawal of Dada's book after a month, alongside my own lack of vigor, Attaining the top spot is still a source of satisfaction and joy. I fervently hope to maintain this lead until the resumes his diligent efforts. Upon entering the circle of magic apprentices, Lucien found that many of the items he needed could be acquired through knowledge obtained from them. However, the origins of Lucien's own knowledge are rather dubious, and given his current identity, he cannot delve into it too deeply. Relying solely on knowledge to barter for goods is perilous, akin to running on the edge of a cliff, and it risks depleting his available knowledge. Even if he were to exchange knowledge for money, to transform it into ordinary clothing, delectable food, housing, and carriages, he would need a legitimate and sufficiently lucrative profession to mask his activities. Harpsichord? Piano? Pierre's expression became animated and excited as he abruptly rose, walking towards the bookshelf, spinning around as if searching for something. Finally, he tapped his head and pulled out a book from one of the shelves, presenting it to Lucien. You need this book for both the harpsichord and the piano. I learned to play the harpsichord using this very book. In 4 months, I must take the association's musician assessment to become a qualified musician. As a guild, the Musicians Association, like other guilds, controls and monopolizes many internal matters, such as the certification of musicians. The subjective nature of music relies heavily on the opinions of the nobility. The Art of Harpsichord Performance. Lucien accepted the book, glancing through it and politely thanking Pierre. Given that he had stayed up late the previous night, his mind was foggy, rendering him incapable of analyzing magic. Thus, he opted to peruse this book to pass the time. Pierre, undeterred, continued to enthusiastically share insights about harpsichord performance, sheet music, and music theory, seemingly reveling in the companionship he found in Lucien, eager to share his musical thoughts. Having studied music for quite some time, Lucien possessed a basic foundation and managed to engage in the discussion, albeit with heavy eyelids threatening to close. Numerous attempts to silence Pierre were met with indifference. Fortunately, at that moment, a woman wearing a black veil and a delicate white gown entered the library. Her waist was not tightly cinched, yet her naturally slender form exuded grace, as if she were a beautiful painting drifting in from afar. Beneath her long gown, she appeared to wear what seemed like white stockings, subtly accentuating her long, straight legs. Is there such a thing as stockings in this world? Perhaps a byproduct of alchemy? Lucien had developed a conditioned reflex to observe and speculate whenever he encountered anything reminiscent of Earth. Yet his gaze was perceived as somewhat impolite by both the woman and Pierre. Ahem. Pierre snapped out of his musical reverie, clearing his throat and nudging Lucien with his elbow, urging him to behave. With a beaming smile, he greeted, "Lady Sylvia, how may I assist you?" Sylvia, accustomed to such attention, remained unperturbed and, after removing her black veil, replied to Pierre, "Hello, Pierre. I am here to borrow a few books." Indeed, she was as beautiful as Pierre had described, with long, dark hair that shimmered like satin and deep, night sky-like eyes, complemented by her slightly narrowed gaze and delicate, straight nose, exuding an air of refined elegance. Pierre was taken aback that Sylvia remembered his name, his face flushing with excitement as he repeatedly affirmed her request and hurriedly made his way to the shelves in search of the books she needed. As Sylvia stood before the wooden cabinet, Lucien caught a faint, familiar fragrance. Could the black nightingale fabric I found once belong to her? With the enhancement of his soul, Lucien's memory had sharpened, quickly recalling the first fortune he stumbled upon while scavenging, and he glanced at the black veil in Sylvia's possession, pondering. However, upon closer inspection, Lucien discerned a discrepancy. The scent is reminiscent, yet distinct. Perhaps they share the same perfume or powder, but are different women. His curiosity was piqued, but he had no intention of confronting her with the remark, "Hello, I found your discarded veil and sold it for profit." Due to nerves, excitement, and a desire to impress Sylvia, Pierre became flustered, completely forgetting where the books were located. Minutes passed without him finding anything. His face now flushed not from excitement, but from panic. This was not only a testament to Lucien's excellent memory, but also because he had mentally catalogued the library's books and resources, arranging them in his sole library to mirror the actual library. Thus, he could effortlessly locate any book by merely envisioning its shelf and position. At first, Pierre was merely grateful during his search for the first book. However, upon witnessing Lucien's seamless navigation through the shelves, extracting books for Sylvia without hesitation, his jaw dropped in disbelief. When did he become so familiar with the library? Presenting a stack of books to Sylvia, Lucien courteously inquired, "Lady Sylvia, would you like to read here?" or shall I assist you to your lounge? If Lucien claimed to harbor no romantic inclinations towards such an exquisite woman as Sylvia, it would be a falsehood. Yet, he remained clear-headed and rational, fully aware of his status as a magician and his future plans to visit the Grand Magic Council headquarters, which precluded any pursuit of romance or love in Altair. With no expectations, he felt no excitement or anxiety, maintaining a calm demeanor in Sylvia's presence, starkly contrasting Pierre's demeanor. Please register these and place them on the table. Someone will come to assist me shortly. Sylvia spoke in a low, slightly husky voice, imbued with a unique sensuality. She found it peculiar that the lecherous gaze fixated on her legs upon entering had now transformed into that of a gentleman seemingly disinterested in women. However, this oddity did not pique her curiosity about Lucien. She merely asked casually as he registered the books, "What is your name, and which gentleman do you study under?" Those who held such positions likely had connections within the association, and Sylvia wished to maintain basic politeness. Sylvia smiled gently, resembling a graceful lily. "I have heard that Mr. Victor has created a brand new instrument, the piano. I am eagerly anticipating his concert." After exchanging a few casual remarks, Sylvia lapsed into silence, maintaining her quiet and elegant demeanor. Once the registration was completed, Sylvia took a few steps towards the library's entrance and waved cheerfully. It was then that Lucien noticed three individuals waiting outside the library. One of them was tall, even towering over Lucien by a head, adorned with a black veil hat reminiscent of Sylvia's. Her long legs were elegantly concealed beneath a black gauzy skirt, standing there with a serene demeanor, resembling a perfectly poised lance. The other two individuals included a beautiful young girl dressed in a maid's outfit and a middle-aged woman clad in a similarly dark long dress, whose strikingly elegant features were overshadowed by her stern disposition. Who were these formidable figures? A chill of fear ran down Lucien's spine. These were the most powerful individuals he had encountered thus far, especially the middle-aged woman. It felt as though all his magic and mental prowess would dissipate into nothingness under her piercing gaze. Pierluigi approached Lucien and sighed. "Lady Sylvia is a goddess in my eyes. Upon seeing her, I am rendered speechless, flustered, and unsure of where to direct my gaze. Alas, it seems you, Lucien, are even more brazen than I, completely unperturbed by Lady Sylvia's presence, fixated on her legs without a hint of hesitation. I must say, I admire your audacity. Lucien, why does your complexion seem to worsen once more?" Chapter 47. The Restless Victor. The recommendation count has reached 14, and I continue to seek votes and support. However, I cannot afford to fall too far behind. Furthermore, based on a suggestion, future internal dialogues will be denoted with brackets instead of double quotation marks to avoid confusion with spoken dialogue, ensuring a more comfortable reading experience. Lucien had only witnessed such formidable power in various fantasy novels on Earth. Fortunately, the other party had no intention of causing him harm. Otherwise, his soul might have been shattered, or his consciousness might have dissipated into oblivion. Pierre shook his head, indicating he had seen nothing. But he quickly surmised what Lucien might have encountered and sighed. "Lady Sylvia is friends with many noble women. You may have seen one of them, particularly a knight who has awakened her bloodline powers. Because you rudely gazed at Lady Sylvia's legs, she exerted a slight pressure with her aura to suppress you. Alas, it is unfortunate that Lady Sylvia hails from a common background. Otherwise, she might have already become the wife of some nobleman. However, she is not someone like us, who have yet to pass the musician's assessment. One must become an exceptional musician or a renowned figure etched in history to even aspire to her level. Since the emergence of the first knight, accumulated over countless years, it has become evident that while humans cannot grow stronger as the offspring of powerful beings like dragons do, their bloodline powers must be awakened through diligent training and effort. However, if two knights or their descendants unite, their offspring often find it easier to awaken their bloodline powers. Strength is the guarantee of status, and thus, for centuries, nobles have chosen to intermarry with equally distinguished bloodlines or knightly descendants for the sake of their progeny. Apart from a few who, like Romeo, would forsake everything for love, it is rare to see a nobleman marry a common woman. Ignoring Pierre's lamentations, Lucien pondered. Compared to Sir Wayne, whom I have heard described by John and seen with my own eyes, those two ladies might be even more powerful. Could it be that one of them is Princess Natasha, rumored to be a close friend of Lady Sylvia, and that formidable middle-aged woman is her protector? Natasha is on the verge of becoming a 6th-level celestial knight, and anyone capable of safeguarding her must possess at least the strength of a celestial knight. Such a display is entirely reasonable. However, after contemplating this, Lucien chuckled to himself. Why should I concern myself with such matters? What does it matter to me who is a princess or a powerful figure? Meanwhile, Pierre, after his lament, abruptly interjected, Lucien, focus on mastering the piano. Though you may never surpass me, remember that only music truly belongs to you. As Lucien descended the staircase, he spotted Elena, radiating a sweet smile, while conversing merrily with a young man clad in splendid noble attire. He was tall, with a striking mane of golden hair and handsome, chiseled features. Perhaps noticing Lucien's arrival, the young noble gracefully bid farewell to Elena and ascended the stairs. Having grown more familiar with Elena, Lucien jested, Elena, could that be your romantic interest? Elena rubbed her face and glanced toward the staircase, watching the young noble as he retreated upstairs before whispering, how could he be my heartthrob? That is the notorious playboy Mackenzie, a student of the Griffiths, Othello's advisor, and the second heir of the Griffiths family. By the way, he is also your classmate Lot's cousin, proficient in harpsichord and violin. Ugh, his forced smile has left my face aching. Why the forced smile? Can't you greet him politely? Lucien inquired, amused. Elena replied with palpable disdain, because his behavior is scandalous, and his reputation is dreadful. It is said that several common girls have rejected him, and he believes that no common girl could possibly resist him. As long as he is not provoked, and he feels special and desired, there should be no issue. After all, he is quite busy, often surrounded by vain, infatuated girls. He hardly has time to notice a common girl. The privileges of nobility are particularly formidable in this world. But, Elena, by avoiding him, you might only be temporarily evading danger. What if he suddenly takes an interest in you? Everyone's emotions and thoughts can be unpredictable, Lucien expressed with concern. Elena shook her head in resignation. I can only take it one day at a time. However, he tends to visit the association at regular intervals, allowing me to anticipate and avoid him. As for Casey, he has lost interest in her and even fears her persistence. Huh. How could someone with the potential to inherit a title ever marry a common girl? Well, that's a relief, Lucien nodded. Given your age, you will likely be married within the next 2 or 3 years. From their previous conversations, Lucien knew that Elena was 2 years his senior, nearing 20, which in Alto and among the commoners of this world was considered late for marriage. Once she married and managed her own household, she would surely seek a more leisurely path, free from the burden of constant labor. Once one's horizons expand, one can no longer content oneself with a mundane existence. What are your plans then? Lucien inquired, genuinely concerned for a friend he had come to appreciate. Elena chuckled, her voice sweetening once more. Perhaps I will seek a husband among the young musicians, or those with potential to become musicians. Huh. If only Mackenzie were not so fickle and ruthless, being a nobleman's mistress might not be such a bad option. Enough jesting, Elena. I'll let you in on a secret. I have saved a considerable amount of silver and am preparing to follow in your footsteps, to become a student of music, eventually a qualified musician, or even a great artist. Lady Sylvia is my goal. She is so beautiful and immensely talented. She has control over her own life and remains unmarried at 24. Most gentlemen in the association view her not as odd, but as a goddess devoted to music. And countless admirers harbor secret affection for her, except for Mr. Victor, of course. Victor's wife had passed nearly a decade ago, yet he remained unmarried, devoted to music, and his feelings for his late wife were evident to all who knew him. Ah, Elena, it is commendable that you have your own aspirations and ideals. Have you decided which musician or artist you wish to study under? Lady Sylvia? Lucien admired her determination to pursue a righteous path. Elena nodded. Lady Sylvia would be ideal. Though she rarely accepts students, it might prove quite challenging. She then turned her bright, clear green eyes toward Lucien and teased. Unless, of course, you become an outstanding musician and take me on as your student? Then, with a playful fist gesture, she encouraged. So, Lucien, strive diligently. I have faith in you. Due to the incident involving the crow, Lucien did not attend the subsequent gatherings of magic apprentices, choosing instead to bury the meticulously reviewed and compiled arcane journal in a hidden location and instruct Smile to retrieve it using a secret signal. The markings left by Smile reveal profound disappointment in the ordinary inscriptions of time and place. He had even included illustrations reminiscent of a hopeful invitation for the esteemed professor to attend. However, Lucien remained steadfast. confident that the magical materials he had procured during his last endeavor could sustain him for 3 months, provided he abstained from combat. Moreover, the knowledge he had gleaned from the journal Arcane required several weeks of mastery and practice to fully absorb, which rendered him in no rush to partake in the gathering. As time passed, Lucien's mental acuity reached a point where he could consecutively cast 9 apprentice-level spells, drawing him ever closer to the threshold of becoming a true magical apprentice, with his soul on the verge of a subtle transformation. Meanwhile, the concert in the Hall of Canticles, orchestrated by Victor, was now just a month away from fruition. The pressure mounted as Victor struggled to find inspiration for his 4th and final symphony. With the concert approaching, his demeanor grew increasingly tense and anxious. Even the methods he employed to redirect his students' attention proved ineffective, compelling him to suspend the lessons of and others who had yet to formally study music under him for a month. Those still engaged in learning instruments, sheet music, and music theory, Lucien, Lot, and Phyllis, could distinctly perceive a shift in Mr. Victor's temperament, which had turned irritable, often failing to maintain his usual grace and composure, teetering on the brink of collapse. With a resounding bang, the door to the music room slammed shut before Lucien and Phyllis, followed by Victor's anguished cries and the sound of ink bottles and other items being swept from the table to the floor. If Mr. Victor continues in this manner, he may never find his muse. We must intervene, Lot remarked bitterly, exchanging glances with the others. Chapter 48. Dual preparations in the realm of music. The reputation and status of Victor among the aristocracy directly influenced the future achievements and lives of individuals such as Lot and Phyllis. Consequently, they are unable to maintain the elegance and composure that the nobles emphasize, their faces marred with expressions of worry, concern, and bitterness. Lot furrowed his brow as he glanced at the wooden door of the music room. Perhaps it would be prudent to advise Mr. Victor against insisting on a newly composed piece. Mr. Victor has an abundance of exquisite symphonies from which he could select. Herodotus rubbed his temples, lamenting that Mr. Victor's relentless pursuit of perfection is unwarranted, as his previous symphonic works have garnered much admiration from numerous nobles and musicians. After all, how else would he be invited to perform at the Hall of Canticles? Shall we persuade him once more? His gaze shifted to Lot and Phyllis, seeking their opinions, while Lucien was subconsciously disregarded. After all, a mere 2 months into his music studies, he could only play the simplest of compositions and held no authority in this matter. Lucien, too, felt uncertain about how to persuade Mr. Victor, for it was evident that he had poured his entire soul and passion into this concert, making it impossible for anyone to sway him. Mr. Ace, what do you think? Phyllis inquired, understanding that Ace, who had accompanied Mr. Victor for nearly 30 years, possessed the most profound insight into his character. Her gaze was earnest and laden with concern. Ace shook his head, filled with sorrow and regret. The master will not heed your counsel. This concert holds immense significance for him. It pertains to his standing in the music world and his future prospects, as well as fulfilling the late lady's wishes. Before her passing, she expressed her regret at never witnessing the master perform at the Hall of Canticles. Thus, he desires a flawless and impeccable concert. Alas, I hope he can reflect on the lady's expectations and gradually find his composure. However, we cannot remain idle. Unlike Phyllis, who harbors the prospect of becoming a noble's wife, Lot is already committed to pursuing his musical aspirations as his sole future direction, inevitably sharing Mr. Victor's anxiety. Lucien felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Victor and nodded in agreement. Perhaps we might procure some potions or foods that promote sleep and calmness. As a magic apprentice, Lucien's primary consideration, aside from magic, was indeed potions, a fact he conveyed quite clearly. That will not do. The master has explicitly instructed against such potions, as they may stifle inspiration and thought. Ace resolutely dismissed Lucien's suggestion. Lucien, feeling a twinge of concern, remarked, "Must we then rely solely on Mr. Victor to overcome his own struggles? Is there truly nothing we can do? What can be done? Can you compose a symphony in Mr. Victor's stead?" Herodotus, who had always harbored disdain for Lucien, now brimming with agitation, could not suppress his sarcastic retort. His words silenced the room, leaving everyone at a loss for action. Lucien, however, felt a spark of inspiration. On one hand, it was imperative that Mr. Victor seek his own inspiration and compose, while on the other, he must prepare himself to ensure he could provide assistance when needed. The specifics of how to achieve this, however, required further contemplation. As the symphony reached its conclusion, Victor approached Lucien and the others, who were attentively observing from the audience. All right, you may head to the music room to practice. I will join you shortly to provide guidance. You. Victor realized that Wolf had come merely to mock him. Just as he was about to express his anger, two individuals entered the hall, an elderly gentleman with a head of silver hair, clad in a black suit and leaning on a black cane, exuding an air of solemnity, and a strikingly handsome young man with golden locks. Lucien recognized him as Macken's Lot's cousin, Baron Othello. Victor and Wolf both composed themselves and greeted the elder. Lucien followed suit, internally noting, "So this is the director of the Musicians' Association." Macken's mentor, Baron Othello. According to the long-standing aristocratic laws, it is not solely those of noble blood who inherit titles. Rather, among those with equal rights to inheritance, the knightly class naturally prevails. Baron Othello, though lacking noble lineage, inherited his title as the sole son, and his musical talents, especially in serious compositions, paired with the praise of fellow nobles, swiftly established him as a musician. Victor, I have heard you have yet to complete your fourth piece? Othello inquired sternly as he approached Victor. Victor nodded in dejection. Indeed, Baron Othello. Othello raised his cane. Victor, this concert is to be held at the Hall of Canticles, before the Duke and the Princess. It must be flawless. Do you understand? Othello shook his head. I would prefer the music performed at the concert to be less grand, as long as the event proceeds smoothly. You have an abundance of remarkable compositions. There is no need to obsess over creating a new piece. I expect to see the list of your fourth piece on my desk by the end of this week. Remember, the orchestra must have ample time to rehearse. Victor, understanding the pressure the association was imposing to ensure the concert's success, could only shake his head in resignation. No, Baron Othello. Understanding this was the association's way of ensuring the concert's viability, Othello's expression softened as he turned to leave the hall. Seizing the opportunity as Othello departed, Macken's turned to Lot with a congenial smile. My dear cousin, it appears your path in music has not been entirely smooth. I, as one of the examiners for the upcoming musician assessment in a few months, eagerly anticipate your violin performance. Rest assured, I am a person of integrity and will not lower my standards simply because you are my cousin. Ignoring Lot's furious glare and clenched teeth, the accomplished musician Mackens then addressed Lucien. Ah, and you, a commoner fortunate enough to become a musician. This is a blessing from the Lord. How can you squander such fortune by constantly pursuing young ladies instead of diligently practicing? As one of the examiners for the musician assessment over the next 3 years, I earnestly remind you of this. With that, he beamed and hurried after Othello, leaving Lot to continue ingratiating himself with the first-in-line heir of the Griffiths family. Oh, so Victor, you have yet to complete your fourth piece. Wolf feigned surprise, though it quickly morphed into an irrepressible smile of delight. Enjoy this, Victor. This is your first, and perhaps your last, performance at the Hall of Canticles. And you, the so-called genius-impoverished student, do not fail to pass the musician assessment in a few years. With his raucous laughter, Wolf sauntered out of the hall. Lucien noticed Victor's hands tightly clenched, the pale blue veins prominently visible. Chapter 49. Selection. Every musician in the association possesses their own designated resting room. Mr. Victor, I believe your current emotional state is rather unstable. It would be prudent not to force the composition of music, as such efforts would yield no fruitful results. Rhine set aside his violin and approached the edge of the stage, his typically charming smile replaced by an infrequent expression of seriousness. Victor, resembling a punctured water sack, could no longer maintain the facade of calmness. His exhaustion, frustration, and anger became palpable. I know, Rhine, I need some quietude. Rhine nodded gently, instructing Lucien and Lot. Lucien. Lot, please accompany Mr. Victor to his resting room. Phyllis, Heliades, you may proceed to the practice room. Though Rhine was neither a nobleman nor a musician, his exceptional prowess with instruments such as the violin and harpsichord, coupled with his unflappable demeanor, garnered the respect of Lucien, Lot, and others, who regarded his directives as authoritative, akin to those of Mr. Victor himself. As they made their way to the third-floor resting room, Victor remained silent, enshrouded in a world of self-disappointment and indignation, while Lucien and Lot, unsure of what to say, followed quietly behind him. Only upon entering the resting room did Victor address Lucien and Lot. You two, practice diligently, and ensure the door is closed upon your exit. He then sank into the sofa, gazing quietly at the wall opposite him. As Lucien stepped outside, He followed Victor's line of sight to discover a magnificent oil painting adorning the wall, depicting a slender, dark-eyed woman whose serene smile evoked tranquility. The artwork was strikingly lifelike. As the wooden door closed slowly, Lucien observed Victor transfixed by the painting, motionless, akin to a statue. Regardless, with the Othello Committee's endorsement, Mr. Victor's concert was unlikely to falter. Lot expected to feel elated, yet upon voicing his thoughts, he realized a bitter tone had crept into his words. Having studied under Mr. Victor for several years, he remembered his gentle kindness and concern for others. Despite Lot's internal condescension regarding Victor's humble origins, the bond they had forged over time was profound. Moreover, should Victor succeed remarkably in this concert and ascend to renown as a distinguished musician, Lot's participation in the musician's assessment could proceed unimpeded by McCann's biases. Phyllis silently chuckled, equally steeped in bitterness. Even if the issues with the music are resolved per the committee's requirements, who can ensure Mr. Victor's state of mind? A conductor plagued by frequent issues would inevitably detract from the overall concert experience. Indeed, the relatively youthful Heliades could not suppress the urge to rest his forehead against the violin, muttering dreamily, his voice wavering. Thus, the practice room fell into silence once more. The sound of a needle dropping audible in the stillness. In this atmosphere, Lucien became less conspicuous. At that moment, Lucien was diligently analyzing the sheet music cataloged within the Soul Library, comparing it with scores from Earth. He sought to avoid any unintentional replication of a symphony that might bear striking resemblance to existing melodies in this world, thereby avoiding the stigma of being labeled a mere plagiarist and jeopardizing his musical journey. This meticulous preparation was his way of repaying Victor's kindness and care by finding a classic Earth symphony to present in case he could not conjure an original piece in a moment of desperation. The task of comparing melodies within the Soul Library proved simpler than Lucien had anticipated, as the music was stored within his own essence. A mere glance sufficed to retrieve scores of similar melodies. All of Bach's compositions exhibit remarkable similarities. The well-tempered clavier and the 12 preludes and fugues are particularly alike. Thankfully, I refrained from hastily presenting them. Lucien felt a sense of satisfaction in his caution, despite the reality that such caution did not stem from anything particularly commendable. Having dismissed Bach's music, Lucien's familiarity with Beethoven's 9 symphonies made it the most recognizable. He consequently retrieved the renowned Fifth Symphony, C minor, and pondered, is there truly no similar melody? As an emblem of classical music, the Fifth Symphony was exceptionally suited to the musical trends of Alto and held a profound resonance. Lucien, unwilling to squander time, resolved to select this piece. Concurrently, his curiosity compelled him to compare Beethoven's other 8 symphonies and 32 piano sonatas, discovering no significant similarities in melody. Regarding other composers, given the advent of the modern piano, whether classical or romantic, Lucien concluded that the limitations imposed by previous instruments yielded no comparable compositions. Having finalized his choice with the Fifth Symphony, Lucien's next dilemma was how to present this to Victor. It would be inappropriate to directly transcribe the piece for him or to hum the melody, only to claim it was discovered within a book's crevice, akin to legendary heroes who acquire miraculous swordsmanship through fortuitous encounters. Nor could he fabricate a tale of rescuing a beggar or a dying elder on a particular date, receiving the score as a reward. Such excuses were increasingly implausible. Moreover, Lucien harbored doubts that Victor, adhering to his own moral standards, would utilize this composition without the original author's consent. The most prudent course was to disguise it as his own creation, deliberately leaving identifiable flaws for Victor to amend and refine, thus providing him with a rationale for its use. As for hypnosis, Lucien's current mental fortitude was insufficient to impart substantial information to Victor. Most would dissipate upon awakening. After all, a student who had only been studying music for about 2 months, managing only to play simple pieces with difficulty, could hardly be expected to compose such a stirring, poignant, and exquisite symphony unless a similar melody had been previously lodged in his mind. It would be quite easy to ascertain whether Lucien had received any formal musical training or exhibited innate talent. Suddenly, a resounding clang startled Lot, Phyllis, and Heliades, causing them to lift their heads from their instruments or turn their gazes toward Lucien in bewilderment, nearly toppling from their seats. Lot furrowed his brow. Lucien, what are you doing? Amused and exasperated, Lot continued, you're writing music? How long have you been studying? How proficient are you at playing the piano? Do you truly think you can compose music? Phyllis, taken aback, appeared as though she had just heard the most incredulous and amusing statement of her life. Her mouth agape in disbelief, her tone sharp with incredulity. Lot raised his hands in exasperation. I understand, Lucien, I get it. You wish to assist Mr. Victor. But don't squander your energy and time. As a novice, how could you possibly create a worthy melody? He had reduced the music to mere melody, yet still had no doubt that Lucien would fail. Heliade scoffed. What do you think music is? Something as mundane as the black bread you consume daily. Listen to what you just played. It was utterly dreadful, not even meriting the label of melody, merely a cacophony devoid of beauty, even irritating to the ears. Having studied music for less than 2 months, you aspire to compose your own pieces. What a jest. I implore you, Lucien, please do not cause further chaos for everyone, especially in such trying times. Initially, Phyllis intended to mock or scold Lucien, but upon reflecting on the current circumstances, her resolve waned. Lucien, however, firmly shook his head. I am brimming with inspiration. I believe I can create exquisite melodies. You, Lot, Phyllis, and Herodotus were rendered speechless, gazing at Lucien as one might observe a deeply concealed madman. Chapter 50, Composing Enough, shouted Herodotus and Lot simultaneously, unable to maintain their noble composure. Lucien turned his head, gazing at them with clear eyes. Lot, Phyllis, Herodotus, do you not practice your instruments? Mr. Victor has instructed us to practice diligently. You. Herodotus clenched his hands, his face flushed with anger. However, his frail physique, having never won a fight since childhood, led him to harbor a natural fear of conflict. He retained a sliver of clarity, assessing his combat prowess against Lucien's. He is half a head taller than me, around 1.73 meters. Coming from the lower class, he must possess great strength from his work as a mover, and he has a friend who is a knight's squire. He likely practices basic swordsmanship as well. I cannot possibly defeat him, he thought. After all, attacking a classmate could lead to expulsion by Mr. Victor. Herodotus glanced at his slender frame, finding a rationale for his retreat. I do not wish to see you, nor do I want your lower-class hands to soil mine. I shall practice in another room. With that, he turned and walked toward the door. Lucien innocently inquired, what has gotten into Herodotus? It would be advantageous to drive them away one by one, thus masking the absurdity and erratic progression of his composition. After reassessing their physical disparities, Herodotus gritted his teeth and dashed out of the practice room. Seeing Lucien diligently writing the staff notation, Lot looked up at the ceiling of the room, then rubbed his forehead, seeking confirmation. Are you truly going to compose a piece? Lucien set down his quill, and the cacophony once again resonated within the confines of the practice room. Phyllis stood up, mumbling weakly, Lot, I think I need to retreat to the garden for some peace. I am on the verge of madness. Lot sighed. I shall go to another practice room as well. This was the strategy Lucien had just devised, to gradually acclimate them to the fact that he was composing music, then use subpar melodies to obscure his progress. Improving little by little, with such advancements documented in the draft of his score as evidence for future scrutiny. Once they subconsciously recognized that his composition contained several melodious passages, he could invite Victor to listen to his flawed piano rendition of the Symphony of Fate, allowing him to correct its shortcomings and refine the piece into a genuine symphony. A genius, blossoming gradually under public scrutiny, would be far more acceptable than a sudden revelation of a breathtaking symphony, claimed to be his own, which could endure for centuries. That afternoon, neither Victor, Rhine, nor Lot sought out Lucien, allowing him to play through the 30-minute symphony at a leisurely pace 3 times. As dusk began to fall, Lucien organized his written score and, with a thick stack of paper in hand, made his way to the concert hall on the 5th floor. Inside the concert hall, the orchestra was still rehearsing, with Victor intently conducting. It appeared that, after a brief respite, he had temporarily shaken off the gloom and was wholly immersed in the music. Seated in the audience were Lot, Phyllis, and Herodotus, attentively listening to the performance and observing Victor's conducting style. They merely cast a cold glance at Lucien's entrance, showing no desire to engage with this arrogant, incomprehensible madman. Sitting on the soft audience chair, Lucien closed his eyes, listening to the music while contemplating how much progress he should achieve in his melodies by tomorrow. Half an hour swiftly passed within the exquisite music, and Victor and Rhine descended together, wearing faint smiles as they inquired of their student, how did your instrument practice go this afternoon? Any issues with fingering or technique? Mr. Victor, Herodotus exclaimed in a fit of anger, Lucien has the audacity to think he can compose music. Goodness, how long has he even been studying music? His clumsy, cacophonous, and unbearable noise drove us into other practice rooms. Lucien smiled at Herodotus, internally grateful for his outburst, thinking, thank you for spreading the word. Otherwise, I would have found it difficult to voice it myself. Seeing that his complaint had only elicited Lucien's smile, Herodotus could not help but continue. Mr. Victor, you must dissuade him from this unrealistic ambition. I do not wish to hear such noise daily. Victor looked at Lucien, puzzled. You are attempting to compose music? Rhine raised his silver eyebrows, amused as he regarded the score Lucien held. Lucien nodded solemnly. The events of today, coupled with past experiences, have sparked inspiration within me, compelling me to write them down. There is no issue, Lucien thought, clearly displaying his work so that Victor could witness a musician's progress, which lends him authority in the realm of music. Rhine, with curiosity, asked, may I take a look as well? It was indeed intriguing that a novice who had only been learning music for about 2 months would claim to be composing music. Lucien readily complied. Knowing that having another witness would be beneficial, he divided the score into 2 parts, handing one to Victor and the other to Rhine. Rhine examined it closely, and his thin lips twitched, seemingly on the verge of laughter. Victor furrowed his brow, studying it for a moment before speaking in a grave yet gentle tone. Lucien, I understand your intentions and appreciate them. However, you are merely a beginner in music. The most crucial thing now is to build a solid foundation and master your instrument. In a year or 2, it will not be too late to attempt composing. Considering the events of the day, Victor could infer the desire behind Lucien's wish to compose, so he refrained from scolding him. Instead, a sense of comfort and encouragement arose within him. As for the merit of evaluating Lucien's composition, did it even hold any value? Victor's emotions were palpable, and Lot, Phyllis, and others discerned them. Suddenly realizing that Lucien's true intention was not to compose, but rather to engage in an act that would alleviate Mr. Victor's worries, thereby winning his favor. How could we have overlooked this? Alas, how naive, simple, and well-mannered we are, unable to compare with such a cunning and devious fellow. Their gazes toward Lucien grew increasingly complex. With a sense of curiosity, Rhine perused the score Lucien had written from beginning to end, then smiled as he offered both critique and consolation. Although this score clearly reflects your inexperience and immaturity, and cannot truly be called music, it does contain several brilliant elements, such as these 2 measures, which are quite good. As he spoke, he hummed the 2 measures, which belonged to the Symphony of Fate, causing Lucien to marvel at his discerning eye. Rhine continued, however, having just a couple of bright spots is insufficient to compose a true piece. Lucien, do not lose sight of the path beneath your feet while gazing into the distance. Thank you for your affirmation, Mr. Rhine, Lucien replied politely, then turned to Victor. Mr. Victor, composing will not hinder my piano practice. I genuinely possess inspiration. Victor wanted to voice something, but felt exceedingly troubled and fatigued by recent events. Finding himself too drained to engage in further discussion, he decided to wait until the concert concluded to have a proper conversation with Lucien. Knowing that a month was not an extensive period, he shook his head, conceding, well, as long as you do not neglect your piano practice, you may give it a try. It could serve as a form of exercise. Lot, Phyllis, and others regarded Lucien with an air of incredulity. Could it be that this fellow genuinely intended to compose music? How preposterous! Upon receiving Victor's approval, Lucien diligently embarked on his journey as a purveyor of cacophony, making incremental progress amidst the boundless clamor. Although the melodies of his Symphony of Fate began to multiply over time, Lot, Phyllis, and Herodotus, who had long developed an aversion to noise, would either depart the moment Lucien commenced playing or amplify their own instruments to drown him out. Moreover, Lucien himself was acutely aware of the discordant melodies interspersed within his performance, and his playing was far from proficient. Consequently, apart from a slight apprehension that their musical talents might be dulled by the surrounding din, they did not genuinely attend to the evolution of Lucien's compositions. As the final week approached, Lucien, through relentless and protracted practice, finally managed to play the Symphony of Fate, albeit imperfectly, with many technical aspects still beyond his grasp. Yet the overarching melody was undeniable. Chapter 51. News. This endeavor was not merely to reproduce the Symphony of Fate for personal gratification, but rather a testament to the past 3 weeks during which all of Lucien's energy, aside from his magical studies, was devoted to the practice of piano. Each morning, He immersed himself in the musical world, virtually playing in the music library, akin to Pierre, and during lunch. He hastily consumed his meal without a moment's rest before heading directly to Mr. Victor's residence in the association's practice room, where he practiced diligently until evening, only playing simple melodies when Mr. Victor offered guidance. With effort comes reward. Lucien could now at least manage to play the Symphony of Fate without it being dismissed as mere noise. Although many technical aspects remained beyond his grasp, any connoisseur of music would undoubtedly perceive the intrinsic value woven into the composition. Surely Mr. Victor would be no exception. Lucien set aside his pride in his burgeoning piano skills and rose, acutely aware that this improvement was fundamentally warped, reliant solely on repetitive practice and memory to navigate this piece. He remained incapable of tackling any other slightly challenging compositions, each requiring a similar investment of time and effort, far inferior to those who had solidified their foundations before venturing into more complex works. Turning around, Lucien spotted Phyllis with her full lips poised on the flute. Yet she had not played a note. Her ruby-like eyes were filled with curiosity, and her radiant face still bore traces of surprise. With only 3 days remaining until the concert, Lucien planned to seize the opportunity to invite Mr. Victor to evaluate his performance tomorrow or the day after. Thus, he felt no panic at Phyllis's bewilderment. Rather, he considered it fortuitous, as he intended to evoke a similar sense of astonishment in them, even if Phyllis had not noticed today. "Phyllis, do you have any suggestions?" Lucien inquired with a sincere, polite smile. Phyllis set down her flute and remarked, "Your piano skills have improved significantly." She remained convinced that the melody was not one composed by Lucien, but attributed it to his enhanced piano proficiency, believing it to be a piece she had yet to hear, considering her primary focus was on the flute. In the harvest month, September, the climate remained sweltering, compounded by the dark mountains obstructing the monsoon winds, rendering Volite Park a basin. Consequently, torrential rains had been frequent in recent months, and today, before 6 o'clock, the sky darkened as if it were 8 or 9. The air was humid and oppressive, as if a deluge were imminent. At this moment, Lot and Herodotus had departed some time ago, leaving her without anyone to consult. Lucien descended the stairs and noticed butler Ace directing servants to clean the hall. He approached and inquired, "Mr. Ace, where is Mr. Victor? I have something to discuss with him." Since Phyllis had already taken note, Lucien decided to advance his timing. It was always better to act sooner than later. As the evening grew darker, Lucien casually glanced at the corner of the adjacent house's wall upon entering Aunt Elise's home. There, where the original marks had been erased, new ones had emerged. News of malevolent creatures. Lucien, as if casually shifting his gaze, maintained a composed demeanor as he entered Aunt Elise's abode. The meaning of Smile's group of drawings was clear. "Esteemed Professor, the sage has news of malevolent creatures. Meet at the original location tonight at 10. Owl." After several missed clandestine gatherings, have they finally resorted to tempting him with news of malevolent entities? As Lucien consumed black bread accompanied by potato stew, he pondered the matter. Could this be a trap? If so, who is the master of that crow? Or is it someone else? After much contemplation, Lucien resolved to observe discreetly, intending to ascertain the absence of ambush before meeting with Smile and the sage. Securing the blood of a malevolent creature would enable him to summon vengeful spirits and gather the necessary vengeful spirit dust, after which Lucien could pursue his financial endeavors and attempt to procure the Moonlight Rose. However, prior to that, preparations were needed. Nightfall enveloped Lucien's magical laboratory. Upon the stone table, inscribed with an alchemical array, rested a vessel resembling a cup, with blue flames licking its base while a magma-like red liquid churned within. Lucien's expression was grave as he carefully stirred the red liquid with a 20-centimeter-long coarse ceramic stick in his left hand, while his right hand held a glass tube, slowly tilting it to allow drops of black liquid to fall into the vessel, merging with the red liquid. Each drop of black liquid elicited a surge of white mist, causing the red liquid to contract and solidify violently, threatening an explosion. Fortunately, Lucien's left hand stirring and his mental acuity in controlling the alchemical array prevented any experimental mishaps. Once the black liquid was fully dispensed, Lucien placed his right hand upon the alchemical array, altering its operation. Red threads emerged, enveloping the black vessel. As Lucien intoned a complicated incantation, his left index finger emitting a beam of icy white light that descended into the black vessel. The extreme heat clashing with the frost instigated a drastic transformation. White mist billowed forth, with a tendency to explode, yet the red threads contained it, gradually stabilizing the situation. As the dense white mist dissipated, a small quantity of viscous red liquid appeared within the black vessel, seemingly aflame. Only then did Lucien exhale in relief, pouring the red viscous liquid into a glass tube and sealing it. This was the incendiary gel the witch intended to concoct. After gathering all experimental materials, Lucien commenced his alchemical experiment, for according to the witch's description, the incendiary gel possessed considerable potency. Based on his previous experiments, which had resulted in minor injuries due to burns, and the power experiments conducted with small quantities of incendiary gel, it appeared similar to a Molotov cocktail, albeit with less explosive force. Lucien had initially contemplated adding nitroglycerin for enhancement, but, considering the danger and his current lack of adequate protective spells, he decided to forego that idea. He retrieved the 7 tubes of magical potion and the recently concocted incendiary gel, stowing them in the concealed pocket of his black robe's belt, cushioned by fragments of a blanket to prevent the glass vials inscribed with magical runes from colliding during vigorous movement. After completing these tasks, Lucien opened his magical notebook, examining the pages on either side that detailed the structure and construction process of the 2 new apprentice-level spells he had created. Through hundreds of experiments and trials based on his knowledge of vibrations and frequencies, he had modified the sound wave magic of Homan's cough, which demanded mental prowess equivalent to that of an astrological magic, while offering unique functionality. Though its practical application was limited, it could yield astonishing effects in specific circumstances. After a moment of quiet contemplation over these 2 spells, Lucien took out a quill and inscribed a decorative title at the top of each page: Screech of the Bat and Resonant Hand of the Professor. Chapter 52. The scream of bats on a stifling night, laden with oppressive air, a storm awaited its descent. Lucien chose a path starkly different from his previous one and, after more than 10 minutes, arrived near an abandoned house adorned with towering willows. However, Lucien refrained from revealing himself immediately. Instead, he observed from the shadows. Beneath the willow's shade stood 3 figures cloaked in black robes, their faces obscured by hoods. Judging by their stature, one was Smile, another was the Sage, and the third was an uncertain apprentice he had encountered previously. Lucien opened his mouth as if to utter an incantation, yet no sound emerged. Instead, the magical material in his palm began to tremble rapidly, its vibrations intensifying. An invisible wave emanated from it, radiating outward. The Scream of Bats was Lucien's first self-created spell. It was crafted after the principle of echolocation used by bats, essentially a biological radar, employing sound waves alongside the apprentice-level magic of detecting magical auras and mental energy to ascertain whether anyone was concealed nearby. Had there been more light-related spells among the apprentice-level magics, Lucien might have even devised an infrared detection spell for every additional means of reconnaissance enhanced safety. Within a sphere of 100 meters radius centered on me, I can detect only some mundane, magic-less rodents inside the house. Lucien assessed the effectiveness of his reconnaissance, lamenting the absence of his infrared spell, which could have revealed the interior. Wait, there's an owl perched on that tree. Yes, it's Doro. And over there, on that tree, a raven. A raven. As the bat scream spell concluded, the black magical material in Lucien's hand disintegrated like dried leaves, cascading slowly to the ground. This was the pituitary gland of a bat. Lucien's own mental energy was insufficient to sustain a significant sound wave. Thus he had to rely on the organ of the bat to complete the spell, just as Lucien prepared to observe a while longer before approaching Smile and the Sage. Another apprentice suddenly spoke. Esteemed Professor, I believe you must be nearby, and your reluctance to appear may be due to my presence. In truth, it was my teacher who detected the traces of the malevolent creature, wishing to convey goodwill and engage with such an erudite wizard as yourself. Her deliberately altered tone could not mask the unique huskiness of her voice. She was the apprentice known as White Honey. Upon hearing her words, Lucien deliberated briefly before stepping forth from the shadows, emerging into the light beneath the willow. Please extend my gratitude to your teacher. Although I am aware that a pair of eyes is observing us from that tree, I still wish to formally express my thanks through you. How did you know? White Honey exclaimed in astonishment, nearly forgetting her voice alteration. She tilted her head towards the tree, but in the thick darkness, she could discern nothing. How could he have noticed Ashley? In such darkness, and with the magical aura concealed, the enigma surrounding this professor deepened for White Honey. The raven, as if struck by lightning, nearly plummeted from its branch but swiftly spread its wings, spiraling away in another direction. The sage and Smile were equally taken aback, realizing that they were being monitored by another wizard's familiar. They trembled with unease, fearing that should this wizard harbor ill intentions, their lives might be in peril. They turned to White Honey, their voices laced with cold fury. "You owe us an explanation." With a sincere demeanor, White Honey apologized. "I deeply regret concealing this from you. You may receive a gift. My teacher merely wishes to meet the professor. Should he encounter danger while tracking the malevolent entity, he could also assist through Ashley. However, Ashley has just departed." She refrained from mentioning her intent to assess the professor's formidable prowess, yet all present understood her implication. Lucien advanced towards them, his raspy voice akin to the grinding of a rusty sword. "You may inform me of the malevolent creature's location." The sage nodded, his aged voice tinged with reminiscence. "Many of these nobles, after generations without a knight and unable to procure holy water from the church, resort to various means to awaken their bloodline's power, even knowing they are lured by demons and devils, yet they dare to take the risk." Lucien formed his own judgment regarding the situation, sensing that the Silverhorn cult had begun to stir after a period of dormancy. "Do you know the malevolent creature's strength? And how to access the noble district?" The noble district was encircled by inner walls, and at this hour, the gates had long been shut. Only those residing within could persuade the guards to open them. From the altar's specifications, it appears to be a low-ranking devil of ordinary knight caliber. However, if disrupted before the ritual is complete, its projection would only reflect that of a high-ranking knight's retinue. White Honey believed the situation posed no danger, confident that she and the sage could vanquish such a devil's projection, while the professor's strength was uncertain. The sage continued. "White Honey was unsure how to contact the owl. Thus she came through me. I happen to know a secret passage that allows entry into the noble district at night, so I accompanied her to guide you, Professor. With your previous guidance, my spell model is nearly complete. If you permit, I wish to engage in this battle myself, as such a foe does not require your intervention." The sage held great gratitude towards the professor. Upon realizing that White Honey's teacher remained skeptical of the professor's capabilities, he suddenly felt a pang of fear. Apprehensive that the esteemed image he held of the professor might shatter, and that the professor might be slain by White Honey's teacher for exposing his power, leaving him without a mentor. Thus, driven by conflicting emotions, he impulsively proposed his involvement. Lucien, wary that entanglement with the Silverhorn cult could lead to unpredictable outcomes, understood that his own strength would ensure greater safety. He pondered briefly, then nodded. "Once this matter is resolved, you may pose one question to me. May I assist you?" "Professor?" White Honey inquired, eager to amend her earlier oversight, especially now that Ashley the Raven had departed, placing the responsibility of assessing the professor's strength upon her. Lucien naturally acquiesced. After all, an opportunity like this was too valuable to refuse. Smile deliberated for some time, recognizing that his connection with the professor had elevated his status within their circle, fearing that he might be overshadowed by the sage and White Honey, thus losing his ties to both the witch and the professor, and potentially becoming increasingly marginalized. He too implored to join. Under the sage's guidance, Lucien and the others proceeded towards the noble district. Chapter 53. The resonant hand of the professor in the oppressive and humid darkness of the night. Several apprentices of magic, clad in black hoods and robes, traversed the shadows of the houses, appearing as sinister and enigmatic figures. Even when they occasionally encountered drunken revelers on their path, they were overlooked, as if rendered invisible. Yet, Lucien and his companions remained vigilant, for lurking in the darkness, alongside the inebriated and those whose identities must remain concealed, were the night watchmen of the church's inquisitorial court. They prowled like avaricious vultures, drawn by the scent of blood and decay, their black gloves a source of dread for every mage and apprentice in Alto. The professor resided within this very house. After a brief passage of time, as they prepared to exit the haphazardly constructed and squalid district of Artigan, the sage halted, gesturing towards an unremarkable dwelling surrounded by a cluster of dilapidated structures. Trusting the sage, both White Honey and Smile employed their investigative magics to scrutinize the house and its surroundings, confirming its safety before proceeding inside. Observing the spells they conjured, which encompassed all his own investigative abilities save for the bat's shriek, Lucien opted to forego further examination, relying instead on his mental perception. After all, the bat's cry had the limitation of not revealing the conditions within the house. Inside the decrepit dwelling, cobwebs adorned every corner, suggesting it had not been inhabited for quite some time. As the sage made his way to the bedroom, he remarked casually, in the past, beggars would seek refuge here for the night, but in recent months, all the beggars in Alto have mysteriously vanished for reasons unknown. Lucien and White Honey remained silent, while Smile, intrigued, questioned what could cause the beggars to disappear. What could they possibly do? Upon entering the bedroom, the sage shifted a battered trunk and dispelled a concealed magical trap, revealing an entrance. A chilling breeze wafted from within, devoid of any foul odor, suggesting that this secret passage was frequently utilized. Could it be that the sage is a resident of the noble district, often using this passage to attend clandestine gatherings in Artigan? This thought flickered through Lucien and White Honey's minds, though none would be foolish enough to voice such inquiries. After a thorough inspection, led by the sage, the apprentices of magic entered the passage, ensuring the entrance was sealed behind them. The corridor was smooth, illuminated by bioluminescent moss reminiscent of that found in sewers, casting an eerie glow that instilled a sense of dread and chill. Notably, every 10 meters, a simplified magical array was inscribed above the passage, capable of being activated by anyone with mental acuity. Sensing the inquisitive gazes of the professor, White Honey, and the owl, the sage explained with a smile, "This is designed to destroy the passage in emergencies, preventing its discovery. I admire your prudence and caution." Lucien praised in a gravelly voice befitting the professor's esteemed persona. White Honey added with a smile, "I feel considerably reassured now." 10 minutes later, in a shadowy corner of the noble district, concealed by towering trees, Lucien and his companions emerged one by one, guided by the sage to the dilapidated and foreboding 3-story villa of Baron Laurent, overrun with ivy, resembling a haunted house. Outside the iron gate of the villa, a solitary soldier stood guard, clad in plain leather armor, unlike the silver-gray chainmail worn by the guards of other noble estates they had encountered. This served as further evidence of Baron Laurent's decline. Smile surveyed the surroundings and proposed, "This place is quite secluded, with only one guard. We might as well proceed directly. What do you think, Professor?" Lucien gestured for Smile to proceed cautiously. The sage, his face obscured by the black hood, stepped forward before Smile. His aged voice laced with mirth, "Allow me, as a student of astrology, to handle this matter, if you deem it appropriate, Professor." Lucien responded with a sinister chuckle, "Indeed, such matters are best left to the professionals." Although White Honey, the sage, and others were somewhat unaccustomed to the professor's phrasing, they grasped the intent and nodded in agreement. With the professor's decision made, Smile had no choice but to acquiesce. "Then I will assist you, sage." Luke stood outside the villa, stifling yawns and silently lamenting Baron Laurent's frequent balls, which he deemed a mere facade for the nobility. How absurd, he thought, to offer us loyal soldiers merely 10 silver nails a month when my father and grandfather received 20 under the old Baron. Amidst his complaints and fight against drowsiness, Luke was suddenly startled by the hooting of an owl, the sound sending chills down his spine. He turned, muttering curses. "Why don't you go catch your mice instead of dawdling like my 60-year-old grandmother?" A wave of terror surged through Luke's heart as he prepared to scream, only to find the cloaked figure gazing at him intently. In the shadow of the hood, the mysterious figure was shrouded in obscurity, the features of their nose, mouth, and cheeks indistinct, save for a pair of eyes that shone with clarity, as if illuminated. Within the profound darkness of those pupils, countless brilliant points of light danced, complex and dreamlike, reminiscent of stars scattered across the night sky. Gazing into those eyes, Luke felt a sense of confusion initially, followed by a swift release of tension, as if the figure before him was the most trusted and revered individual in his life. The sage, noting Luke's hypnotic state, approached him and spoke in a calm, aged voice, "We have come to attend the Baron's ball. Open the gate and let us enter. Speak softly, so as not to awaken others." "Respecting your wishes is my duty," Luke replied, slowly parting the gate. Lucien, the sage, White Honey, and Smile carefully passed through the entrance, advancing towards the darkened villa. Luke, instead of closing the gate, turned to stand guard, unprecedentedly earnest and fervent, as if a fire of purpose ignited within him, eager to serve the mysterious figure. The villa's wooden doors were securely locked, and heavy curtains obscured the windows, preventing any light from escaping. The hall was suffused with a thick, lascivious atmosphere, filled with the labored breaths of men and the moans of women, mingling scents and bodily fluids, creating an intoxicating ambience that permeated every corner. On the carpeted floor, on tables, and amidst the chaos, couples of all pairings entwined and engaged in passionate pursuits, some fully unclothed, others merely pulling skirts to their waists, their bodies entangled in a fervent embrace. Yet, amidst this debauchery, one stood apart, indifferent to the beautiful forms and frenzied environment. At the heart of the hall, upon a simply adorned altar, stood a middle-aged man clad in silver robes, his hands raised high, eyes closed, exuding an air of fervor and madness, as though he were attuned to the urgent moans surrounding him, or perhaps listening to whispers from the realm of the unreal. The strange and lascivious aura gradually wafted toward the altar, centering upon the silver-white horned pattern beneath the feet of the middle-aged man. Radiant silver lines emerged, concentrating these chaotic energies behind him, growing denser, coalescing into a pinkish gas interspersed with black. This gas twisted and churned, slowly transforming into a towering phantom adorned with two horns. "Are you prepared? I bestow my power upon you," the phantom suddenly spoke. Transparent and indistinct, it leaned forward, pressing against Baron Lawrence's back, gradually merging with him. A look of agony appeared on the Baron's face, clearly indicating that the fusion with this projection was a painful ordeal. However, this suffering was soon suppressed by fervor, with glimmers of crystalline light flickering in the corners of his eyes. Outside, numerous magical traps have been laid. No one can prevent me from accepting the power granted by the great Lord of Silver and restoring my family's glory, he thought. Meanwhile, outside the villa, Lucien and the others, as apprentices of magic, refrained from recklessly charging in. Instead, they meticulously surveyed the magical traps and hidden arrays. "Professor, there are many magical traps and even an array. It will take us at least half an hour to dismantle them without causing a commotion," the sage assessed. White Honey, seemingly possessing an artifact that could sense the aura of evil beings, nervously remarked, "We arrived a bit late. The demonic presence has already manifested. In no more than 10 minutes, it will fully project itself. We must breach the entrance directly. We cannot afford to slowly dismantle the arrays and traps. But if we charge in directly, we may exhaust our remaining mental energy while dismantling the traps," Smile replied, glancing at Lucien. "Professor, we must rely on your strength. Only you can dismantle these magical traps and arrays swiftly and efficiently." Due to the caution exhibited by the magical apprentices along the way, circumstances had shifted dramatically. The sage, White Honey, and Smile turned their gazes toward Lucien, their minds swirling with unspoken thoughts. Can my magical talisman truly dismantle that array? With so many traps, does it require the professor's intervention? Is the professor indeed a genuine mage? Just how formidable is his power? If he is not a formal mage, will he shy away from gatherings out of fear of White Honey's mentor? Amidst their complex emotions of concern, doubt, and hope, Lucien, who had remained quietly calculating, donned a chilling smile and declared, "Fear not, I shall resolve this swiftly. They will soon be rendered ineffective. Prepare yourselves. The professor is truly confident," they mused. In this peculiar atmosphere, Lucien approached the villa, extending his hands to press against the wall, then opened his mouth to silently recite a spell. As they observed Lucien, cloaked in black robes with his face obscured by a hood, pressing against the villa's wall, nothing seemed to transpire. The sage and White Honey exchanged glances, sensing the mutual confusion in one another's eyes. What is the professor truly doing? Suddenly, White Honey felt a tremor beneath her feet and questioned, "Are you all shaking?" Smile, astonished, pointed at the villa, exclaiming, "Look, the villa is shaking." White Honey and the sage turned to see the 3-story-old villa rocking back and forth, the movement intensifying and becoming more violent, accompanied by the sound of breaking glass and cracking walls. An earthquake? They pondered. No, the tremors were too slight. The villa was shaking of its own accord. Could it be the professor's doing? Briefly exchanging opinions, White Honey, both alarmed and awed, gazed at the professor, whose hands were pressed against the wall and who swayed with the villa, exclaiming, "It looks like the villa might collapse. What level of magic is this? From what I read in the magic book, even a 3rd-tier fireball spell would require over 10 casts to bring down a villa lacking protective arrays." The sage stared in disbelief at the precariously swaying structure and at the increasingly mysterious and powerful figure of the professor. Smile was utterly astounded. He had never witnessed magic capable of demolishing a villa so directly. He murmured, "If the villa collapses, the magical traps and arrays will be rendered useless." "The professor truly speaks no falsehoods. What has Lord Doro seen?" exclaimed the owl, perched on Smile's shoulder, its tone imbued with fervor. Meanwhile, a black crow, having joined them unnoticed, nearly slipped from its branch, squawking in astonishment. "What level of magic is this?" The resonance of an apprentice-level magic professor's hand, calculating the inherent frequency, conjuring vibrations to dismantle structures. Such magic is most adept at destroying bridges. Chapter 54. The calm kill in the grand hall of the villa. Lawrence, clad in a silver robe, stood at the altar's center, his face twisted in pain, yet radiating fervor and excitement. He could distinctly sense the amalgamation of shadows behind him, his blood coursing with fervor, rejoicing, and slowly transforming his being. Is this the prelude to awakening the bloodline's power? Is it about to commence? Is my 4-decade-long pursuit and anticipation finally on the verge of fruition? To Lawrence's ears, the intermittent, thought-provoking moans around him resembled the applause and cheers of knights during a grand ceremony. Yet, at that moment, he felt his body swaying, an unsettling sense of instability creeping in, as clattering sounds echoed around the villa and dust cascaded from the ceiling. An earthquake. At such a critical juncture. An earthquake. Is this a divine retribution? Having forsaken his faith for the pursuit of power, Lawrence still harbored a lingering reverence for the God of truth. And the sudden tremors at this crucial moment inevitably conjured images of the deity's formidable powers from myth and legend. No, I'm merely one step away. I've waited 40 years for this. I cannot abandon my quest now. If I can awaken the bloodline's power and become a knight, even if the villa collapses, I may still have a chance to survive. The shadow behind him, now partially fused, seemed to perceive Lawrence's thoughts, its penetrating voice resonating within his mind. The magical array and traps you set cannot withstand an earthquake, and complete fusion with my projection will require another 6 or 7 minutes. The tremors are intensifying. Should the entire structure collapse, your survival would be impossible. Lawrence, cease your efforts. You have already assimilated a portion of my projection's power, elevating you to the pinnacle of a high-ranking knight squire. There will be future opportunities for further fusion. The dark language was conveyed rapidly, its essence reaching Lawrence in mere seconds. Enraged by the impending thwarting of his success by nature's fury, he felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustration, though he was uncertain to whom he could direct it. No, the earthquake may cease at any moment. He remained resolute in his determination. Yet suddenly, a cacophony erupted as the windows shattered violently amidst the tremors, dispersing the oppressive atmosphere and heralding the fierce winds of an approaching storm, sweeping away the sweet, yet bitter scent of debauchery that lingered. The revelers, who had been lost in their carnal pleasures, abruptly awoke to the realization of the calamity. Lord, an earthquake! Run! Help! Some scrambled to don their garments, while others, in a state of undress, hurried towards the exit. A few dashed towards the windows, oblivious to the dangers. For those without the strength of a knight, including several delicate ladies, being trapped beneath the collapsing villa would leave them with no recourse but to beseech divine mercy. Depleted of their essence and strength by the sinister ritual, they stumbled in their haste. One woman, exhausted and terrified, collapsed to the ground, her legs too weak to support her as she crawled towards the door. The man who had just shared in her ecstasy rushed past, not even glancing her way. One by one, the sacrificial lambs fled the scene, the altar's illumination flickering out and the shadow gradually dissipating. Baron Lawrence bellowed in a fit of frustration and rage. After his outburst, he quickly regained clarity amidst his fervent anticipation and frustration, witnessing the villa continue to tremble violently. Damn this earthquake! He cursed, hastening towards the exit, dismantling the magical traps that obstructed his path. Behind him, a man in a black tuxedo, who had appeared entranced by the debauched festivities, now wore a grave expression as he gazed outside the villa. "Professor, aren't we going to let the villa collapse?" White Honey asked, instinctively voicing her concern as the structure continued to sway violently. Lucien smirked. If the villa were to collapse, crushing the malevolent entities within, how would I swiftly gather their blood? The sound of the villa's collapse would undoubtedly attract the attention of the wandering sentinels and the nearby church. These two reasons were merely partial. The true reason lay in the fact that, although the building's inherent frequency was not akin to sound waves or high-intensity infrasound, Lucien's current mental fortitude could only generate similar vibrational waves through the professor's resonant hand. The complexity of the villa's structure meant it possessed multiple inherent frequencies. Lucien could only simulate the first frequency to induce shaking, incapable of causing a total resonance collapse. Furthermore, as merely an apprentice mage, Lucien lacked the energy to bring down such a sturdy edifice. Thus, dismantling a bridge might be within his grasp. Lucien's words jolted the sage, Smile, and White Honey to full awareness. The magic he had just employed, devoid of any materials or incantations, was a testament to the professor's true prowess, an awe-inspiring and fearsome power. They regarded Lucien with renewed respect and trepidation for the formidable, erudite mage he represented. Regaining her composure, White Honey entered a focused state of spellcasting, utilizing a magical artifact to sense the fleeing crowd outside the villa. In a voice both husky and tinged with seduction, she spoke with a calm yet icy demeanor. There is a malevolent entity's aura within 15 meters of the nearest window. We shall shift 1 meter to the left for optimal spellcasting. As they moved, the sage maintained his focus, Smile, prepare Homan's Cough. Homan's Cough was a high-pitched soundwave attack spell. Those struck directly would lose their balance, suffer injury, or even face death, while those nearby would be left with ruptured eardrums or rendered unconscious. White Honey continued to relay Lawrence's position, a high-ranking knight squire, within 5 meters, low-tier demon projection fusion, refrain from using acid or fire spells. 1 meter remaining, prepare. I shall employ arrow artistry. She assessed Lawrence's strength based on her agility to dodge falling debris and her forceful bursts through the crowd. In a brief exchange, they established Lawrence's location, strength, and the parameters for their initial strike, allowing Lucien, who stood quietly beside them, to experience the combat style of formally trained apprentice mages for the first time. In a desperate bid to escape the earthquake, Baron Lawrence barreled through the guests before him, reaching the window in mere seconds. Cradling his head, he forcefully thrust open the still intact glass and leapt outward. Yet, just as he soared into the air, a thunderous roar erupted nearby, akin to a long-awaited storm finally unleashing its fury. His ears rang, his mind spun chaotically, and he felt an internal turbulence that robbed him of balance, causing him to crash down awkwardly. At that moment, a gleaming arrow, glinting with metallic coldness, struck true, piercing the dazed Baron Lawrence's right eye and embedding itself deeply within. Dark crimson, suffused with a sulphurous scent, flowed forth, caught by an unseen hand. To preserve his image as a formidable mage, Lucien employed silent casting. The exertion of conjuring the mage's hand consumed nearly half of his mental energy, and with the earlier use of the professor's resonant hand, he could only manage 2 apprentice-level spells thereafter. Ah! Lawrence screamed, yet his cries were muffled by a sound-dampening barrier. It was only then that Baron Lawrence comprehended he was under attack. But it was too late. Another arrow followed swiftly, finding its mark as it shot directly into his mouth, coinciding with his anguished wail. The sound abruptly ceased. A baron, possessing the strength of a high-ranking knight squire infused with the projection of a malevolent creature, was unexpectedly slain within mere seconds, without any attempt to evade or resist, thanks to the collaboration of several magical apprentices. Lucien, witnessing this scene, felt compelled to remark that the combat prowess was hardly worth 5. Surrounding the prone figure of Baron Lawrence on the grass lay several disheveled men and women, rendered unconscious by the commotion. Meanwhile, those emerging from other directions were preoccupied with evading the tremors, entirely oblivious to the unfolding events, as they frantically continued their flight toward the villa's outer walls. The tremors of the villa gradually subsided, allowing those who had been rendered weak to finally crawl out, their bare bodies coated in dust that had fallen from the ceiling. As for the servants, they had long been dispatched to a small house on the opposite side of the villa's garden, unable to remain within the villa during such a debauched ritual conducted by Baron Lawrence. Inserting 3 glass tubes filled with the blood of wicked creatures into the specially designed pockets of his black robe, Lucien glanced at the individuals who had recovered from the earthquake and quietly declared, "It is time to depart." The sage, White Honey, and Smile promptly stowed away the extra glass tubes containing the blood and prepared to follow their professor. Just as the 4 magical apprentices turned to leave, a shadow suddenly leaped from a window several paces behind them, brandishing a pitch-black dagger, aiming a vicious stab at Lucien's back. Having patiently awaited this moment within the villa, the assailant finally seized the opportunity to eliminate the formidable sorcerer who had disrupted his plans. Judging from the magic that had nearly collapsed the villa, he knew he had but this one chance. Chapter 55. The thunderous roar of midnight in accordance with the feedback received. I have reinstated the internal monologue within double quotation marks. Moreover, I express my gratitude to everyone. It was truly a delightful surprise to find ourselves ranked 10th on the recommendation list yesterday. I humbly seek your continued support for recommendations, and I shall endeavor to provide a more substantial update tomorrow. The speed of this shadow far surpassed that of Baron Laurent, even exceeding the visual limits of ordinary humans. If the participants of the debauched ball were to calm themselves and gaze in this direction, they would merely perceive a long, indistinct trail of black light, a mere afterimage left by such swiftness. This velocity was beyond the reach of any normal being. Only those who had awakened their bloodline powers could attain such feats. The assailant who had launched a surprise attack on Lucien was, astonishingly, a true knight. From the moment the shadow leapt forth to the instant it dashed to Lucien's back, less than 2 seconds had elapsed. The unsuspecting sage, White Honey, and Smile were yet oblivious to the formidable foe approaching from behind. Only Lucien, feeling the chilling aura of the dark dagger drawing near his back, experienced a sudden shiver of dread and instinctively lunged forward. However, the speed of Lucien's escape could not match that of the shadow's assault. The disparity in power was immense, akin to the chasm between the abyss and the heavens. Even though Lucien possessed the knowledge to conjure new magics and could potentially intimidate knights, sorcerers, and apprentices alike, in the throes of battle, that knowledge did not translate into immediate strength. He could not summon a spell in time to deflect the dagger's strike. Only by becoming a true sorcerer and constructing a spell model within his soul could he hope to react in such a critical moment. Lucien's solitary hope lay in the belief that his forward momentum might mitigate the dagger's strike. As long as he was not slain outright, he could retaliate with the Frost Avenger. The shadow coldly observed as the dagger approached Lucien's back, when suddenly, a loud croak echoed. A translucent, chainmail-like shield appeared around Lucien. A first circle spell, Mage Armor. Though the sage and the others had yet to react, the Black Raven, Ashley, perched atop the trees outside, had noticed. As a familiar of a full-fledged magician, Ashley not only possessed dark vision, but could also channel her master's magical power. The dagger, glimmering with dark light, struck the transparent mage armor, causing sparks to erupt. The armor shattered into myriad shimmering shards, scattering like fireflies in the night. The shadow had not anticipated the sudden appearance of the mage armor. Although it managed to pierce through the armor with its innate strength and the dagger's exceptional quality, it was momentarily delayed, watching as Lucien half-turned, his left hand aimed toward it, conjuring 3 glimmering shards of icy light. Palmera's Ice Blades, a second circle spell. In that critical moment, Lucien remained composed, devoid of dizziness or fear. He activated the Frost Avenger ring, understanding that in this instance, offense was the best form of defense. Bolstered by the Frost Avenger, his will was as resolute as that of a true knight, unyielding against the shadow's ominous, fearsome presence that sought to invade his mind. A typical apprentice would have succumbed to the overwhelming aura of the Shadow Knight, paralyzed in endless dread, but Lucien was different. 3 icy blades, exuding wisps of frosty vapor like thin ice daggers, swiftly traversed the short distance between them, targeting the knight's throat, chest, and lower body. Flames, shadowy and filled with wrath and destruction, enveloped the Shadow Knight. Yet, in the face of a direct second-circle magical assault aimed at his vital points, he dared not rely solely on the bloodline-derived shadows for defense. Though he yearned to eliminate this magician who had disrupted his plans, he understood that killing Lucien would yield little satisfaction. Thus, in this life-or-death moment, his own survival took precedence. He flicked his dagger upwards, creating an afterimage as he shattered the 2 icy blades aimed at his chest and throat, transforming them into countless tiny shards that danced like fireflies in the dark. With a kick infused with shadowy flames, he accurately struck the last ice blade, shattering it into oblivion within the darkness. Having defended against the 3 ice blades, the Shadow Knight prepared to pursue the fallen Lucien, extending his left hand as a veil of black shadow illuminated, ready to intercept 2 silver-black missiles expelled from Ashley's beak. A first circle spell, Magic Missile. However, at that moment, the shards of ice began to coalesce into swirling mists, rapidly condensing and freezing the surroundings, including the knight's shadowy flames, which were encased within a crystalline layer of ice, quietly burning. Palmera's ice blades not only inflicted the sensation of blood flowing, but also offered the chilling embrace of winter. The Shadow Knight found himself momentarily immobilized, struck directly by the two magical missiles, which shattered the ice layer and sent him soaring, his shadowy flames flickering but refusing to extinguish. Ashley squawked. He is a second-level knight. At this juncture, the sage, White Honey, and Smile finally grasped the situation, witnessing the knight being flung backward. Although they were uncertain of his true strength, the sight of their professor rolling on the ground and the flames engulfing the knight made it clear that he was indeed a formidable foe who had awakened his bloodline powers. Without further deliberation, the sage and White Honey activated their magical items. An intangible glow emanated from the sage's chest, rippling forth like water, and within a 10-meter radius. All present suddenly succumbed to yawns, their eyelids drooping uncontrollably as they collapsed onto the lawn or flower beds, drifting into peaceful slumber. A first circle spell, sleep. The Shadow Knight, struggling to maintain balance after being struck, felt the effects of the sleep spell wash over him, momentarily clouding his mind as he perceived the surroundings as a warm, inviting bed beckoning him to rest. However, his formidable willpower forced him to resist the encroaching slumber, shaking his head to regain consciousness. Yet, immediately following, a wave of force akin to a hammer's swing crashed upon the Shadow Knight, sending him crashing against the villa's window, shattering it, and causing a cacophony that reverberated through the structure. A first circle spell, Force Wave, courtesy of White Honey's enchanted robe. Being a second-level knight, he was not so easily vanquished, and Professor continued his assault. Ashley had already circled around, directing her attention toward the Professor, who she presumed to be at least a second-circle magician. Lucien prepared to hurl a fire gel, coordinating his attack with Ashley, but before he could act, the entire villa began to tremble violently. The ceiling started to collapse, and the walls crumbled. Within mere seconds, the structure completely collapsed, burying the Shadow Knight within. Indeed, as the sage had asserted, Baron Laurent's old house had fallen into disrepair. Lucien understood that the energy from his resonance hand could not topple a sound building. But this dilapidated structure was already compromised. The earlier tremors had surely weakened its stability, and the impact from the Shadow Knight had caused it to cave in completely. The thunderous noise of the villa's collapse echoed resoundingly, and the sage had no time to cast a sound barrier to muffle it, allowing the clamor to carry far into the night. This is bad, the Night Watchers. This thought flashed through the minds of Ashley, the sage, and the others. At this moment, searching through the debris to eliminate the Shadow Knight would only invite the church's Night Watchers. In an instant, the ominous figure of the Black Crow, Ashley, enveloped the White Honey, bidding farewell to Lucien with the words, "Until next time, Professor," before soaring into the inky night, swiftly distancing herself. The sage and Smile offered a respectful nod to Lucien, announcing, "Professor, we take our leave," before hastily exiting through the door, merging into the shadows of the night, as if they possessed a means or refuge within the noble district. As for Lucien, both Ashley and the sage believed that such a powerful and enigmatic professor surely had a method of escape, akin to the Black Crow herself, and thus had no need for concern. Before Lucien could fully comprehend their departure, they vanished, leaving him to silently muse. It would have been nice to have been taken along. Feigning mystery and strength invariably comes at a cost. With no time to linger, Lucien turned and hastened through the door into the night. A tremendous rumble of thunder erupted, and rain began to descend in torrents, the long-anticipated storm finally unleashing its fury. Within the ruins of the collapsed villa, a dim flame flickered to life, scorching through the ceiling and cracking the stones, from which emerged a shadowy figure. The veil of darkness surrounding him had diminished considerably, revealing the face of a man in his 30s, his beard neatly trimmed, none other than Aaron, the leader of the Aaron gang. Aaron observed Lucien as he melded into the darkness, hesitating for a few seconds. It dawned on him that, in the direst moment, Lucien had not utilized a spell crafted from his own soul, but rather relied on magical artifacts, indicating that his prowess was perhaps not as formidable as Aaron had surmised. The terrifying spell he had conjured likely depleted a significant portion of his mental energy. Should he pursue? No, the commotion would surely attract the Night Watch, and even the bishop of the church might be en route. Already grievously wounded, should he become entangled once more, he faced either death or capture by the tribunal. After a swift assessment of the situation, Aaron chose not to let rage and vengeance cloud his judgment. With a subtle shift of his body, he melted into the shadows, slipping away unnoticed. The rain intensified, cascading like a waterfall, striking with painful force upon impact. Lucien, thoroughly drenched, sprinted through the darkness. His materials safely encased in glass tubes or shielded by specially treated waterproof magical fabric, remaining unaffected. Any aspiring mage of promise would consider the safeguarding of their spell-casting materials under varying weather conditions. A mage who falters in the face of heavy rain would find survival in this world a daunting task. Amidst the tempest of wind, rain, and lightning, Lucien felt as though he had been isolated in another realm, racing alone towards the entrance of a hidden passage. Before long, he discerned a shadowed area concealed by trees. The secret passage lay before him. At that moment, a bolt of lightning illuminated the vicinity as bright as day, revealing a man clad in a white formal suit, adorned with pitch-black gloves and a damp, pale red headpiece affixed to his forehead. A black-gloved figure, the night watch. As Lucien caught sight of this guardian, he too drew the attention of the man. In a serendipitous twist, the torrential rain and enveloping darkness that had previously concealed them now yielded to the brilliance of the lightning, exposing their presence. Chapter 56. The Night Watchman. At the moment the Night Watchman appeared, Lucien promptly hurled the blazing gel he clutched tightly in his hand towards him. Had it not been for the ineffective reconnaissance of the bat's scream amidst the torrential rain and thunder, he could have detected the watchman earlier and evaded him. Cautiously altering his approach, Lucien threw the blazing gel in his right hand as well, and swiftly moved towards the entrance of the hidden passage on his left. Upon noticing Lucien, the night watchman extended his arms, his pitch-black gloves seemingly capable of consuming all light. As a seasoned warrior who thrived in darkness, battling various perilous creatures, the watchman's reactions were no less swift than Lucien's. The first vial of the blazing gel was caught directly by the night watchman's gloved hands, and under the influence of psychic energy, it was poised to explode. Yet, in the grip of those dark gloves, it appeared to be extinguished, avoiding a violent detonation and the ensuing inferno that would cling to his body. The black gloves worn by each night watchman are exceptional magical artifacts inscribed with corresponding anti-magic arrays. Due to the limited number of these gloves, the church's night watchmen have always been few in number. Each watchman, aside from relying on magical items, possesses formidable strength themselves, including high-ranking nightly attendants, priests, knights, conscripted dark knights, malevolent entities, and even sorcerers. Just as the watchman secured the first vial of blazing gel, Lucien's second vial followed closely. However, its power seemed insufficient, as it failed to strike the watchman's body, instead plummeting before him and detonating upon impact, erupting into a roaring fireball that engulfed the unsuspecting watchman. Simultaneously, it ignited the previously caught vial, resulting in a catastrophic chain reaction. With a resounding bang, the watchman was hurled backwards, the gel clinging to him burning fiercely, impervious to the drenching rain. Lucien did not linger to assess the aftermath of the gel's effects, but hastily advanced to the entrance of the hidden passage, casting a spell to activate the mechanism. Suddenly, a piercing cry resonated in Lucien's ears, emanating a primal pressure characteristic of apex predators, causing him to tremble involuntarily. His legs weakening. Without the aid of the ice and snow Avenger ring, his focus and composure would have faltered under such oppressive force. Another massive lightning bolt illuminated the scene, revealing the watchman advancing through the storm, his body enshrouded in an ever-burning gel. Yet, he appeared utterly unfazed, his complexion slightly pale. A thin stream of blood, akin to molten lava, trickling from the corner of his mouth, an injury sustained from the explosion, not the flames. From the tattered remnants of his white suit and shirt, Lucien could see the skin beneath, covered in a layer of crimson scales. The flames of the blazing gel were kept at bay by this protective layer, only singeing the scales slightly. Witnessing this, Lucien comprehended the watchman's formidable nature. He was a dark knight empowered by bloodline strength, specifically that of a red dragon. The night watchman exuded a significantly lesser aura than the shadow knight he had encountered earlier. Yet his speed and strength remained beyond Lucien's reach. If he turned to flee, the watchman would likely catch up to him the moment he entered the passage. Lucien's apprentice-level magic provided no means of defense against such an adversary, especially considering the additional advantage of the watchman's gloves. Only by ascending to the rank of a formal sorcerer, significantly enhancing his psychic abilities, could he hope to raise the resonant frequencies to the level of high-energy infrasound. As the night watchman bore down upon him, Lucien, bolstered by the ice and snow Avenger, resisted the draconic pressure, remaining calm and calculating the distance between them. 20 meters. 10 meters. He then hurled his final vial of blazing gel, landing at 5 meters away, resulting in an explosive roar. The flaming gel sphere surged forward under Lucien's psychic control, creating a massive shockwave that uncontrollably radiated outward, impacting even Lucien himself. Though the watchman was undeterred by the flames, the force of the explosion momentarily hindered his advance, causing him to pause and even take a step back. Conversely, Lucien, struck by the shockwave, clutched his hood tightly with one hand while shielding his chest with the other, being propelled backward by the blast. Positioned at the sloping entrance of the passage, he tumbled directly into it, rolling several meters before coming to a stop. Lucien felt as though he had been struck by a colossal hammer, his insides vibrating, blood swelling, and a metallic taste rising in his throat, forcing him to expel a mouthful of blood. Disoriented and dizzy, he struggled to regain his bearings. As the explosion subsided, the watchman propelled himself towards the passage, where Lucien had just regained his footing. The distance between them was still around 20 meters. And wary of being struck by Lucien's other magical artifacts, the watchman advanced in a serpentine manner. Yet, as he covered a few meters, the cloaked sorcerer pressed one hand against the wall of the passage, while the other held a vial of potion. His body slightly bowed, as if in a gesture of respect. In that moment, the entrance to the passage collapsed with a thunderous roar. The first layer of stone crumbled into mud, destabilizing the subsequent layers, which fell in a cascade, burying the entrance within mere seconds. This was a contingency spell devised by the sage, a micro-effect petrification to mud array designed to obliterate the passage in emergency situations. The night watchman collided with the earth and stones, creating a 1-meter-deep indentation in the ground. Depleted of strength, he could only pause to regain his energy, while further collapses echoed from deep within the passage. Clenching his teeth, the watchman glared at the yellow-brown earth, taking a furious swing at the ground as he seethed. "I will certainly capture you, you cursed sorcerer." Utilizing the potential unleashed by the potion, Lucien swiftly traversed the distance to exit the passage, sealing it with magic behind him. He then shed his black cloak, transferring its contents into the pockets of his inner linen tunic, before incinerating the cloak with Maris's small flame to prevent the keen-nosed watchman from tracking him through the intentionally added herbal scents. This herbal aroma had been concocted by Lucien to mask his scent. Only upon entering his small abode, drawing his linen tunic and trousers, placing the potion vials and test tubes into his laboratory, and hiding his spell-casting materials within the confines of his quarters, did Lucien finally exhale in relief. His earlier clarity of thought and energetic state had been sustained by the surge of potential, but now, as he relaxed, he felt an overwhelming weakness wash over him. The unhealed wounds continued to torment him under the lingering effects of the storm, lulling him into a state of half-sleep. Amidst the thunder and torrential rain, Lucien's small dwelling felt isolated from the world, enveloped in a cacophony that paradoxically offered a sense of tranquility. Perhaps it was the inclement weather that prevented the church's night watchman from pursuing Lucien and the other apprentices, allowing the night to pass quietly amidst the deluge, until dawn broke. According to Lucien's conjecture, the attention of the high-ranking powers would likely be drawn to the deceased Baron Laurent, for he bore the bloodline and strength of a demon, easily invoking thoughts of the former Silverhorn cult with the aid of sacrificial powers. By morning, the rain had lessened significantly, yet it could still be termed heavy. The sunlight remained obscured, and the regions of Altair and its surroundings remained shrouded in gloom, with the impoverished laborers who depended on daily toil for survival, producing a myriad of sounds against the backdrop of the rain. Lucien awoke groggily, feeling quite unwell, and thus decided to forego a visit to the library in the morning to rest instead. He intended to seek out Mr. Victor after lunch, knowing that with Pierre present, the association's library would be characteristically quiet. At breakfast, Annalisa noticed that Lucien had not arrived, so she sent Edwin to check on him. Seizing the opportunity, Lucien instructed Edwin to request a leave of absence for him from the library. Subsequently, Lucien continued to doze amid the sound of rain until noon, when he finally awoke feeling somewhat revived, albeit still distinctly weak. Although the blast from the incendiary gel was not particularly powerful, the proximity of the explosion, coupled with the fact that Lucien was not a night-level warrior, had inevitably left him seriously injured. Fortunately, he had previously concocted a healing potion known as Storm. After lunch, Lucien, armed with an umbrella borrowed from Andaliza, made his way to Victor's home in the Gissa district, determined to resolve matters today. With only 3 days remaining until the final week. At 10 o'clock in the morning, in Victor's music room, Victor, who was anxiously grappling with melodies, was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door, causing his emotions to surge, which he struggled to suppress. Grasping a quill, he opened the door to find Lot, Phyllis, and Herodotus, who were supposed to arrive in the afternoon, standing there. Puzzled, he inquired, "Why the sudden visit? Is there something amiss?" Lot, with a troubled expression, replied, "Mr. Victor, McCants has informed me that Baron Othello requests your immediate presence at the association, as Her Highness the Princess wishes to know the titles of the pieces performed at the last 3 concerts." By routine, he had gone to the association to practice in the morning and planned to study with Victor in the afternoon, only to encounter McCants and receive this unwelcome news. The quill fell silently onto the thick carpet, and Victor's face turned ashen as he staggered back several steps to regain his composure. His 3 students approached with concern. Victor waved his hand, took a deep breath, and exhaled, "I understand. Please allow me 30 minutes of solitude before I head to the association." Arriving at Victor's home, Lucien, guided by a servant who was already familiar with him, approached the front door and encountered the butler, Ace. "Mr. Ace, which room is Mr. Victor in?" "I need to speak with him." Lucien greeted the butler with a smile. "You look unwell. Are you sick?" Ace shook his head. "I am fine. It is the master who has gone to the association, as the princess wishes to know the titles of the pieces from the last 3 concerts. So Baron Othello summoned him there." Lucien was momentarily stunned to learn that Victor had already been called to the association to confirm the repertoire. Growing anxious, he asked, "How long has he been gone? What time did Mr. Victor leave?" The clock read 12:35. A wave of intense disappointment washed over Lucien. "If I hadn't taken a leave this morning, I could have met Mr. Victor at the association. Is this truly fate's design?" Resolute, he thought, "I must make the effort to go. Perhaps due to the torrential rain or last night's events, the list has yet to be finalized, or it hasn't been delivered to the princess. I cannot simply abandon this." After expressing his gratitude to Mr. Ace, Lucien seized the umbrella and plunged into the misty downpour, racing toward the musician's association.